That the entire purpose of affirmative action set-asides, civil rights laws that limit constitutional rights to freedom of contract, freedom of association, all of that was to make up for the legacy of slavery and Jim Crow. So unless these benefits are going to, roughly defined, foundational Black Americans, the descendants of American slaves, you've taken away the whole purpose of this. So to make the point that Kamala isn't a foundational Black American, I'm always pointing to, unless these benefits are going to, roughly defined, foundational Black Americans, the descendants of American slaves.
African Americans built this nation. You built this nation. You're just starting to get real credit for that. Okay, I don't know if you know that. You're just starting to you built the nation. We all built it, but you were such a massive part of it. Bigger than you were given credit for. Does that make sense?
And Black folk cannot fight all these groups. Everybody can not always be against Black folk. Because you see, they didn't come into this country with the legacies that we are stuck with. Everybody in America has an advantaged position but Black folk. But all are in a state of denial. The white power structure.
That show me subscribe.
Make no mistake, we're the only Black people in y'all that only eat rat, eat cat people. You ain't Black, you ain't that. Matter of fact, your Black is repo, I'm taking it back. Cause y'all making it whack, faking jacks, y'all from the slave, raiding the tax. Bitch. We built the foundation, our innovations were groundbreaking. You ain't wanna get down, now you're around, hating, faking. With the lineage in and out, the ground shaking. Someone say, FBA, we don't run away. We stay, we slay, we pray, we say. Someone say, FBA, we don't run away. We stay, we slay, we pray, we say. Mistake, we're the only Black people and y'all the only eat rat, eat cat people. You ain't Black, you ain't that. Matter of fact, your Black is repo, I'm taking it back. Cause y'all making it whack, faking jacks, y'all from the slave, raiding the tax. Breaks, pause, we built the foundation, our innovations were groundbreaking. Y'all ain't wanna get down, now you're around, hating, faking, with the lineage eating, now the ground shaking. Someone say, FBA, we don't run away. We stay, we slay, we pray, we say. Someone say, FBA, we don't run away. We stay, we slay, we pray, we say.
What's up? Good morning, Grand Rising. Peace to Felicia Cox. We got K Cow Speaks. We got Peppermint Patty. We got Fort Lang, of course. Black Women Stand Up. Sam B's in the building. New new folks from the lineage is over here. Pull up a seat. Felicia Cox, same thing. Pull up a seat, like the video. Subscribe to the notification bell. Welcome to the family reunion. This is your lineage, Renaissance woman. I see you out there. Okay, so we just getting started. Oh, I got super chat already. I respect that. Let's get it. $4.99 super chat. Thank you. Lineage love for real. Early in the morning. All right, so we're going to discuss a few things here. So you heard Dr. Claude Anderson. He said everybody can't be against FBAs. You dig? Everybody's trying to dog pile on top of us. That's because I believe they see our clear grand rise. So they like, yo, these guys are almost fully erected. Pause. Let's jump on top of them now and smother them. That's what I think is going on. That's why you see so many people at one time who have never really expressed an issue with us. You got tethers, you got Pan-Africanists, you got people from Africa in the diaspora who are not Pan-Africanists. They just continental Africans, right? Never been over here, expressing so much hate all at the same time. When has this ever happened before? So let's get to the root of it. But first, let's get an update from Papa, the Prince of Pan-Africanism. What's going on with his school and could it have been prevented? So right here, you see Umar Johnson back in the day. This is, you see, 4 years ago, he was on Rod Digger and Lord Jamar podcast. And they sincerely, with much love, reached out to him to try to assist him any way they can, give him, provide tools, networks, connections to make this school ideology a real thing. Okay. It looks like when we look at it hindsight, that Umar never, like, it could have been a real thing. It's looking like Umar never wanted it to be. Okay. Because then he has to make it run. He got to, run it. And I don't believe he had the team. I don't believe he had the experience or the skills to ever run it. So he's like, yo, I don't even want to be put in this position. So maybe, just maybe, Umar sabotaged his own school. Let's look at it. Roll the tape.
You have people telling you that the school ain't in good shape. The school is in excellent shape, which is why we're getting offers for it now. It's in excellent shape, brother. The classrooms don't even have to be touched. We just have to fix the electrical system, the HVAC system, and the plumbing system. So I don't need help with the real estate. We were blessed with that campus. You understand? And as far as your brother's school, I support him.
That's my father-in-law. My father-in-law.
I just looked at the.
So I want you to understand, like, this is supposed to be a friendly interview. This is Rod Digger. And everybody know Lord Jamar be laid back. Why is Umar bringing all of this energy? I mean, they're asking questions in love. They're sincerely not trying to embarrass him the way Roland Martin or somebody else would. They just want to know, like, what's up and how can we help? And look at the energy he's giving back.
The website.
Mm-hmm.
Kudos to that brother.
Yes, sir.
But what I'm doing ain't that. I want to be absolutely clear. The Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey RBG International Leadership Academy will be America's first school based off the principles of Pan-African nationalism and international economics. That's not what I'm doing, brother. I have a totally different concept from him. You understand? So if
the concept could be different, but the implementation of how it's put.
I don't need his help implementing, brother, because I'm a certified.
I don't need his help. Listen to his words. This is why I say it's possible he purposely sabotaged himself. And when you do that, you become a victim to your own hand, right? So now you got the permanent excuses. You got permanent excuses, you got the perfect excuses. So listen.
It could be different, but the implementation of how it's put.
I don't need his help implementing.
I don't need his help or your help implementing. Why?
Brother, because I'm a certified school psychologist.
What did that got to do with running a school?
And a certified school principal who's experienced, who got a whole cadre of educators. So y'all keep making these things. He needs to talk.
So he said he got a whole bunch of educators already on his team.
Oh, no, I don't. Y'all don't know who I got. I got educators. So y'all keep making these things. He needs to talk. No, I don't. Y'all don't know who I got.
That's the problem. Nobody know who you got. That should have been made public. Why is that so much of a secret?
Of educators. So y'all keep making these things. He needs to talk. No, I don't. Y'all don't know who I got.
But then why is somebody, you have all these credentials, then why is this man who we don't know was able to put his school together in a few months and it's taking you 6 years, brother?
6 years is nothing for a school. I can show you 10 charter schools.
He's not going to show that. I guarantee you those 10 charter schools had real reasons, real setbacks. I guarantee you they were not on their regular schedule. I guarantee you they had setbacks that caused them to get up and running later. That is not standard time. Lord Jamar is right.
Schools where the money is coming from the state, and it took them almost a decade to get open, brother. You don't open up a school in a year or two.
And I bet you something was problematic with that money from the state. It was either not there or they didn't qualify for some things, but it wasn't like regular schedule.
I don't know your brother's story, and I don't care to know it. I
don't even care to know it. Self-centered.
Care to know it.
Why not though? If it could be helpful to you, why wouldn't you care to know it if it could be helpful to you?
Brother, I have friends who own schools. Do you understand that?
He has friends who own schools.
I have friends who own schools. So if I need to talk to someone who owns a school, I already got that.
All right.
Got what I need.
Okay, so they didn't tell you about the HVAC. They didn't tell you about all the taxes, property taxes. They didn't tell you everything that you will be in the situation you in now.
Thing mission someone who owns a school, I already got that. I got what I need. The only thing missing from my equation is enough funds to complete the task.
There you go. It always come back down to money.
The only thing missing from my equation is enough funds to complete the task. That's it. That's it.
Just Cash App, FDMG, $. That's it. Just send him the money. Don't worry about his team. Don't worry about qualified individuals on deck or not. That's not your problem. That's his problem. Just send the money. So when he sabotages himself, he'll blame everybody and pocket the money and leave. That's my 8 o'clock alarm. Yep. Okay, so yep, send the money, let me pocket it, and if things go left, I'm out, and I'm just blame the government.
Is enough funds to complete the task. That's it. That's it. The school is not open yet because I don't have enough funds to do it that way. I'm not going to no bank.
Maybe maybe we need fundraising, different fundraising methods. Maybe the people that we go to.
Yeah, look at his energy, yo. He's not trying to hear. This dude. This is the leader. This is the leader after Garvey. This is their second leader. He took leadership after Garvey. This is the leader of Pan-Africanism globally.
That in place, but what I want you to understand, it takes time to build institutions. I ain't got no problem with where we are. I'm loving where we at. We got our plans done by the engineer. We got our electrician chosen. I'm meeting with my HVAC this weekend. I got my plumber on standby. Roofer did his.
This is 4 years ago, so he should be up and running very soon, right? This is 4 years ago, and he still need everything he just said he had.
Job carpenter lined up. We doing what we need to do on the time frame we're doing it in. I don't need no help outside of the team I got, which is filled with extras from the East Coast to the West Coast, brother.
I'm sure he did.
Okay, brother. I mean, these are definitely the answers that people want to know. They want to.
I'm not interested in people. I'm interested in donors, brother.
Yeah, but in order for you to get,
so I'm gonna do a deep analysis on this afterwards, of course. But I want you to hear it from his words. All right. So when I do my deep analysis, don't hate. He's saying I got everything covered. I don't need people to know my business. I'm very private. I got private investors. Don't worry about none of that. Just send your cash apps. That's what he's saying.
Get donors, though. You're going to have to satisfy these. Yes, brother. And how are you going to get donors if you don't satisfy? If
I disagree with you?
Listen. If I'm considering to be a donor, but I have certain questions that I want answered, I feel like that's legitimate.
Can I tell you why that's bullshit?
Why?
Damn.
Go ahead, please.
Respectfully?
You've
been raising money for 6.5 years, brother. If you ain't donut by now, you ain't donating. And your question.
Yeah, listen, when I seen this video, I knew he was falling apart, but I never knew he would stoop this low to be so college educated and to conclude the way he's concluding. He's coming off as a high school dropout. If you never donated in 4 to 6 years, you won't ever. How is that possible? You might have won me over. So he just counting people off.
Can I tell you why that's bullshit?
Why?
Can I?
Go ahead, please.
Respectfully?
Respectfully.
You've been raising money for 6.5 years, brother. If you ain't donut by now, you ain't donating, and your question don't matter. I'm
See,
no.
No.
Yes.
You can't assume that in the 6 years, everybody knows what you're doing.
Yo, he'll say anything. He would discount you, deny you, and reject you at all costs just to not answer any questions about the school. He'll cut everybody off. What they say, cut off your arm to spite your face. He'll cut off his arm to spite his donors. He'll do whatever it takes to not answer no questions about the school.
Wait, hang on. Hang on. Let me interject here.
I think donate by now, you ain't gonna donate, and that's all right with me.
But what if they didn't know about it? What if they're just finding out about it?
Hang on.
Watch this. He's gonna act like the entire world knows about his donations for the school.
Hang on, let me interject to both of you guys' points. To you, brother Umar, I think what for a lot of people that may be naysayers or detractors.
I don't care about the naysayers.
But listen, hang on. I don't want you to focus on them. But imagine.
Yeah, he is wild. Even Sister Rodriguez is getting it. He's just nobody who can't get it with this guy.
Someone who may just be, getting.
And by the way, family, 60 people watching, like 15 likes. Come on now, like the video.
Acclimated to your situation. Somebody could just be finding out, or maybe when they hear about you, they see the propaganda, they see the negative stuff, but they love the idea. They're in love with the, with the philosophy. So then when they go to research you to try to get more information, they're seeing they're not getting, I guess they're not getting the answers they feel like they to the questions that they want to ask, but they may possibly want to donate, or I'm not referring to the people that's just like, oh, what's he doing? I'm not referring to those people. I'm referring to people that are legitimately believing in your cause, but may possibly,
I agree with you, Queen. But to that, I'll say this quickly: I'm the most accessible black scholar in the world.
Oh my! This dude said in the world, he's the most accessible in the world. Y'all mad at Trump? He sounds like Trump.
My cell number is public. My email is public. And guess what? I do get emails from people. Doc, I just learned about you. Boom, boom, boom. Tell me about the school. We just started a loyal donors campaign the other day. And any of your viewers who are interested in signing up, please do. The loyal donors.
Hey, yo, watch the money amount for the loyal donors. Yo, this is ridiculous. Listen to the money amount.
Donors Club. It's for brothers and sisters who want to consistently donate $50 a month for bronze, $100 a month for silver, $250 a month for gold, $500 a month for platinum, and $1,000 a month for diamond. We just started that 48 hours ago.
$1,000.
Anybody who wants those links, text myself.
He said we just started that 40 hours ago. He's always starting something 40 hours, even a dating thing. Remember the whole sitcom reality dating thing that was done less than 24 hours ago. This dude said $1,000 donations a month, diamond. Like, who comes up with? He does, obviously. He said platinum, $500 a month, and gold. Who come? This is like the most elementary setup. Just donate $1,000 a month, and you're under this fictitious platinum diamond. I don't know, man. No perks, nothing. You just hey man, I'm live. This is Unbiased Ron. Yo, check it out, baby. I got Umar's platinum plan, $1,000 a month. Like, I can't even flex. How I'm gonna prove that? Ain't like he sent me something or post my name or something. Yeah, Unbiased Ron is balling out, man. He a platinum member, $1,000 a month, baby. This guy's crazy. Just no perks. Just send him money every month religiously, and don't ask any questions.
Cell number, please. 215-989-9858. 215-989-9858. They will also be put in a WhatsApp group where they will get all the updates that they want. For those who can't afford to make a consistent donation, they can go to the Cash App, $.
Send your money, ask no questions. Sounds like old school church. Umar didn't destroy Pan-Africanism. Umar is Pan-Africanism. Pan-Africanism ain't even a word if Umar doesn't talk. He is the embodiment of Pan-Africanism. So yes, it was always destroyed, but it's not really destroyed because this is Umar. He's still around, right? It ain't destroyed until he's canceled. So he could like do another finesse and do something else. But whatever he does, whatever finesse he does, it will be under the guise of Pan-Africanism. He is Pan-Africanism. Peace to Diamond, Black Love 17.
On FDMG School or the PayPal, FDMG Academy, or mail in the check or money order. They can text me for the address. It's also on the website. Here's what I would say to that, Sister Ra. They do reach out to me. And they do ask me questions, and I answer the questions. Here's what I'm saying.
He answers the questions, but it's never public.
A lot of the questions that are being posed, right? And I understand where Brother Jamar coming from because he's just being the vessel to bring it to me. I get it. Okay, I understand that. So we on the square together. But those are coming from haters. You got to understand something.
Okay. Let me understand then. So only haters ask questions. People who love you don't ask questions. They just send the money and just trust that you got it covered. Got it.
I'm probably the most influential and accomplished Black school psychologist in American history. Not probably.
Yeah, he was just the most accessible Black scholar in the world. Now he's the most decorated Black scholar in American history. This guy is wild.
Probably haters. You got to understand something. I'm probably the most influential and accomplished Black school psychologist in American history. Not probably, I am. I am. If you got a child in special ed, they've been ADHD, conduct disorder, I'm the person you came to. I've been doing this work for over 20 years. My name is etched in stone. There is no such thing as I just woke up and heard about you.
Yo, who etched the name in stone, my boy? And where'd you get that poll from? Like, who's number 2? Who's number 3? Who's number 4? Who's the top 20? You just made that up.
You're going to get some people like that, but most of our people know who I am because I help them save their kids or their children went to my school. I didn't just wake up yesterday. People.
I'm not sure if I think he engaged with, I think he showed videos where he engaged with some of the youth around his city. Like somebody helped shovel the snow and, you know, he didn't finesse a 10-year-old to help paint something outside. You know, he put them to task, So he did connect with some youth, but they was all doing something for the school. He made sure to put you to work.
People know who I am. I got the books, I got the articles, I got the resume for that.
Absolutely.
You understand? So
some people just.
So he said, whoever didn't donate by now, there's no excuses because he's the most influential. Like he's like Kendrick Lamar. You dig? Like his name is next to Kanye. Right. So he's saying there's no way you didn't hear about his school because no way you ain't hear about him. So if you ain't donate, it's because you just a hater and you purposely didn't want to. This guy is crazy.
Just woke up though. Everybody not.
But listen to me. Even if you're not in the conscious community, you know who I am. I don't belong to the conscious community. I belong to the African race. I'm the most requested Black scholar in the world, hands down. That's mainstream.
All right, so he's the most accessible Black scholar in the world. He's the most influential in American history. And now he's the most requested Black scholar in the world. Let me get this right.
But you got to
woke up though. Everybody not.
But listen to me. Even if you're not in the conscious community, you know who I am. I don't belong to the conscious community. I belong to the African race. I'm the most requested Black scholar in the world, hands down.
There's no debate, hands down. He's the most requested Black scholar in the world. He's the most accessible Black scholar. He's the most influential in American history. And he's the most requested black scholar in the world, hands down. Ain't no debate. All of whoever supported after this interview deserved to get got.
Listen to me. Even if you're not in the conscious community, you know who I am. I don't belong to the conscious community. I belong to the African race. I'm the most requested black scholar in the world, hands down. That's mainstream.
Yeah, but you got to understand how many people don't even like,
but they're not
know about scholars. Like
that's what I mean.
Like are so far removed.
Yo, he won't stop. Peace to Intuitively Wise. We got Buckhorse DC in the building, Golden Brown. Yo, Tashi D, the Mandalorian. Yo, he won't even stop. This dude is so confrontational. Oh my God. One more time. The most requested, hands down.
Thumbs
down.
I belong to that. Even if you
some people just woke
like it said, thumbs down.
up though. Everybody not.
But listen to me. Even if you're not in the conscious community, you know who I am. I don't belong to the conscious community. I belong to the African race. I'm the most requested black scholar in the world, hands down. That's mainstream.
Yeah, but you got to understand how many people don't even like,
but they're not
know about scholars. Like
that's what I mean.
Like are so far removed from.
They're not asking the negative questions.
Negative question. Listen, he's the most requested black scholar in the world. He's the most influential black scholar ever in American history, and he's the most influential. No, what did he say? He's the something else in the world. Family, he makes all those crazy claims just so to justify that you can't ask him a question. So he got to make up these ridiculous titles for himself to justify why he's not going to answer none of your peasant questions.
Like that's what I mean.
Like are so far removed from.
They're not asking the negative questions, Jamar.
Ray.
They're not. The new people are not asking the negative questions. The negative questions are the haters.
But I'm saying, is it a
so if you ask about where the money's at, you're a hater.
Negative
questions. The negative questions are the haters.
But I'm saying, is it a negative question to want transparency? You see what I'm saying?
Bro,
to just want to know what's going on.
Bro, what transparency are you talking about?
Uh-oh.
We raised the money, we bought the schools. What transparency are you talking about?
They want to know how much money, how much does the school really cost? You know, that type of transparency. Does that make sense? How much did you actually raise, and how much did the school actually cost, so that they can know what's left behind and what you're doing with that?
Raise the money, the little bit left is going to repairs. What transparency are you talking about?
Down.
You think I'm gonna put the school bank account on YouTube?
Well, of course not. Of course not.
On Twitter?
So now he goes extreme.
You think I'm gonna put the school bank account on Instagram? You out your damn mind.
I think they maybe want more of a time.
Now, Lord Jamar did not remotely hint something like that. He goes extreme and then say, that was wild. That was wild. He asked him questions. Lord Jamar was like, I'm not asking for that. And then he argued like Lord Jamar was asking those questions or asking for that. And then say you out your damn mind. Like disrespectful.
Line of when it might open or something like that.
Catering to the haters. Don't cater
No. It's not.
Now Lord Jamar is vulnerable, and he's folding to the pressure of the haters. The haters got Lord Jamar to ask Umar the most basic questions ever about the school.
Catering to the haters. We have to. Here's what we got. Here's what we got to do, though, brother. No. It's not about catering to the hate. I'm gonna tell you what I'm doing. I'm gonna tell you what I'm doing. Okay. We have to make sure we have to vet all of our people, bro. I got love for you, bro.
Everybody, then vet them other Negroes in the conscious community who ain't building shit.
Yeah, this dude energy is wild. Disrespectful cursing and is wild. Yo, Rod Digger's like, yo, what did I get myself into? This dude went wild, man.
then vet them other Negroes in the conscious community who ain't building shit.
Oh, we gonna get to them all, bro.
Jamar, wait,
we gonna get to them all.
Who else is building?
Jamar, don't discriminate.
Listen,
somebody building an institution from the grass.
Right.
Somebody. You ain't got nobody building an institution from the grass.
Right.
Somebody. You ain't got none of them. Name me a YouTuber doing what I'm doing. Any of them conscious dudes. Name one on my level. Name one builder. You crazy.
I can't.
You crazy. Yo, see, so his beef was with people in the online community who was giving him a lot of pressure. And he just put everybody with those folks. Yo, this dude is nuts.
Vet them other niggas.
This is the definition of an emotional crash out.
Of our people, bro. I got love for you, bro.
Everybody, then vet them other Negroes in the conscious community who ain't building shit.
We gonna get to
now
him.
He about to totally crash out, all because they asked for transparency of where the money's going, what is he doing next, who's on staff, regular stuff that people will ask for any project that's like 10 years older than what it's supposed to be, scheduled to be up and running. He's 10 years old.
Oh, bro.
Jamar, wait,
we gonna get to them all.
Who else is building?
Jamar, don't discriminate.
Listen,
somebody building an institution from the grass.
Right.
Name somebody. You ain't got none of them.
Damn.
Name me a YouTuber doing what I'm doing. Any of them conscious dudes. Name one on my level. Name one builder. You crazy.
I
They
can't.
tie my sneaks, bro.
I can't. All I can name is my father-in-law.
How many they kept out of jail, bro?
Okay, so all of this arguing and crash out was all done intentionally. He's not really, really mad. This is his way to not answer any questions. Okay, they do that when they come on this podcast, when they represent tetherism, Pan-Africanism, and a whole bunch of anti-FBAisms, right? When I ask the tough questions, they try to do that. And I just get quiet because I don't want to give them that excuse to hop off. So I just get quiet, let them rant. And then once they calm down, I repeat the question. You dig? That's what I do to expose these frauds like Dr. Umar. But here's the update. So I played this to give you an update where he's at right now as the school is going to be auctioned off. So I'm giving you an update of the school right now. So he was speaking to a Baba. They always speak to a Baba, never a financial consultant or a lawyer. It's always a Baba they go to for advice and guidance because Babas are free.
Call it a war because I believe the city government of Wilmington 1920 as an international holiday, decided by the Garveyites of August of 1920 as an international holiday. Now, with that being said, I want to briefly, Baba, give you a summary of the war. I'm going to call it a war because I believe the city government of Wilmington and the Negro bureaucracy has declared war on the Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey Academy. I absolutely believe that.
This is why.
Let me give you a quick timeline. In October of 2024, I emailed the Secretary for Vacant Properties for the city of Wilmington, Delaware. I was requesting a waiver because in the city of Wilmington, if you are a 501 nonprofit organization, you can get a one-time 4-year waiver, so you don't have to pay the vacant property registration fee, which is $5,000 per year. So I requested a waiver on October the 14th of 2024. The Secretary for Vacant Properties responded, and she said, if you get a bill on November the 1st, which is 2 weeks later, October 14th, she says on November the 1st, if you get a bill, you can apply for the waiver, and you need to include the bill number, the bill amount, and any evidence that you are working on this building. Well, Baba, on October 14th, I already asked for the waiver. I already asked for it. So there's no need for me to submit a new one on November the 1st because you have it right here, right now.
Yeah, this come off as those mafia killers, dope sellers that do all that dirt, and then their conscience catch up with them, and they go into their Catholic church and confess to the Pope, not a detective, not the DA. They confess to the Pope, who's not going to hold them accountable at all. Matter of fact, they're going to keep their confession secret. That's what Babas do. Babas is a Pan-Africanist Pope. They sit there and listen to you confess all your sins and guilt, and they keep it private between them two, and they go away. They don't offer no constructive criticism, no advice, no legal advice. They just listen and walk away. This is how crooks feel better.
But we submit a new one on November the 1st because you
that way crooks feel better about the crimes they commit.
Have it right here, right now. But because she didn't want to process my waiver, she didn't want to put it through, so she says, you have to do it again, basically, and add the bill number and the amount and any evidence that you're working on the school. Now, to the evidence, Baba, the electricity, the plumbing in the HVAC has already been repaired, inspected, and approved by L&I for more than a year.
Mm-hmm.
So when she's asking for proof of renovation, the renovations are done, the major.
All right, so that was an update of him trying to justify why he fell short, why the school would be sold and auctioned off, and why he can't deliver. Because the government, the city, has went to war on the school. So he's going to ride with that, to the sunset and keep whatever money that was left, or never have to speak to it, right? But here are the facts. Let's get to the facts. The facts are Wilmington does indeed charge a substantial fee for vacant properties. See, they want to encourage you. You buy a property over here, you better make use of it, right? Same thing when you buy like commercial, like you rent commercial space. And especially if you're like facing the street. Folks gonna want you can't not do business right in there. Even though you're paying rent monthly on time, they're going to want you to use that commercial building as a business, not something private or, that's just, that was a problem Math Hoffa had. They wanted them to use the barbershop as a barbershop, not as a studio all the time. Okay. One more time for the legendary crash out.
The haters.
But I'm saying, is it a negative question to want transparency? You see what I'm saying?
Bro,
to just want to know what's going on.
Bro, what transparency are you talking about? We raised the money, we bought the schools. What transparency are you talking about? We raised the money, the little bit left is going to repairs. What transparency are you talking about? You think I'm gonna put the school bank account on YouTube?
Well, of course not. Of course not.
On Twitter? You think I'm gonna put the school bank account on Instagram? You out your damn mind.
I think they maybe want more of a timeline of when it might open or something like that.
Catering to the haters. Don't cater
No. It's not catering to the haters. We have to. Here's what we got. Here's what we got to do, though, brother. No. It's not about catering to the hate. I'm gonna tell you what I'm doing. I'm gonna tell you what I'm doing.
Catering to the hate. And at first he was blaming the conscious woke podcasters, YouTube creators, and now he's blaming the government. So anyway, so Wilmington does indeed charge a substantial fee for vacant properties, typically $500 to $5,000 per year, depending on how long a building has remained unused or unoccupied. So when he bought that building, if that thing was unused for 3 to 6 years, that could be $5,000 each year. Okay, 6 years, that's 30. 5 years, you dig? That's 2025. You dig? So anyway, this is confirmed by Wilmington's Code of Ordinances. A nonprofit 501c3 can request a waiver or reduction in fees under certain conditions. And that's what he was trying to do but it's a little too late. The waiver is not automatic. So just because you file for a waiver doesn't mean it's done. It must be renewed or rejustified each year. So he has to file that waiver each year. Evidence of active rehabilitation is usually required, e.g., permits, inspections, utilities, visible work. Now, you see how he kept complaining that the lights is off, he needed donations for the lights to be on? Well, that was also part of that requirement. You got to have the lights on. You just can't buy a bando and leave it a bando. So, Umar's claim that a waiver exists for a 501c3 is plausible. Maybe, right? Maybe he's not lying. However, even with this waiver, it does not absolve a property owner from complying with building codes, safety inspections, use permits, and zoning laws, all of which are essential for opening a functional school. Umar Johnson, Jermaine Shoemaker. The bottom line, his claim about the fee and waiver appears to be based in some reality. So we can't say he's really lying about that capping. He might be exaggerating, but maybe he's absolutely correct. This is the leader of Pan-Africanism, by the way. But what he's complaining about that he might be right about, that's just one piece of the larger puzzle. He's not being honest about that, right? So he might be right about one thing, but that one thing is the reason why he's in this issue. He's in this trouble. Okay, so keep in mind, in 2014, he launched GoFundMe to raise $5 billion for the school. In 2018, he claimed to purchase the FDMG school building in Wilmington. That's 2018, we're in 2025. That's 7 years. 7 times 5,000, that's 35,000 a year. I mean, $35,000. Anyway, within 2019 to 2023, he posted intermittent updates about HVAC, plumbing, paint, and repairs. That's in between 2019 to 2023. That wasn't too much longer after he purchased school. Now, in 2024, claimed city bureaucracy is blocking the school due to a fee issue. Now, remember, he said that on the bigger podcast, the former security and camera guy for Math Hoffa, the bigger picture. Okay, but here's the issue. The real issue, and the real issues. The issue is that after over a decade of public raising, there is still, listen to what I'm saying, when he's not adding to the pie. Over a decade of public fundraising, there is still no operating license for a school, no staff, curriculum, or school board, no enrollment process, no demonstrated compliance with Delaware's private school or charter school regulations. Now, play that video with Laura Jamar because he was trying to plug Umar in with his father-in-law. They already got a school up and running. Nothing as massive as the project Umar was trying to do, but he has a functional school up and running. So he could have gave him a little game on what to expect, what he would need, and how he can get in trouble if he don't follow up. But he didn't want no advice. He said, I got a team already. He know hella people who own schools. He's good. Okay, anyway. So despite Umar claims of plumbing, HVAC, and electrical is completed, no formal, this is the problem he's having with being transparent. No formal documentation has been made available to the public or to donors, even though inspection reports and permits are typically public records. So for those who are into that, if he did inspections or permits, that's public records. Bottom line, Umar's claim that the school is being blocked only due to a fee or administrative delay does not explain the full lack of operations or education planning. Because that's not going to block your curriculum. That's not going to block your students being enrolled. You dig? Why none of that is being done? Okay, so now let's go with donor expectations versus legal responsibility. Dr. Umar asked for public donations. We know it was millions raised, right? He promised a Pan-African all-boys academy. That's what he was pitching at first. He chose a dilapidated building. Who does that? Why not buy a building state of the art and it's already up and running? All you gotta do is get permits, a little inspection, and boom, who chooses a dilapidated building where you gotta gut it and start from ground up? Who does that other than somebody who's not serious, that just want to keep the money and blame the government? So anyway, he chose a dilapidated building that needed massive renovation. He has not produced audited financial statements or transparent expense reports. That's just common sense in real estate. You don't gotta. He said, "Oh, you want to put the bank record on Facebook?" No, dude. You can just produce audited financial statements or transparent expense reports. Just the money, what you bought. That's all. How much it costs. That's all. Umar has not established a board of trustees or administrative oversight. This is when you're serious, when you do that. All right. So these are not small bureaucratic hurdles. They are structural requirements for any real educational institution. The IRS requires charitable organizations to show how funds, this is the IRS, this is why his bank accounts are frozen, allegedly by the IRS. The IRS require, and this will not be an Umar show. I'm going to read where he messed up at and we're moving on. The IRS requires charitable organizations to show how funds are spent, especially when the mission isn't being delivered. Bottom line, the city of Wilmington may be a headache. That may be true, but it didn't stop him from fundraising, planning, hiring, or launching a basic curriculum, all of which are absent. Okay? Now, so the question for you guys that listen to Umar and know much of his story and heard his final conclusion, it's a war. Okay, you got to ask yourself this. Is this really a war or is this a diversion? So Umar's recent claim, as you just heard, that the Negro bureaucrats are engaged in a war against him appears to be rhetorical shift to externalize blame. I told you that he just want to point to somebody else. While bureaucracies are frustrating and often unfair, the burden of proof falls on him to demonstrate. So you just can't make the claim to Baba. Just like a mafia can't just talk to the Pope and his one-sided story, his one-sided biased story. He had to demonstrate completed paperwork, permits, and licenses. He just talked about it. He never proved that. Even a barbershop will show you a picture in a frame of their barber's license, right? So he was supposed to demonstrate completed paperwork, permits and licenses, teacher hiring, budget planning, governance structure, open dates. That's just basic stuff, man. But guess what? Not one of those things I read off the bullet points list ever been made publicly or ever was publicly. They were made public, but they were never publicly verified. The bottom line, blaming the city may be a tactic to deflect attention from a decade long of failure to execute, like most Pan-Africanists. Anyway, while Dr. Umar is very charismatic, he's a great orator and a cultural figure. He might just be the most requested scholar in the world. He just might be the most influential Black scholar in American history. And what's the third one? And he just might be, the most accessible scholar in the world. Those all might be true. But this project appears more symbolic than educational in function. It has not met minimal criteria for what constitutes a school, even a private one. The city may have been slow or uncooperative, but no evidence suggests it deliberately blocked a fully prepared, compliant school in Papa. His recent war declaration, we just heard, may be more about controlling the narrative than actually fighting for licensing or completion. He gave up. He gave up. So, what am I saying? What am I trying to get you guys to understand? Was he blocked, or did he just fail? Now, what we can see, the evidence overwhelmingly shows Dr. Umar has failed to deliver on clear, repeated promises. That's undeniable. He has not provided documentation or transparency. He admits that. He says nobody is owed that. You haven't donated. The bureaucracy may have delayed things, but it did not prevent fund audits, curriculum development, hiring or strategic planning, community engagement. Thus, while the city of Wilmington may have created delays or confusion that he's complaining about, it's not the cause of the failure. The school has not been delivered because the founder failed to execute the basic requirements of building, funding, governing, and opening an educational institution. So Umar is the failure, and he is Pan-Africanism. So Pan-Africanism, again, has failed. Now, so many people are up, so many tethers and Pan-Africanists are upset at the post I created. Let me show you guys. This post is like really just causing them to crash out. Right here. This is the post that got a lot of tethers and Pan-Africanists up in arms. I said, did you know Haitians re-enslaved themselves right after they won their freedom against the French? Okay. Got 93 likes and we got hella comments. And all these guys, well, this thread right here, he said re-enslave themselves. Come on, man, please do better than this. What happened was, while they were still fighting the French, the British, Spanish, and mulattoes, the newly escaped slaves, not free, needed to contribute to the agriculture of the land. Hold on. Had to sneeze. Because everyone stopped working. So you have to, so you have a new nation that was in great need of labor. So they steered a movement of labor. Steered a new movement of labor to ensure food production. And he put, and this is grammatically incorrect. You don't need to put it in right here, family. Got to read a grammar book. And this is supposed to be a, not and a new economy dependent of French and other was efficient. This type of rhetoric. Okay, so he's saying what I said. Now I said, okay, well, you got all the answers, Sway. I said, bro, I'm live. Just pull up. Let's have this. I'm so polite in the comment section. Look, when I say polite, I ain't talking about the essay guy. I said, this sounds like a conversation we should have. I'm only repeating what I've read. Don't jail the messenger. Let me know if you want to join the panel. Look, it's a guy named African Curves Heaven. The fact you posted this shows people you are an agent. First of all, I posted this on my wall. My channel is called FBA News and Updates. So it doesn't surprise me if a goddamn tether calls me an agent. Okay? So you definitely prove a more insightful, accurate portrayal than the host. You took the words right out of my mouth. So I'm wrong. So I said if I'm so wrong, but nobody, and this is grammatically incorrect, but if I'm so wrong, but nobody wants to join the panel to talk about it, I said that's interesting. So everybody's making, look, even we will figure it out. But I find it strange what you said. You read no link, no source, no link, no source. What, a link and a source in a created community post? Are these guys crazy? Are they crazy? They sound like Umar. A community post is what you're trying to feel the temperature of your supporters. They're not my supporters. You post things and you put a little words there, commentary or question, and you feel the temperature because you don't want to just go live on something that folks are not interested in, right? So you put it out there, see the temperature, and if you guys feel it, right? If you like it, if you comment, and I got to decide, okay, let me do a live on this. But if nobody is reacting, and it's not it's not gonna, it ain't gonna work. But the post is not for you to source up, but the source up was yesterday. I did a live on this already. So, but I'm asking them in real time, like, yo, pull up, let's talk about it. And all they can do is call you names, say you're wrong, and don't pull up. But I stand on what I said, and I proved it. Haitians really did re-enslave themselves after they won their freedom against the French. Now, I'm not reading the chat just yet, but I am right now. So if anybody want to challenge that, you're open to challenge that. Let's see, anybody? I love seeing this type of dialogue come through my YouTube feed. Issa, we appreciate you. Let me throw you a lineage wrench, make you a moderator. Welcome to the family. Okay. Thank you for hitting the like. Did everybody else hit the like? That's the question. Okay. Because the likes is always dragging, and they're dragging today. We're 30 behind. All right. So we got, let me do some shout outs, roll calls. Ray. We got God Body Mayat. We got Israelite 1865. A Dime Divine still in the building. Guillory. Issa just popped up. We got Diamond. We got Donnie Williams. You dig? We got who else is it? We got Sonia Young. Anybody who continues to give Umar Johnson money deserve what they get. That's a fact. Let me give Sonia Young the ability to be a moderator, control the chat from the haters. And welcome with a lineage wrench. Marcus Ferris. I thought someone hacked Umar's account. Medea and Bush. It's funny. Pastor Bushy. Let me give my Marcus a lineage wrench. And dig, welcome to the family. Like the video, subscribe. Gary Wright, peace. Goddess, Yamaya, you already know. FBA Convo. Salita, Marie, let's get it. FBA Convo. What's in the building? That I got to shout out Aquarius Minded. I love to shout out my family, my supporters. And American Dream, he's back in here. Yeah, well, I was going to invite him more, but for what? He just talks and never want to listen in dialogue. So I changed my mind. Fort Lang Peace, Black Love 17. But I will play some Revenue though. Revenue called in Tariq Nasheed and embarrass himself one more time. K-Cos Speaks, Buckhorse DC. We are lit. We're lit. And we'll be more lit if you guys like the video. We got Peppermint Patty. We got Mandalorian. Yeah, so I'm not going to invite American Dream on. He just talks, and never wants to really have a real dialogue. Revenue is trash, but at least he tries to have a dialogue. If you guys don't know, Revenue is a reoccurring guest here. He got cooked. He lost every time, got debunked. He stopped trying over here. He tried to make a new name for himself. His name was Kwame over here. So then he went to Tariq. So he left me from losing and decided to go try Tariq Nasheed. So he went to him later and rebranded himself as Revenue. But so what I'm going to do is I'm going to play old video clips of quote unquote Revenue, really Kwame, and I'm going to retitle the videos Revenue. I'm going to give him his new rebranded name. And I'm going to, show y'all when he first came over here again, cooked, making the most outrageous statements ever. Like he sounds slow, he speaks slow, he reads slow, and he comprehends slow. So he's a slow guy. All right. So where we at? All right, so let's move on. So the tether wars, some people call it diaspora wars, it's really tether wars. So they keep trying. Everybody's against us. Everybody's trying to. Matter of fact, let me let Dr. Claude say it. This is what's happening, family. This is the reality. That makes sense.
And black folk cannot fight all these groups. Everybody can not always be against black folk. Because you see, they didn't come into this country with the legacies that we are stuck with.
You see that?
Everybody in America has an advantaged position but black folk. but all are in a state of denial.
All are in a state of denial. All. All means all. That doesn't say Hispanics and Asians and white Europeans and not the black immigrants. All is all. All of them are in denial. We got Amar, Kalam, Eli, Eel in the building. He said, look, let's go. Peace, brother. Go ahead and like the video. Subscribe. Yeah, man, the likes is slacking, but let's go. Listen to, she's from Nigeria. I heard from her chat. Let's see.
Today I said I'm going to talk about this because I feel like it just popped up from nowhere again. It's always happening. I never invest my time into like really spending time to know what exactly is going on when they say Black Americans and Africans are fighting. Number one, when did we start fighting? Nobody gave me the memo.
I'm sorry, man. This accent is just so, I can never, like, I'm just saying, I can never tolerate that in my ear all goddamn day. Like this accent from her, it might just be her, but this is not attractive.
Confused. Number two, when I set out to now say, okay, let me see what exactly the fight is about, I feel it's rubbish. Personally, absolute nonsense.
What the fight is about. Like, we really got time to be fighting with a third world country that got a city called, was it Lagos? And it's literally a city on dead water. You heard me. Dead water, no fish, nothing live is living there. And there's no ground. There's no ground. All of the homes are built over this water. They drink from the water. They bathe in the water. They cook from the water. And yes, unfortunately, they poop in the water. Okay? That's called Lagos. Lagos. Tell me I'm lying. Okay? They have cities like that in Nigeria. And they have the nerve to act like we want to pick a fight with them. Like, no, ma'am, you're looking at us. You want to pick a fight with us. Okay. And what could the fight possibly be about? That's even nothing. You're looking at us, how great we are, and you're looking with hate because all of you guys are trying to come over here and you're mad we're already over here. And you're double mad we built the country. And you're triple mad we can't get deported, so you can never really fully replace us. All right, so stop pretending that you don't know why your family and your lineage got deep-rooted hate for a grand rising lineage named FBA. This is you're looking at a young tether. JJ Morris.
Most of the things that people are complaining about, I have never for once in my house sat down to say, oh, I have a problem with this whole group of people and I just hate them. Of course, being different makes us have different values, and it doesn't mean I agree with every single value.
So look how she minimized their hatred towards us. This is ridiculous.
Value, and I don't expect a different group to agree with every single value that I have. So let me say, for instance, now I was just looking at some tweets, and this is a very old tweet because, like I said, I went all the way down. And this guy said, it's not really diaspora war, it's Black Americans tired of being collectively shitted on by the diaspora. Okay, so I'm trying to understand, who is the diaspora? Because if we're going to say Africans are the diaspora and we are coming to be shitting on Black Americans, nobody gave me newsletter. So know that this particular conversation that I am trying to have has to do with me trying to like really now walk in and say,
okay, so according to this tether, because something is unbeknownst to her, just because she's unaware of something, that means it cannot exist. It has to come through her for it to be verified or authentic. That's what this tether is basically communicating to us.
Yeah, guys, I heard there has been war. What exactly is it about? Because I don't understand why I would invest my time hating on a whole group of people. It doesn't make any sense, especially if I see them outside. The last thing that comes to my mind is this person Black American or is this person African? Like, that is the last thing on my mind. I don't care. You are Black. We good. I don't know. Like,
That's the last thing in your mind, but the first thing in your mind is fleeing your country and running to America. Okay, so that might be the last thing in your mind. But it's no doubt that the first thing on your mind is fleeing your country and coming to America.
I don't get it. This other person tweets and says, I found that diaspora wars pretty much just means the diaspora rejects Black Americans having our own ethnicity, cultural boundaries, and they take issue with us wanting to patronize ourselves the same way they've always patronized themselves.
Okay, so she's getting the answers. So she's acting like she's unbeknownst to why we're calling them out. So she's getting the answers. But look, it's her replies like Umar's to Lord Jamar and Rodiga. Nothing is like sensible to her. Nothing is plausible. Nothing can just make sense. And she's just out of the loop. It's just automatically ridiculous. Look at her face after reading that comment. That says everything. That's why I'm telling you guys. These are the least people. These are the last people that I'm trying to build anything with. But let me be clear. They could come on a panel. We could chop it up. We can, talk about things all day long. But I am zero interested in building anything with them. Don't mean I hate them. Don't mean we can't chit chat and drink coffee and have a good time just talking about what we're talking about now and having a good relationship, whatever. But I am zero interested being involved in building anything with them. They got to build their own stuff. They got to hold their own nuts. I'm good with that. I'm not helping them out with nothing. Okay? That's just me.
How are you talking about Africa? Let me explain something to you. Me as a Nigerian, we have a problem, because we don't even patronize ourselves. We are going to China. Nigerians are ready to buy anything as far as is happy.
But what they got to do with the comment, though? Your personal civil wars. What is your personal civil wars got to do with the comments?
So what do you mean by we are patronizing ourselves and we don't want to patronize Black America? If it's good, we'll buy it. Look, let me tell you something. We don't care. We have many.
So she's going to speak for all Nigerians. If it's good, we'll buy it. Yo, we really don't want you to buy anything from us. To be honest. Like, if you do, fine. But we really ain't marketing to Nigerians at all. Okay? Not the average Black American. Not the average foundational Black American. We're not marketing anything to you guys. If it's good, we'll buy it. Are you serious? How is it possible? I keep saying this. I think I'm the first person to say this. How is it possible that you guys are in America? You guys are actually in foundational Black America. You're in Black America, Black societies, Black cities. How is it possible that we never run into each other during our daily lives? We live in the same city. We work at the same jobs. How is it possible we never run into each other? We run into whites, Hispanics, we run into Chinese, Indians, everybody else, Arabs, but we never run into Africans. Family, I'm telling you, the lineage. I already know you didn't. You don't run into them at all, especially you guys that is around them. If you're in the deep South, yeah, it ain't happening. But if you live in cities where they're at, towns where they're at, how is it possible that you never run into those guys? Africans. And I'm telling you, it's because they purposely avoid us. They know where we know what we like, they know where we be, and they go the opposite way. All right? It's purposely done. They stage it. It's staged. They make sure if we're going to this place at 2 o'clock or we're done at 5, then they're going there at 6:30. Or if we go there at 5 p.m. and end at 7, they're going there at 12 o'clock p.m. and they'll be out by 3. Like, they study our behaviors, they know where we'll be, what time, and they make sure we're gone and long gone before they visit that same place. They purposely avoid us. They believe their doctrine. Their doctrine says that foundational Black Americans are lazy, we're thugs, we're, no good, and they believe that. And that's why they avoid us at all costs. Let's listen to more tether babble.
Any problem. Number one, our government. That's the first thing on an average African mind. A Nigerian, the first thing on my head is how much problem I'm struggling with in my country. I can't even live properly because there's corruption everywhere. So believe me when I say nobody is trying to step in and say, oh, we have a problem. Why are Black Americans, patronizing each other? I can't. I don't know if
What the hell was that? She's trying to cosplay as a foundation Black American woman so bad. Nobody does that. Look at this.
I can't.
What was that? Like, everything about you is a cosplay of a foundation Black American woman, and nobody does that. Yeah, you should watch more. You should study more TikTok. That's not how we behave. That's wrong.
I don't know if I can speak for every single African or Nigerian.
But you just tried to, though. You just tried to. You said nobody. We don't think about FBAs. We. You're speaking for everybody.
I'm saying Nigerian because I am Nigerian, but personally speaking, I feel like as an average Nigerian, I can tell you wholeheartedly that you are not living rent-free inside my head. We have serious issues here. We are patronizing anybody that offers anything good. And it's even a problem to us because it's like you don't even respect your own people's thing. Like, why not patronize what your people have here? Instead, we are, like I said, going to China. So believe me,
I think she got the memo, but she misread the memo. She missed all that intellect, all that Nigerian wisdom. She didn't comprehend the memo.
I think that is what diaspora war is. And the latest conversation that I have seen popped up that made me start researching what exactly is going on with this whole Black versus Black.
Okay, so remember, she just acquitted, family, you're not retarded. She just acquitted Africa's involvement as being the blame. Africans got no time for that. They got their own business. But now she did further investigation. I never watched this whole thing. This is live reaction right now. So I'm just predicting. She's claiming she did further investigation. Let's see if her charge is that we started it. We are the jealous people. I'm just interested because she's saying she did further investigation.
Made me start researching. And the latest conversation that I have seen popped up that made me start researching what exactly is going on with this whole Black versus Black, because that's what it is. Black people versus Black people. It's just that
No, you're not Black, and we're not versing you. There's no competition. But we're going to stand up for ourselves and defend ourselves and respect our ancestors. But there's no competition, and you're not Black. You said you're Nigerian. Stay there. We're Black. We don't say anything else. We don't say we're Black and then say we're something else. You said you're Nigerian. Stay right there. You're not Black. You're Nigerian, and I'm Black.
In this continent, and some are in this other continent, and have different background stories and different cultures, which is fine. You can appreciate people's cultures. Like, there is no way I'm going to say that as a Nigerian, I am not strongly influenced by things that happen in America as a whole.
FBA
to be sincere, it's not even just by a certain group in America. America as a whole. Because America is like a world-leading power. Automatically, they have a lot of influence on the rest of the world, not even just Africa. So wanting to coming out and saying, oh, this is my own culture too, or not holistically, or going into the idea of wanting to adopt someone else's culture and bring in mine, is not me trying to impose on anyone else. It's me being proud of who I am. And look, if you are not Nigerian, I'm speaking especially for Nigeria, I want to give you people a sound note of warning. You see, Nigerians, we can raise shoulder, and it's such a problem.
Yo, what the hell is she talking about? Let me fast forward some of this. God damn.
And when we started fighting and why we are fighting in the first place, seeing as, like I said, if you are walking down the street as a Black person, I do not care or wonder, oh, is this person Black from this continent or Black from this continent? Like, you are Black. If you are cool.
Now, here they go. See, but that's the problem right there. You're not Black. All right. So let's start right there. So you just contradicted everything you just said. You just said that you don't mind our business. You don't step in our way. You mind your own business and you focus on yourself. But the fact that you're calling yourself Black, you are now minding our business. You're co-opting our identity. You don't even realize that. You're not Black. You're Nigerian. Matter of fact, let me tell her. That's why in the song that I wrote for the FBA National Anthem, I say we're the only black people. You are the only eat rat, eat cats people. You're not black. All right. Matter of fact, let me just share the song with you guys. This is the FBA National Anthem.
The white power structure.
That show me subscribe.
Make no mistake, we're the only black people and y'all the only eat rat, eat cat people. You ain't black, you ain't that. Matter of fact, your black is repo, I'm taking it back. Cause y'all making it whack, faking jacks, y'all from the slave, raiding the tax. Bitch. We built the foundation, our innovations were groundbreaking. Y'all ain't wanna get down, now you're around, hating, faking. With the lineage in and out, the ground shaking. Someone say, FBA, we don't run away. We stay, we slay, we pray, we say, Someone say, FBA, we don't run away. We stay, we slay, we pray, we say, mistake, we're the only black people and y'all the only eat rat, eat cat people. You ain't black, you ain't that. Matter of fact, your black is repo, I'm taking it back. Cause y'all making it whack, faking jacks, y'all from the slave, raiding the tax. Breaks, pause, we built the foundation, our innovations were groundbreaking. Y'all ain't wanna get down, now you around, hating, faking, with the lineage eating, now the ground shaking. Someone say, FBA, we don't run away. We stay, we slay, we pray, we say, Someone say, FBA, we don't run away. We stay, we slay, we pray, we say,
Now, Pan-Africanism been around for 200 years that we know of. Where is their national anthem song? You dig? Complete nothing burger. All right, let's hear some more of this tether rant.
Who?
Aspiring Heights.
Right?
Baker
and
Boy.
I started seeing some things, and it's like jump
Brenton
and backlash
Schaefer.
from one to the other. And I saw this particular Black American. If you don't want to be called African American, I'm intentionally saying Black because apparently part of my research showed that some people don't even want to be called African American, so Black. Okay. So I saw this particular Black American. This one, I don't even know if I should relate it, but it made me laugh. And this is what she said.
We don't eat African food like that. African food ain't good.
Oh, this hurts her soul. I already know, because she went crazy dumb hard.
Black people eat Jamaican food. Hell, we'll eat Indian food, Chinese food before we go buy African food. Africans had to eat out of necessity. You know what I'm saying? They didn't have spices and stuff like that over there.
Wait, auntie. Okay, let's finish the video because, like I said, I had watched it. I wish I gave a fresh reaction to you guys, but I have been laughing.
I told you what I said. I said what she's gonna do is what she already did. All of the Nigerian blame, all the Nigerian hate, I said she's gonna acquit it and make up excuses. I said, but then she's gonna look at us and charge us. That's what they all do. They all say, Nigerians, no, we don't do this. We don't do that. I can't speak for all, but no, I'm the average Nigerian. We don't do things. No, 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 no way. And then they look at us. And here she is charging us. This is what they all do. All right. Hilarious.
To fix my makeup like twice because I have been laughing. Let's finish.
Accustomed to eating the way they've been eating. They never changed the fufu nasty as hell. Y'all don't know how to put no seasoning, no salt, pepper, so butter over the damn food. Y'all food is too.
You got a fake laughing. Fake laughing. You are lucky she ain't adding the cat recipe. You dig how y'all fillet the cats? You lucky she ain't add that in there.
Number one, I actually don't like fufu. Number two, the way she's making this sound, I'm sorry, but you're not supposed to eat fufu by itself. So if you went to go and buy only fufu, that's on you. And number three, it's basically I find it so annoying that it is only fufu and jollof rice they use to make Nigeria, for instance, popular because
we are not trying. Look at the fake laughing. We are not trying to be educated on how to eat that goddamn garbage. Okay, you guys got no FDA, no sanitary rules. We ain't. Nah, I'm good. Okay, over here we are probably the most clean. Where we supposed to be. I would say our guideline. We're not, but our guidelines and laws. If we go by them, we should be the most cleanest people in the world, the most clean people in the world. Okay, you don't have no FDA over there in Nigeria. You don't have no governing body to make sure that you guys wash your hands when you come out the bathroom, you wear gloves and you wear face masks. You don't have those regulatory governing body rules in Nigeria. Ain't nobody trying to be educated how your plate is made and how to eat it.
Guys, what do you mean by we don't have spice? Oh my Lord, I need to calm down. And I'm not even laughing because I don't even know. It's just funny to me because I find it hilarious.
Fake
like
laughing.
What? Bro, do you know, Loki, I feel like very sad that this is the narrative because if some people are upset that Africans or some Africans are trying to introduce their culture into America, right?
We're not upset. Again, she's changing the narrative. You just said you don't know about the diaspora wars and you went to research it. So what part of the conversation was we're upset that a few of you tethers are bringing your African culture to America? We don't care. We're never going to buy into it. We're going to be FBA, and our culture is the most influential and most known in the world. Your African dishes nobody know about. Your African clothes, your African cologne, perfume, whatever you got going on, your incense, nobody knows about that. We only know for Africa for a few things: starvation, eating cats, and pooping in the goddamn streets. And always taking an L from white supremacy. We don't know you guys to do anything great. So don't try to change the narrative.
Why should you be upset with that? You didn't seem to have a problem when the Chinese brought their food. You didn't seem to have a problem.
They always want to bring in another ethnicity, another ethnic group. They always do that. No, let's stay on you guys. Don't worry about Chinese people. Don't worry about the Italians. Okay, because we already did that. Don't worry about Mexicans. Worry about you. Okay, that's when you know she's hurt. If you were not hurt, you wouldn't. If you were not hurt by what that lady said, that beautiful FBA sister said, you wouldn't have been saying what you're saying now. Why are you worried about our reaction to Chinese food? Chinese food tastes actually good. Okay, and it looks good. Some of it.
When Indians brought their food, like
no, I don't eat Indian food. Okay, so you're capping now. You should have said Italians. See, she didn't even know what we eat over here as far as foreign dishes. Like, quickly you could easily say Thai food, Chinese food, off the top, Italian food, Mexican food. That's what we normally eat outside of our American dishes. Jamaican food. You dig? Indian food. What the hell? We don't eat Indian food.
Once everybody else can bring their stuff and say, hey, I'd like to share with you guys, like, would you like to try this? And then when Africans start bringing theirs, it's like, yuck, nasty, y'all eat out of necessity. You don't eat to spice your food. You eat because if you don't eat.
Look at, she's trying to cover her tears with laughter. Look, man, we see right through that.
You would die. Oh my God, like
fake laughing.
Nah, I feel like catch yourself in that one because that doesn't make any sense. I need you guys to understand that, because you are watching a lot of propaganda about all the African village.
No, they're not watching propaganda. You just said the dishes are over here in America. You just said if we order Fulani, whatever you just said by ourselves, that's our fault. That's not propaganda. That's called experience. That's called taste testing. So if we order, we got to order it all together. Like, for example, when you order Chinese food, they separate the rice from the meal a lot of times. So if we want to, we can eat the rice separate or later. So we don't got to eat the rice with the food in order for the food to taste good. So if you got to eat all that garbage together to make it appetizing, palatable, that's a horrible representation of a tasty meal. If a meal is tasty, you should be able to eat it. Like you could eat an egg roll. If you go to Johnny's store, you could eat an egg roll with the chicken wings, or you know what I mean, with the fried damn rice. You could eat the egg roll first, last, in the middle, and it's still good. Vegetable spring rolls, still good. The chicken wings, you eat it first, in the middle, last, still good. But when it comes to your dishes, we got to eat things in order. Yeah, that doesn't sound like something I want to experience.
And all the, remote
Unique banks.
bushes that some, Africans live in suddenly means that those are the people that are bringing food for you to eat. Like, Chelsea, come on now. You gotta relax. So let's finish this video.
Food is too bland. And y'all tried to compare it with jambalaya and gumbo, Creole, New Orleans. Oh no, y'all need to cut that one out. And people just need to be real. Because you come over here in this country, you don't see no long lines.
Right. Hey, yo, shout out to Kia Harris for the lineage love in the super chat. She's definitely appreciating and finding value in the content. This very great morning, grand rising to you. She says, how you eat fufu with your fingers after, oh my God, pooping in the streets. They have no bathrooms, cow pee showers, and mosquito burgers with SHIT sidewalks. Facts. That's what I say. They have no real system to clean themselves. Facts, Kia Harris. Thanks for the super chat. Love. You dig?
Of people in the African restaurant. You see them in everybody else's restaurant except the African need to be real. Because you come over here in this country, you don't see no long lines of people in the African restaurant.
At all.
You see them in everybody else's restaurant except the African restaurant. You see them in the Jamaican restaurant. Any type of Caribbean restaurant. Like I said, Jamaican restaurant, Indian restaurant, shit, Mediterranean restaurant. But African food is not good. So quit trying to compare with anything else. That jollof rice nasty as hell. Y'all need to put some. And I'm going to double down on it. Jollof rice is dry. That's one of the reasons it's dry. I've been in the company of Africans that do stuff like fried fish with the head on it and the bone still in it. and chewing on the bones, talking about y'all scared of bones. Hell yeah. Don't nobody want to choke. Or a boiled egg in the middle of rice.
Two facts to black. Yo, look at the fake laughter. Get yourself together, Tether.
I was laughing because Nigerians know Ghanaians, you are the reason for this problem. Can you see yourself? Can you see what's happening? Look, let's just finish the video. But before we do, I just want to say this, ma'am. Even I have not finished trying every single Nigerian cuisine. Talk less of every single African cuisine. So for you to just sum up Africa and say the entire food, everything that we serve as food is as I can't even blame yourself because it's actually legit. Like, you don't really see people running to go and buy African food the way you would see people running to get Chinese or
why? Tell us
Mexican.
why.
I love Mexican, but I'm just trying to say that, see, we have not just marketed ourselves well. We Africans,
market yourselves well. What?
Nigerians, especially. Let's be honest. If you want to know us, let me tell you a bit about us, sister. We are consumers. Not very much good at the producers part. We consume. Yeah. Very hardworking. We'll go places, we'll do things.
Oh my, now the hardworking. What about the scamming? How about, can you address the scamming? Let me put that in the chat. To get rid of peace of my mind. How you guys so hardworking, but also known as the scammers of the world? Here you go, this lie, this hardworking
we
lie.
consume. Yeah. Very hardworking. We'll go places, we'll do things, but we like to buy. So that's why you will not see us investing in trying to, put a name out there, which I want to encourage us to try and do so that we can stop having this narrative, so that people cannot be boxing all of us inside one small container. The entire.
Yeah, look how her whole demeanor changed. Remember earlier, she was clueless and baffled by what she called the fighting between Tethers and FBAs and what's going on? Why can't we love each other? Now look at her attitude now. Yeah, come on, man. You all in, dog. This woman try to act like she's just innocent. What's going on? I don't know anything. Look at her attitude now. She is so manly and masculine and hurt.
Continent of Africa is really big. It's massive. That thing is seen inside map that they have made us look chinkuli is a lie.
Yeah, what are you saying?
You have a lot to get from us. Okay, calm down.
Okay, now calm down. Look at the attitude change. God damn, you are hurt.
Let's finish the video though.
So I can laugh for real.
Like they just put food together. It don't even sound good together. They just put it together. Like I said, eating out of necessity.
Oh, she's one of them people. Okay, first of all, her profile picture. Now you could tell that she's probably very, very dark skinned. There's nothing wrong with that. It's only something wrong with it when you think it is. You dig? When you got thrown cake soap, you think something wrong with your melanin, right? Your melanin expression through your skin. She's one of those Africans that's very dark skinned that puts the bright light on her face and a lot of cake soap makeup. I'm looking at her profile picture. She looks nothing like that. She looks like Beyonce, okay, for her skin tone. So she's one of those Africans. Matter of fact, I should embarrass her and show her Instagram stuff. And she's also the African that mostly all of her videos that is worth a damn, she got the Diaspora Awards in the title. Okay, let me see this Instagram. Oh my God, y'all tell me, is she Beyonce color or not? This is her. Yeah, how do you go from this and you're darker than that? How do you go from that to that? That is not the same. This is when people get called catfish. You dig? You got this on your dating profile, then a guy meets this. He like, yo, what the hell? Yeah, that's called catfishing. Or they call it fish split. Well, I forgot the dating term.
And even though financially you have come up, you have not stopped eating the same way. And don't nobody want that. Yes, you do have some spices, but...
Hold on. Look how light-skinned she is right now. I mean, this is just hideous. Like, Africans are obsessed in looking like a light-skinned mulatto woman. Look at this. That's crazy. You know how long it took to paint her face like that? And she's hoping that thing stay permanent.
African spices, it don't compare to soul food, southern cooking spices, and Jamaican spices. We'll eat Mexican food, like I said, soul food, southern food, Thai food, Chinese food, Indian food. We'll eat all those foods, but we're not eating African food. And you can tell that by the restaurant. Nobody's getting rich off African food in America.
Now look at her. This is her right here. Told you, man, you can't trick me. She's very, very melanated. There's nothing wrong with that. It's only something wrong with it when you think something wrong with it. And she's over here trying to, like, she's not doing an African dance. Okay, there you go. That's how she really looks. I told you. So when they put all this cake soap on and look like Beyonce, that's just hilarious to me, man.
They getting rich off of everything else. So try to compare yourself to New Orleans Creole gumbo, you crazy. It's laughable, actually. It's actually laughable.
Hold on. Some more Beyonce pictures. Look at this. Yeah, how much damn, yeah, she didn't bought. Look, God damn. Yeah, she got to be a platinum buyer for cake soap. They do not want to be dark skinned. She hate all the Africanness. Oh, FBAs, you got African ancestry. Yeah, but you hate your African ancestry. Like you hate the expression of it. You hate how it shows through your phenotype.
Nobody is going to root over your food over New Orleans food. People go to New Orleans just to eat. They go there just to eat. Nobody goes to Africa just to eat.
Sorry. Look, at the end of the day,
Okay, she ain't light skin right here. Y'all gonna tell me she ain't light skin? Look at this. That's crazy. And she got the camera on super bright. That is ridiculous, man. She got the camera on super bright.
the day, if you don't like African food, it does not mean we should
Oh,
be
I almost missed the. So now she's trying to say it's all about African food. You dig? That's why we're calling these tethers out. Hey, Salik Bey, man, peace. For the super chat, the lineage love. But I want to say this though, for all the supporters, I appreciate you guys. Matter of fact, where's the likes? The likes should not be terrible. The likes should be up there. Yeah, come on now. Look, I love you guys. You're the lineage. I got your back. But we got to have each other back equally. All I'm asking for is a simple like. That's it. To keep these videos in the news feed of other folks of the same lineage. You see them coming in every day, joining the family reunion, joining the cookout. We're having a great time. Your likes is what do that. Okay? That's all. Noki, peace. Yeah, just like the video. 2 seconds. I know you're enjoying the content, but just take a second out. That's going to help us out big time.
fighting. Why are we fighting? What's the problem? Oh, you people
Why are we fighting? Who's fighting?
think you're better than us. I've heard that one. Like I've been seeing that online. Part of things.
Yo, we don't think you think you're better than us. We don't care if you think that. We know you're not. You guys have produced nothing globally. You just said it. You said you guys are consumers. You're not producers. You have done nothing in the world to really make us believe you are better than us. Now, we know you can delude yourself to believe that to try to bring us down. But trust me, there's no foundational Black American on this planet that ever lived that thinks that you guys truly believe you're better than us. Okay. You don't have a history. You don't have no receipts. You have nobody in your lineage that really done anything great nowhere near us. So there's no way we'll ever believe that.
I'm checking like Africans think they are better than us. They're so proud. Of course not. Africans are just, we're trying to survive.
Oh boy, and scam.
Like I said, it's they're making. Look, human beings will be human beings.
Oh shit.
Like, oh, I get there and they're calling me African booty scratcher and they're insulting me and it's like
nobody's calling you. Well, I'm gonna call you one now. You're African booty scratcher, but nobody calls you that for real, for real.
I'm the butt of the joke every time. I don't really get that from white people, but African Americans or Black Americans.
I told you, family. What did I say? I said that, well, we got African booty scratcher from white people. Okay, but what did I tell you guys? I never watched this whole video. I said what she's gonna do is called the. I'm gonna give it a name. It's called the Nigerian neglect. It's called the Nigerian neglect. Okay, they're going to talk about the quote unquote diaspora wars. They're going to make up excuses for every African who says something foul about or undermined us, whatever, right? They're going to make up excuses for every last one of them. Then when they reevaluate us or look at us, when they evaluate us, they're going to blame us. I told you, I said that earlier. I said they're going to acquit themselves, drop the charges on themselves, and then they're going to look at us and charge us. She's doing it now.
It's like, oh, I get there and they're calling me African booty scratcher and they're insulting me and it's like I am the butt of the joke every time. I don't really get that from white people, but
yeah, see, I told you. So I'm done. I think the point was made there. There's nothing we can do with them, guy. There's nothing. They won't hold themselves accountable at all. They will always drop the charges off from themselves. Hey man, peace to yeah, you know her feet look like fucking burnt toast. Hey, peace to who was that I just seen in the chat? Was it Peace Tiger? All right, yeah, so I'm not like there's a real disconnection between people from the continent and FBAs, and I think that's like so far from being worked out. You dig? Where it's not even worth even entertaining. Like I said, I wouldn't mind talking to an African person on the panel. I'm talking about from the continent. I wouldn't mind having a build on these talking points, but as far as FBAs like trying to work something out like physically with Africa, the continent, nah, not interested. Oh, okay, so I had something over here. So should I play revenue? Nah, I'm gonna play revenue a little later because I'm already pissed off by her. Okay, so I'm trying to get the folks who believe I was lying when I said the Haitians re-enslaved themselves after they freed themselves. I was trying to get them on and have a discussion with them, but they just was running their mouth. They're really not trying to deal with the truth. So let's go here. Let's go here. Let's finish up here.
That's your fault. That's not our fault. That's your fault that you can't read. Right? That you won't read. Say
now the guy who said this said we can't read. Hold on. He said we can't read, but he says this.
Nor do I throw shots at that brother. Not at all. I appreciate what he does, you know, the positive, the good that he's done. I don't destroy that brother. I don't talk about that brother. And I mean, am I lying about? Have I said anything negative or nasty or throw shots at that brother?
I never lied on him. He got pseudo documentary.
No, I'm talking about me right now.
No, I said no. You've never lied on him. I'm saying I'm the one.
No, disrespected him. That's what I mean. I didn't
no, y'all cool. You talk to him like, look, that's bull crap. Just because you think that indigenous black people was in America, that's your fault for not being able to read and write. Mm-hmm. That's your fault. That's not our fault. That's your fault that you can't read, right? That you won't read, say, a Pan-African document.
Okay, what the hell is a Pan-African document? What the hell is that?
That clearly details the prehistory of Africa. It's called the Pan-African Congress of Prehistory. Y'all didn't know that. They established a scientific discipline on that. Y'all didn't know the Pan-African? I never hear that. Yeah, that's part of Pan-Africanism arriving during the slave trade. There is no a mistake and a misstep to say Tariq and them read that document, right? Instead of talking crazy about it, right? Then they would have known that it was a mistake and a misstep to say that there's an indigenous black people in America prior to Africans from Africa arriving during the slave trade. There is no ethnogenesis between African Americans or Africans that was enslaved and brought to the continent. I mean, brought to the Americas with a group, an indigenous black group. There's no such thing as that. That's made up. It's indigenous North Americans, right? Native Americans, enslaved Africans and Europeans. And that's forms.
Okay, so after he came on my channel and denied the slave trade, now he's admitting that there was a slave trade. He tried to lie and say white people came and took us from Africa and brought us over here on slave ships and dropped us off in the diaspora. After getting cooked and debunked in real time, now all of a sudden he's admitting that there was a slave trade.
What we call African Americans. And under the banner of African Americans, you can say foundational, because when they get right down to it, when it's time to get the money, you're talking about people that their grandparents and them and great-great-great-great-grandparents was actually enslaved, not the people that came over after that. So we can make that distinction without arguing with each other, right? So instead of pulling things apart, right, the two actually help the things. And it's just crazy for me. And it's called education. It's called what we talk about. Mm-hmm. Why y'all got to be the center in Africa? Well, in any book based in paleontology, right? Okay. See, this is where they get it wrong. See, we have a few books based in anthropology, right? We don't just have one. We have several college level books on anthropology, and guess where they start at? They center humanity around Africa. So you mad at a group of African Americans and African people in the continent of Africa that was doing it before it was proper amongst white people to do it. See, that's the proper thing to do amongst college level students these days and professors now. That's the proper thing to do. In 1947, it wasn't. Okay, in 1947, it wasn't proper. Now it's proper, but it's made proper because of Pan-African movements. See, they don't know that. See, they talk crazy. They talk reckless and disrespectful.
Yeah, and I'm looking, Nikki, I appreciate your input, sweetie.
Yeah, they are trying so hard to prove Pan-Africanism did something. Well, why don't you show us what they built? Because FBAs, we built the country. What did Pan-Africanism build? They built failures. They built failure leaders. Their first leader was Marcus Garvey, failed, flopped, they got deported, scammer. And now their second leader, Dr. Umar Johnson, failed, flopped, and he's a alleged scammer. We're waiting to see on that one. We're waiting for the verdict on that one. But both of their only leaders that we know of, Marcus Garvey and Umar Johnson, and both of them has been the most requested scholars. Both of them has been the most influential. Both of them, what's the last one? Both of them are the most requested, okay? And they are the most failed. So two leaders, they had two chances to be successful, to bring to put Pan-Africanism on the map, and they failed miserably. The fleet of ships never happened, never sailed, and the school, the Bando school, never had students. So try again, man. Y'all built nothing. Just two failed leaders. And who's the third leader? Who's the next one?
But don't make definitive or declarative statements from a position of ignorance. So you said, I'm not against Pan-Africanism, but they're not doing it in Africa. They actually are. And I'm just going to give you one example to help you out.
They always got the one example. They're not doing it in Africa, man. It's 54 countries. If they were doing it in Africa, you don't got to give one example. It'd have been self-evident. So, for example, Ibrahim Traoré, he made the headlines. Okay, so he was doing something. He's not a Pan-Africanist though, in the sense that we define it. He's in a Pan-Africanist in the sense. Okay, so a lot of leaders of countries in Africa, they see Pan-Africanism as exclusively linking up with other African countries and other Africans on the continent. They don't really see Pan-Africanism like abroad. So Ibrahim Traoré, Burkina Faso, they do business and deals and line themselves up with Mali, Chad, those countries over there, like 3-4 countries. And they call that Pan-Africanism within themselves. They're not extending those deals and treaties to another Kenya somewhere. Now, they got their own little thing they're doing. And that's between them. They all cut ties with the English Western powers. They all cut ties with the French. They all embraced Russia. So that they're doing something, they agree on something, and they're all following the blueprint together. Ibrahim Traoré was just the last one. He wasn't the first one. Those other countries been told the French they got to leave, and the other ones already replaced the French with Russia, Putin. The only one we heard about publicly was Ibrahim Traoré. He was the last one. Okay, so he just caught up to the other countries. Another lineage super chat, Maxwell Jenkins. I definitely appreciate that love, brother. He says, at work, but listening, peace and salute. Thank you, bro. I hope we can entertain you and bring you information that could help your day go by quick.
Really, I want you to Google the Alliance of the Sahel States, right?
Oh, boy.
The AES. And then come back to the conversation. Go ahead, brother.
No, but what are they doing? What are they built? More importantly, what are they building? What are they establishing? They've just been talking. That's the problem. Pan-African has been talking for that we know of for 200 years, and there's nothing to look at to say, hey, Pan-Africanism built that. Nothing. Always in a perpetual state of talking. Conferences, that's all they do. They have a conference and talk about ruling the world, what kind of shit, and then everybody feel good. They eat the jail off rice and all this African nasty food, and then they just go away. right back into their huts, right back into their villages, and just look at us from the other side of the world and just hate and be jealous. Like, man, if those damn FBAs joined our conferences, we'll be successful.
Did you want to pull that up though?
Charlie Shaw.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I can. I mean, I can.
Yeah, but you're not gonna do it because we're gonna read that thing and see it's a nothing burger. Matter of fact, why not? I'll do it. Is she gonna do it?
And it's the alliance.
You got the president of Burkina Faso.
Exactly.
He's the Pan-African.
Wait. What did he say?
I'm not. Yeah, I can. I mean, I can. It's the alliance.
You got the president of Burkina Faso.
Exactly.
Yeah, did he say Burkina Faso? Okay, brother. Let me help you out, bro. It's not called this. That's what it's not called. You got to put the F in there, buddy. But you said we don't read. You got to take that out and put that there. Okay, it's Faso, not Baso. All right, but peace to Kia Harris right back in there with some more Lineage Love. She got a link in there. Let me click. Oh, Hirsch, let me click that link. $4.99 Lineage Love super chat. Appreciate you. All right. Yeah, but it's definitely not called Burkina Faso. Okay, yeah. And wait, is that the wait, I can't play the song because I get flagged. They do have copyright rules in a third world shithole country. All right, hold on. Look at this. Who said we got no Wata in Africa? Oh, it's on mute. Let me do it. Yeah, they got Eagle jerseys. Look, but they say they're not cosplaying us. They say they're minding their own business. They're so busy with their hard work. Look at these guys. Philadelphia Eagles and the New York Giants. And they got a Patriots hat on. Like, really? Is that a Nick hat? Oh my God. He got a Nick hat with the New York Giant. Look at this. Yeah, that was disgusting. Yeah. No talent at all. Just chaotic dancing. And but they say hip hop came from Africa. Ain't nothing about that was hip hop. Okay. So let me get back to this Burkina Faso. There's not a B in Bas. It's an F. It's Faso.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I can. I mean, I can. It's the alliance.
You got
the president of Burkina Faso.
Exactly.
He's the Pan-African. He
Everybody, there's no such thing as called Baso. It's Faso with an F. But I get what he's trying to say. But you got to be humble. Chat, let's get it. We're getting better with likes. We got Kizaya in the building. Mama Dead. Let's get a few more likes. We can Satchel possibly don't have on any drugs. Still deodorant. C Miles. Facts. C Miles, welcome to the family reunion. Let me make you a mod and give you a lineage wrench. My family, go ahead and like the video, subscribe. And we're almost there. We're 15 likes away. We finally closed the gap. Just make it all the way closed. Let's leave no room for a tether to dislike. God body Maya. What she keeps studying.
He's playing.
We got Miss Sincere in the building. So you guys don't believe me. Every time you get the likes up, we start to see more folks from our lineage pop up. Yeah, I don't want to believe me though. I say the likes is what attracts our family. The video is in their news feed because they already searching videos like this. When they see an FBA channel that they've never seen before, it's an interesting topic, and we lit in the building, they're gonna pull up. They're gonna join the barbecue.
The game at the highest level now. He's saying, you know what? I'm not comfortable with the French. Get the F out. That's what real nations do. They put you out when your business interests don't align.
I guarantee you. Now I studied this thing in depth, the whole Burkina Faso, the history of it. I studied their when they first, started doing business with the French, when the French were no longer their colonizer, and they start to trust them as a security, it's like a security agent, and help defend the country against the jihadists all the way until they did their deal with Russia. This guy right here, I guarantee you, he don't know anything about Burkina Faso. See, this is cosplaying intellect. We got another, again, Kia Harris. Thank you very much for the $4.99 super chat. Yeah, that's unfair to Kia Harris. Other folks should, Maxwell Jenkins and other folks are sending super chats. Okay, I'm a he. Oh, my fault. I apologize. I'm looking at the thing. Kia. Okay, I'm a he, but the song isn't copyrighted. They got a whole drill beat. Now I still can't play the song. Still can't do it. It don't matter if it's not copyrighted. Look, when you're a content creator and you play music that's not yours, I won't be monetized. It don't matter if it's free. You cannot monetize your this live. I can't monetize it. It'll be a wrap. It defeats the whole purpose. And that song ain't worth me being demonetized. But I heard it though. I mean, I seen similar songs with drill shit. But you put the chat in there, I'll watch it off camera, off the live. So folks, go back and click that link. I can't play nobody music that I didn't put on myself. And that's why if you think about it, when Turk Nasheed plays a video with music, he'll turn the video down because we know that you're done if you play somebody's music. That's why I laugh at Sabir Bey. Yo, bro, you're never monetized because all he do is play other people's music. Okay, but yeah, this guy right here, he doesn't know anything about Burkina Faso.
You put them out, and they found another partner that they aligned themselves with. They're allies with Russia. This is an important alliance for them. They could choose America. They could choose China, right? They could choose the French, the British. They chose Russia. So now you just can't, the United States can't play with them. Meaning you can't just go over there and try to usurp the government because now when you do that, now they got help from Russia. Right. That's a great move. And they're going to cut proper deals for weapons, which we need. They're going to cut proper deal for infrastructure, which they need. That's how you do it. Right? That's
okay. So he definitely didn't read the deal, the differences between what French offered Burkina Faso and what Russia offered Burkina Faso. He definitely didn't read through that. He has no understanding that Ibrahim Traoré is getting less. He's getting I believe more money, but everything he just said, Russia's not offering that. That was France. Russia just offering, I think, security and some military tool guns, but all that infrastructure stuff, he's lying. That's not there. That's not part of that deal. That was France, though.
And Africanism right there in front of your face in 2025, right there.
Yeah, I just wanted to Google it, right, brother. I just wanted to.
Yeah, you Googled it because you ain't have it. Come on, man. We know better. So we got Zoe Beats Records. Welcome to the family reunion, the cookout. Let me make you a moderator because you're part of the family. Let me give you your lineage wrench. Just like the video, subscribe, notification bell. That's all.
Google it. And that's why I said it's just one example.
She said she Googled it. That's because you didn't have it on deck. But you would say we don't read. You guys don't read. You pump fake. Because if you had read it, you wouldn't have to Google it. You could just pull it up from your hard drive or your you know better.
I don't want to do it. It's
in America. Can we? Do you mind if I humbly just use what we're doing as an example?
Okay,
that
please.
Program is called Conscious Ingenuity. I say it all the time. Dr. Meow is a Pan-African. She has STEM programs for people to look like you and me.
Oh, here we go.
We got a paper.
Dude, we don't care about that. We're talking about the subject. Your subject is this. Your subject is, do foundational Black Americans know our history? Okay, that's what the subject is. So we don't care about personal accolades, achievements, and what books you read. We're sticking to the topic.
Right? Like I don't understand people who don't do nothing talking about what somebody else do.
Oh my God, do nothing. Yeah. Listen, man, this ain't gonna work. This ain't gonna work. This type of podcast ain't gonna work, what they're doing. This ain't gonna work. Now, both of them are invited over here. Unc came twice it didn't go well for him. She was supposed to come, she never did, and I don't believe she's coming. I think this video is a response into it. To me, it's an indirect response. Literally, it's this video. It's for me. And I'm gonna just say that because I email her and what we're gonna talk about, and every so often I'll do a reaction to their videos. So I talked to him on the phone lastly, and they think I don't know Pan-Africanist histories. That's why they said, "Do you know do founders of Black Americans know our history?" Because the average founders of Black America don't give a goddamn, right? So this is a video directed largely towards me, but they don't want to have a conversation with me on this.
It's just ignorant. It's clear ignorance. Nobody's saying that everybody gotta be Pan. Nope. What we're saying is respect the level.
That's right.
Go ahead, pull up. What you got?
No. I just recommended it to the sister. Just told her to you know.
It's right there. She can look up.
She can look that. Yeah, she can look it up. Yeah, that's why I didn't want to even waste time on it, brother.
Wait. I thought you Googled it.
Go and get to your presentation, though.
Oh no. That's not gonna happen. Wait, she just said she Googled it.
And they're gonna cut proper deals for weapons, which we need. They're gonna cut proper deal for infrastructure.
He said we need, like he's part of Ibrahim Traore military. Now he would love you guys to go over there and help out, but you won't. You just stay in America and stay safe, protected by American soldiers and their allies.
Which they need. That's how you do it. Right? That's Pan-Africanism right there in front of your face in 2025. Right there.
Yeah, I just wanted to Google it, right, brother. I just wanted to Google it. You know, and that's why I said it's just one example. I don't want to do it. It's a
see, she said she Googled it. So why you ain't read it?
Can we?
So now I gotta read it. Now I gotta read it.
And it's ES. And then I'm just gonna give you one example to help you out. I want you to Google the Alliance of the Sahel States, right?
Okay, hold on. Let me do that. Let me look it up. The Alliance. Okay. Let me look this up. What else?
AES. And
Wait,
then
say that again.
come back to the conversation.
All right, so let's do that. So Alliance of the Sahel States. I got it. I got
Go ahead, brother.
That's Pan-Africanism.
Knowledge is power. Power.
An interesting guest to come on.
If we were armed with our history, and he penned in 1930.
Where's that? That's where it's at. And back that. I never want to be an individual when a person says.
See, and shout out to brother Jim Jones. He said Irish me up. Terms that describe in lineage and ethnicity over by folks with fake documentaries.
There we go.
Credible tools. Pan-Africanism never benefited us. Pan-Africanism never benefited us. Pan-Africanism is dead. If you really knew your history, saying Pan-Africanism is dead, it didn't do anything for us. Well, now you're discrediting the work of people like Booker T. Washington. Are you saying that Booker T. Washington didn't do anything for us?
Okay, so I debunked that yesterday. And this was a continuation of the reaction. So Booker T. Washington on no shape, way, or level was a Pan-Africanist. He was not a Pan-Africanist. He never did Pan-Africanist work. He never supported it. He never shared the ideology. He never promoted it. He was a Pan-Americanist. I already debunked that yesterday. So that was a complete lie and attempt to revise history or rewrite Booker T. Washington's life. That's a lie. He was nowhere near Pan-Africanist.
Y'all just don't Tariq with things that I disagree with Tariq about.
Here we go. We round this.
No, you've never lied on them. I'm saying
here we are.
They've not the people that came over after that. So we can make that distinction without arguing with each other, right? So instead of pulling things apart, right, the two actually help the thing. College level students
all
these
they
days.
Do. Be careful of the podcast. That all they do is hold up random books. They never express or demonstrate how they read the books, understand the books, and give you back what the book says. They just hold up books, read the title, give the author, and they put the books back down. All right. I would love for one Pan-Africanist podcast or a Morris podcast, when they hold up their books, just explain the book in great detail. Just do that for us one time, and then we will kind of believe you read the book. But just holding up random books that you purchased and never read, that's not convincing us. You need more people.
The government, because now when you do that, now they got help from Russia.
Right.
That's a great move. And they're going to cut proper deals for weapons, which we need. They're going to cut proper deal for.
So they're going to cut. So Russia is the saint. That's another thing with Pan-Africanists. The Western powers are shit. They're the devil. But the Eastern Europeans, they are the saviors. That's the real white Jesus. Like, stop.
Infrastructure, which they need. That's how you do it. Right? That's Pan-Africanism right there in front of your face in 2025. Right there.
Yeah, I just wanted to Google it,
right
brother. I just wanted to Google it. You know, and that's why I said it's just one example. I don't want to do it. It's
in
a
America. Can we? Do you mind if I humbly just use what we're doing as an example?
Okay,
that
please.
program is called Conscious Ingenuity. I say it all the time. Dr. Mian is a Pan-African. She has STEM programs for people to look like you and me. We got a paper, right? We got a paper talking about STEM learning for African-centered STEM learning. Right? We like, man, y'all, like, I don't understand people who don't do nothing talking about what somebody else do. And it's just ignorant. It's clear ignorance. Nobody's saying that everybody gotta be paying. Nope. What we're saying is respect the level.
That's right.
Go ahead, pull up. What you got?
No. I just recommended it to the sister. Just told her to you know.
It's right there. She can look up.
She can look. Yeah, she can look it up.
Okay, so
that's why I didn't want to even waste time on it, brother.
See, that's what they do. They recommend something. They voluntarily go Google it, a pump fake. They go Google it, they read it, and it turns out it wasn't what they thought it was, and now they don't want to talk about it. But I'm in the background. I got you.
I'll go and get to your presentation, though.
So my presentation, I want to start. I want to. Should I start with Dr. Ben first, or should I start with the early Pan-African Congresses?
So send me on the Pan-African wave. Let's give them that history, because again, a lot of people don't know that history, and a lot of that history that you talk about, the Pan-African Conference in 1900, the Pan-African Congresses. If you want to learn about it, grab this book, family, and I'll make sure I put a link to grab the book in the description of this video.
Let me guess, another book to grab and buy. I'm telling you, family, y'all going to see the pattern with Pan-Africanists. All they do is just hold up books as they talk. Like, okay, you guys are in a book club. Kudos. But this all they do. They just hold up books. Every last one of their channels, they're just going to talk and hold up books. So, because they're all authors. They're all authors that's like self-published. And they all, the problem is with that is, wait, I see a super chat. The problem with everybody being an author is that nobody's a customer. You dig? Like, who are you going to sign your book to? Everybody's your competitor. So they just hold up books all day long. So we got Miss Ruby 11 in the super chat with the lineage love, $5 there. Pan-Africanists don't know the politics of Africa because they idolize Africa. Exactly. They've never studied Burkina. That's why in Fawkes, the AU Region 6 exists. Facts. And I got videos. Y'all can check my archive. I already went into this. I read a lot about what's going on when Burkina Faso was on fire. Let them answer this question. How did Burkina Faso get on fire? Everybody's talking about Ibrahim Traoré. To now, nobody even mentions Burkina Faso, Ibrahim Traoré, after the deal with Russia, because people felt like they sold out. Because the story was Wakanda story. Look how they kicked the white man out. They're gonna do it by themselves. They don't need no white man. They're independent. And then they do a deal with Russia. You dig? So you said they don't need the white man. Well, see, the Russians never enslaved or carved. They did not. Now here come the excuses. Oh, the Russians never enslaved Africans. See, the Russians never carved Africa in the Berlin Conference. All the excuses. But Russia financed some of it, and Russia greatly benefited from the exploitation of Africa from the European brothers who did carve out Africa. So Russia definitely benefited from Africa. Russia got the crackhead cells. Yes. Okay, go. You can make it down. You can take it out. Yeah, so Russia got the crackhead deal from Africa. See, if the Berlin Conference does not exist, Russia got to talk to people like Ibrahim Traoré. So Russia is forced to deal with Ibrahim Traoré, like head up. And of course, the deal is going to be kind of even, kind of fair. But if Russia could sit back and finance and cheer their brothers on to carve up Africa and dominate it and exploit it, now Russia gets what they wanted, but for the low. It makes great sense. So Russia was involved without indirectly, not directly.
Video, but please go ahead, brother Ankh.
All right. So, okay. Let me I think I have this right here before I want to show the source right here. All right. And big up to Chilembe. All right. I'm using this source material.
And King Simon, look, shout out to King Simon. He said that's Ankh's job. So he's saying I don't disrespect Ankh come through with that. That's
my job. And I don't and the point is how is it disrespect if I'm telling you the truth based off of scientific information, based off of Pan-African findings? How about
Jesus, lineage, and ethnicity over race. Y'all got to get out the chat. Because he's like, how has Pan-Africanism changes for the better? Did you not hear that Pan-African thought drove the civil rights movement? Then ask yourself, how did the civil rights movement impact you politically, socially, and economically? All right, I'm out the chat. I'm out.
You out. Yeah, but now she was supposed to talk all that over here, how Pan-Africanists led the civil rights movement. Yeah, she didn't do that. Because I got a different recollection on that. My recollection is Pan-Africanism hopped on at the end of the civil rights movement on the coattail. Pan-Africanism rode the coattail of the civil rights movement, not led it. But she was supposed to come over here and have that conversation. We could sort out the facts. But you see how arrogant she talks? You see how sarcastic, facetious she talks? Okay, that's what I was afraid of her coming over here. She's going to talk like that. Then you know how I do. I match energy, and then she's going to try to get off the panel. They make up an excuse to get off. Peace to Akindred Jegna. They do what Umar did to Lord Jamal. He got fake outrage, tough with them. He tried to say they're dumb and you crazy, but they didn't fall for it. So he was forced to just leave with his tail under his legs. All right, Paul Gang, peace. All right, so let's get to it.
Chat, go ahead, brother. It's up there. It's up there.
So this is the what? That's Pan-African Archaeology Association. Oh, y'all didn't know that existed, huh? They didn't know it existed, man. Pan-African Archaeological Association.
Yeah, but what did you guys build, right? So anyway, let's go to what she said earlier. I did a quick Google. Quick research on what she said what she didn't want to read. Okay, so we are at the 32:46. I want to come back here. The 32-minute 46-second minute mark. Okay.
Definitive or declarative statements from a position of ignorance. Give you into the conversation. Go ahead, brother Ankh. I want you to Google the Alliance of the Sahel States, right? The AES, and then come back to the conversation. Go ahead, brother Ankh.
All right, we did that, and we're back to the conversation. Okay, so what is the Alliance of Sahel States, AES? The AES is a military and political alliance officially formed in September 2023 by Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger. Three. There's 54 countries in Africa 3 former French colonies in West Africa. These countries are all led by military juntas that seized power between 2020 and 2023. Now, they said, Google this, they said this is a reflection of Pan-Africanism globally. Okay. Okay. So their goal was to unify the African descendants. No. Their goal was to mutually defend one another against internal and external threats, especially from ECOWAS and France. Okay, you see, family? This is why she didn't want to read it. She Googled it. No, I'm saying she referenced the sister to go Google this. She said, "Well, I'll Google it for you." As Unc was just babbling, she skimmed it, and it turned out is what I read. This has nothing to do with Pan-Africanism as taught by people from America, right? Let's get to it. So what the Alliance of the Sahel had everything to do with just 3 countries. So even they delineated. This was not all inclusive to the 54 countries of Africa, just Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger. Okay, they even they delineated. Okay, it says they came here to promote regional security, particularly in response to jihadist insurgencies. Every African country ain't going through this. See, I called her bluff. When they say, read this book, read that, read this, I actually read it because I know it's not what they said it was because they don't read. They just hold up books. So her source is debunking her. This has nothing to do with American Pan-Africanism or even African Pan-Africanism. This is 3 countries in line with each other, which I already predicted. Okay, so they came together to reduce dependence on former colonial powers, mainly France. See, every African country is not in bed with France, so this ain't for everybody. It says to deepen sovereignty-based in integration outside of existing Western-dominated structures. Now watch this. Pan-Africanism connection, rhetoric or versus reality, historical lineage. Pan-Africanists supporting the AES see it as an ideological continuation of, this is how they see it. Marcus Garvey, self-determination and anti-imperialism, 1920s. Kwame Nkrumah's, whatever his name is, Vision for United States of Africa, 1960s. Thomas Sankar's anti-neocolonism, in 1980s, especially relevant for Burkina Faso. These comparisons are symbolic but useful. Okay, so these comparisons are symbolic but useful. The AES speaks often of sovereignty, anti-imperialism, and African unity, echoing early Pan-Africanist slogans, right? But here's the reality check. You ready? However, there are major differences. The AES is built on military regimes, not democratic or mass movements. Their alliances are largely strategic and defensive, not economic or developmental yet, like the way they talk over here, right? So while they use Pan-Africanist language, they have not built anything substantial yet. Okay. So again, this is a nothing built burger. They have not, in bold, they have not built anything substantial yet. No African Union style integration. No, what's this say? No AFCFTA type market alignment. No Nkrumah style development programs. Okay, so what has been accomplished? Let's get the facts from fiction. Military. So we got military cooperation pact among Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso, not the other African countries. They were excluded. Withdrawal from ECOWAS, West Africa's largest bloc. Okay, that means that other West African countries are with ECOWAS. Okay, citing ECOWAS loyalty to France and sanctions on their juntas. And I should do this. You know what? Just to show this is a fake Pan-Africanist nothing burger. So now these 3 countries withdrew, but I want to find out what other countries are still there. Hold on. Okay, here we go. Okay, so there are 15 countries with ECOWAS, and some of them withdrew. Hold on, let's get this right. So Niger, Mali, and Burkina Faso. So Niger is gone, but Nigeria is there. Mali is gone. But guess who's there? Liberia, Bissau, Senegal, Sierra Leone, Togo, Guinea. It's Guinea, Bissau, Ghana, the Gambia. So Cabo Verde. So you got, and they left. Burkina Faso left. So out of 15 members, only 3 left, 12 stayed. So that Pan-Africanism, 3 leaves, but the majority stays. Opening to alternative alliances, especially with Russia, Wagner, Turkey, and China. Symbolic Pan-African gestures such as speeches and flags unifying the 3 countries. That's all. That's all he do. I told you, all he do is do speeches, conferences, and flags. More flags. What has not happened? No new constitution, unified economic bloc or passport system, no joint African central bank, currency, or infrastructure projects. This is the tangible stuff. No clear trade policies, educational networks, or Pan-African media platforms. No American involvement. So all this talk about Pan-Africanism, Americans were excluded. The U.S. has been mostly critical of these coups and reduced aid. This is just another conference with no building. Okay, that's my question. My question was, is this just another conference with no building, not building anything? It says in many ways, yes, so far. While the AES is a step towards self-determination and regional cooperation, it is still rhetoric heavy. They just talk a lot. And infrastructure light. That means they didn't build anything. There is no evidence yet that they are moving toward the kind of continent-wide Pan-African vision that Garvey, Nkrumah envisioned. Is mostly defensive talk, strategic exit from Western-backed institutions, not constructive Pan-African nation building, just more talking. Okay, so it says hope. It says final thoughts, hope or hype. This is hope, talk, Wakanda talk, King of Zamunda talk, T'Challa talk. Okay, AES shows there is still a hunger for self-determination in Africa, breaking from the ECOWAS, and France has symbolic power. Hype. Pan-Africanism can't succeed without building, okay? Obviously, you got to build something. AES has no schools like Umar, no factories, no roads, no shared currency, and it's built on unelected military rule. You could say it's not yet Pan-Africanism in action, it's Pan-Africanism in aspiration, aka a nothing burger. So sis, we did look it up, okay? And you lied. That's why you didn't want to read it. It's a nothing burger. Ah, boy, family, they're gonna learn the hard way. Okay, so we got a super chat. I almost missed Kia Harris. This is the brother, right? Zoe Beats Records. How long did it take for you to doggy paddle from Haiti to America? Yeah, let me see, because I seen Tiger respond to Zoe. Let me see what Zoe talking in the chat. Zoe, what's going on? Let me see what Zoe talking. I guarantee you there's no Chinese food in Haiti. Big facts. What are y'all talking about here? Let me see. Let me see. Can we catch up? Are y'all interested in marrying a Haitian? I'm open. I love Black American women. Courage. I guarantee there's no Chinese food. Business in Haiti. Black American women, your own Black man don't want you. Oh yeah, okay, yeah, okay, yeah, I got you. Yeah, I got it. Okay, so now I took Zoe Beach, you are tripping. So I took your rent status. I'm not gonna block you, but that don't mean they won't. So now you're at their mercy. Okay, so good luck with that one, sir. So you better be nice to them because they already don't like you. Tiger might block you, so and so might block you or time you out. So I will tread on water here. But fam, you see how I called this garbage up, this nothing burger that they were trying to promote that she did not want to read. She said it, but didn't want to read it. What she's talking about was with the Sahel states. That was 3 countries out of 54, and they had no building, no central dollar, just a no infrastructure, just talking another nothing burger, a nothing L for Pan-Africanism. You see, we call your bluff over here. You say it better be true, or we're gonna put you on blast.
If you don't have the minutes or secretaries or people recording what's going on, then you don't really have something that's professionally on the truth. Okay, and so they talk, and Africans talking crazy about science because they're not really representing. He actually started the Nairobi Museum, and he put in a rule that only one European can serve on the board. Okay, enough of that. It says topics, harmony, colonizing historical narrative. Got 5 minutes, man. I'm trying to get you to the bottom of the page. We don't have respect for education like we should.
No, we don't.
Right? And then for you to take Umar Johnson, who's the Prince of Pan-Africans.
That's right, your leader. So what about your leader?
And Garvey, who's the king of Pan-Africanists.
Right. You had two leaders and they both failed, and they both were accused of scamming you guys. Okay, so family, I want you to understand something. All right. Garvey is accused of scamming, and so is Umar Johnson. But neither one of them are accused of scamming FBAs. They are accused of scamming the most vulnerable people, the most gullible people, which are Pan-Africanists. So everybody who Garvey allegedly scammed, everybody who Umar allegedly scammed, they were all Pan-Africanists. They were not FBAs. FBAs are the ones who Umar was calling his haters. FBAs are the ones who Garvey was calling his haters. You dig? We wanted them gone. Pan-Africanists wanted them to stay, and the Pan-Africanists were scammed only and by themselves. So yes, their two leaders should be on American Greed. Their two leaders, okay. Their two leaders should be on American Greed show for allegedly scamming their own people who support them. Pan-Africanists, not FBAs.
We gotta slow that down. These guys were very charismatic speakers. Okay. Let me separate Garvey from Umar Johnson. I want to do that right now. So I'm not bashing Garvey.
No, don't separate. They both in the same category.
What I'm saying is that he was dealing with like the farmers, the people that's working every day on regular hard jobs and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they were.
Right. So he spoke to them with "I'm be back in the whirlwind."
Okay, so let me start right there. So this is why the dude Unc is a clown. Because when he did come on the second time, okay, go over get a shirt. So when he did come on the second time, before he came on, he told me he doesn't rock with Garvey. He don't know anything about Garvey, and he didn't want to talk about Garvey. Here's your shirt. 1 second. 1 second. This is all in text, by the way. He texted me all this stuff, so I got all the receipts from what I'm saying. 1 second. So to me, it's crazy to him talk about Garvey. So family, the dude Unc in the red hoodie, I invited him on my podcast in front of you guys to talk about Marcus Garvey. And he said no, because he don't know anything about Marcus Garvey. He said he is not a Pan-Africanist. He said himself. Unc said he's not himself. Unc is not a Pan-Africanist. He doesn't care about Marcus Garvey. Blah, 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 blah. So I was like, nah, bro, but let's just go over the history. I said, yo, I'll just talk, you be quiet, and whatever you think is questionable, yes, let that go. Let it go. I said, whatever, let go of that. I said, anything you think is questionable, okay, I got you. Anything questionable, I got you. Okay. And I said, I got you. He said, yeah, I'm not interested in Garvey. He said, yeah, I understand, but he said, I don't want to talk about Garvey. I don't know anything about Garvey. So I said, okay. I left it alone. But now he's an expert on Garvey.
He hit you with the. He was dealing with like the farmers, the people that's working every. Let me separate Garvey from that down. These guys were very charismatic speakers. I'm okay. Let me separate Garvey from Umar Johnson. I want to do that right now. So I'm not bashing Garvey. Okay. What I'm saying is that he was dealing with like the farmers, the people that's working every day on regular hard jobs and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they were.
Right. So he spoke to them with I'm be back in the whirlwind. He hit you with the religious slick. You know what I mean? Very charismatic, right? Africa for the Africans. And so like a YouTube personality, they can excite you. And he used, watch this, he used social media, not social media. He used newspapers. He advertised, he had his own newspaper. So now he can get material out, right? He took an already existing audience that Hubert Harrison had. I think, did he take, who else audience he may have
Booker T, he took a lot of,
Man, so he running around, look, I'm not going to say nothing negative on his program like that.
Yeah, Booker T.
I'm not going to do it. But
took Booker T, he took Booker T. Washington's model. The Tuskegee model. He was inspired by Up From Slavery.
Yeah. You're right, Kyle. Wikipedia is an encyclopedia. It's not a source. It contains sources. Absolutely appreciate that.
Okay.
Pick up the Kyle.
So now he did not take the Booker T model. Booker T was a Pan-Americanist, and he did not believe in aligning himself up with Africa for nothing. And he definitely didn't believe in repatriating to Liberia. Okay. So these are people who just lie. These are Pan-Africans who just lie. They just lie. And that's what they do. They just lie for no reason. Well, for good reason. They want to keep the religion going on, but they just lie. He was not inspired by Up From Slavery, Booker T. Washington. There's nothing. I read that book. There's nothing in that book that suggests Pan-Africanism. All right. Nothing. So there's no way. That's why I always ask the question, like, why was he inspired by Booker T. Washington, but then pushed repatriation to Liberia and meet with the Klan? I'm like, yo, what in that book, what in Booker T. Washington works would conclude that a repatriation to Africa and to meet with the Klan? How did Booker T. Washington inspire that? I just wasn't clear on that.
Kyle, man, this man routinely send support first. He supports, first of all. But not only do he support, he's always trying to find jobs for African Americans, man. I'm not going to say the guy's name that he helped immensely with finding him a job. Like I ain't talking about the regular job, like solid careers. Let's big up to that, yo. All right. Dr. Ben, maybe Anthony Broder or Pseudo. So that's C-Dot.
Talk about Dr. Ben.
We're gonna get into that C-Dot and big up to C-Dot here to serve. And we wrestling right now, but I'm saying it's not personal, C-Dot, it's just business. And I don't got no ill feelings towards you. And I'm saying alive right now. We just wrestle rough at times. But I don't actually dislike you. I dislike Chief X. He a B. See? But I don't feel that way about you, C-Dot. I think you have a strong opinion, and I think we could learn from each other. We just got to take our time and restructure it, all right? And that's what that is. And so Dr. Ben is not pseudo. It's people continuing to promote the information that was wrong are the pseudos. You supposed to promote the things he got right and stand on that. He got a street named after him for that. He got his book in the Met Museum for that.
All right. So I'm going to challenge the notion that I'm going to right now on the fly. I'm going to challenge the notion that Marcus Garvey was inspired by Booker T. Washington because his actions said otherwise. I'm gonna make a light comparison, or a light analogy. If I was a Hall of Fame basketball player. You know, I'm better than Michael Jordan. I went down better than LeBron James. And you ask who inspired me. And I said, like Babe Ruth. Like, people would scratch their head, like, wait a minute, Babe Ruth is a Hall of Famer baseball player. How did a baseball player inspire you to, or even worse, if I was like if I say Stephen A. Smith, they'd be like, what? How did Stephen A. Smith inspire you to be a Hall of Famer great basketball player? That's how I always looked at, like, how did Booker T. Washington inspire? But it's kind of worse because Booker T. Washington was against everything Garvey stood for and did. So it's like you went contrary. Those analogies are actually bad. Like, I got to give an analogy where somebody was said to inspire you, but you did the opposite. Yeah, that's like saying, I guess you can say, I don't know, like a Republican inspired me, but I'm a staunch Democrat. It's kind of like weird. Like, conservative values and views inspired me, but I end up being a Hall of Famer liberal. It's like, I never understood how Booker T. Washington could have inspired Marcus Garvey to want to finance a steam full of ships to send Black people to Liberia and meet with the Klan. I just don't know what in Booker T. Washington works. I don't know, like what. So, you know, I researched it real quick. Like, what in that could have, I'm trying to give it a window of hope. What in that could inspire Marcus Garvey in any way, shape, form to repatriate and meet with the Klan? Right? So I asked AI. I'm going to read it transparently. But you guys should be interested too, because you always hear that. It's like, well, how did he live a contrary life to Booker T, but say Booker T inspired him?
Stand on what they got right. Right? The things they got wrong, like everybody, like Copernicus. To his death, he thought that the planets had a certain rotation.
Here, Harris back in the chat, super chat with some more lineage love, $4.99, fair use. If it ain't music, I'll play it. If it's music, I'm definitely not playing it. Oh my God. Yeah, I could play that. This is crazy. They want to say we don't have culture, but they could do this right here. So a cow, he's taking a cow shower, right? And they're mad at R. Kelly. This is way worse. Okay, he's taking a cow shower, but they'll tell us that we don't have culture. So a cow shower is culture. Okay.
They did not. And nobody even knows about that. You know why? Because nobody's out here promoting that. You feel me? You get my point. You get my point, Doc. Nobody's promoting the things that Copernicus got wrong.
No, and you know, I talk about Ben Franklin. He got it wrong. You know,
hit him with that.
Yeah, I just talked about that in my latest.
Don't say it in your new book. Let's see if she say her new book, because that's all they do is write books.
Yeah, I just talked about that in my latest paper. You know,
I know it's something similar. Oh boy, we don't trust you because you said Marcus Garvey is inspired by Booker T and all this, and then and then Booker T was a Pan-Africanist, so we can't really trust you.
Talked about electricity and it being due to the flow of electrons, but he had like he thought that they flowed from positive to negative, but in actuality, electrons flow one way, the protons flow another way. So he got the convention wrong, right? But he's still regarded as the father of electricity, you know, in spite of. And I actually had this in my new paper where I talk about this. But yet and still, Europeans still revere him as the father of electricity. They didn't just throw his work away. They merely just noted that it was incorrect. And you know what's crazy though, brother? I had to say this. They noted that it was incorrect, But in electrical engineering textbooks, and Miss Carter, you know, you're in the chat or you're watching, in electrical engineering textbooks, they still use his convention. They call it the passive sign convention. So they still promote that charge or electricity flows from positive to negative, even though when you get into the nitty gritty, electrons flow in the opposite direction of the protons, but they actually still use his convention. But they note that it was that his idea or concept was incorrect, but for standardization, they still use the passive sign convention. But keep going, brother.
All right, share the screen. So we're gonna get into Dr. Ben, and then we want to, you know, Doc, I know you probably want to open up the lines. Okay, I'm gonna deal with the great Dr. Ben. All right, his main claims, his criticisms, and cultural political impact. I think this is important. Main claims: ancient Egypt, Kemet, was an African civilization, not separate from sub-Saharan Africa. Egypt's contribution shaped Greek, Roman, and Western civilization. Judaism, Christianity borrowed heavily from earlier Egyptian spirituality. Eurocentric scholarship deliberately minimized.
Nah, we're not doing this. That sounds boring. Give me a second. I'm making peanut butter sandwich.
Black people in America prior to African slaves coming over, and there's an ethnogenesis between indigenous Black people and the African slaves and the Native Americans. That's anti-scientific explanation of the works that the ancestors put forth. That's pseudoscientific. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying is that the foundation of Pan-Africanism is based off of science and science literacy, and they proved they matzi by creating a whole scientific discipline, by bringing the foremost authority to chair the damn meeting and to set up the thing, to make sure that African leaders and African people would be interested in understanding archaeology, climatology, and all the rest. There you have it. So I'm waiting. Don't talk me to death. I don't want to hear what it ain't, what it's doing today. I don't want to hear none of that. Go get that. Go get the source that says FBA has started a scientific discipline. Go get your source that say the FBA got a Dr. Ben book in the damn museum. All y'all detract, go get that. That's what I'm at.
But I do want to say this. A lot of people who identify with FBA, I'm not going to say a lot, I don't want to quantify it. But there are people who identify as FBA, but they don't subscribe to the, I think some folks fall into my box.
Yes.
And they're saying like, hey, I feel affinity for the term, but I don't subscribe to the misinformation and disinformation associated with that term. And so I just want to make sure that we distinguish between an affinity for, you know, a term, like I can see that, I can, but this part, because we don't want to, I'm not a black and white person. I used to be. No. I used to be. Out of my ignorance in my 20s, it was either this or that. And as I've gotten older, I realized that it can be some gray. It can be some gray. It ain't always, if you believe that, then you got to believe. Nah. So I don't want to, you may feel like that about brothers and sisters who identify as FBA, that they claim this, they claim that, they claim this, they claim that. And I know what you're going off of because you've laid out your position. You've shown clips of Brother Tariq, you know, laying out what he calls a foundational Black American. So I see that. When I think of foundational, my concept of what I think or believe a foundational Black American to be, it differs. And, you know, and that's my right. That's my prerogative. His position is his position. My position is my position. I do want to say this, though, Brother Ankh. Lineage and ethnicity over race. You just argued us down that we're African, that we're Native Americans. And then you...
Okay, so she is FBA. I'm just confused. She's FBA, she's Pan-Africanist, and now she's anti-FBA. All right.
Say that you love Dr.
Respectfully, that was 20 years ago. See why? Sorry, I came in. I'm trying to, you know, make breakfast, play the live, and then respond to the chat. So see why? Let me see. DC Y says, "Well, post what she wants. I will hit it now, but respectfully, way before this show, or Tariq or Tone Talks, I was on 900 Word in Philly, telling enough with voting and being a Pan African. All right, respect to you. See why? Let me give you a lineage wrench, make you a mod. Salute to you. Salute to your works. Mesh peace. See Miles. Yeah, salute to you. Salute to your work. And but again, it's like you are. Matter of fact, see Wise. Maybe you can pull up. And we need people like you. We need people like you to you are an example of what we're saying. We're saying people already believe this before Tariq Nasheed, before Yvette Carnell. This ain't something new. This delineation, this Pan-Africanism is garbage. We need to focus on ourselves as Black Americans, be proud of who we are, be proud of our ethnogenesis, be proud of our delineation and self-identifying attempts. You dig? We're saying we're proud of this stuff. We don't have a leader. Tariq and Yvette just gave it a term, a name that all of us say, you know what? I like that name. That makes sense. But the ideas were always around since Frederick Douglass, okay? They were given terms by, white people, Negro and color, and it stuck. And then coming out of that in the 1960s, we went with Black. And that was the formation of what we have now is foundational Black Americans. But Black was very clever. And then they added America to it not too long after that. And we just added the foundation, the foundational. That's all. Yeah, so you might want to come over and see Wash and explain your story. You dig? That might be cool. Yeah.
The Ben. So lineage and ethnicity over race. I'm putting the link in the chat. I want you, brother or sister, because I don't know. You could be a brother, could be a sister. I want.
Yeah, she put the link in the chat, but this woman already agreed. I showed the email yesterday. I believe it was yesterday. This woman already agreed to come on my panel 2 weeks ago, but she just couldn't find the time to come holler at me, come talk with an FBA. Instead of talking about us, she couldn't find the time to talk with us, but she has time to bring on all these anti-FBA Pan-Africanists on her platform, day after day after day. So I'm watching all these guests that's like dry, boring, just yes men and yes women. Look, live views at like 10 to 15. I'm like, wait, what are we doing? Like, so all of this to avoid a conversation with me. And then they give me scare tactics and emails and texts like, nah, well, we're gonna say this. I'm like, yeah, okay, bring it. So you can say it. Come on, like I don't mind. You can say what you want to say. Just come on the podcast. Excuse after excuse. In this video right here, I think this is a warning shot to me that she's not coming on. But here, take this information. This is going to shut you down.
I want you to click that link, lineage and ethnicity over race. Click the link and come on in. I really want to hear you out because now I'm confused. So on one end, you say we are Native Americans. We trace our lineage there. We can trace our lineage. It's some documentation. It's been out like that since the 1980s. Then you turn around and say, you love Dr. Ben. I'm confused.
Well, you shouldn't be confused because Dr. Ben is a pseudo. He's not a doctor. That was a made up title he gave himself. The dude didn't go to school to get a doctorate. All right, so let's move on from there. And he was a Pan-Africanist. But let's deal with Marcus Garvey and Booker T. Washington, the false connection. I tell you, I'm gonna look it up, which I already know. I'll just ask more specific questions to be more educated. Okay, so did Booker T. Washington inspire Marcus Garvey? Yes, but in a very specific way. Marcus Garvey openly acknowledged that he was inspired by Booker T. Washington's 1901 book Up From Slavery. What resonated with Garvey was Washington's self-reliance philosophy, his motto of building schools and industries, and his emphasis on racial uplift through economic development. And his emphasis on racial, I said that. Okay, so Garvey saw Washington's Tuskegee Institute as a blueprint for Black-led development, especially for his own UNIA plans for the U.S. and Liberia. But Washington was not a Pan-Africanist. So it don't matter what book she holds up in her live podcast, she can't get around this right here. Washington was not a Pan-Africanist, nor did he advocate repatriation to Africa. Garvey took Washington's institution building model and infused it with African nationalism, something Washington never endorsed. Okay? So I can kind of end it right there. Yeah, I don't gotta go. Do I need to read more? I could just stop right there. Okay. So that's why I always question, how did he inspire him? So it looks like the Tuskegee Institute inspired him in his self-reliance, but everything else he threw in the trash. But everything else Booker T. Washington stood for and produced, Marcus Garvey threw in the trash and said, nah, I'm gonna add this to my nationalism bullshit, my repatriation ideology. That's why I said, had they met, Booker T. Washington would have shut them down. Like, nah, hell no, bro. We ain't doing that. No fleet of ships in America talking about back to Liberia. Yeah, he would have never supported that, Booker T. Washington. So, a quick debunk. That's why they didn't want to come on the show. Just quick debunks. There was no damn Pan-Africanist.
Doesn't the word pan mean all? So it says, is a continental union of 55 member states. Wait a minute, brother Ankh. 55 member states?
Trying to read. Okay, so Keith Lamont, peace. She informant didn't F with her, my brother. Yeah. So Sean C says, I just don't get why us foundational Black Americans, that's how you know there's a hidden agenda behind these people wanting us to be African Americans so badly. Yeah, exactly. They want us to sympathize with immigration, and they want us to really be affected by immigration in the ways of deportation. That's why we call it an informant, MD Washington, an informant government agenda. They're trying to get us to voluntarily denounce our citizenship. That's why you have, think about this. Think about the whole status correction movement, the whole Moorish sovereignty thing. All they did, all the Moorish, think about what the Moorish Science Temple did. Well, not under Nubal Ali, but this new wave under Taj Tariq Bey. Think about what they did. All they want us to do was to say we're not Black Americans, say we're Moorish citizens, claim there's no American jurisdiction over us, claim we're foreign entities, foreign nationals. Goddamn, foreign, Moorish, Morocco, deny your American citizenship, and now you're on the plank of deportation like everybody else. So all these organizations, in one way or another, were some type of informant agency, and the goal is to make us foreign, to strip us of our citizenship, which I can only imagine comes from alt-right, Nick Fuentes, Jared Taylor type of people. They don't want us in the country. They want us gone. And that ACS was the first attempt. And because they couldn't get us gone, the Klan decided to domestically terrorize us to try to get us to flee from the country. So we got Miss Ruby, peace. We got so Sean C. Sean C says, thank you, Chloe. Okay, so I think Sean C is of the lineage. So Sean C, I'm gonna make you a moderator and bless you with a lineage wrench. Like the video, please subscribe. Okay, so what else we got here? So I want to pause on this right here and go to, we had okay, so now let's see what they're talking about. So this is supposed to be a diaspora war. So I'm gonna pause on this. I'm gonna come back there. So this is supposed to be a diaspora war platform right here. Look, when you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, all these goddamn people on one podcast, one panel, you know it's going to be a ball of confusion. It's going to be chaotic. I will never join. I like to join like this, where maybe 3 the most. Matter of fact, before I leave here, let me see what he says first.
Located where? On the continent. The AU was announced to the Sirte Declaration in Sirte, Libya.
Okay.
On 9.
I want to see what your panelists got to say.
Read Then come back and join the conversation. Okay, read a book, right? Read a book.
Here they go again, holding up books. Now they do this to try to intimidate you. When people always hold up books, they're trying to intimidate you. They're trying to intimidate you from challenging them. They're trying to act like they're just so well read that nothing you say is going to stand up against them. But they're pump faking. They didn't read these books, and if they did, it didn't comprehend them.
Okay, read a book. All
Not
right.
that book. That book says Booker T. Washington was a Pan-Africanist, and we clearly read he wasn't.
Then come back and join the conversation. Brother C. Dot, you have the floor, brother.
All right. Hey, how you doing, Miss Dr. Mayat?
Peace and love to you, warrior. Peace and love to you.
How you doing, man? All right, for sure. Yeah, and man, there's no problem with you, man. Like I said, I'm really truly trying to practice this Pan-Africanism, and part of that is learning how to love Black people. I think the initial part of that is learning how to accept ideas and cultures and things that might not necessarily always be aligned with what I know or what I've learned growing up. So that's a huge part of Pan-Africanism, is to be able to accept outside ideology or outside ideas that will benefit Black people's progression. So that's the main part that I agree with.
Okay.
I take pieces from each individual that I might call my ancestors, like Marcus Garvey, like the people I named in the chat. Also, Julius Malema, I respect that brother a lot. I also include people like Wody Maya, who's probably younger than me, but I respect what he does for Pan-Africanism as far as getting people to love us. So I think that's one of the most important parts of Pan-Africanism that you have to adopt in order to be Pan-African. And, coming from where I come from, it's a complete turnaround from my thoughts and the way that I used to engage with other Black people, using the ideas, Pan-Africanists over these last 125 people. So that's all I wanted to say.
Okay, no, brother C. Dot.
Oh my God. So they ain't gonna get nobody neutral. Somebody. All right. Okay. All right. I'm done with that. This obviously this panel, this live was boring. It didn't get no views. Nobody really liked the video. Nobody really commented. It was just a nothing burger. You dig? Just a attack on who they believe our leader is, and attack on this the ability and the right to self-identify and delineate. Yeah, like that video had no motion. Okay. But for them, it was everything. Pan-Africanism is dead. All you gotta do is look at the platforms that promote it and look at their views, look at their chat. It ain't lit. No likes, no live feed. You guys never get YouTube suggestions from Pan-Africanist videos. They're not in the algorithm. It's a dead movement. All right. The proof is in the pudding. All right. So let's go to this hater right here.
All right, my people, how on a day? All right, make we yarn today. Today we go yarn. All right, so let's talk about what's going on, because I want to discuss this topic, which I think is
on Lee, peace.
An ongoing issue as it relates to African Americans, or Black Americans, I should say, and their disdain for Africans. This has been an ongoing thing.
So already from the door, he's blaming us. We have a disdain for Africans. Like, y'all got to stop floating your boat, man. We don't think about y'all at all, man. Y'all got to stop. Okay, it's getting crazy.
At least on YouTube, the YouTube world. I don't think that also translates to the real world. You could, but we're seeing it so pervasive on YouTube. So I want to discuss it because it's a topic that I think that is important for Africans, Nigerians in this case, to really understand where this is coming from. And I'm going to use this crazy woman that seemed to have a video that's been going around online. People have been commenting on this video. I took the time to listen to it to see if there was any merit or points to what she was making. No, she just ranted for 17 minutes. Didn't make any points. It was just a rant, virtual signaling. That's exactly what that was.
Kind of how what you're doing right now, Tether.
The father is an immigrant. And what's shame about this crazy, dusty woman that I'm about to play for you is that her father, from what she said, her father is an immigrant. Her father. She didn't tell us where he's from, but I can guess it.
So she can't be honest because her father's an immigrant. So that means she got to be on code. She got to be team immigration because she's an immigrant. That makes sense to you?
Her father is Nigerian. Very, very Nigerian. So black, very cheap. And
yeah,
how to.
Somebody got him upset. I want to see who it is. Who the hell got this to do? What got him so upset? Let's see, family.
Because she expressed her ignorance through this. And for me, it's an embarrassing thing. So take a look at this, and I'll be right back.
It's another day, another Karen. So I'm constantly having to battle Caucasians on one hand, and then now I have to battle Africans on the other. And you all know, listen, I love my Nigerian people. I am genetically Nigerian and Ghanaian. I just spent dirty December and just won't go home January in Ghana and Nigeria. And there's a pervasive thought that I continue to see over and over and over again. And that idea is that somehow there's something defunct and wrong with African Americans just because our trauma is different than your trauma. And as I was editing this video, I realized, listen, the only reason why your black ass would be able to come over to America and be able to do anything is because of the hard work, the blood, the sweat, the fighting, and the dedication.
Okay, so I watched this video. Why is the man Tether mad at this truth? Now, he just called her a disgusting dog. Like he called her some terrible names, right? Is it in the title? Okay, look what he called her. Look, his title is this. He called her a dusty black American because she said the obvious truth. Like, and they claim, now remember the other Nigerian lady, that Tether, they claim they have no disdain for us. So she's pointing out the obvious truth, and he is so butthurt.
Realize, listen, the only reason why your black ass would be able to come over to America and be able to do anything is because of the hard work, the blood, the sweat, the fighting, and the dedication of African Americans who on this soil changed this land. African Americans are the ones who got this country integrated. Let me explain something to you. White people in this country did not give us anything. We have had to take. And this is why you see what is going on in the news and the media right now.
I was on mute. Sorry, let me read that over. My fault, I was on mute. The super chat, hazardous shit. He says a lot of that $20 lineage love super chat. Thank you very much. He said a lot of that Pan-African ideology comes from jail. If we are going to be honest, that's why most of them are so aggressive about it. Hashtag FBA, hashtag lineage pride, hashtag freedmen. Facts. Pan-Africanism, you could throw in Morrisism. All that stuff was refined in jail. And it makes you wonder, was it somebody, an agent in jail, indoctrinating these guys, cutting their time in half if they just believe this right here and promote it in the Black American communities. It makes you think. It definitely makes you think.
Now, we took in the 1960s what it is that we had. We took their lynchings, their terrorizing, their burning down of our neighborhoods, and we continue to rebuild and rebuild and revisit and retwist and re-rise up what it is that we have done in this country. And the only reason why anybody can bring their black ass over here from another mother effing country is because what Black Americans have done on this land. And I'm saying this as a person who is bicultural, whose father is not American, doggone it. My father is an immigrant, and he was able to come over to this country and do something in this country because of the black people who fought, who died, who bled, who were lynched on this land. So don't sit your black ass over there in some other goddamn country talking about what you would do in America.
The only part I disagree with when she said sit their black ass. No, sit their African ass. They're not black. We're the only black people in the world.
The only reason why your black ass could even get the F over here is because of what we have done. Doggone it. Listen to what it is that I'm saying.
Now, I will.
The reason why people are able to get onto the radios.
Somebody's calling me. I would love to see the Tether's response to this. Okay, I would love
in
to
America
see.
is because what Black Americans have done, the culture that we have created with nothing. Nothing. We have been given nothing. Everything that we have in this country, we have because we have taken. Listen to what it is that I'm saying. So don't sit your black ass over there in your country where you're not doing what you need to do with your government. If anything, you should feel inspired by African Americans, inspired to pick up your picket sign and take your ass off your seat and go out there in the streets and protest in your damn land.
Okay, so let's discuss that because
yeah, but before you get a response, I think she is old. I think she is old at the very least. She's owed this because that was beautiful. Okay, at the very least, I believe she's owed this. After that, that was well said, well articulated. Okay. So at the very least, we owe the sister this after something as great as that. Sister, we owe you this. Oh, shit. Sister, we owe you this right here. We owe you the FBA National Anthem after something so great and inspiring as that. We owe you. We owe you the FBA National Anthem.
Denial. The white power structure.
That show me subscribe.
Make no mistake, we're the only black people in y'all that only eat rat, eat cat people. You ain't black, you ain't that. Matter of fact, your black is repo, I'm taking it back. Cause y'all making it whack, faking jacks y'all from the slave. Raiding the tax, bitch. We built the foundation, our innovations were groundbreaking. You ain't wanna get down, now you're around, hating, faking. With the lineage in and out, the ground shaking. Someone say, FBI, we don't run away. We stay, we slay, we pray, we say. Someone say, FBI, we don't run away. We stay, we slay, we pray, we say. Make no mistake, we're the only black people and y'all the only eat rat, eat cat people. You ain't black, you ain't that. Matter of fact, your black is repo, I'm taking it back. Cause y'all making it whack, faking jacks y'all from the slave, raiding the tax. Breaks, pause, pause. We built the foundation, our innovations were groundbreaking. Y'all ain't wanna get down, now you're around, hating, faking, with the lineage eating, now the ground shaking. Someone say FBA, we don't run away. We stay, we slay, we pray, we say. Someone say FBA, we don't run away. We stay, we slay, we pray, we say.
Yeah, Coco X says she's not Black American. Coco X, I think she's foundational because she says she's, well, I don't know how, I know it's kind of tricky when you have dual allegiance. So I don't want to say she is and she isn't. I'll just say that she said her father is an immigrant and her mother isn't. So, it's really tricky because if she's born here, I think she's safe. I think she's safe if she's born here with that mix. If she's born over there, I think she's out. Something like that. It's tricky. But that's what I'm gonna play later. So Tariq Nasheed and Revenue had that conversation on people having a parent as FBA and a parent who's an immigrant and they're born somewhere else. So yeah, so we'll tune in to that later on. We'll see what Tariq Nasheed, like, what's his opinion on that? Because everything got to be worked out. You know what I mean? Anyway. So Tariq might believe a certain way, you might believe a certain way, and somebody else, and we'll get together like, you know, politicians and politic and work it out amongst each other. All right, so that is gets tricky. Okay. All right. So anyway, now let's get to, so I wanted to play that for the sister who represented the lineage, whether she's foundational or not, or in question. It was still a great speech. Okay, or rant. All right, so now listen to, what did she say that was wrong to make him call her Dusty? So, but then they'll act like, so they are allowed to throw rocks, but then hide their hands in their communities. Their communities protect them. They let them say anything foul, do anything foul, and it's always an excuse why they're allowed to say and do foul stuff aimed at Foundation Black America. So let's see what he says. What did she say that was so wrong? So aren't y'all interested in what he has to say to that? You would think she said something negative and disrespectful and undermining. What could he possibly say to that?
Again, like I said, she just went on and on for 17 minutes, didn't really make any vital points. She looked really, really bad and busted in that video. But let's talk about what she was trying to say, okay? Because one of the things about, this is why I don't have respect for people that call themselves Black Americans. And
okay, so before he gets started, it depends where he's at. If he's in America, he might be a conservative, a tethered conservative, if he's in America. If he's not, he's just anti-FBA.
Will never have respect for them because I see them, to me, as the bottom of the bottom. Because the way they carry themselves, the way they make points.
Okay, well, that's impossible. We can't be the bottom of the bottom. We're at the top of the top. Okay, so that's just a projection. Okay, for us to be bottom of the bottom, you got to prove that. When you look at the world and you look at who represents, melanated people, dark people, it's us. Somebody played a video of Africans doing drill beat and dressing up in, our gear, our sports gear, wearing our type of hats the way we were wearing them. So for tethers to say we're at the bottom of the bottom, like, that's literally a projection, and they're in denial because who's at the top, and if you're at the top, we should see it, right? Don't the cream rise to the top? So if you're at the top, we should see you. The world should see you at the top. Cream rises towards the top. The world only see FBA influence. They only see FBA people. So for example, I'm gonna throw out LeBron James. Who you got? Who you got? I'm gonna throw out LeBron James. Who you got? Exactly, it's crickets. And we always been that. I'm gonna throw out Muhammad Ali, Michael Jordan. Who you got? Who did you ever have? How about Dr. King? How about Malcolm X? Who you got? Exactly, crickets. You never had nobody. The only people we really know like that is Nelson Mandela and Patrice Lumumba and Burna Boy. So the disrespect is, you do what you want to do. We already know that that's what you guys are on, and that's why we on what we on. Okay, so but to say we at the bottom of the bottom, I have to respond to that. Bro, there is zero evidence of that. Okay, the bottom of the bottom is when you have to use the bathroom in your streets. The bottom of the bottom is when you have to wash up in the same water you drink from and the same water you cook in and the same water you poop in. That is significance and symbolic of the bottom of the bottom. The bottom of the bottom is resorting to eating and filleting a cat. A bottom of the bottom is a coup. You have to start a coup to change the regime. That is primitive behavior. That is the bottom of the bottom. So the bottom of the bottom have actions that's visible. The bottom of the bottom is when a gang runs your country. The gang takes over government and runs the country. That's the bottom of the bottom, buddy. All right. The bottom of the bottom is you fleeing from your country to live with the people who you say are the bottom of the bottom. Those actions make no sense. So let's be clear here. I'm not going to debate or argue who's at the bottom of the bottom, but I will argue and debate who's at the top of the top. And that's clearly us. All right. Not you and none of y'all. So bottom of the bottom, that's y'all debate. Y'all figure that shit out. But top of the top, that's our debate. And it's hands down us. And we ain't got to debate it. We could ask other people, ask the Indians, Chinese, white people, Hispanics. Like when you think of dark people that you would call black, who comes to your mind? Do you think of Haiti? Do you think of Nigeria? Or do you think of America? Like, come on, man, stop. But anyway, let them go. Let them talk. It's freedom of speech, right?
Points, the way they argue things, their thinking to me is obsolete and has no basis on anything that's merits, right? Here's the first point that I want to say with people like her who think like that, is that I call them cowards. That's the first, and this is why I don't have respect for them. I call Black Americans cowards. And the reason why I call them cowards is because the same energy and that smoke that you just saw her display, you would never find that. She would never display that against the Jewish people. You would find Black Americans that will say all day long, go back to your country and fix your country. But they would never. Why don't you go tell a Jewish person to go back to their country? Go to Tribeca in New York City or Chelsea Piers.
I gotta respond. Why do they always? That's called deflecting. Okay, that's called deflecting from the topic. First of all, let me speak to that. Why would we ever have to tell a Jewish person that? I don't recall Jewish people saying Black people are the bottom of the bottom. I don't recall Jewish people cosplaying as us, misrepresenting us, and then speaking against what we're for. I don't recall Jewish people dressing up as us, presenting themselves as us, and then misrepresenting us in politics and other things like that, and even in their own home country. I don't recall that. I don't recall Jewish people mislabeling themselves as Black. Okay. I don't recall Jewish people, when they fill out forms, they put Black and African American on that form. I don't recall Jewish people saying no to reparations, and if you do get it, we're involved. Okay. I don't recall Jewish people living in our communities. Okay. So yeah. So you can deflect all you want. but they are not the topic. They are not the subject. There's nothing they're doing that draws our attention to their community. There's things that you guys are doing that is drawing attention to your community. First of all, the Jewish people, some Jewish people did join the civil rights movement. What about you Africans? I don't recall Jewish people actually conducting slave raids and selling us, physically snatching us up, and then selling us to the Europeans. I think that's your history, buddy. You see how you guys can easily be checked, and this is why they dodged the panel. It's like, yo, let's just have a civil conversation about exactly what you said and about what I said. Let's take turns. Let's not overtalk each other too much, but let's challenge each other in what we say. So that's the Jewish conspiracy thing he just went down. I'm thinking that he's going to respond to what she said about what we've done in this country that provided a lane for immigrants like yourself, sir. But you're trying to deflect to the whole Jewish conspiracy, which a lot of white conservatives do. That's why I said, if he's in America, he's a conservative. I said that right away because I know the talking points of a lot of different groups. Okay. If he's in America, he's a conservative. And I already got a plus there because he said the Jewish thing. That's a lot of conservatives. It's Nick Fuentes and those guys. They love to talk about Jewish people, Myron Gaines, all those clowns. Tommy Sotomayor, all of them.
Find a lot of Jewish people. Go there and tell the Jewish people from Israel to go back to Israel and fix their country. Because the way they would make it look is that I don't recall their country not being fixed. Okay, look, Jewish people don't have to my knowledge, they don't have a brain drain problem in Israel. You guys got a brain drain problem in Nigeria, okay, or wherever you're from. I don't recall Israel being the scam capital of the world. That's you guys. So to deflect and point at somebody else that has nothing to do with what we're talking about, I don't recall the diaspora wars being defined as the Jewish people versus Foundation Black America. That's not how that's defined, buddy. So don't try to see again. They run from accountability. It's blame everybody, but they'll never look inward and say, you know what? Yeah, we tripping. And until they do that, there's nothing we can do with them. And that's why I say, man, like I can talk to them. I can have it, we could get on a podcast and whatever. But as far as like joining them or doing something constructive together, count me out. Africans are the only ones that migrate in this country. It would make it look from Israel to go back to Israel and fix their country. Because the way they would make it look is that Africans are the only ones that migrate in this country. That's why I call them cowards. They will never have that same smoke for the Jews. Who migrates?
Look, same smoke. We're the bottom of the bottom, but he wants to use our language. Why don't you sound like a white guy? Hey, dude, you guys don't have that same aspirations for the Jewish community. Why don't you do that? Hate us, but want to sound like us and look like us.
In the thousands every year to the United States from Israel. Because they know the moment they do that, because they're not crazy.
This dude. Oh, please. Yeah, look, man. 1, 2, ICE is coming for you. 3, 4, better lock your door. 5, 6, don't throw those bricks. 7, ICE is coming real late. 9, 10, they'll do it again. 1, 2, I'll do another song. 1, 2, ICE is coming for you. 3, 4, unlock your door. 5, 6, don't throw those bricks. 7, 8. They're coming real late. 9, 10. It's redemption time again.
As much as she looks crazy in that video, she ain't crazy. Because she knows the moment she starts to have smoke.
Come on, dude.
Yeah, that's one of them. They will never have smoke for Chinese people.
Oh my God. Look, he's looking around. Why are you looking around, bro? Ain't nobody in that room with you. Look.
That's one of them.
Look, they're looking around.
They will never have smoke for Chinese people.
Why would we have smoke for Chinese people? They're not as disrespectful as you. And they cannot effectively cosplay like you can to undermine us. We realize that the biggest threat is a threat who looks just like us. It took a long time. We thought the biggest threat would be those who clearly don't look like us. We were fooled. We were led astray. We were hoodwinked, bamboozled, Malcolm X. We realized, oh, wow, that's slick. If we're going to be infiltrated, undermined by white supremacy, it's really clever to send somebody who looks like us. And they tried it with coons, but coons will flip because they still have the lineage legacy. They still are traumatized by some things of white supremacy. So coons will flip sometimes. So they said, all right, well, we're going to go one above that. We're going to go get somebody who looks like you because a coon is us. They look like us. They are us. But they say, you know what? We're going to do one better because coons could sometimes flip-flop. So you know what we're going to do? We're going to get somebody who's not you but look just like you. And they won't have no connection with you. And therefore, the odds of them flipping is slim because we're actually helping them level up in this country. They're going to have access to so many opportunities in this country. They're going to look at us as God, which they do. So they brought over the Africans. Listen to this fool.
Okay? You will never see them talk about Chinese immigrants who again migrate to the United States in the thousands.
We don't have no
according
problem
to
with them.
people migrating from Africans.
So he just ignored everything she said. Her message was she's tired of Africans coming to America, disrespecting foundational Black Americans, acting like foundational Black Americans. Civil rights fight did not open the floodgates for so many Africans to seek the United States as refuge and also take advantage of opportunity to level up. That's all she said in an emotional rant.
Don't make up. Nigerians alone are only 400,000 in this country. The community I live in, my subdivision, is 400,000 homes.
Oh, so you are in America. Yeah, he's a conservative. All right, right. And I guarantee you, where you live at, you do your best to avoid us. Now, look what he said. He said we are the bottom of the bottom. Okay? That's what he said. She didn't say that. She just said, you guys need to pay some homage, some respect, give some flowers out. That's all she said. She never said you guys were the bottom of the bottom. But you said that. You said that about us.
So if we use this to represent Nigeria, is that the one that is causing you so much pain in your so-called country?
Okay, there we go again. The so-called country. You're mad. It's like you're mad that you are in our country. You're mad. It's coming out. So-called country. You're mad that this is our country and you're forced to live under us. You're forced to acknowledge we built this thing and you're here from our hands. Nobody's in your land from your hands. People are fleeing your country from what your hands did or did not do. All right?
But no, they won't have the smoke for Chinese immigrants who are migrating in the thousands and
that's not the problem.
My taxes, her taxes, have gone to fund the war that no one voted for our government.
Oh, stop.
Like she is on camera. She would never have that for white Europeans.
Oh boy.
Looking out for Mexicans. I don't put Black Americans with Africans.
Yeah, he definitely don't know our history. He definitely don't know how we crash out, how we will fight. That's why I played the anthem song, bro. We don't run away. We stay. We slay. We pray. Hey, 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 hey. That's what we do, man. You guys flee. You're over here talking shit. You're over here talking tough. So you just proved her point. That was her whole point. You guys, dang, that's crazy. You just proved her whole point. Her whole point was you guys flee your country. You come to America and you could only come here from our fight in America, our movement in America. You're only here because of that. And you come over here and then talk shit about us. You just said we're at the bottom of the bottom. You just proved everything she said would be accurate, pinpoint, precision, perfect.
African American. See, here's the
Kaya
virtual
Fisher.
signaling.
Seduction,
And you see
dog.
her in that video conflict the two. She talks about African American, she talks about Black American. Please, let's not confuse the two. And she knows this. Black Americans and African Americans are not the same people.
Thank you.
I have no respect.
Thank you. That's all. I'm glad you can acknowledge that. So when I say that publicly, I'm not the crazy guy in the room anymore.
She talks about African American, she talks about Black American. Please, let's not confuse the two. And she knows this. Black Americans and African Americans are not the same people. I have no respect for Black Americans because Black Americans have not done anything. The ones that I have respected, I have the highest respect for, that I even put above white people, African Americans. I'm not talking about the ones that are in the 80s and 70s. I'm not talking about those you might as well put them in the bucket with the Black Americans. I don't have no respect for them either. African Americans that she is trying to claim credit from, then were not Black Americans. They were African Americans. Who in the
we don't even know what I mean. We don't even know what an African American is. You just made that up. Okay, ain't none. Okay, you just see. This is what tethers do. They f it up. My boy Kenny would say they muck it up. Bro, Dr. King did not call himself an African American. Okay, so you just made that up, bro. The term African American, because you're a tether, you wouldn't know. You don't know our history. The term African American didn't get popular until Jesse Jackson, bro. 1990s. So no, she's right. They were Black Americans, okay? She's right, you're wrong. But you don't know our history, and that's your problem. But you don't have to know it. That's okay. Just stay in your communities, in your enclaves. Like you said, you're only 400,000 deep. So you're very non-influential in this country. You're powerless. And we are 43 million deep. So guess what? Guess who really don't need the other people? We're 43 million deep. You are 400,000 deep. We don't need you at all. We don't need your support, financial support, nothing. You don't got to join shit we got going on. That's not enough in numbers. If we can barely get shit accomplished at 43 million deep, how can an extra 400,000 help us? Exactly, it can't. So we don't need you at all in America. Now, I would love for the Pan-Africanists to respond to this video. Those same two Pan-Africanist nutsos, the two stooges, I would love for them to respond to this. There you go. Here's your Pan-Africanist brother. So you got no respect for y'all.
Their Africanness, their African energy, their African spirituality fought for the pride and the stuff that she even enjoys today.
Okay, I don't know what you just talked, bro. You just made that shit up. You talking about some Wakanda stuff, some Rwanda stuff, but you ain't talking about no Foundation Black America stuff. You just made that up.
They didn't call themselves Black Americans. As a matter of fact, the term Black American, let me help you understand this. Historically,
here they go. Go ahead and muck it up. They always want to teach us our history. Okay, so tell us about Black American. Go ahead.
The first time that term has existed. As a matter of fact, when slavery ended in 1865, excuse me, and African Americans.
Oh, don't do the AME thing. Yeah, listen. Pan-Africanists, you got to do better than this. So again, you hear this guy? He's about to do the Pan-Africanist shuffle. He's about to talk about the AME church, the same thing Dr. Mayat talked about. They're going to list one or two people out of millions to call themselves African American. There's no doubt, there's no debate. During that time, the average black person, and before that time, all the way up into the 1960s, family, listen. So for over 100 years, foundation black Americans called themselves Negro and colored primarily. So he's about to make up some revised bullshit, romanticized Pan-Africanist history. He's going to repeat talking points from the Pan-Africanists. Listen to this goofy shit. Listen. I already know where he's going.
The pride and the...
And yo, why it looks like he about to cry and shit? Man, toughen up. Tie your shoes, man.
Stuff that she even enjoys today. They didn't call themselves Black Americans. As a matter of fact, the term Black Americans, let me help you understand this. Historically, this is not the first time that term has existed. As a matter of fact, when slavery ended in 1865, excuse me, and African Americans, the 14th Amendment was passed in 1868, which is when the term American Negroes started. First it was Negroes, Black Negroes, and the term went into, Black Americans. There was a time.
What family? What are we missing here?
That went into, Black Americans. There was a time.
Wait.
That term in 1868, which is when the term
the
American
superpower.
Negroes started. First it was Negroes, Black Negroes, and the term went into.
What about colored? You see what I'm saying? What about colored? Like the dude is just botching. He's botching and he's guessing and he's on he's on that website that Unc and Dr. Matt was on. Like he must have bought one of those books. He bought one of those Pan-Africanist books. That's what he did.
Black Americans. There was a time that term Black American was used in the 1800s. African Americans who were enslaved, who were descendants from slaves, said no, they want to be African Americans. They don't want to be identified as Black Americans.
Wait, what? Yo, this guy. Okay. This guy crazy.
That was what they said. The white folks didn't label them that. That was the label they chose. And because they wanted to identify and be part of a bigger thing than themselves. They wanted to be tied to a continent, right? To be part of a people larger than what was represented here in the United States. And they knew that the answer.
Hey, yo, that is a complete lie. You made that up. You bought that Pan-Africanist book. Family, he made that up. We never wanted to be tied to Africa since we got here, and since we were stripped of everything. We were always content or be on contempt or be on a proud American. Okay, we were comfortable with just being American. This dude was just making shit up, but again, he got it from the Pan-Africanist book that they keep holding up.
Ancestry came from Africa. That was the kind of energy, the type of pride and the type of spirit they had, which caused them to fight for the rights they fought in this country, which caused them to band together. It was that African spirit. It was,
brother, which Pan-Africanist book did you get that from?
The African unity that caused them. This is why I have no respect for the so-called Black Americans. These ones are trying to align with the same power structure
this dude made some
that they
shit
hate.
Up. Uh-oh.
So you hear the same rhetoric every single time. And these ones, the archetype of these types are the ones that they single out Africans. They are anti.
Yeah, I can't wait to read his comments, yeah.
Africa. Where? Who cares? And Nigerians in particularly. And you know why that is? You know why they have smoke for Nigerians?
Oh, he about to lie about the education thing.
Because
here we go.
In the 80s and 90s, the so-called Black Americans wanted to align with Mexicans. They didn't.
What the? All right. What else, brother? What else?
Wanted to align with Mexicans. They didn't want to be part of Africa. That's where you started seeing that whole thing. They didn't call themselves Black Americans back then, but they were the anti-African rhetoric thing started in the late 80s, 90s. That's where that whole thing started. You know, when we would come up here, we try to align with them. They told us, no, we don't want to be part of you. That whole distinct.
Yo, what history recollection is he reciting? This dude said that they wanted to align themselves with us, and we said no. Okay, so he just, yeah, this, I'm shocked. Like, I know I would hear like lies and hatred from tethers, but god damn, like this is the worst. This I ain't never. Yeah, brother, you got it. You got first place, bro. You got first place. You are the number one tether. You got first place.
Distinct distancing themselves away from Africa really started in the mid 80s, going into the 90s.
Mid 80s. How about early 1800s? That you talking about? Let me see the chat. Yeah, this guy's crazy. So we got Roy G in the building. Roy G, we are definitely getting stronger. Help us get a little bit stronger by liking the video, subscribing, and hitting that notification bell. This dude said Africans wanted to align themselves with us. We said no. Kia Harris back in the super chat with $4.99 lineage donation. He says he is sewage swimming, scammy ass, cow pee showering, bush meat smuggler, 100%. And when I say we can't do anything with these folks, now you see. Okay, now you're seeing. Now you're seeing we can't do anything with these folks. Now, is he, look, I'm going to read his chats. I'm going to read his comments when he's done. Now, we'll see if a bunch of Africans called him out and said, dude, you're wrong. So this is your chance, Africa, to call out your coon class. So I'm gonna after we're done with this video, I'm gonna go to the comment section. And I already know FBAs are gonna chew them out. But I'll be more impressed if people were African and they called them out. So we'll see. We'll see.
And so they aligned themselves with Mexicans. So you started to hear the black and brown coalition thing. The reason why they're so angry is because Mexicans have left them in the trash.
Oh my God.
They're finally, their eyes have opened up that with the whole current migrant situation, they're seeing Mexicans looking out for their own people at the border and basically discounting their coalition with them. That's where the
you're right. We just found out. We just found out about that just recently. You're right.
Anger is. And so to them, they turn into us now and say, hey, can we not be, after they pushed us away.
Are you serious?
When we tried to be part of them, we came into their community. We tried to align with them. They didn't want to be part of us. They said, go away. They called us names. They didn't. So we went away. And we went and built ourselves and united in ourselves. And now they say,
that's a lie.
Want to be part of it. Which one is it? Lord Day, which one is it? You don't want me when I...
Yeah, his body language shows, like I'm a body language type of person. His body language does not show that he's comfortable or confident. His body language shows that he's freestyling, he's guessing, and he cannot stop. He wants to stop, but his emotions took over his brain, right? His tetherism took over his brain. He can't stop. This dude said they tried to align themselves with us in the 80s. We said no. We instead chose Hispanics, and the Hispanics threw us in the trash. And then at a desperate measures, we came back to the Africans and they said, nah, hold your own nuts up, build your own cities and countries. This dude took our history, reversed it, and made it their history.
I want to be part of you. You don't want me, and you attack me when I listen to you and say, okay, you don't want to be friends with me. I'll go here. Day. And so because they chose and played the wrong cards with the Mexicans, and the Mexicans have left them.
Now, keep in mind, we chose the wrong card. He just admitted that there are only 400,000 in numbers in America. That small number, he is saying that somehow we would have benefited from them joining us. SMK in the super chat with some lineage love, man. Appreciate you. Thanks for the consistency and exposing the tethers. Yeah, yo, some of this stuff just fall in my lap. Some things you guys email me, and other things this stuff just fall in my lap. Yeah, this is probably the #1 tether video of the year. Yo, man, we should do some tether award shows. But yeah, but this might be the #1 video, the tether video of the year. This might be #1 because of the revisionary history, like the way he was able to revise history and switch roles. Like he put us in his role and he put himself in our role. Like I ain't never seen nothing like this. This is really, I'm like, it's jaw dropping. I don't even have much commentary. I'm just like shaking my head, like for real, I'm shaking my head.
And the wayside in the corner, and they're looking out for their own people. You find the constant anger against Africans, Nigerians in particular. Now let's talk about Nigerians in particular, because Nigerians are quickly gaining a lot of notoriety in this country. Africans are coming.
What? Yo, y'all quickly getting bounced out the country. Yo, they made the visa criteria for you guys like extra ridiculous hard. Okay.
Coming up here and dominating.
Oh, she dominating.
Nigerians in particular, because Nigerians
there we go.
Are quickly gaining a lot of notoriety in this country. Africans are coming up here and dominating.
Okay, so now we already talked about that. So he is proud of his elite class, his hyper selected class. He's proud of the inevitable. His elite class in the country, his most educated, most skilled, most brightest people, the highest IQ. They come over here with our resources and tools. Yes, they should do well. You're not dominating. You're dominating other immigrant groups. That's it. You're dominating other immigrant groups. You're not dominating Foundation Black American elites. And you're definitely not dominating Hispanic elites. And you're not, that's here citizens, born citizens. You're not dominating them. And you're definitely not dominating white elites that's in the country that been here. So the Hispanics who've been here since the longest time, blacks and whites, you're not dominating us. You're dominating the other immigrants groups. Your elite class does not represent the whole of Nigeria. You guys IQs is like below the standard for one. You live off $2 a day. All right, so let's show how great you are. Okay, let's show how great you are. Okay. Nigeria's GDP. No. That's not what I want. I want the people per capita. I want per capita. There we go. Okay, bro. This doesn't read like you're dominating. Nigeria's nominal GDP per capita was approximately $835 in early 2025. Okay. Watch this, family. Watch this. 835. Watch this. Shit. Okay. So remember, they're dominating. $835 for the whole year. Let's divide that by a year. 365 days. Okay. So where's the division sign? Family. They, like I said, they make $2 a day. $2.2 a day. $2.30 a day. And they're dominating. At home, family, You're seeing it. I don't play. This is why nobody can do nothing with me. That's why they don't hop on. It's just freestyling. Like I'm well prepared to cook whoever that comes over there. Okay. Their GDP for the year is $835. There's 365 days a year. They make $2, a little less than $2.30 a day, but they're gonna tell us how great a small Nigeria. Wait. Look at this. Okay, like let's do the numbers. 20, 30 million, right? Shit. No, that's not what I wanted. 595. Is that what I wanted? No, is that what I want? I wanted. No, that's not what I wanted. Let me see. What did I want? So there's 238 million of them, and there's 400,000 over here that they're bragging about. That's not what I wanted. Okay, hold on. That's not what I wanted. Yeah, the numbers don't lie. So there's 238 million of them in Africa, but only 400,000 are in America. I wanted to get the decimal percentage. Let me do a decimal. I wanted to get a decimal percentage. This is ridiculous. Like you said, numbers don't lie. There are 238 million. Okay, you know what? I got a better question. I got it. I got the answer. Okay. I got it. I got it. I got it, fam. I got it, fam. I got it. 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 Here we go. Got it. I know I figured it out. As of mid 2025, approximately 0.2% of the Nigerian population lives in the United States. This is a calculation based on the following stats. Okay. So, goddamn. So the majority, the overwhelmingly majority of y'all live off $2 a day. 0.2% of y'all come to America and make the best of yourself. Oh, don't forget, this is their elite class. This ain't the $2 a day Nigerians coming over getting lucky. These are their elite class who gets damn near free education. So he's comparing themselves to us. Our education is not free. It's expensive. They get free education. It costs almost nothing to be a doctor. You big to be tech or a lawyer, free. So they come over here with free education. It's just at their disposal, and 400,000 don't get to this country, and a small percentage of that is successful. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Let's do more numbers. I like numbers, right? Hold on. Okay. Now he said they are dominating. It says data from 2021 indicates that roughly half of Nigerian American households earn 70, that's half. So out of 400,000, 200,000 Nigerian households earn $70,000 a year. Now he said they're dominating, bro. That's not dominating. White folks at about like 138,000, something crazy. That's like you said, chat. The numbers don't lie. So let's get back to this guy. So a very, very tiny percentage of them came to America, 400,000, and half of the 400,000. So out of 238 million, let's bring it back. So out of 238 million, only 200,000 of them are making $75,000 and better. But he said they're dominant, bro. Your country is dominating the failure rate. 80 to 90% of you guys make $2 a day. And the ones that flee to America, which is a very, very, very tiny, small percentage, they make $75,000 a year. And you said you guys are dominating. Okay.
Against Africans, Nigerians, you to you and say, okay, you don't want to be friends with me, I'll go here. Kilo day. And so because they chose and played the wrong cards with the Mexicans, and the Mexicans have left them in the wayside in the corner, and they're looking out for their own people, you find the constant anger against Africans, Nigerians in particular. Now let's talk about Nigerians in particular, because Nigerians are quickly gaining a lot of notoriety in this country. Africans are coming up here and they're dominating.
Yeah, dominating. 200,000 out of 238 million do not make $2 a day. They make $75,000 a day, and they are dominating. Bro, they're dominating compared to Africa. They're not dominating compared to first world countries, bro. Stop.
Because Africans come up here with the right attitude, with right mindsets.
Right. Scamming. Do I got to pull up Hush Puppy again? You want to pull up Hush Puppy? They come here with the right attitude. Yeah, sure. I got you. So we're going to show an example of this right attitude. Here's an example of their right attitude. Right here.
$5,000. Don't play yourself.
I first heard about Ramona
Yo,
Boswell.
there you go.
When he
How
was
about you don't play? Oh, shit, I didn't mean to do that. My man said $5,000, don't play yourself. And the next thing we see is ICE locking his ass up. So they come over here with the right attitude. Hush Puppy. Okay. That's not the greatest example of the right attitude. Peace. Amin Rob Muxick LLC. We got Taz Cole, the CEO in the building. Peace to y'all. Okay. Adi Head, peace to you. Kip DR, peace to you. He said they come over here. Oh, we got Taya Tay Carter. He said they come over here with the right attitude. Hush Puppy said his access key costs $5,000. Don't play yourself. And the very next scene, ICE is cracking down, locking his ass up. This is how we know. Okay. So this is how we know Nigerians. We don't know Nigerians by this story, by this
against Africans, Nigerians particularly.
Stop. This Wakanda story you sold us, the world don't know Nigerians like that. How you look how he described Nigerians.
About Nigerians in particular, because Nigerians are quickly gaining a lot of notoriety in this country.
Oh, yes, they are. This is a lot of notoriety right here. Yeah, this is a lot of notoriety. You got that part correct.
Africans are coming up here and they're dominating.
And guess what? And the ICE and the FBI are noticing the notoriety. They're not dominating in legal stuff. They're dominating in stuff like this, activities like this.
Because Africans come up here with the right attitude, with right mindsets. So a lot of people choose the African to connect with than the one that think like these Black Americans.
Okay, there you go.
$5,000. Don't play yourself.
Don't play yourself.
I first heard about Ramona.
$5,000. Don't play yourself. They come up with the right attitude. They work hard. Blah, 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 blah. My man's going to prison, and then he's going to face deportation. Let's hear more fantasy. Breeze Omega. Please.
That is the fact. See, that's the part they won't tell you about.
Mental OG.
That's the part. It is the anti-toxic competitiveness, where someone who looks like you comes in because you thought you were the kid on the block. You know, you thought you were the kid on the block. And so you have another kid in the block that looks like you, and he is stronger, better, good looking, faster. He has a better attitude, and he's gaining.
Hey, yo, there is no physical representation of such person he just described that's better than us. Not melanated. Look, listen to this.
More popularity. You have another kid in the block that looks like you, and he is stronger, better, good looking.
There is no physical depiction of that man or that woman. I would have loved for him to show like a size slot, like, like a picture of this person who's faster, stronger, better looking, more successful, more creative. I would love for him to show a picture of this non-FBA person. Okay, you know what? Let's get to the comments, because this is getting corny. Let's get to the comments. The big guy in the White House made sure all the feeding and aid has come to a permanent halt. Y'all still shit in Nigerian streets. Right. Let me give a lineage wrench to R. Okay, let me give you a lineage wrench, man. Welcome to the family reunion. You did. Peace. Subscribe. Click the notification bell, and most importantly, like the video. But I think reading his comments will be more entertaining than watching the video. Okay, so this person said, true fact. Let me make this bigger. I ain't about to struggle. Okay. All right, so now let's see if, remember, the average African would say, that ain't all of us. Okay, but the difference between us and you, if there was an FBA person who was out of line, just calling African stuff they're not and lying about your history, we'll call them out and humble them. Like, yo, chill out, bro. You wildin'. That's what we'll do. That's part of our culture also, family. When we was doing the whole culture role thing yesterday, that's part of our culture, is to check each other when we're clearly off. Now, he's clearly off, but let's see if his African buddies check him. Okay, now watch this. Read the chat. True facts, bro. They always say it's the white people doing it or accuse Europe, but they are the beneficiaries of all that. They want us to bow down to them and be grateful. Look at this. Look. This dirty, dusty, jobless Black America who have no look. This is bravo, my Niger brother. You said everything that needs to be said. I grew up in America. Okay, so now we're gonna send this to these damn Pan-Africanists that be lying. Her father is from the Caribbean, Nevas. She's cosplaying about being from Africa. That lady thinks with her skin color and her emotions, not their brains, the truth. Look at all the support. Stop me when there's an African that say, bro, you tripping. Yeah, man, you tripping, bro. You off cold. Black Americans not all are ignorant and uninformed. Africans should start creating videos of Black Americans who treat us like crap. Nigeria is the face of poverty. There you go. We finally got one person. And this is how uneducated you are for you to sit on YouTube and you speak. And there we go. We got some clapback. Okay, we're fighters, foaming at the mouth and looking so dusty. Damn, yes. And now he's talking about the woman. A great post, and you rightly put her in a place. Are you making these ignorant while on the count of Africa? Or are you in America? Okay, there we go. We got some clapback because we fight. Okay, I'm American. I could care less about your African booty scratch. You put stretcher. This is painful to watch. However, on many counts, she is right. And by the way, when she starts screaming like a lunatic, I stopped the video. So I would just comment on the title, the little bit that I heard. She built a great America with stolen goods, millions of lives lost. I have no idea what they talk about. You Africans who think you are better than us, keep telling yourself how high and mighty you are. There we go. Some clapback. You call her a coward. What does that make you? Your country, Africa, is overrun by. Here we go. Thank you. Some clapback. So make some truth. Patrice Lumumba, Thomas Sakura, Muammar Gaddafi, I agree with you. The problem is that most Americans, okay, here we go. Brother, you're on point. She's fully, there you go. Told you. Respect Black Americans because we built America. Here we go. Some clapback. But I'm telling you, all of the clapback was from Americans. Which person said, hey, I'm from Cameroon. Hey, I'm from this. Hey, I'm from this. Hey, I'm from that. Bro, you are wilding, bro. You're projecting. You got a gross distortion of history. That's not true. Who has said that represents Africa so far? Nobody. This guy has no respect for the descendants. There we go. The odd thing about this is Tanya Tico isn't a Black American. Why are Black Americans only mad at the whites? Their own people enslaved them. No. Well, did she lie? Facts. Black Americans always claim victim. Look at this. See, that's the same guy. I ain't gonna read. Same guy. Damn, I'm angry. Good talk, my brother. He ain't the same guy. This lady's on crack. She is so ghetto. Okay. Same guy. Her father's from the Caribbean. Never's either to be precise. That means he agreed. I cannot watch the video till the end. She was a big disgrace to Black entirely. Look. Spot on. I don't comment on a message of that lady, but no Nigerian would be allowed to speak in such a disrespectful way or else get corrected by their elders. That tradition is not colonized minds. I remember this foolish wild woman, Akata. She must be from the ghetto. Look, these are so-called Africans who say they're Black. Black Americans fighting the U.S. Army to oppress the other brown. Look at this guy. If Africa's resources weren't stolen in gold, diamond, blah, 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 all this bullshit about the, look, here go this lie. The gold, the diamond, everything they don't use for themselves. They have, listen, Africa has never used, I'm going to read off the resources that the Africans never used and took advantage of. Africans never used gold, diamond, bauxite, oil, platinum, gas, copper, fabrics, or ornaments, etc. They never used that to build Africa. You're right. This was only used to build the West because they seen that as something valuable. Africa would trade that shit for wine and marijuana and K2 and scissor. The truth you are saying, brother. Good job. Confirmed. Like that sweetest song. Needed sweetest. Bless you, my brother. He got nothing but support from tethers. The systemic poverty, whites had 80% of all the wealth, blacks had less than 5%. Remove Black men, blah, 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 blah. Demasculating our men. Okay, so I think he's riding with us. She said her father was Nigerian. Your take was different from my take. Stop believing in her while earning money from her video. Okay, I like that. Some clap. Okay, this was the first. No. This person never said it was a tether. Okay, CJ, I think the woman is so disgruntled. Look at this. She's actually ignorant, reaching to a video of Kenyan. Awesome video. Damn, bro. Her father's Caribbean and mom Black American. She has visited Nigeria and is a feminist. She might be dusty, but she's also chosen. Y'all that stayed behind were rejected. God promised that if his people disobeyed him. Okay. Her father is Jamaican, not Nigerian. Mom is African, blah, blah, blah. I'm sorry, when you can put yourself in her place without presumption, you'll see she's not hateful. Okay, good. Okay, here we go. So clap back. She's absolutely typical Black. Look. She is absolutely typical Black woman. Love you, brother. Nothing but support. Of course, you don't have respect. That's the problem. She's giving some clap back from FBAs. Nobody clearly said I'm from Kenya. I'm from Ghana, bro. You're wrong. I hope, you know what I mean? Nobody so far. She's not even American. She's 9 years old. I think she's a brilliant woman. I understand every word. Okay, there you go. What was her contribution towards the building of America? Okay. Why is she having a mental breakdown? Okay. All right. So I'm going to stop. But I would like to challenge him. So let me see. I'm going to write, because he's responding. So he's emotional. So I'm going to respond to him and see if we can get a dialogue. Come in. Open. Open. Good job. Bring it in. Okay. Give me water. Give me water. Good job. Close that door. All right. I got the power of peace. All right. So now. All right. All right. So there you go. So we'll see if the guy, think of your man right there. Let's see if he accepted. Normally they don't, but who knows? All right, so let's do this right here, then we out of here. So I'm gonna play. I don't know what this is about. This is supposed to be a diaspora debate panel. I didn't vet it. I don't know what anybody's saying on here, who is who. So for the first time, we're just gonna watch it together. If it's lit, we'll just play it. If it's ass, I'll stop the live and I'll see y'all later on this evening. So let's give it a chance first. Roy G, Claude, Mesha, R, Kia Harris, Mesha, Adi Head, those who stay behind. Got Body, thank you, Guillory. Oh, we got American Dream back in here. All right, anyway, let's go. Let's move on.
And that supposedly cares about me and is going to prosper me, when we know economically we're 2.6% of the nation's wealth. So how and why would I fight for a nation that does not want to award me for my hard work instead of going to the continent and building up a nation that would reward me for my hard work, and I wouldn't be struggling and trying to prove my black.
Yeah, but okay. For those who believe there's a better opportunity in Africa, go show us, document it. All this hypothetical Marcus Garvey steamship, import, export internationally, that sounds great. Go do it. Even Marcus Garvey didn't do it because it's not practical. Why don't somebody just go do it? Oh man, Ibram Traore, man, I would love to live with him. Well, he's looking for soldiers. Go over there and join. You can realistically join this year, or I don't know how the process works to get over there, but I guarantee you. So you can't fly. I was told you can't fly straight in there, but you can fly to surrounding countries like Ghana, whatever, and then enter Burkina Faso from there. So why don't y'all go there and help out your leader? It's just talk. We just read the 3 states of Sahel conference that Dr. Mayad misrepresented and lied about. It's just talk. No no currency amongst them, no building, nothing. They're just talking.
On a nation full of black people.
But I think you misunderstand me, Ashanda. I'm saying fight for your communities, fight for your territory right here in the U.S. Additionally, and you did not address this point, and I don't want to speed past it. Don't you realize that these same immigrants that the white man actually allowed into the U.S., let's not forget that the white man allowed them into the U.S., the majority of them voted for Trump. The same man that you claim
for sure.
All right. So you have to acknowledge they are they are problematic, and it's best that they get out the paint, that they get out of the country.
Man, listen, those particularly who are white leaning, right? Like they want to have the closest proximity. I understand your position, but I guess I'm not talking about them immigrants. I'm talking about the ones that come from our blood. I'm talking about those who are phenotypically us, those who are by bloodline us. I don't see them as the same folk. And I guess that's the thing is you're like
when you say blood.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm saying you're looking at immigrants and you're just boxing them all into one circle and not delineating between the European immigrants and those who are of our descent. To me, I don't think that's right. I feel like we are supposed to be able to learn how to love one another and to forgive each other and advocate for one another. I'm not going to advocate for those people who want to be white proximity, but I'm talking about if my Jamaican brother or my Trinidadian sister has never harmed me, but I'm going to be calling ICE on them. I don't think that's right.
No, but Shonda, and that's once again, that's why I like to reduce my comments to less than one sentence. To less than 60 seconds, because I want you to understand what I'm saying. Literally, what I'm saying is these same immigrants, first of all, the African ones, are the descendants of the slave traders that sold your ancestors to the white man in the first place. They have no commonality with us. They have no unity with us. In fact, they have an equal amount of commonality with us than they have, I would say that they have more of a commonality and camaraderie with the...
Okay, now he's speaking facts. I'm so glad he mentioned that was left out the most, that they don't like to talk about, these Pan-Africanists and these tethers. Yeah, the same people you're claiming you want to link back up with, are they going to apologize for selling you? Are they going to deal with that first? Or are we going to act like that never happened? We're going to revise history and say white folks went into Africa, kidnapped us, and then put us on slave ships, dropped us off in the diaspora, and the selling part never happened. The trading part never happened. That is a lie. White propaganda, Jewish propaganda. Nobody bought or sold anybody. Nobody traded anybody. White folks went in there, took 10 to 12 million people and brought them into the diaspora, and Africans were just like, yo, what happened? Yo, like Adam when he fell asleep and his rib was taken from him to create Eve. You expect us to believe that with Africa? Africa fell asleep. The white man came and took us from the rib and brought us to the diaspora. And then Adam, Africa, woke up like, yo, what happened? How'd he get over there? Like, bro, stop.
A white man. That is that co-conspirator, literally. And as far as the Jamaicans and Caribbeans, etc., you already admitted, if you go to their country illegally, you'll be subjected to deportation. So if they come to the U.S. illegally, they got to go, literally. Don't you
definitely got to go. Yo, peace to Afro Troop that stepped in. Tracy H, I see you. And we got Shatira. She said, immigrants are immigrants. That's it. Okay, let me welcome Shatira to the cookout, to the family reunion. Let me give you a family reunion access key, which is a lineage wrench, and make you a moderator. That means you're officially invited to the cookout. You're at the family reunion. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Like the video, please, right now, quickly. Like the video and then subscribe, hit the notification bell, join us again. We're winding down. We've been live since like 8 a.m. We're winding down. This is like the last video. Then we're gonna, and I'm not playing the whole thing, a little bit of this, and then we'll, resume later this evening. And every day, chop it up. Chopper style. Hero Angel,
as the
peace.
Total number of immigrants increases in the U.S., the total number of majority Black American communities, cities, towns, counties, and municipalities and congressional districts is decreasing. So if it's them or us, I'm gonna always choose us every time. And that goes for any ethnic group. If it's us versus the white man, I'm choosing us every time. If it's us versus Caribbeans, I'm choosing us every time. If it's us versus Asian, Africans, Arabians, I'm choosing us every time. And that's how FBA and ADOS is feeling right now. We on our own time. We're not looking for no camaraderie. It has never benefited us.
Well, I definitely appreciate your perspective. And again, this is why this discussion is taking place right now, because we need to be able to dialogue and have honest discourse about how we each feel. So I don't want you to walk away feeling like, you're being bullied or jumped on for your position, because like I said, I understand the frustration. I grew up in America. I understand the frustration. I just separate and segment the European colonizers. And not all Europeans have colonialist ways, but they're not of my blood. So I separate them from those who are of my blood. And I say, you know what? we can sit down and we can talk about this, because we're all under the system of colonialism, just in different lands. So let's sit down and discuss. I want to give somebody else a chance to jump in.
Well, one last thing. I'm sorry. Please, one last thing, and then I'll drop down.
Absolutely, sister. Brother.
Yo, why they always try to tie us into colonialism? Like, yo, y'all gotta catch that. A lot of that's like immigrants normally do that, and then some Pan-Africanists, but mainly immigrants. Why do they try to bundle us up as part of this colonialism colonizer mess? But at the same time, they'll say they're independent. How can you claim independence and freedom and be proud of your country if they're still being colonized? You cannot have a colonizer and be independent. Which one is it? If you're not independent, then put that flag in a damn trash can. Stop waving that trash flag, because the flag represents independency. So don't wave that flag if you believe you have a colonizer. See, I don't like that. That's the double talk. If you have a colonizer, then you're not independent. Once you're independent, there's no colonizer. That's how it's supposed to go. All right. So if you believe you are still being colonized and you have a colonizer, that means your flag is representing colonization. So throw it in the trash. It's garbage.
Brother.
Well, one last thing. Since the white man is
you're
also
hogging the floor, brother.
I'm gonna pass the mic to you after I say this.
Other
All right,
people
brother.
have opinions and thoughts.
All right, let me say one thing. So I pass the mic, brother. That's not
dialogue between you and the sister.
I'm gonna say one comment.
To speak.
I'm gonna pass the mic to you after this. One sentence, brother. One sentence.
No. There is no. Wait. You
brother
talking.
Ashonda, don't you realize that the white man sheds your blood too?
You
have to acknowledge that, Ashonda. The white man has your blood.
It's time for you to be quiet and allow others to speak.
Brother, do you want attention from her?
You're not the only
She's
one
married.
that has an opinion.
All right, so
young man.
Okay, guys. All right. Thank you so much. Thank y'all both so much.
Yeah, please, let's keep it respectful. And I'm gonna drop down. Please, let me just say this before I drop down. Ashonda, the white man sheds blood with you too. That don't make him your family. Look at the Africans the same way. Peace. Thanks for having me up.
I understand that. Thank you so much for coming on, Brother Don P. Thank you very much.
All right. I'm gonna let Minister tell you hit this one first before I say a word. All right. Shout out to my sister Shonda.
Oh, it's a recap? Oh, no, I don't want to do a recap. I want to do a live panel. All right, let's try this one.
Let's say maybe in a few, you probably say, yeah, I'm African American.
I want to do a recap.
Because his roots is from Africa. So those people that opened that space that they
fucking history. All right, GK, one of the things that we do not do here is throw insults at people. Your knowledge would be deeply appreciated if you can share it with us. You don't have to call anybody stupid or whatever. We just want to have a conversation. We want to learn, and we want to understand why there is so much difference, or there seems to be, or there's perceived to be so much difference.
Wait, hold on, Rexford, hold on. Wait, hold on, GK. How am I ain't even disrespect you. I disrespected you.
Now, mother, hold on.
I thought we was having a normal conversation.
Yeah, I am, but I'm just saying thumbs down. It's like y'all trying to tell me, and the thing is,
no, I didn't put a thumbs down though.
No, not you, not you necessarily. No, not you exactly right, But he's saying, why is there so much a difference, right? But y'all understand there's differences on the continent, even within, being a Nigerian within tribes or whatever. So like, why wouldn't it be a difference with us? Like most Black Americans, we're damn near 10 to 20 generations removed. Like if you know what a generation is, that was 25 years. So every generation, that's 25 years. So
okay, wait, hold on, GK. What I was trying to explain to him was the host was y'all consider yourselves African American, Black Americans. Y'all don't feel like y'all don't consider yourself Africans at all, right?
Yeah, I'm not an African, I'm an American.
Okay. So, but you do acknowledge that your ancestors are from Africa.
I speak for myself. Yes, I have African ancestry. Yes.
Okay.
That's not the question. She said ancestors. See, that's the problem too with people. They don't listen to the question of what's being said. She said, do you acknowledge you have African ancestors? She didn't say African ancestry. So you got caught with the bait and switch, buddy. As a matter of fact, let me see if I can get these folks to dialogue with me. Let me try to bait them in. Try to bait them in. Yeah, but that was slick. That was a slick bait and switch.
Okay, cool.
Me?
But you do acknowledge.
Yeah, I'm not an African. I'm an American.
Okay, so but you do acknowledge that your ancestors are from Africa.
Me, I speak for myself. Yes, I have African ancestry. Yes.
Okay, cool.
I have other ancestors as well, from European and all that. That's what makes me an American. That, you know.
All right, now I ain't gonna lie. That ain't gonna lie. That was a slick comeback. Okay, he redeemed himself. Like, yeah, I got African ancestors, but I also got European ancestors. That was a nice little comeback. So he made up for that.
Yes, Black Americans have European ancestry. Yes.
Okay, that's cool. That's so that's what we're
cooked her.
Trying to figure out, right? So basically, there's a difference between African Americans and people that call themselves Black Americans. So what's the difference between foundational Americans?
But found the FBA, the new FBA, I don't think it's a term. It's just, I mean, I don't think there's a difference. We're just using that solely due because the African American term is so much nuance and broad that it's really been co-opted. So I don't know if you know, but you are African yourself. I don't know, but I'm pretty sure like it's Africans. I have seen it, but it's Africans in America that call themselves African Americans. It's also Caribbeans. So the thing is, right, with them doing that, they're also lumped in our demographic. So when you talk about statistics and things that was meant to be for us or whatever, y'all skew all that pretty much. So that's really, it's about our own autonomy. So everything our ancestors did here, the foundations and things they fought for and laid down here, that has nothing to do with you. Just because you could come from another country and research my identity and just get our scholarships and all this, no, you shouldn't be able to do that.
So you're saying that Africans can't come into America and be able to get rewarded like the way we are?
I'm saying anything that has to do with Black Americans, our own autonomy here in this country for centuries, you should not be able to come from any country and be able to attach yourself to a group of people and LARP.
Yeah, that is crazy. The strong entitlement these African tethers have, man. Like, it's no way to get through that thick, big head, bro. Like, they really believe like they're entitled to other people, resources, and struggles. Like, there's no way to shake that out of their head. Like, that's just their speaking of culture, that's just their culture. So that's just like, there's no way to talk that out of them. There's nothing he's gonna say to make her feel like, oh yeah, I didn't see it from that angle. That's their culture. Their culture is scamming and feeling like somebody else's stuff is theirs. They're entitled to it.
As if you're them and be able to move within their organizations and take resources and stuff. You should not be able to do that. And y'all know y'all shouldn't be able to, because you were not allowed to go into any other African country and do that. You know that. So why are you acting like, don't act slow or stupid? Like,
wait, hold on. GK, you don't gotta be disrespectful. We having a conversation. See, that's the thing. Every time we try to have a conversation, you always trying to go in attack mode.
No, because I'm not trying to attack, but I just feel like you just like some of y'all just intentionally just gaslight and then like
no, we're not trying. We're trying to have I ever had a conversation with you like this before?
Not you necessarily, but I'm just saying,
because they can't, like the dude earlier, the #1 tether this year with that video. Come on, like you really like this dude said that the Africans came to America and wanted to link up with us. We said no. We rather link up with Hispanics. Hispanics threw us to the trash. We came back to the Africans, and the Africans said, nah, we're good. That's called gaslighting. Like, you just made up a whole bunch of crazy fantasy stuff that could have never happened. And would never happen.
understand it's some like y'all intentionally just gaslighting y'all, and like some of them get what we saying. Like y'all know there's differences in the places y'all come from, and
Yeah,
y'all
we
not
have
just
tribes. We have
yeah,
tribes
and there's differences within them tribes, and there's conflicts as well. And y'all know even when you talk about politics in Nigeria, some tribes can't even get into the fucking politics because of a fucking hierarchy or whatever, because the northern tribes or whatever are at the top or whatever. So like, come on, y'all know this shit.
Yeah, but what we're discussing, right, is you said that we're trying to get the resources because I'm the only
So she sidestepped all of that. Yeah, that's true. But back to America. Yeah, that's crazy. I'm telling you, man. That's why I gotta have a Morehead family, so y'all just can see there's no way to get through their thick primitive skulls. So let's stop with anything recent of doing something with these damn Africans. Like a lot of them are just too far gone, and enough of them don't call them out. So we might as well that's like putting your hand in a den of snakes looking for the gardener snakes, African riders, and trying to avoid the poisonous snakes, the tether Africans. It's like, yo, it's nah, I just rather not put my hand in there at all and let them just keep to themselves.
Necessarily saying I'm not even I don't even want to just go ahead. Let me be quiet.
Okay. I'm the only Nigerian American on the speaker section, right? So I'm trying to understand when you say resources, what exactly are you talking about? Like when you say we're trying to come into you guys' space and take your resources. Because if we're walking down the street, right, and neither of us open our mouth to talk, they're gonna see us as black.
Oh my God, family. Come on, now I'm getting fatigued by that analogy. I'm getting that walking down the block analogy fatigue. Family, how is it possible that every tether uses the same exact analogy? How is that possible? So when we call you guys possible informants or agents, it seems like that. It seems like you are reading from the same script. But you guys call us the same thing, and we have different ways of arguing, different approaches. You guys use the same analogy to lullaby us back to sleep, to blindly just hold your hand and try to preach some Pan-African shit. How is that even possible? They all consistently use the same failed analogy because it goes nowhere.
Black people, your resources. Because if we're walking down the street, right, and neither of us open our mouth to talk, they're gonna see us as black people. They're not gonna say, "Oh, this one is Nigerian, this one is a black American." Like they're gonna just consider two black people. So, what resources are you saying that we're trying to take from you guys? Like, what resources?
Okay, to take it away from Africans, because I don't really want to make this a African thing. Like this it's got a whole lot. It's bigger than just Africans or whatever y'all think.
No,
But
I'm only speaking because I'm the only Nigerian American on the
right.
speaker section.
So to take it away from Africans, like the prime example, right? And I'm pretty sure y'all know this or whatever. But it's so the Congressional Black Caucus, right? Even though it wasn't necessarily us specifically, it was a Caribbean that advocated for it and pushed for it, being that she came over here during the height of the civil rights and got involved in our politics and all, right? So Shirley Chisholm, that was the woman that advocated for it. She was a Guyanese woman, right? So the Congressional Black Caucus, right? Being that the whole black thing is so fucking broad, right? A person like Stacey Pulaski, that's from the Virgin Islands, although it is a U.S. territory, they made it specifically, and Caribbeans do this, and there's other examples. Caribbean, so she's from the Virgin Islands, along with other Caribbeans. They made it specifically for her group from the Virgin Islands that she wanted resources specifically allocated to them, and she wanted a college, a university in the Virgin Islands to be considered a HBCU, a historically black college or whatever. But that has nothing to do with Black Americans with the HBCUs that we founded and built it here.
Okay.
So that right there that's a conflict of interest when you want to use and research off a people's plight and use their
Great points. And I guarantee you, she responds to nothing. She's going to use emotions, deflect, or redirect. Watch.
fight to just allocate stuff for your own. So yeah, it's just a leechy parasitic behavior.
Okay, no problem. Rexwell, you have any questions?
Even the whole Juneteenth thing, like me personally, like I really don't speak on Juneteenth because for the
Do
most part,
you
I don't know. I gotta.
GK,
I
yeah,
mean,
finish. I want to
I
ask
don't
him a
the
question.
Juneteenth thing. I haven't seen any Nigerians celebrate Juneteenth.
No, it doesn't have anything to do with celebrating it. And there have been Nigerians that have gotten scholarships and stuff off of it. But then they'll talk crazy, like it just be some crazy comments. So as I see it, like you just disrespectful. So no, you shouldn't be amongst us, and you shouldn't be able to get anything that has anything to do with just Black Americans. Specifically of our ancestry and the foundation of America. No, you shouldn't be able to do that.
But
That's what.
you don't think that your ancestors, right, who are
Oh,
from
God.
Africa, because you say your ancestors is from Africa, right? Ain't that
Oh,
our ancestors too, though? Because they came from out Africa. They came from.
Umu. What is your tribe or whatever?
Yeah, her name Umu, yo. This is her right here. And it's back to Lincoln's up together. Didn't your ancestors? Oh my God. That's why I don't even play that ancestor game. I don't play the elder game. I don't play the Baba game. I can have all that shit. I just speak normal English, right? Uh Traditional cultural English from our ancestors in America. We didn't do the Baba elder, all that stuff, man. We just talk to each other. And we have respect for our elders, right? So we never called a grandmother elder or a grandfather. We acknowledge them as an elder. It was again. There's a lot. Listen, it's real simple. When we were taught to respect our elders, what's already understood do not need to be explained. We don't got to go around calling people elder. We just knew who they were, and we just knew who they weren't. Okay, when they said respect your elders, it ain't like they had pictures of people. We just automatically knew who that meant and who it applied to, and we automatically knew who it didn't apply to. But nobody had elder name tags, and no, that was not the case, man. Okay, so that's why I don't do that. Like we should know who's worthy of respect and who's not. We don't need to have name tags and grand sheiks and chiefs. No.
I'm Igbo.
Okay, so are you the same as a Yoruba? Are you the same as a Fulani, a Hausa, a Kanuri, a Ijaw, a Ewe, a Isakiri? Are y'all the same?
No, we're all
Okay
Nigerians.
then. So why do you feel the need to impose that on me? But you understand that you ain't the same in Nigeria. Like this is what I'm talking about. This
Wait, what
kind
do you? Hold on, no, we're not. Hold on. What I'm trying to.
Oh wow, he just cooked the shit out of her. One more time, let me run that back. God, he's pretty good.
of. Are you the same?
It's from Africa, right?
There's anything to do with just Black Americans? Specifically of our ancestry and the foundation of America. No, you shouldn't be able to do that.
But
That's what.
you don't think that your ancestors, right, who are
Oh,
from
God.
Africa, because you say your
He said, "Oh my God," because he already knew where she was going. Peace to Miss Ruby 11 for another donation in the super chat. Appreciate it very much. Thank you. Very, very, very appreciative.
Specifically of our ancestry and the foundation of America. No, you
Sounds fan
shouldn't be able
too.
to do that.
But
That's what.
you don't think that
I think Miss Ruby was just checking to see if the super chat at work, because she like it must be broken because it's not being used like that. So let me just, because there's no message there. She said, you know what? Let me see if this is being. Let me see if this works. Let me see if the super chat works, because nobody's really showing that love. But if this was an African or a goddamn tether like academics or math Hoffa, those super chats would be flowing. So she just checking. Like, is that shit work? Yeah, it works. Miss Ruby, thank you.
Of our ancestry and the foundation of America. No, you shouldn't be able to do that.
But
That's what.
you don't think that your ancestors, right, who are
Oh,
from
God.
Africa, because you say your ancestors is from Africa, right? Ain't that our
Um,
ancestors too, though? Because they came
um,
from out Africa. They came from.
Umu. What is your tribe or whatever?
I'm Igbo.
Okay, so are you the same as a Yoruba? Are you the same as a Fulani, a Hausa, a Kanuri, a Ijaw, a Ewe, a Isakiri? Are y'all the same?
No, we're all
Okay, then.
Nigerians.
So why do you feel the need to impose that on me? But you understand that you ain't the same in Nigeria. Like this is what I'm talking about. This
Wait, what
kind
do
of
you? Wait, hold on, no, we're not. Hold on. What I'm saying is that slaves came from everywhere in Africa, even in Ghana, Senegal,
not,
Nigeria.
I'm not denying that, but let's
Okay,
be
so
very.
my whole thing is, if they came from Nigeria, right? Let's use Nigeria. They came from Nigeria. They enslaved them here in the U.S. and they helped build Nigeria, right? I mean, helped build the U.S., right? So you're saying that we can't benefit from that at all, even though they originally came from Africa.
So I ask you, right? What does Black Americans benefit from? Let's say Nigeria as a whole. What benefit does it help Black Americans that y'all benefit off of us? Although, like, it's a lot of nuances when you talk about Africans that came here, because to be honest, when you being a Nigerian, these DNA tests, it's a lot of lies in them. A lot of that shit ain't true. That Nigerian, a lot of our ancestors that Black Americans, they come from the Senegambian region. To be honest, in the Congo,
Mm-hmm.
not Nigeria.
Mm-hmm. No, I don't need a DNA test though.
Yeah, I
But
don't
like,
either. I ain't taking that. I ain't taking that bullshit anyway. I don't care for it. But go ahead.
mm-hmm. Yeah. So what you're saying is that we're trying to come over here and take resources that we're
I'm not
supposed to.
saying y'all. That's what y'all trying to do. I'm just saying that's what you're doing. I'm not saying y'all intentionally doing that, but a lot of it has to do with us as well. I put blame on Black Americans. That has to do with us as well, because the whole Pan-African indoctrination and mindset that previous generations pushed and aligned with.
Okay.
So
Rexford,
don't
you
so
have
don't
any?
think I'm.
By the way, just for the record, I am pro DNA. So each his own, but that's what I accept. Bantu Mandinka, peace, man. It works. Drop it, fam. Okay, so that's further verification that the super chat does work. Okay, thank you very much. Peace, 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 peace.
Putting that blame on y'all. Nah, I put more of the blame on us as a
But
ethnic.
even if you put the blame on y'all, it's still a divisive. You like it's still I feel like you're using divisive terms.
Hold on,
How? What you mean?
Like you're trying to
Juju.
like yes, we're
Whoa,
different.
Juju. I gotta Juju, Juju, Juju. I gotta take your lineage wrench just for 1 second because I need to vet you further. See, here's the thing. Anybody can say the FBA right now because we're not really checking paperwork because that's not the time right now. We're just trying to galvanize and organize. Well, we're not even organized. We're galvanizing to organize. You dig? To build, right? But right now we're just galvanizing. And if you say FBA face value, we will accept you as FBA. But some of you guys, clearly don't look like it, and you're out of here. And then some of your statements be questionable, where we need to further vet. So Juju, if you don't mind, I want to further vet you. Okay, let me put the link in the chat. All right. Now you didn't claim to be FBA, I don't think. So you don't have to be. But if you're claiming to be FBA, Juju. So I only give the moderation ability to people who are FBA or are clearly supporters of FBA. By your comment about they see it's the same, that's not an FBA comment. So the links in the chat, Juju, if you want to, you can click the link, have a small dialogue with your brother, unbiased Ron, or you can not click the link, but you cannot, and you could chill. You know what I mean? You could chill, vibe out with this built in the chat, but you cannot have that lineage link without dialoguing with me, just briefly. Just you know what I mean? That's all.
From y'all because we are originally from Africa, right? And
No. I said I put the blame. When I say I put the blame on, I'm talking about specifically my ethnic group, my people, the whatever.
All right, Juju. So your language is going to be flagged as trolling. So if you really believe in all of us coming together, then start with you. Click the link and come together with us. Come together with me. So let's start with you. If you really believe that bullshit, oh yeah, you out of here. He's just trolling. Bye bye.
40, 50 million, whatever, how many it is. I'm talking about us specifically. I'm talking about previous generations, from my grandparents to the civil rights. I'm talking about them. That doesn't even involve Africans or Caribbeans at all. Like, no
Oh,
immigrants.
okay.
I'm making it specifically about us.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Rexford,
All
you're
right.
here now.
GK, I've listened to everything you've said. So, this is actually quite interesting. Do you feel like foundational Black Americans, do you feel like they operate in a different level compared to, Africans? Do you feel like you guys are probably, better than Africans? And do you feel like you guys have a better overall culture compared to Africans?
That whole little culture thing, I don't even want to get in that, because I don't even bring up that, like, that whole culture shit. I see some Black Americans. I'm gonna be real, and I'm gonna say it. The Black Americans of my ethnic group that I see do engage in them, like, low vibrational conversations about culture. I'm gonna be real. Like, my mind don't even register or think like that, because growing up and just Black American all my life, I'm 25 or whatever. Like, I've never heard the word culture even come out my fucking grandparents' mouth or anyone I was raised around. Like, that's not a Black American thing. This whole culture shit, whatever you see motherfuckers talk about, that's more of a social media low level thing that I'm not about to have it with third worlders about culture and all. No, bro. Like, my people did way more bigger things that really had to do with, like, creating societies and stuff, to inventions and stuff. I ain't about to debate about no culture, bro. I got engineers and degrees and OGBYNs and stuff in my family. I ain't about to debate about no culture. Like, just regular stuff we do every day. That's just normal. I ain't about to compare and compete with Africans or Caribbeans about. And even though, like, I know, like, the history of, like, some of the culture of the
All right, let me just slightly disagree with the young dude's 25, so I get it. Okay, so let me slightly disagree and check you for a brotherly check. Yes, our parents didn't say culture, and that's the reason why there's been a culture grift. That's the problem. Dr. Claude Anderson talks about that. We didn't gatekeep our culture. So you dig? So I understand you're young, you're learning, you're getting into these spaces, but you need to really dialogue with the older FBAs a little more and talk about why the culture thing is so important. Why you think there was a need for microphone check? We didn't protect the culture, so we have people saying 50-50 hip hop. Cool Herc started hip hop, stuff like that. See. So when you don't protect your culture, somebody else just take it, and then they protect it. Then it's over. The same thing with country music. You see, that wasn't protected, so now it's somebody else's, and we got to get it back and rock and roll, and it's too controversial now. So yes, you got to protect the culture. Just because our parents didn't say it doesn't mean that was the right move. Our parents made a lot of mistakes. Our grandparents made a lot of mistakes, and even ancestors. Okay, but we are the evolution of them. We know what they know, and we know what they don't know. So we're supposed to be better off than them. So they didn't say culture, but we're saying it. Guess what? They also didn't say foundational. Your grandparents probably call themselves the Negro, right? Call themselves colored. Is that the right thing to call yourself today? See, you don't believe that. You believe it's FBA. So yeah, just because your parents did something or didn't do something doesn't mean that's the right thing. We are the evolutionized version of them. We know what they don't know, and we know what they know.
Caribbeans, like, a lot of their culture that people think is just so African and they retain, a lot of it don't have nothing to do with Africa. When you talk about Jamaicans and dreads and shit, like, a lot of that come from Indians, the people they was around. Like, dreads is not an African thing or Black thing. That's Indian culture. The whole Rastafari thing, that has to do with praising a Ethiopian Arab Selassie. The word Rastafari was his name. So I know a lot about these people's so-called culture and why it's so upheld and all this. But go ahead. It's not about culture with me. Like, I'm not about to do that.
Okay, you're saying it's not about culture, but what I want to ask you now is this:
I think our morals and standards of living play a part. Like, just that has a big major difference. Like, like how y'all have I don't know where you're from, whatever, but like just Nigeria, whatever. Like when you talk about like Ifa or like in Benin or voodoo and stuff like that's not a Black American. We don't take into them weirdo ideology practices. But now now that I look at it, I'm like a lot of these things, these movements and cult religions and stuff, this has plagued my community, which was never a thing. Like these religions and even Pan-Africanism, that ideology. Like I look at that like as a cult like religion that has like dumbed down my people and indoctrinated them and put us in this position of today, to where you feel that.
Did he say he look at Pan-Africanism like a religion? I've been saying that for a little while now. Yeah, for a little while I've been saying that piece before. I've been saying it for a little while now.
When you get a chance, I got something I want to share with you that goes along with your argument about them grifting off our benefits.
Oh, go ahead. Right before I play it, go ahead.
All right. In July early last month, Trump ended this thing that was started by Clinton. There was a program, right, headed by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. It was titled the Personal Responsibility and Work Opportunity Reconciliation Act, right, in 1996. Clinton issued an interpretation of it, which extended it to the use of the benefits of those to illegal aliens, right? Some of this stuff includes community behavioral health clinics, mental health services, block grants, community service block grants, Head Start, health center programs. But the one I'm really concerned about really is what was called the Title IV Education and Training Voucher. That program, in America, when you look at people in foster care, people in what do they call the group homes, who's plagued without children being in those spaces? Hello? Ron?
Yeah, my fault. Yeah, I was on mute with my son in the background, making the most noise.
But who would you think is plagued without children being in group homes and foster care and stuff?
Wait, say that one more time.
What group of children you think mostly make up kids being in foster care?
Oh, it's probably ours. Yeah, we got the single parent crackhead,
right?
Yeah.
So now, what they did was that with the Title IV programs, right? Those Title IV programs was for when kids are coming out of those spaces and they're aging out, it provided them with financial support for post-secondary education, right? The purpose was to help foster youth attend college, universities, vocational schools, and other eligible post-secondary institutions by covering education-related costs, right? Eligibility, or you were in foster care after age of 14, in some states 16 or older, were adopted or entered guardianship from foster care at the age of 16, or under 26 years old, right? What it covers: tuition fees, room and board, books and supplies, transportation, and other educational expenses. They took the money from this program and gave it to illegal aliens, bro. We didn't even know anything about.
You know, it's crazy. I know. Well, I can easily know because we had somebody staying with us who was a foster child who actually did everything you said, went to school, got a master's degree, and I'm sure she can, attest to that.
Now, when we look at it comprehensively, right? They got Title IV-E Educational and Training Voucher, Title IV-E Kinship Guardianship Assistance Program, Title IV-E. This is for when, if they could find somebody to place you with that's family, they get paid. They get money for caring for you. Title IV-E Prevention Services Program, Family Planning Program, Head Start. So you're asking, these illegals be coming over here with all these kids. Who's watching those kids while I start, quote unquote, air quotes, working?
Right.
They get free Head Start.
Yeah, right. Yeah, 100%. Especially out here in Jersey and New York.
And then facts. They have what's called the community service block grant, right? It's a federal anti-poverty program administered by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Office of Community Services. It provides funding to states, territories, and tribes to support community-based programs to help low-income individuals and families become self-sufficient, reduce poverty, improve living conditions, promote self-sufficiency, address barriers such as unemployment, housing instability. This is stuff that we supposed to be getting. They was giving it to them, bro. It started in 1996. We knew nothing about this.
Yeah,
Trump ended this.
you should put something together and email it to me so I can look into that
Oh,
and
just I'm gonna
organize
put my
that.
I'm gonna drop my email in the chat, and you just grab it up and send me an email. And I can send it to you to your email.
All right.
Yeah, bro.
But
When you be
continue.
talking, I be wanting to send you some stuff that I
Yeah,
found,
yeah,
bro. Yo, but
yeah.
yeah, man. So when the reason why I say I gotta say this to you on your program is because I hear a lot of FBA say y'all trying to get our resources, and
Right, but
their
nobody can actually
retort.
prove it.
Yes, and their retorts are ridiculous because nobody can give them exactly what we're talking about. I'm finding things that I'm finding tangible shit that, excuse my language, tangible stuff that, hey, yeah, they're giving you our resources, bro.
Right.
You know? So yeah, and this goes down a rabbit hole. This has to do, all of this stuff that's covered is social stuff, health stuff, and education. Everything that we need that's already assigned and is there for us. It took Trump to end it.
That's interesting. Yeah, that's interesting. I got to look into that. And also, just say this to the brother said something, or somebody said something about Shirley Chisholm because they love to bring her up. So
yeah,
I
but
got some information. But I'll
Shirley
just real
Chisholm.
quick.
I'm
I
sorry.
got some information. Yeah, because what I like to do is take people's best asset. You know, Mayweather said, whatever somebody do great, they take it from you. That was the strategy of Bobby Fischer in chess, and I like to do that also in debates. I like to see what is somebody's strongest argument, and then work on that. Spend all my time just on that to help the little punches. Just the strongest argument. Then put all my energy and efforts in your strongest argument. Take that that's like buck breaking in reverse. Take that from you.
Yes.
You would have no will to throw out the little stuff, the little punches. Yeah, but yeah, that's the thing. Like we'll say those things, but we really couldn't show clear proof of it happening. And that's what tethers thrive on. They thrive on what they believe we're like weak at. So they'll say, okay, we're taking resources, we're taking jobs, prove it.
And this is also proof with this lazy comment stuff. They come over here, pull themselves up at the bootstrap. They're calling us a welfare. No, this is a welfare program for them. They don't come over here. They don't come over here and make nothing with a $1.75 in their pocket and just blow up. No, they get federal and state funded assistance. This is a clear example.
Yeah, that
And
part I
this is
know, but I
comprehensive.
don't know about the specific programs. But yeah, that's good.
This is specific. This is a specific, comprehensive. So now let me ask this question then. So what happens to those kids in the group homes once they start giving this money to the illegals?
They're gonna be your next King Von.
They're gonna be King Vons. They're gonna be the Sukianas without the record deals.
Right, without the record deal, without the fame, without the money.
Because you know what she was doing before she got the deal. She told you what she was doing without the deal. She was an ex-worker. She was an ex-worker. She was ex-worker before the deal.
I can believe that.
So when you see these kids running around, a lot and they messed up. A lot of them are coming out of these spaces where they don't have no hope because they don't know where to look because what was supposed to be for them is not there no more. It's not even there, brother. You know, so we got to start looking into
Yeah, that's pretty deep.
When you send me your email, anything I find when you coming up with some conversation and stuff, and I find tangible stuff to prove your point, I'm gonna just send it to you in your email and tell you to check your email.
All right, yeah, you already got me back here. Skim me down some stuff.
If you want to see this, you can just put HHS bans illegal immigrants from what is that? God damn it, what I put in there? ban illegal aliens from accessing taxpayer-funded programs.
Right there. That's it right there.
Huh?
You
Can't
see the
see.
screen?
I'm looking at the screen. I don't see anything. Nothing's moving.
Yeah, you probably gotta make it live. It's probably not live.
Yeah, I'm looking at my TV. I got you on my TV as well. Hold on.
It's there. It's definitely sharing.
Oh, I see. I see. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yep, absolutely.
All
That
right.
right there. Yep. And being that you put it on there, everybody in the chat need to read that, go through it and read that, so that whenever you come across people and they talking these talking points, like, get out of here. Get out of here.
Right.
Y'all received our stuff.
Yeah, ask him to explain the HHS ban. Yeah.
Trump signed that ban in like June. It took effect in July.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yep. It's a lot of stuff, brother, that we know what we're talking about, but a lot of us don't have the information to direct it to specific, to focus your talking points on specifics.
Whoa. You see that?
Absolutely. Yeah, there's other stuff too. I gotta get to. I gotta find it out I have found this other stuff too. But this was one of the major, because this was federal. And this funny thing about it is nobody ever mentioned this until now, until Trump did it, until Trump banned it. But nobody knew Clinton did this. This was like what, 31 years ago? No, I'm on 296, 2006, 16, 96, 2006, 2016, 2020. What, 29 years ago? It's almost 30 years ago, bro. So when they talk about these guys are zipping past us, they're not zipping past us. They getting help. We running.
Right.
We're running while they getting put in cars. We're flying. We're climbing up the hills. We're climbing up the hills with bare hands while they getting assisted in helicopters.
Right.
Like the dude you was playing talking about, they look better than us, smarter than us. They don't have anything better than us. Think about it. The logic question we got to ask is, how could a country with over 200 million people have nothing to produce, nothing, but they get over here and all of a sudden, bam, they're the smartest people in the world?
Right. Right.
That's impossible.
See, all they wanted was an opportunity and tools and resources. And see, and America provides that. So when they finally got it, see, that's how they was able to do it. They didn't have
Y'all
to
got
have
opportunities
access
and
to these
tools over
things.
there. Y'all got, remember, they always talk about, y'all got the minerals, y'all got the oil, y'all got
Right.
opportunities over there.
All these metals and stuff.
Yeah, y'all got education over there.
Man, they selling that for K2, man. Here, take this big ass diamond. Just give me a kilo of K2, man.
A kilo of K2, don't take the diamonds. Come on now.
Give me a gallon of scissor.
They're running elaborate scamming schemes and scamming farms from Nigeria. They can put that same intellectual energy into productive nation building stuff. Now, is that a part of their culture not to? Being that they want to say this is the things about our culture.
Right. That's for the culture not to. That's funny.
Yeah, they have the you played a Nigerian guy who was talking about how the world is kicking Nigeria out because he said basically all of Africa is going to other places to try to do better, but Nigerians in particular are trying to go other places and do better by any means necessary.
Right.
Which means they're committing crimes and doing nefarious things everywhere they go.
Right.
So, with that being said, if you have the tenacity to do that, that same energy can be put into elaborate, positive schemes, productive schemes, to build your civilization. Because ain't nowhere in the world you're supposed to be seeing people just squatting over, taking dumps in the street because you just G on GP.
Right, exactly.
Like, come on now, this is ridiculous. I watched a video earlier where a dude said, like, you in Nigeria, if you build a house or two and got some money going on, you take a chance of going to hang out with your friends, and they put it, and they taking venom from a snake and putting it in your drink so they can kill you because they jealous.
Wait, say that again.
I just watched a video this morning where a dude said, he was saying that his experience with Black Americans is positive, and he was saying things about Nigerians that they won't tell you about. And he was like, if you're Nigerian and you build a couple of houses or two or whatever, right? You over there, you're doing good, and you're living life good.
Yeah.
You take a chance of being poisoned. He said they'll take you, you'll go out to a bar with them, and they'll put snake venom, they'll drop snake venom in your drink while you're not looking, and when you drink it, you'll die because they jealous of you.
Damn.
Facts.
Yeah, that's like some Dominican Republican thing that was going on with American visitors and stuff. Yeah, that's crazy.
He said
I believe it.
You. He said they will poison you. I just watched it this morning. I was like, Jesus Christ! You cannot tell me this is the biggest group of people with such outstanding culture and this, that, the third. But they come over here. But when their own people get to talking about them, they be like, nah, we don't even mess with each other.
Yeah.
And then you talking about you pulling yourself up by your bootstraps and you got all of this. Nah, you getting this HHS. You was getting this HHS grants.
You know, it's crazy, the delusion, because even JD Vance, like he claimed that like he's against assistance programs and all that type of stuff. And his whole book is about him getting every government assistance program to help him be on his road to riches. And then he looks back and condemn all of the programs, and he want to defund all the programs that help him become successful and rich, and say, nah, everybody else got to pull up their bootstraps.
Same thing Clarence Thomas did. Supreme Court Justice was talking about affirmative action and how affirmative action is unconstitutional. But it was affirmative action that got him to the space where he got there. He's
Yeah, I don't really know much about that coon.
Yeah, Clarence Thomas is the poster child for that. Everybody, you know, they love Clarence Thomas.
Really?
But they love Clarence. The average white boy conservative, white conservative who.
Because I hear them mention him. They don't mention him as much because they talk about Thomas Sowell now. But yeah,
but he is Clarence Thomas is the godfather of all of them. He's the godfather of all of them. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, man. They use the programs, and then they want to burn the building down after they went in the building, the program building, used all the programs, and they want to burn the building down after they get done.
And they did that with Section 8, and they was able to, like, with the use of Pan-Africanism, and I really mean it, because Pan-Africanists where the main ones talking about self-reliance, self-determination, don't use American government programs. So a Pan-Africanist isn't that far from a conservative. That's why you can see them kind of get along, like Revenue and Tether Dream. They're not really that far from each other. But they both.
Which is stupid. Those programs are some of the programs our people fought for.
Right. And yeah, well, but a lot of those programs are already around before we fought for them. Like, a lot of stem from the New Deal and before. A lot of them came through the HOLC 1933. We ain't fight for that. 34.
No. I'm not saying necessarily. Meaning we a lot of that means we fought to be able to get access to it because we were locked out at one time.
Right. That was a civil bill. That was the civil rights movement was all about. It was about getting access to those social programs. That's why when people say integration was the worst thing, like, you're retarded. Like, all the money was being allocated to white people. That's why the wealth gap is where that's now.
That's why they ruled that separate but equal wasn't. It wasn't separate but equal.
Right.
Because if they gave us $10. That means they took 90 from us.
Right. Yeah, exactly. And they allocated the white folks. Yeah, so white folks always, so like, that'd be dumb to say, screw integration, we'll go separatism, because the money that was generated from our labor didn't disappear. The money that was stolen from the Freedmen Bank didn't disappear, and all the money from all
They
of
stole
our
it. They tell you they
yeah,
stole them. They stole the freedom
right.
makes money.
But my point is, it doesn't disappear. It goes to somebody's pocket. So
Facts.
and then they tell us to start from the ground zero, and then we like, yeah, and we don't want no assistance. You know that
Listen,
religion
I'm
that
a
hold on, we get this out for a second. Yeah, so
oh, sorry.
that's that ridiculous Pan-Africanist, and even some of that Black Panther talk. We're gonna do it
Mm.
for ourselves from ground zero after your wealth was passed around in somebody else's pocket. Black Wall Street, they looted, took stuff out, and that ain't ground zero for them. That's a level up. But you're gonna voluntarily start from ground zero. Okay, good luck with that, buddy. And meanwhile, white folks like shit, Hispanics like shit, African immigrants like shit. We gonna hop on these program assistance things, get this money, get this housing, and we'll skip right past y'all while y'all start from ground zero. Look at it.
I think some of us, especially Pan Africans, they get things messed up when it comes to this start from the ground up, right? Start it yourself. Booker T. Washington believed in, doing for self. But he didn't, his do it for self didn't mean that you didn't get United States governmental assistance
Right.
like everybody else did.
Yeah,
Meaning,
because he had hella private white
yes,
investors to support his
exactly.
endeavors. Yeah.
Do it for self only means whatever you have available to you and whatever you can make happen on your own, you make it happen. But that doesn't exclude you from receiving the government assistance like everybody else did.
And let me add to that. And do it for self means that you're not borrowing to like where white folks want to direct you. It's like, yo, no, this is my direction. I just need funding to get it started. So
Exactly,
yeah, so
exactly.
that's do
But
it
if
for
you
you.
got
That's do it for self.
But if you got $100 in your pocket that you could get yourself started with, you would do that as well, wouldn't you?
Right. Yeah, that's all
So
you
now
got. Yeah.
I'm saying I would start with my $100, and then I'm still going over there to HHS and say, hey, I want this grant, I want this block grant money too.
Wait, let's back up. Let's back up because I was like these guys before the pandemic. I had a whole bunch of financial books, and no financial book would advise that. They all say if you could use somebody else's money, why not use their money? That's why we were That's why.
No,
That's why with that.
no,
Look,
I agree with that.
yeah.
I'm just speaking during the time and place with Booker T. Washington.
Oh
You know
yeah,
what I'm
yeah,
saying? Yeah,
yeah.
so
Because the access to those programs didn't exist.
that's what I'm saying. And they took
But I'm
they're
speaking to
taking.
today's mentality though. Today's
Oh yeah,
mentality
yeah.
is I'd rather use my money to get stuff started, like the Umar stuff. Oh, we're gonna get the black dollar. That's the dumbest way to go because nobody's doing that besides you, and everybody is a light years ahead of you because they didn't do that.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So
Come on
so
now.
you can't reinvent the way politics and business ran in America. That way doesn't. I mean, it's cool, but that way does not produce longevity
Yeah,
results.
it doesn't. Even the little hat people, they got all the resources in the world, but guess what they do? They go get government assistance all the time.
Right. A lady just got locked up for stealing $22,000 in food stamps. So like, but that's the whole. But that's why again I did property management, low income housing. The application is so rigorous. It's to black out people who can actually afford it. See, it's the
Yeah,
people who can afford it who's trying to scam and get in low income housing. It ain't the people who are broke scamming. It's the people who got the money. They're trying to block
yeah,
out wealthy white folks from living larger. So they gotta
yeah,
so it's rigorous.
yeah.
They want all your banking
They
information,
want
asset information,
every drop.
401k, stock portfolio. Yeah, I know because you had to talk to me. I had to get that from you. Like so, people gave me their you know child support payment. I mean everything, Zelle, and I forgot what they use out there in the South. They use something different from us, but I get it from my sister. But anyway, you had to give us everything, so that they're trying
Mm,
to make sure there's no way to sneak in here and without being somebody who really is in need.
okay. Wow, man. Oh, hold on. What is this?
Yeah, so
10x
basically,
networks.
basically, they was like any money being made, I want in. That's exactly the policy
Mm-hmm.
for low income
Like,
housing.
like, like, other stuff we in this situation we're talking about is that you see, if you do some research, you find that is on the HBCU campuses, they're going to say the majority, a large population of quote unquote air quotes. Hear me when I say air quotes, black people, right? On those HBCU campuses are Africans, right? Um, they got Pell Grants to go there. How they getting Pell Grants? How they get these Pell Grants? Says 59. I got a quote that 59%.
Yeah, that's all you. I'm gonna go on mute for a little while because
All right.
I'm gonna get them dressed. So that's all you. So you could just get it in.
All right. I had got a quote that approximately 59% of Black undergraduate students rely on Pell Grants to help finance their college education, right? That's significantly higher than white students who receive Pell Grants, which is about between 32 and 33%, right? Black students and Pell Grants, a large portion of those students depend on Pell Grants to afford college. This is in comparison to other groups, right? 51% for 51% American Indian, Alaska Natives, 48% Hispanics, get Pell Grants. So my thing is this: if we are, as FBA, are sharing collectively at 59%, if other melanated immigrants are included with us, i.e. Africans and Caribbeans are included in that group, how much of that 59% is foundational Black Americans? Now I'm asking. And then the number has to be drastic. It has to be low due to the fact that they're saying that most of a large body of HBCU students are African or Caribbean descent. And they're leaning into Pell Grants heavily, right? Impact of Pell Grants. Pell Grants are particularly important for students attending historically Black colleges and universities, where enrollment relies heavily on financial aid, reports Word in Black. So basically, most students that are in HBCUs, right, are foreign born, right? And most of the students that are in HBCUs rely heavily on Pell Grants. So if that's the case, I wonder how many of us FBAs are struggling to get into these HBCUs, which were built for us, because we can't get a Pell Grant, because we got to share our plate with other people. Listen, like the HHS benefits we was just talking about, Pell Grants is another tangible thing. When we're talking to these people and they're talking about, what resources are we taking from each other? You got two to tell them: Pell Grants and HHS benefits that helped you with poverty block grants, with medical assistance, and this is federal. All this is federal. With medical assistance, with Head Start, with Title IV education programs for college and vocational training. All of that is tangible stuff that was supposed to be going to us, and they're giving it to them. And the more they give to them, the less we're available, the less available for us FBA. Some of us are straddling the fence. Some of us thinking it's a game. When they keep saying that we're going to be left behind, these are two examples of how we're being left behind. Because what's supposed to be on our table, on our plates for us, is being given to others. This is why you heard that girl say, she keeps, and most of these foreign-born individuals keep saying, well, weren't your ancestors African? They're trying to lay claim to your benefits via usage of this idea that because if you believe that your ancestors were Africans, that means they have claim to your plate. They should be able to come in your house, wipe their feet on your carpet, kick their feet up on your table, and sit on your couch. Yes, Golden Brown, we have to run for public office, public administration of these resources and funds. Absolutely. But we have to not just run, because individuals that are running, we have to know and see that they have not just the language, but the wherewithal to fight for FBA. That's right. That's right, Franklin, right. We got to stay on code. If you notice, right? No matter who someone is, when you take the code and you apply their talking points to the code, when you apply their actions to the code, you see they cannot trick you. They cannot trick you, because here's the thing. why they can't trick you. And this is why staying on code is important, and the code being the leader is the important, is ultimate importance. They cannot stay on code with us if their desires are anti-code, because then whatever their desires are, they kill their own desires when they stay on code. If they are on code with us, whatever tether desires they have, the tether plots they have, the code kills it. The code kills it. So the code is the leader. We stay on code, and through staying on code, we stay unified. That's just like with the American government. They want everybody to be adhered. They want everybody to have allegiance to the U.S. Constitution. So you don't have an allegiance to a personality. You don't have allegiance to an individual, and this is what keeps us from becoming personality worshipers, individual worshipers, and i.e. keeps us from becoming some type of a cult. No, we're not a cult. The code is the leader. We follow the code. Through the code, we're all unified. Through the code, we alleviate. We get rid of raccoon dances and tethers. And we're able to focus on, tribalism and being on code don't mix. That's a fact. That's a fact. Tribalism and being on code don't mix. But guess what? The code destroys tribalism. See? The code destroys tribalism. This is why they don't understand. It don't matter if I'm from New York, you're from California, someone else is from St. Louis, someone else is from Georgia, Florida, West Virginia, wherever you go. We will have small cultural or nuanced differences in an overall foundational Black American culture, but being on code keeps us united, and we claim each other because we family. We family. Foundational Black Americans, we are one tribe. Foundational Black Americans, we are one tribe. Staying on code. Ron, the African town in Philly was given $9 million to revitalize it from the budget office of Pennsylvania, which is an African and Caribbean enclave. See? Charlie Shaw, I would love for you to be able to send information on that, but this is the thing, right? When we start thinking like they think in regards to grabbing resources and dispersing those resources and utilizing those resources for us in an appropriate way, we set the system up for ourselves within our cultural dynamic for us to start to succeed, right? And this is why, again, staying on code is imperative. Okay, aspiring heights. If you have to ask what FBAs are, you're not FBA. Who asked who FBA were? But yeah, the objective is to take the stuff Ron gives. I like a lot of the stuff that Ron talks about on here. Take the stuff Ron gives. Go do a little research. Each of us go do a little research and figure out how can we implement it in our personal lives. Figure out how we can take our vital information and spread it around. Just like when he was just playing his video here, Ron was just playing his video, and in the video, the lady was challenging resources. How are we taking your resources? What resources? They know what we're talking about. They know exactly what we're talking about when we say what resources. But guess what? They're figuring we don't know what they're talking. We don't really know what we're talking about. They're figuring we can't tell them exactly what resources, because often they're probably in rooms and in spaces where they're given these resources, and whoever's giving them these resources are telling them to keep quiet. Hush, don't spread this around. And one thing you can say they do, when they get into a space, they only pull up their people. So they know we're not the same. Because wherever you let in an African, guess what they do? Whenever there's space available, they only pull other Africans in. Especially here in New York City. In New York City, any and everyone can tell you, once an African get in and that particular African has some leeway, leverage, or influence to be able to pull others in, you'll never see that African pull in other FBA. You're always going to see from there, from when the door cracks, all you're going to see is a sea of Africans coming in behind him or her. So resources, when they start talking about this, oh, they pull themselves up by their bootstraps. Oh, they came over here with $5 in their pocket. Yeah, you came over with $5 in your pocket, but guess what? You got a bunch of resources that was for us, that was handed to you, and you ate off the plate heavily and you got fat, and then you became arrogant, like as if you did this on your own. You didn't do much. And in fact, the funny thing about it is, I got some information here I could find in my phone that despite their education, quote unquote, they're getting, most of them are in poverty. I gotta find that information I got. Yep. Most of them are in poverty, despite the so-called degrees they're getting.
Somebody asked you a question in the chat. They said, do FBAs consider themselves integrationists or nationalists? So first of all, we're not a monolith. Like some of us are Republicans, some of us are independent, some of us are Democrats, some of us don't vote at all. Religious, atheist, spiritual. You know what I mean? So one person can't speak for everybody, but V4 can speak for himself. So this question I guess to you, do you consider yourself, he wants to know, do you consider yourself?
I'm going to answer that. Foundational Black Americans is a lineage. This is not about, we're not a political movement. It's a lineage. And our lineage, we're particularly fighting for what's owed to us in various respects. Now, what your question is a political question. Are we integrationists or separatists and all of that? I don't know, because I don't know the thoughts of every FBA, all 43 to 45 million FBAs. This is not what that's about. Again, that question comes from a person that's not a foundational Black American, because even if you are, you're probably a Pan-Africanist and anti-FBA, because that's not what this is about. Foundational Black Americans is a lineage. This is not about political leanings. You got foundational Black Americans that are Republicans. You got foundational Black Americans that are Democrats. You got foundational Black Americans that are Muslims, foundational Black Americans that are Christians, foundational Black Americans that might be Buddhist. There are tons. We exist in the entire landscape of society and everything it has to offer. But foundational Black American is a lineage. So your question is really, I don't understand where that kind of question would come from. We're not a monolith, like he said. So therefore, asking if we're integrationists or not, it's really irrelevant, because you don't ask. Are you asking Mexicans, are they separationists, or separatists, or integrationists? Are you asking the difference between Igbo and Yorubans? I mean, Igbos and Yorubans, if they're integrationists or not? No, that would be silly, because you're applying what you're implying is that you see the lineage connected to a political ideology. No, this is just a lineage. It's everything. Yeah, this is a bloodline FBA culture. Exactly, FBAs. That's you got FBAs that's atheists. Yes. Live, yes, they were on the live bragging about the 9 Africans voted into political positions and saying they need to put money together so that they, yeah. So, and that's another thing. Once you see, I got into my Uber, what did I see? It was a dusty tether smelling like cheetah feet, yo. Tashi D is crazy. But yo, yes, FBA conference, that's right, FBA is a lineage. So the FBA movement doesn't have an ideology. Huey, Teray, and Nkrumah, I don't know how you got a wrench. You're definitely not FBA, because the FBA is not a movement. No, a lineage doesn't carry an ideology. What are you talking about? As implied by your question, it sounds like the ideology you're talking about is political leanings. The only ideology we have is that we are foundational Black Americans. We are of this soil. Whether you know or believe that your family was here prior to Christopher Columbus landing, whether you believe or know that your family came through here via this transatlantic slave trade. We went through an ethnogenesis here, and that produced or another group of individuals that know nothing other than this American soil and this United States of America's Constitution. Created our own way here, created our own culture here. That's a lineage. That's not an ideology. It's not a political movement. Yeah, they all do have the same talking points. And no matter, this is no damn movement. Yeah, exactly, a movement. Why are you talking about a movement? Where do you get this from? Huey is a damn tether. That's why I say I don't see how he got a wrench. But again, think about it. In order for him to have gotten a wrench, he had to say or do something prior to have Ron believe that he was either FBA or RADA. But as long as we continue with our talking points, right, that's connected to the code, staying on code, right, eventually they're going to say something or do something that's against the code. That's a fact. That's a fact. 7-Up, that's a fact. Reparations are tied to lineage. It's not a movement. Absolutely. It's tied to lineage. It's not a movement. I've been doing some family history research. Sunday I went to one of my eldest aunt's houses. She's about 85 right now. And she gave me access to my grandmother's Bible. Right? In my grandmother's Bible, she had wrote down a lot of information concerning our family history. In there, I was able to see some information about my great-grandparents, right? And my great-grandfather was born in 1909, right? My great-grandfather was born in 1909. And I'm able to see from, what's that? So from 1865 to 1909 will be what? 75, 85, 95, 1905, right? Well, 44 years. So my great-grandfather was born 44 years post the end of
Hello?
slavery. Yeah, hello?
Yeah, I'm
Give me
here.
1 second to finish up. Give me 1 second to
All right,
finish
my
this up.
bad, brother. My bad.
1 second to finish up. Post-slavery. My great-grandfather was born 44 years post the end of slavery, right? So I have another step to go, but it's likely that that his parents were slaves, right? What I'm trying to do is get as close as possible as I can to that 1870 census. All right? Once we get there, you're able to find your people on the census. I advise everybody this: once you get the eldest relative you can find in your family tree, once you get there, find them on the census and also see if you can search their names on the dolls rolls. The point being made is during Reconstruction, right? A lot of our families got stuff, land, various properties, whatever. After Reconstruction, a lot of our family members, stuff was stolen, taken forcefully, right? During the early Jim Crow era, during the early Black Code era, a lot of our families came to the North and the Midwest, escaping the South. A lot of the stuff that they had was taken. So I look at it like this. If you're not familiar with Bruce's Breach and what's now called Manhattan Beach, the Bruce's family, this Manhattan Beach was taken from their family, right? And they fought and they fought, and it was taken by the city through eminent domain, and it was able to get back control of it, and then the state or the city paid them about $30 million for it. The example I'm using only as an example to say this: if you can do your family research, you might have some stuff that was stolen from your family personally. This is why lineage is important. You might have stuff, it's likely or most probable you have stuff that was connected to your family that was taken forcibly, that was stolen or swindled, filing fake paperwork, all kind of stuff. and you can go and start fighting for what was in your personal family, what your personal family's possession. That's another form of reparations as well. Stuff was stolen from you, and it was either city, state, or federal government sponsored in the theft of your personal family stuff. This is why this is about lineage. That's a fact, Southern Breed. Your genealogy, not DNA.
Yeah, so I think Philly, it might be him. Philly's on the panel. That might be the guy. Might
I
not
think
be.
that's Huey. No, I think that's Huey. He came up on the panel. He trying to get his wrench, trying to explain himself.
Yeah,
My man Huey.
that's me. That's me. That's
What's
Huey.
up, brother? You can speak your piece, brother.
What's going on, y'all? How y'all doing? Hopefully, I wasn't trying to come off as antagonistic over the chat, because I know a lot of times when you texting things, it comes off as more aggressive than what it actually is. So, just peace to everybody. I was just trying to figure out, like, what's the point of FBA? Like, is it to establish a lineage, and that's what it seems like it is, or is it actually to liberate us and move the ball forward for our freedom?
All right,
Because
cool.
I think to answer,
Huey, hold on, Huey, before you go, I just wanted to ask you where your family from.
My roots are in South Carolina, man. My people were enslaved in Orangeburg, Allendale, and on both sides of my family. So if you don't know, Philly has a huge population of people from South Carolina. My pop was telling me when he was growing up, you could almost go by zip code and tell which part of South Carolina somebody was from by the zip code in Philly. They'd be like, these people were from like let's say Barnwell. These people was from let's say like different parts of South Carolina or whatever like that. Yes, so I'm my roots are from slaves in South Carolina, man.
All right, Huey, look, I just got one more question before I let them go. So when your name, it sounded it reminded me like of a Haitian lineage. Do you got Haitian in your lineage?
I just made that name up, man, because if we serious about movement, if we serious about movement building, you already know the FBI is in here, the CIA is in here. If we serious about movement building and liberating our people, that's just the way history is. So I try to keep myself as secretive as possible. Not necessarily secretive, but I try to keep it private as much as I can online, because the feds are there. The feds are here to shut down our movements. You know what I mean?
And this is why we're not a movement. We are a lineage.
Okay, and that's why I'm saying it sounds like this is more of like an integrationist thing.
No, we already integrated, brother.
We're not integrated, man. You can't. If you go to Philly, man, we living in slums. We definitely not integrated. The money's not integrated. Nothing about our existence in the U.S. is integrated. We segregated in the U.S.
Philly, hold on.
They got us. They got our peoples in slums. You talk about
brother,
we integrated.
Hold on, brother.
Hold on, Huey. There's a host trying to talk to you.
Yeah, Ron.
Go ahead, Ron.
I think you muted, Ron. We can't hear you. I think Ron might have muted himself or something.
No, he mumbled.
Okay. Well, listen, this is not about integrating or being separatist. Those arguments and forts was those arguments.
And I didn't say separatist. I said nationalist. There's a difference.
I thought you said separatist. I'm sorry.
All right, my fault. I tried to cut your bill, but I got my mic back.
Go ahead.
All I'm saying is really have the conversation, Huey, but don't hang up, because I got to ask you something. So don't hang up. Give me about 10 minutes. Have a bill with these brothers, but don't get off, because I want to talk to you. Just give me 10 minutes. All right, that's all I'm saying.
Let me ask you something, Huey. What makes this sounds like a integrationist movement, as you all phrase?
Because you're trying to integrate yourself into the white power structure instead of trying to build black power, and that's evident with the fact that you guys don't have any kind of liberatory ideology.
Hold on, brother. Again, what you're doing is you're placing on us your ideas.
Right, that's why I was asking questions.
Hold on, let me again, but you're placing your ideas on us because you keep describing a movement. What you just did is describe a movement. This is a lineage. This has nothing. This is nothing to do with a movement. We're describing a group of people, an ethnic group of people who have a blood stake in this country through blood, sweat, and tears, from slavery to Jim Crow, where things were taken from us and stolen. You don't have to, brother.
Yeah.
Then what are you doing here?
That's a fact. That's a fact.
Then what are you doing here? Then what are you doing if you don't agree with none of that? What are you doing here?
I said I don't disagree with any of that.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said I don't
Yeah, my
agree with
brother.
none of
I'm
that.
with you, dog. I'm with
All
you,
right.
man. I am
So
a
I'm about
I
to
am a
say,
Pan-Africanist.
I'm cutting
Don't
you
get it
out,
twisted. I
brother.
am, but also I'm a
No,
nationalist
I'm not
first, though.
upset.
I believe black people, we are old, like like the Republic of New Africa said, we are old, at least the 5 southern states. We're old Georgia, we're old South Carolina, we're old what is it, Louisiana? You know about the RNA, right? The Republic of New Africa?
No, I don't, because I'm not
So
African.
what I'm saying with the RNA, they were what you would call today as FBA. They were the Shakurs. That's where the lineage of the Shakur roots come from. Asada, Malcolm X's
Okay.
wife, Betty Shabazz, was a part of Republic of New Africa. Queen Mother Moore was a part of the Republic of New
Okay, that sounds
Africa.
like the same argument that at one time Elijah Muhammad was making about getting a separate portion of land for Black Americans for the Nation of Islam
And
and all
that's what
that
we are
stuff.
old. We are old that. We're old power. We're old autonomy. We're old the means of production. We're not old integration into the sick society that the U.S. is. That's not, and that's what I'm saying. That's what I think. That's what I think Black power and the lineage should be used for. Like I said, I think we are a different ethnic
A
group. That's a
lineage
fact.
shouldn't be used for
We are,
anything. Hold on,
yeah.
brother. Hold on, brother.
One at a time. One at a time.
Let me finish. A lineage shouldn't be used for anything. You don't take a people's genealogy and use it for political gain. That's what the
They do
people.
it all around the world. What are you
Hold
talking
on. Let
about?
me finish.
Look at the
One at a time.
Palestinians.
Let me finish, brother. Let me finish. When you start that, you take a group of people and say, okay, this group of people, this entire group of people is about this particular political ideology. Let's attack that lineage. That's what you do when you do that.
Oh, say that again.
If you ascribe an ideology, a political ideology, and or stance to a particular group of people based on genealogy or lineage, you subject that entire group of people to be attacked by anybody who's antagonistic to that political ideology. Lineage and ideology has nothing to do with one another. So why would I say use your lineage for a particular political ideology or movement? Why would I agree to that?
I don't
That's what it
disagree
sounded
with
like
you.
you
I
just
don't
said to me.
disagree with you. I don't disagree, man. But that's why they call it a struggle, man. You know what I mean? It's a struggle,
Yeah.
man.
Now
Just
you
like
can have your ideology.
on the
One at a
plantation.
time.
The goal was to get us off the plantation based off our lineage. We were the Negroes.
No,
Get
no,
us
no,
off the
no, 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 no,
plantation.
no. Hold on. I agree with that somewhat.
You
It
know what I'm
wasn't
saying? And
simple.
we were attacked because we were Negroes trying to get off the plantation. Now, if you take that same analogy today, we're going to be attacked for trying to get off this white man's plantation, this sick, dying society that we live in called the USA.
Well, listen, this is where we depart, because we want stake in the country we built. Our
That's what I'm saying.
ancestors.
You're
Yeah, we
integrationist. That's
want stake.
integrationism.
No,
That's
no, we want,
integrationist.
okay, whatever you call it. We want stake in the country we built. And however you cut it. Look,
We
listen,
built the
let
plantation. Why
history,
would you want
let
stake in the
let history.
plantation? The
Then where you want to
plantation is
go?
a
You
sick
want to go to
place where
Africa? You African? Are
no,
you African, brother?
I already told you. Black people are
Hold
old at
on, let
least
me ask you a
5 southern
question. I
states.
need to understand something. I need to understand something so I can understand you better.
Okay.
Are you African?
I consider myself African, yes.
Okay.
You consider yourself African. Do you consider yourself foundational Black American?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I mean, by your definition of FBA, I am FBA.
Okay.
Yeah, but
All
then
right.
I would say you off code more than you know that you on
Exactly. He is
FBA.
off
Like you
code.
like off code. But it's
Why
okay
am I
though.
off
We can
code?
Way
fix
off
that.
code, brother.
If you want to listen, we can fix that. We can help you with that. Show you where you off code at. And if you say you can't go with us, then you have to just stay in the off code
Well,
category. You understand?
I think that's wrong. If we understand that the U.S. is facing imminent fascism, and you understand that it's about to be prison house rules in here, where it's about race, we can't afford to fracture ourselves, man. You know, we have to be down with the Hebrew Israelites, even if we might not necessarily disagree with them. We got to be down with FBA. We got to be down with the Pan-African. We got to come together, because at the end of the day, the U.S. empire is crashing. You know what I'm saying? We ain't got time for this BS.
You're mistaking something. We're not
Yeah, I think
excluding
you off
anyone
code.
based on. Listen, we don't exclude anyone based on religion, right? Or politics, unless your politic and religion has you off code.
How am I what I'm
Now,
saying is off code?
hold on. I'm gonna read something to you. I want you to tell me if you agree with this or not, right?
All right.
This will tell you everything right here. I usually post it in the chat, right? I usually post it in the chat so everybody knows what this is, right? The
About to show
code.
you.
The code is the gatekeeping of foundational Black American culture, politics, business, intellectual property, and social standings, utilizing ideas, strategies, and tactics advised by our elders, Dr. Claude Anderson and Neely Fuller. What do you think of that?
Yeah, I mean, that's what nationalism is. I consider myself a nationalist. Yes, a nationalist ideology that's paired up with nationalism. But you guys are not nationalists. You guys are integrationists. You guys want to. If we were on a plantation in the 1700s, you guys were saying, "Yo, we have a stake in this plantation. Let's try to make peace with our cracker owners." That's what you're saying. You want to make peace with our cracker owners of the USA. That's what you want to do. You want to integrate to this sick fucking society, man.
Hold on, brother. Nothing I read to you is it's what you're describing.
No, I'm saying what you said outside of that. I agree with what you just read to me.
You sound like you want us to be anti-American.
I'm saying you guys don't
hear neither one of y'all.
All right, you're right. What?
You sound like you're anti-American.
You should be too. The U.S. is against us.
Excuse me.
Hey,
you hear him, right?
Somebody land the plane. Let's go. Keep going.
So you're anti-American then?
I'm not. Let me take that back. I don't want to say that over the recorded line. I don't want to say that. No, I don't want to say that,
brother. Then listen, brother. Let me ask you this.
I will say this. The U.S. is against Black interest. I'll say that.
So let me ask you this. What do you think of this? Tether, an immigrant displaying negative dispositions towards foundational Black Americans, cosplaying, undermining, and sabotaging foundational Black American goals and objectives. What do you think?
Say that one time. Say that one more time.
A tether. I'm defining a tether. An immigrant displaying negative disposition towards foundational Black Americans, cosplaying, undermining, and sabotaging foundational Black Americans' goals and objectives.
I think that tether would be the quote unquote tether would be. I think they're brainwashed. You know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day,
I'm asking, what do you think of the definition?
What'd you say?
I'm asking what you think of the definition.
I just told. We'll say this again. Oh, that's the definition. That's the definition of tether. I got you.
Yeah.
I mean, sure. Yeah. If they want to use a pejorative against us, we can use a pejorative against them. You feel me?
Now, I'm leading you somewhere. Now, if I take tether out of there. Right?
But the thing is, hold on one second though. I would say my caveat would be this. I don't think the tether is the problem. The tether is the U.S. imperial system that has brainwashed brothers and sisters on the continent. You gotta understand. Look at the whole.
Brother,
if you look
I understand.
Can I just say one thing? Can I say something real quick, please? Real quick. So, one thing that struck me as odd, right? You remember when Trump defunded the USAID, right? When they defunded the USAID, do you know who some of the most angry people were? It was people on Africa. It was media pundits on the African continent because they weren't getting funding from the U.S. So if you understand that the U.S. has a soft power mechanism around the world to control media and propaganda organs all around the world, then you understand that what soft power looks like and why these quote unquote tethers have bad opinions about Black Americans. Just like we might have negative stereotypes about other people around the world. It's because of U.S. propaganda against enemies, right?
Okay, I agree with that. But hold on, let me ask you this: are you a Pan-Africanist?
Yes, absolutely.
There you go. Then, if you're a Pan-Africanist, everything we are as foundational Black Americans and our code is going to be antithesis to you. And I understand you now.
Antithetical, you mean?
Well, yeah. But yes, yes. So you understand what I'm saying? Being that you corrected.
I don't think the two are mutually exclusive. I disagree. I don't think being Pan-African and nationalist are mutually exclusive ideologies. Again, Assata Shakur was a nationalist and she was a Pan-Africanist. Queen Mother Moore was a nationalist and a Pan-Africanist.
I agree that you actually can be both. You don't have to be. But in the current climate, 99% of Pan-Africanists have a problem with foundational Black Americans code being on code. And as we focus on fighting for what we need to fight for foundational Black Americans,
right, and that's something we can unite on. I unite with that.
This is how the chat is hearing you, brother. Your sound. This is what you sound like.
Yep,
I'm telling you what you sound like, brother.
What I sound like?
You sound like you're really anti-foundational Black American, although you say you're not. Your stance is And this is why, yes, and this is
Whoa,
why.
whoa, whoa, whoa.
When,
What,
hold
what did
on,
I,
let me finish. Let me finish
what
the
did I
full thought.
say that was
Let me finish the
antithetical
full
to
thought,
Black
brother.
America?
Let me finish the full thought. This is why, as Ron spoke on I think previously yesterday or the day before, we have to be careful of the dual allegiance.
Yep. Yep.
We have to be careful of the dual allegiance.
I ain't got no problem with being a Pan-African. It's just that you better put FBA first, and it don't sound like you're doing that.
We could chew and walk at the same. We could chew gum and walk at the same time, man.
Not everybody. Not everybody can do that.
With you though. It don't
But I'm
sound like
saying,
FBA first.
to be honest with you, I don't think we have the luxury of not doing both at the same time. You know, if we look,
no. I
don't think.
I disagree with that.
Be honest with you though. Be honest with you, man. Like, and I'm not trying to sound like I'm an elitist or anything like that. I don't think you guys are on the same intellectual level as me, and I'm not trying to sound.
Okay. Well,
because you guys,
then you know what you do?
Sound,
I'm not offended. I'm not offended. What you need to do is go find a group of individuals that's on the same intellectual level as you, and go do your thing, brother.
Yeah, man.
Because you don't understand. You don't understand the relationship between geopolitics and Black America.
You don't know. I don't understand that. You don't know that.
Just like Malcolm X said, you can't understand Mississippi without understanding the Congo.
Yo, it's not that we don't
Malcolm
understand
X said.
Brother, Malcolm X is not my God. I don't care what he said.
And that's my point. There you go.
No. See, again, big brother, again, as I stated, we are not a cult. We're not into personality worship. I don't care what he said.
I like Malcolm for what he stood for, what he talked about, and
I respect
movement.
Malcolm
You know what I'm saying?
for what he stood for, brother. But we're talking about today, here and now, and what we as a collective body, as foundational Black Americans, deem what we need to do for ourselves. So therefore, it's not that we don't understand what's going on in the Congo and Mississippi. It's just that we're focused on Mississippi.
But I'm saying we're fighting the same beast, man. Don't you think we need some allies in the Congo?
Beast over there.
Don't you think we need?
Get our shit straight here?
Like I'll give you an example. Don't you know Iran? Did you know Iran sanctioned the U.S. before the treatment of Black America? You know what I'm saying?
One thing FBAs ain't concerned about all this other external shit. We just worried about what's here in the U.S.
You see his focus is on everywhere else and everyone else.
But no, dude, I don't think you missed what I said. Iran sanctioned the U.S. on behalf of Black America. How is that not here?
Let me ask
Cuba
you something.
Cuba was a part of the same thing. Cuba signed.
How did that Pyrrhic move help us?
It didn't move the ball forward, not yet. But I feel like internationalism is going to be one of our saving graces.
So you feel like?
Well, not even feel like. It's grounded in historical facts. If you look at the U.S., for instance, one of the things that stopped lynching was a huge part of the thing that stopped lynching in the U.S. South was the international, how the U.S. looked on the international stage. It looked terrible. You can't be purporting to be such a democracy and then you're hanging Negroes.
When did lynching stop?
It did never stop. You know what I'm saying? It never stopped.
What are you talking about?
but come on, bro. Let's not act like it didn't stop.
What I was about to do was Google the most recent lynchings in America.
But to act like it didn't drop significantly.
I didn't know. No, you're failing to understand me and us, brother. We're not disagreeing with you per se in the sense of these other things, world politics, world geopolitics are important. Yes, they are. However, right? We don't have our shit together because our birthright is being stolen here. We are focused on getting our stuff together here, brother. Hold on,
it's already been stolen. It was stolen once we were brought to these shores.
I just said it, bro. Guess what? We have gone through an ethnogenesis, and a new breed of individual was created. As Martin Luther King said, we are amalgamation of black and white and different things. So this is a new being, right?
I agree with you.
That amalgamated
being that.
Come on, brother. That amalgamated being that Martin Luther King said we were existed nowhere else and still exists nowhere else on planet Earth other than us traveling.
That's not true either.
Hey, can I be heard?
Yeah.
Yes, you can, brother.
Clear. I'm heard clear. All right, cool. Let me hop in it real fast. All right, so brother, what's your definition of integration? Because maybe I am. What's your definition?
So you have integration is the definition. I would say the best way to
No,
describe it is
integrationist. You said, are we
integration is
integrationist? Yeah.
somebody who wants to integrate into a society or into organizations, into the power structure in this
Yeah, that's me.
in this
Yeah.
instance.
Yeah, that's me. That's me. Okay, so now you're a nationalist, right? You're a black nationalist.
I consider, certain things I don't want to claim, you know what I'm saying, over the phones. But yes, I feel like
okay.
nationalism.
Okay, so
And when
go ahead.
let me define nationalism, right? Nationalism, when I feel like black nationalism, because it gets disrespected a whole lot. Black nationalism is when you want black people who are enslaved in this U.S. to have power, to control the institutions that control our lives, to control our destinies, to be self-determined. That's what I mean by nationalist. I don't mean
Now,
there's no other implications of it.
I got you. I got what you mean. But is that your personal definition or is that the definition?
No.
Nationalism?
That is the definition of nationalism. Nationalism is to be self-determined as a people.
No. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying you got white nationalism, and people look at white nationalism as like racist and alt-right, right wing. So no, so like white.
That's how it's
American,
manifested. So no, and when I say nationalist, it's not anti-white.
Okay, look, it ain't gonna work. When you was talking, I was quiet. This ain't gonna work. When I'm talking, you cut in. Okay, I'm just saying. When you define white nationalism, the average white American will reject that title. I'm not a white nationalist, so it can't just mean that. That's your opinion. I got it. I get it. So far, you're identifying everybody. I got it. So now we're gonna identify you with these questions. Now,
but I'm saying, based on what you guys read, you asked me what a black nationalist. You asked on what are you guys even reading to even come up with these definitions? Okay, you guys clearly don't have a hold on historical.
Okay, so
you guys, I'm saying it's clear you guys don't have a strong hold on history.
Dude. We're gonna see. Every time these guys say this,
he's using words the wrong way. The other dude,
these
are people do not have a strong hold on history.
Dude, you are the one that
this guy said
down. Wait. No, but all these guys behave like that. All these guys got ADHD, some mental illness. None of them can self-reliance. You got no goddamn self-control. Fucking talking about self-determination, self-reliance. You got no self-control. That's first. You can't shut the fuck up, and you so covert and so quiet, so undetected. But you can't shut up though.
He's concerned about linguistics of one word rather than the gist of what was being said.
Well, hold on. But I'm getting to him because he said, "I love when Pan-Africans, black nationalists, try to challenge on history. I love this challenge." So watch this. Cook season. Okay, Black Panthers, are they a nationalist, black nationalist group?
Yes.
Okay.
Revolutionary nationalists.
Okay, cool. Now, you believe they were successful overall?
And
what was the aims and goals?
We're still under settler. We're still under neo-colonial domination. None of the movements have been successful.
Oh no, civil rights was definitely successful.
With the civil rights, but we're still poor. They say black wealth was about to hit zero by 2030.
Wait. That's okay. Now let me ask you this.
Calm down.
Wait. I got it. This is what they do to check out.
We're still in the slums.
I got it.
Anything was successful in the 60s. Come to Philly.
I don't want to mute you,
Philly's
bro.
in the chat, so come to Philly.
Bro, I don't want to mute you, man. God damn, I'm trying to have because they say unbiased. You mute them.
Can't even have a conversation.
I let no talk, but he's purposely talking over me because it's Cook City now. Because they claim we don't know history. I'm gonna prove he don't know shit.
Well, you think the civil rights? Okay. I mean, that's like a non-starter. You think the civil rights is successful? It's a non-starter.
I'm just having a conversation. I'm getting your opinion. All right, cool. You crash out. You'll crash out, dummy. All right, now watch this. So, the Black Panthers, what did they aim to achieve?
It's different ones. There's different strains in the Black Panther Party. So there's the West Coast strain.
So they don't have a national. So they don't have a national goal or accomplish agenda where they all want to do it together.
So I answer your question.
Like you're trying to give us one.
What you say?
Okay, I'm asking. You said there's different Black Panther chapters, whatever, but you were just making us to be one monolithic group. Hey, do you guys believe this? Be like, yo, we believe in different shit.
Well, so no, but there was. Okay. So I would say the thing that united the Black Panthers was they believed in black self-determination in the U.S. and they believed in socialism. So those would be the two. Cool. Those would be the two tenets of the platform that the Black Panther Party united on.
Wait. Hey, everybody, I gotta stop talking, man. Yeah. I was talking. I was quiet. Now I'm talking. Be quiet. All right. So, bro, who inspired the Black Panther?
The Freedom Democratic Party.
Look at this stupid nigga.
What? Well, I would say
no, that's not them. That's
What
not
are you
who
talking? Fannie
inspired
Lou
them. This is
Hamer.
Dickens for the
Fannie Lou
Dickens. No,
Hamer
no, no,
is
no,
where they
no,
got.
no, 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 no. No. It was Robert F. Williams and Dickens for Defense. You stupid. You don't know history.
What do you? No, no, whoa. That's not where
Oh,
Huey got. That's not where. That's not
wait.
where
Oh,
Huey. I know that for a fact. That's not where
yeah, yeah.
Huey. That's where they got.
That,
They got the actual. And the thing is,
no. So
according
wait.
to
Slow
him,
down. Wait. Okay, slow down. Do you know anything about the Deacons for Defense?
absolutely, yes. That's yes, 1,000%.
Okay, explain.
Yes.
Explain.
They were down in Mississippi defending Malcolm X. I mean Martin Luther King.
Mississippi.
They were in the South defending. Yes, there's
Okay,
there's a book. There's a book about the freedom, the Deacons of Defense.
Dude,
That new book that just came out about it.
Cool, but I'm asking. You said the book.
But to save your point, that.
Okay, so let's talk about it. As you can see, they always talk about a book. They always raise a book, but they can't tell you about the book. Bro, I don't want to know about the book unless you're going to explain the details. I just asked you a simple question because you claim that we don't know history and you know it all. And I said, who inspired the Black Panthers? Some dumb shit. And I asked you, who was the Black people? You don't know. You said Mississippi. I said Mississippi. Okay, so bro, unmute yourself and tell me. I'm gonna keep muting you now. So now we're doing mute again. Answer the question or get the fuck off. So now, where did it come from? What organization did the Deacons of Defense come from?
Wait a minute. So you guys, the SCLC, Southern Leadership, I forgot what the 2C stands for.
And
hold on, wait. Another thing too. I'm not a simpleton like you guys. I'm not gonna give you a simple answer. You guys want simple answers. I'm not a.
Okay. All right. So the bottom line, folks, they come from the NAACP, an integrationist organization.
That's not true. For one,
okay,
that was founded by W.E. Du Bois. Du Bois.
Okay.
Du Bois was not an integrationist.
He refused to listen, man.
Yeah, I got him in the waiting room. I ain't kick him off. Okay.
No, don't kick him off.
Well, we'll see. He got to behave himself. I mean, this is my channel. I don't want that type of chaotic. Yeah, but hold on. But I run this in a certain way. I don't like it to be chaotic. Yeah, that's how y'all do. But I don't like folks to scream over each other. We can have a conversation.
That shit. I was trying to.
Because listen, there's no platform where that shit is acceptable. You will lose everybody, bro. Okay, now look at all the successful channels. Look at Tariq's and the Jason Blacks and everybody you know of that's successful. The Breakfast Club is always organized and orderly. So yeah, that never works. Nobody likes yelling and screaming and they can't tell who's right and who's wrong. No, I want to do that. Okay, but he is clearly out of control. He's talking about self-reliance and self-independence or whatever you're talking about. He got no self-control. And that's how most of them are.
They want the link again if you can give it to them.
Who?
Clear T Dimensions. Want the link.
All right, so cool. Let me just finish up on this real fast. So the Black Panthers were inspired largely by the Deacons. So we could do dates. They're 1960s, and they were very successful. Okay, J. Edgar Hoover tried to infiltrate them and came up short. But they infiltrated those damn Panthers because you know why? They're radically emotional guys like him. They don't have no achievement, no accomplishment. They just with guns, just talking shit. See, the Deacons for Defense, they bust their guns and nobody went to jail. Nobody died. You know, Robert F. Williams was there's no revolutionary in this country that I can think of. You could go to history that went out like him. That he got shit done for real, and he bust his gun. He even wrote a book called Negroes with Guns. Got acquitted. FBI most wanted. He did everything that you can name a black revolutionary to do. He did all that shit, but he got a lot of stuff accomplished. And guess what? He was an integrationist because he went to a library in North Carolina that was segregated. He went in there, fought, and got that shit approved for integration, right? So he was. This is the biggest revolutionary in the country, in Black America. All right, and he fought
can I ask a question,
to integrate. Go ahead.
Did the gentleman that we're talking about, gentleman, the Philly guy, did he mention the Black Panthers in esteem that made you go there with them?
What you mean?
Meaning, basically, he mentioned them did he mention the Black Panthers as if positively, like he agreed with them?
Yeah. And that's why I asked that question.
Right.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead, continue.
Yeah. So anyway, I'm telling you how. See, these guys with these guns run around, just talk big, like the not fucking around. These clowns, they get nothing done because it's not in their hearts. They're a bunch of cowards who carry guns and never bust them. Okay, they get assassinated, they get shot at. That's what happened to those folks. But people who really believe that stuff, man, they pull their trigger first, like Robert F. Williams. He chased the Klan. Matter of fact, check this out. I mean, it's public knowledge. I played on my video. Go check it out. So Robert F. Williams, but the Klan was trying to target some of his members, and the news got out that they wouldn't do a drive-by. So he said, "The hell you will." Robert F. Williams, with military background, I don't know about the Panthers, but he came with the military background, and he set up like sand blocks, whatever, to like barricade himself from bullets. And when the Klan did pull up, they tried to drill, and when they did, Robert F. Williams bust back and chased them out the damn city. So much so, I think the mayor or somebody had banned the Klan for coming back in the city unless they had special permission. All right, so don't tell me nothing about no damn Black Panthers or Malcolm X. When this guy is doing everything they could imagine to do, they did it, and he was successful. He died of old age, by the way. He left the country, met with Fidel Castro. Oh, hey, man, get this out. Y'all had your chance. He left the country, met with Fidel Castro, right? Set up a radio station promoting real activism, right? He left there, met with Mao Zedong, the most vicious dictators at that time. Left there, met with the dictator of North Korea or Vietnamese, one of them, but met with like three top ops of America. Went there, not just went there, set up radio stations and advocated what he's about. Came back, and all this while he's on FBI Most Wanted. Came back to the United States. Came to Michigan. North Carolina, where you from? He said Mississippi. North Carolina, they wanted him back. He said extradite him back to North Carolina. This is in the 60s. This is legal Jim Crow. The governor of Michigan, white guy, who according to him is our enemy, did not release Robert F. Williams to North Carolina judiciary because he said, or jurisdiction, because he said that he didn't believe this black man in Jim Crow would get a fair trial. So he held him and kept him away from North Carolina until some legal shit happened. Then he finally went over there and got acquitted or whatever happened to him. So he died fat and old. And nobody got a history like his as far as resilience, getting shit done, accomplish something, busting his gun, all that stuff we brag about. We want to talk about the Black Panthers, Malcolm X, but this dude's name is like taboo. Y'all go ahead now. And who wanted the link?
I just wanted to say this. In regards to him speaking highly of the Black Panthers, and he's speaking down on us saying we sound like integrationists. The Black Panthers were integrationists. In their 10-point program of what we want and what we believe, everything they're asking for it from the federal government to be included. So things like this, right? We want full employment for our people. That's point two in what we want. Point two in what we believe. We believe that the federal government is responsible and obligated to give every man employment or guaranteed income.
Wow. That's
Isn't that integrationist? Listen to this, brother. Yeah, listen to this. We believe that the American businessman will not give full employment, then the means of production should be taken from the businessman and placed in the community so that the people of the community can organize and employ all of its people and give high standard of living. They want to take something that belonged to someone else and give it to the community if that man didn't want to. They're integrationists, brother.
Right, that's what I say. Like people like him, they have a distortion of history. Which they do. We know they revise history. There was more questions to ask this guy, of course, but I already knew that he was one of those "I'm not finished" guys. Let me finish that guy. And I could tell how hostile he was. I could tell how true. And by the way, block him in the chat. Yes, I'm out. Back.
He gone.
He no gone. Matter. So I can find his name and block him. We're having a great time over here. Yeah. We're having a great time over here. We don't mind opposition. So when y'all said, hey, if you don't align yourself with FBA values while you're here, like we have, we're not going to be a cult where members don't, lineage only lie. Like they can attend like public shit like this. Nothing private we do, but public internet stuff you can attend. Hold on, public, come on, because we're not afraid of a challenge. We're not going to from a question or heavy. Hold on, let me get it out.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. So we're not going to flee from heavy criticism. That's why we invite the revenue. Tariq even said, we get the revenue on here. Just make an example out of it. All right. So but we're not running. We're not dodging. Only white supremacist enclaves and their clubhouse moments, they kick us out. They don't let us in. Right? Because they know they're lying. Right. So when you got the truth, you don't matter if somebody's being facetious, sarcastic, trolling, because you got a listening audience. So it's about making them a public spectacle in front of everybody. All right, listen, come with your trolling questions so I can educate through that. So this guy right here, they love to say we don't know black. Look, I make this my point all the time on a lot. I say, yo, this is their major talking point. All the Pan-Africans that I ever see online, they always act like we don't know black history. We just can't read. And they got to teach us the real history. So I'm willing to go tit for tat. He said it. I was willing to go tit for tat. Like, hey, all right, let's go. Let's see who knows history, who does not. I know this dude by the people. He said Malcolm X. Are you serious? Really, like outside of romanticizing Malcolm X, what did he actually do?
Dude, Ron, the reason why I said to him, I asked, then what are you doing here? Is because if the brother here could tell you, every question I asked him was directly related to FBA goals and yeah. So the thing is, when he said he don't think we're as intelligent as he is, and he don't think we understand world geopolitics, that's what say, well, then what are you doing here? Because you're sitting in the chat listening, right? And you're determining that this is not the space and place for you. Then what are you doing here other than to be a rabble rouser? So I wanted him to answer what he was doing here.
Yeah. Now look, you asked him a question about the tether thing. Now he said something slick. He said, yeah, well, they got a pejorative on us. No, that's not what we got. See, pejorative is plastered upon people indiscriminately.
Facts.
You see? So when we're called a collar, they don't say, nah, just the northerner FBAs. They say everybody. When we're called an NIGGERS, so when we get called something, as a matter of fact, when people call anybody something, usually it's everybody. We're like the only people I know of that said, nah, not everybody. Just this folks of this particular lineage that behaves like this. Just everybody else will treat fairly until you behave the same way. I think we are the only people that set a term like that on another people for bad behavior.
Now, I asked him that because what I was going to take him to is, if you remove the
that's
word,
a good question.
This is where I was going to take him. I was going to say, with that definition, if you take the word tether out and replace it with WS or structural racism, right? Or institutional racism, it applies. So anybody, whether it's domestic or foreign, that definition applies to, it fits, right or wrong.
Right. Yeah.
Structural racism, right? WS, white supremacy, all of that stuff is the same thing. The only difference is with the tether, that when you say the tether picks up white supremacist talking points and activities.
And now listen, right. And what they do also, FBA Convo, is that they purposely talk a lot. They don't shut up, and then that's what Umar did versus Lord Jamar, right? He would not shut up for the next question. So they purposely do that on purpose. Like that's a purpose action, because that avoids accountability, any questions. And then they fake outrage you, and then they never finish. Right. So I kind of knew he was going to do that, but I really wasn't.
Terrible. It was a terrible display from Huey. Very terrible display from Huey.
No self-control, but he talks about self-reliance, self-determination. But what we're going to add self-control in there.
That was a great observation. Immediate too.
Crashed out when he said that I'm smarter than y'all, and you know we damn well we older than that little boy. You know what I'm saying? My shirt.
And the thing is, like all of us, I seen the best.
What the fuck you talking about?
Listen, I seen the best orators. I seen the best orators get on the microphone and botch a word. Yeah, that's what humans do.
Yeah,
like,
I botch the word so much.
Right. I do all the time, but it's especially when you're gonna botch a word, especially when you're in contention, because you're kind of frustrated. You dig. So that's the time where everybody. And that's what we do. We start cursing. We start cursing because we're like done with the word shit. We're like, you know what? The hell with the word stuff.
But the FBA Convo, if you notice, what I kept trying to do, I kept trying to take him and align him next to the code. That's why the first thing I did was, do you have a problem with the code?
Are you Pan-Africanist? Are you trying to unite us with the Congo? Like, I'm gonna get the guy, but he let us get him. He won't let us get him.
everything I was trying to, we were just saying he sounded like a tether or he's off code before he called in. When he called in, he gave us the spill like I'm FBA, I'm not off code, blah, blah, blah. But those this is why I said the code is the leader. And if you apply the code to everyone, it's going to force it out of them.
It's going to show. It's going to come out.
They can't defeat it.
Going to come out.
And look, and this is why I say don't trip. Don't trip with those who have a wrench, because like you said, eventually it comes out in the chat. We're going to talk about stuff. We're going to play tethers. We're going to play Pan-Africans. We're going to get on Dr. John Henry Clark line as people who they admire and praise and worship. Like he thought Malcolm X said something. Oh, you're supposed to bow down and be like, really? Malcolm X said that? Oh my God.
What did I say? I don't give a fuck what Malcolm X said.
Malcolm X, he's a decent guy.
Perfect thing to say.
I don't mean that disrespectfully, but he is not. We're not a cult. We're not a cult. We don't. Oh, he said this, so we got to follow what he said.
Right. Well. All right. So we got some folks in the building. We got Clear It, or he got disconnected. Maybe he'll come back. But we got Ebony Skirt. If you want to add, well, I put the link in the chat. All you got to do is click.
We put it in. We put it up.
I was looking for Free the Land to come up because Free the Land is a suspected tether in the chat. Free the Land.
So other things, like I said, he's like I know these guys. Yeah, these guys don't read. They don't know the history of what they're involved in. Black nationalism. He's talking about this not fucking around group. He's not talking about the real, like you said, the real Black Panthers who was integrations. He don't know about Dickens for Defense. He don't know what was before him. He just know what was around now.
Yeah.
Like, and that reminds them of gang culture. So they join it.
Yeah.
I bet you FBA. I bet you we made this a movement, a cult, and we aligned it like some street stuff, street weird and street slang. Man, we'd be 45 million deep. We'd be more than 43 million. We'd be 45 million deep. We aligned this shit up to the streets. Street codes and hoods, selling drugs, man, you'll be so deep.
He kept talking about movement, ideology. I'm like, when I seen it, because this is what I love about the chat. The chat recognized him immediately, like, yo, this guy's he's suspect.
Right. Yeah, I looked down and seen his little things. Let me invite. I said, nah, you got to come up, bro.
And then that was a great exercise, though.
Yeah, now I thank you for coming up because most people just run. So I give them that credit.
Yeah, facts.
Always.
When he starts talking about the FBI, listen, man, that ain't my concern. Listen, chat, I speak for myself. The FBI doesn't concern me at all. I don't do illegal shit. So I'm never worried about the FBI behind me or in front of me, on the side of me. I know who they want. I'm going to help point out. Here you go.
Hey, Ron.
Good as that.
Hey, Ron, we're not worried about the FBI because we're not talking about seceding from America. We are Americans.
Right. None of that communist, all that.
None of that garbage he's talking about. We're not talking about separatists.
That's why he's hiding. Right.
That's how I knew he was off code, because he kept talking about external shit. He wasn't saying nothing national, nothing. I'm a nationalist, but he didn't say nothing about us. Talking about Africa and Congos and Iran. When he went to Iran, that was crazy. I was like, what, bro?
I was trying to listen. I was trying to listen to that, the Iran point. Oh, by the way, all of them, just do the pattern. If he's saying Iran, that means he's North Korean. That means he's Palestinian. That means he's Russian. He's Chinese. Like they go with the odds of the Western power. Like, against the Western power. That's who they align themselves with. So once you say Iran, okay, then you're pro-Palestinian. Palestine, then you're pro-China, you're pro-North Korea, and you're pro-Russia.
Yep.
He's pro everything but FBA.
Right. So now we got FBA JT.
Let's get it.
Got his hand up. FBA JT. Yeah, but the question you asked him was perfect. Like he knew he couldn't agree to one thing because he is part of a cult.
There you go.
He's part of a radical cult, so he can't agree with one thing because his enemies. Well, the people who are with him, like, listen, like those guys beef internally all the time. They hate each other. They sleep with each other's wives. Like, this been exposed. So he can never even act like he's one of us publicly because somebody who's down with him will use that to say, hey, he's the op. He's the feds.
For sure.
All they do is point fingers in their own organization. All they do is point fingers at each other. You a fed, you a op, you're a fed. That's why they get nothing done. They're too insecure and they don't trust each other.
There's a reason why they can't trust each other. Because they always doing some type of vagrant stuff to each other.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But I think that was a great exercise in showing people, right, and letting people know how, as soon as somebody starts talking, I'm gonna read this to you. What do you think it is? I read the code. Right. I read what the tether was.
He said no.
What do you think it is?
I disagree. You see what I'm saying? Nah, see, a tether is somebody who needs to be forgiven. Like, what?
He was making an excuse for tetherism.
Right. See, what happens is it's what's in the heart, not the action. See, they might be hating on you, but they really love you. You just got to have a deep conversation. You got to break their spirit, man. Teach them how to love, brother. Some Ray Lewis type speech.
I'm like, come on, man. I'm simply gonna do this. I'm gonna hold you to the code. Yeah. The code is gonna expose you, and then once it exposes you, the overall FBA lineage is going to see you're not to be trusted and you're not to be dealt with. Leave you alone.
I'm telling you. Listen, chat. Trust me. These guys do not come on here to actually have a sophisticated, cordial, respectful conversation. Okay, just go look at Unc. Look at Unc the other day. He talked over me. I let him do it. He talked over. He would not stop. And then I finally got him, and I didn't care no more. I keep talking. I got
you. Yeah.
Once I got him, I didn't care no more.
It's like you ever watch a demonic movie like The Exorcist or something? Yeah. The code is like when they're reading the Bible and in front of the possessed person. The demon starts getting all agitated. Yeah. They start throwing stuff around the room.
When Eddie Murphy went to church, Vampire in Brooklyn.
Yeah.
Evil is good. Tetherism is good.
Yeah. So
tetherism, everybody say it with me. Tetherism is good.
When you start reading what a tether is, when you start reading the code, they start sweating. They start saying all kind of things to try to distract you from other conversation.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like the code is the leader, man. Word is born. The code is the leader.
I don't think you're gonna find a Pan-Africanist that's gonna. I think the best question might be tether because I think that's their kryptonite. I can't see a Pan-Africanist agreeing to the definition of tether. I just don't see it. So that might be better than the question I asked you. The better the Marcus Garvey slavery thing. It should be the definition of a tether. Do you agree? I can't see them. I can't see them agreeing because they're all inclusive.
Yeah. You gotta. I think you gotta ask both, but the tether part, that's the most. How you say that? When in the Bible, when Jesus said, I didn't came to bring peace, but war. I'm going to separate. Yeah. I came to separate man, woman, from husband and wife and stuff. That's what those definitions do.
Right. Okay, I get what you're saying. Right? Yeah, like, Jesus on love. He love everybody. You read that, they're like, oh.
Nope. Facts. So yeah, brother, that was a great exercise right there, man. You know. Unfortunately, he didn't let me get to the part where when I said, don't the Black Panthers got a 10-point program? Because I already know, like, hold on. In their 10-point program, they want integration. It's asking to be integrated in society.
Hey, bro, at that point, see, like that, and that's another good thing to have these guys on because for one, that's you get to experience. So like once he talked to y'all, I already knew, and then once he cut me up a few times, I already knew. Okay, let me just make it a pitching contest. Let me just yell over him because at that point, whatever game plan you had is out the door. Mm-hmm. He's not interested into any type of dialogue back and forth. He kept. Once I had to mute him, I knew it was over. God damn, I gotta mute this guy. Yeah.
Ron,
Yes.
yeah, I had put a video in the comment. I put a link in the comment.
Okay. What was it?
It's a video of Frank. What his name?
Oh, Frank Zanu?
Yeah, man. It's a good one. They say they created white supremacy, man.
Wait. Stop it. Wait, hold on.
I'm dead serious. I'm dead serious.
Hey, yo, wait. Put that. Damn. Yo, put that. All right, wait, hold on. Let me check.
I'm gonna drop down for a second, brother. I gotta drop down.
It's up under James Taylor, bro.
Hold on. If that's there, they're done.
Yeah, it's up under James Taylor, man.
Hold on. Let me see. Oh my God.
Go ahead.
I don't see it.
You don't see that, man? Yeah.
Nah, put it again.
Put it again.
Yeah.
Let me.
I need that.
This my first time using this shit, so I don't really know how it works. But I'm gonna try to get back to send it back to you. But it's gonna be up on the.
Can somebody put that? If y'all seen that link,
I told him.
That back in there.
I told him to grab it though, man. I sent it at the beginning of the video though.
What? This live? The beginning of this live?
Yeah, at the beginning of this live.
Oh hell no! You're not retrieving that until I gotta stop this, and when it's become replayable, I'll see it. But because if I get that, it's over, man. I mean, it's been over, but it's like overkill.
Yeah, I'm getting my girl to send it through my phone right now, man.
YouTube mastery. Yeah. So what I'm saying is, through experience of conversation, right? You get to experience different opposition and different ops, right? So I've been debating on YouTube for 16 years, factual uploaded, recorded 16 years. So I debated for at least 16 years straight on YouTube. We're not counting barbershop or street shit, but on YouTube, 16 years straight, basically. So when you debate that long, you see the different type of styles, different type of energies, the disrespect, the respect. So you can kind of gauge really early. Okay, I know what it's gonna be about. So you could try to avoid it. Hey brother, call him brother. Hey brother, I love you. So try to destabilize them. But sometimes it just ain't gonna work. So I realized, okay, this dude ain't gonna stop talking. So let me just do a pissing contest. Let me just yell over him and embarrass him. Okay. But you have to go through that to experience it. This is what I'm trying to say. Don't run from those. If you're an orator, you like to debate, expect that. Hold on. Somebody's hopping on.
Yeah, I sent it in the chat though. I mean in the comments.
All right, let me check it.
Lex, boy, what's up, boy?
Hey, peace. What's good? Peace to the family.
Peace. Where's the link?
I just sent that bit.
I don't see no link in here. Wait. Do you have a wrench?
No, I ain't got no wrench though.
Oh, that's why I don't see it. Yeah, if you ain't got a wrench, so you got to say anything, and let me give you a wrench, and then you'll be able to do it.
Shit. All right, say so. I'm gonna just put my initials.
Yeah.
I'm putting my initials in it, JT.
Oh, that's why we didn't see the link, because YouTube won't allow links other than from rental. Okay, I see you.
Yeah. I just started this shit though.
Right.
I've been watching a long time, but I just started this shit though.
All right, so I'm clear once the link. I meant the phone number. All right, so while I do that for you, let the Holy FBA Codex CD1, go in while I try to get that phone number to you.
Yeah, man, I see y'all getting it in early, you know what I'm saying, spraying the tethers. But, I think the brother is caught up in the time period and confused about, the system in America and all that. When you first come into Black consciousness at some point, it's like there's this thing about independent system, and the whole system is like the enemy, you know what I'm saying? And so
right.
Yeah, so they're viewing, you know, like being a part of taking part in America is like integrating into white supremacy. You see what I'm saying? But
Right.
you know, it's like you know, the formation of America, it comes from many different people. White people, yeah, they took control and power, but they don't own the government, you know. I had to come to realize that they do not own the that is the psychological game that they convinced us of. You know what I'm saying? Because if
Yeah,
they own the
perfect.
government, why did they try to stop us from voting and all of that? Because
Right. It
obviously,
wouldn't matter. Right.
right.
It wouldn't matter.
You know what I'm saying? So the participation
Good
in them,
observation, bro. That
yeah.
was some good shit right there.
So the participation.
Oh, and by the way, I watched you versus Sabir Bay. You did pretty good, bro. Ain't gonna lie, you did pretty good. Anyway, finish. But you did pretty. I was really like, I didn't know what to expect. Wait, wow, like you really did good. Okay, like yeah, that might be your shit. But go ahead.
Yeah, Sabir Bay, he was funny, man. But yeah, he's pretty basic. That's why I was like wondering what all the hoopla was about. You know, that Moorish stuff is easy to debunk. But yeah, so that was part of the psychological game. You know what I'm saying? That they want to convince convince us that this is not their country. This is not their government, and they did not set this shit up alone. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah.
And then when people be talking like this extra revolutionary shit on steroids, like it goes back to the same thing we say to the Africans that talk Pan-Africanism. Nigga, Pan-Africans ain't never established no system outside of all other systems. You know what I'm saying? Like you talking like your integration, nigga. Y'all have never done nothing that was not integrationist.
Right.
That was not participating in the government. Where's the Pan-African Epstein Island at, nigga? It doesn't exist.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So again, you're talking that same shit the Africans talk when they try to tell us that we're being divisive and we should unite, and y'all niggas ain't halfway united. So like for you to come to FBA, like, you know, arguing like a Pan-African thing, like you're the real revolutionaries and y'all just want to participate in America and America's falling and all that shit. Well, no, it ain't, nigga, not our America, because all, you know what I'm saying? White America, that white supremacy is not America. We are the true Americans, bro. And so we're not going to get anywhere with that, man. I used to be on that. That's not reality. I mean, you could, like, you know, if they could at least do what what do they call them people? The Amish. Y'all ain't even on Amish level.
Yeah,
you know
at all. Right.
Where Amish got their own little society, secluded, where they don't depend on a system. They try to live.
Yo, they're not even where Dwight York was.
Right. Right. You know what I'm saying? You ain't even got motherfucking a little compound or something.
Right.
Nothing. Like, so don't come preach. And that has nothing to do with our lineage at the end of the day. You still mixing shit. Cause like we said before, you came in here sideways like a snake and try to say you was of the lineage, but you wanted to pit the lineage against an ideology called Pan-Africanism and then call us integrationalists. No, you're a tether, bro. You might as well just be a tether by definition. So peace to the people, man.
Thank you for that. Thank you, man. And that observation, I like that. Like you are a de facto integrationist, whether you believe it or not. Like you don't have another system outside of this. Everything you did in life was based on the integration. It was within the system of integration. Everything you did, the stores you go to, the pay your mortgage, your rent, everything is based on integration.
And really, I think integration is not the proper word, because they're thinking of it like, you know, like doing like we're trying to go eat at a white restaurant.
That's why I asked him, what is your definition of an integrationist? I said, what's your definition of that?
Because like equity is not necessarily integration. Having the equal access to something is not like, oh, I just want to go eat at a white restaurant. Nigga, we are American. Right. The government, we got to deal with the government. And if we let white supremacists run the government without participating in politics, they will inflict policies that's not necessarily has anything to do with the government itself. It's just like Trump now, right? If we just sit back, and I'm not saying that Trump is doing anything wrong. I don't agree with everything he did, but I'm just saying if we just sit back, a white supremacist can influence him to have an executive order that doesn't work on our behalf or some shit, or to have some policy. But that's not the whole governmental system. That's white supremacists in places of power. That's what we got to fight. We just can't sit back and say, well, the government, United States of America is going to fall. Let's not participate. And then let them niggas write a bill that says it's okay to lynch niggas at 6 a.m. on a Friday morning. Like, nigga. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, no, I like that. It's about preventing white supremacy in the seat of power. I like that outlook on it.
That's exactly what it's about. That's what politics, political science is. And you know, I had to realize no matter where you go in any kingdom, bro, you are not gonna escape politics. I'm sorry. When you get to heaven, there's gonna be politics between the angels and the motherfucking higher angels and the archangels and the lower like nigga, you go in the jungle, the lions got politics. You can't escape the social political existence of human beings. So, bro, you're not going nowhere saying, "Oh, I mean, that you can die and just drop out of the third dimension, but you gonna deal with politics, bro." So, So don't try to bring that to our lineage, like, "Oh, y'all are integrationists." No, honoring our lineage and acknowledging that we are Americans has nothing to do with us wanting to eat at a white restaurant, nigga. We saying this is our shit. We want to make the policy, and everything that's built that y'all want to build, we've already built. We just got to take it over. We built America, nigga. So why the fuck we gonna go into a Pan-African, a delusional existence that doesn't exist and give up everything that our ancestors have invested in? That's crazy.
Yeah, that's interesting because what they call Black Reconstruction, what they call them integrationists that participated in Black Reconstruction. We sat in those seats of power. I would love to get their take on that because they would kind of have to. That's pretty much what you're just advocating for and what we're also agreeing with.
Right.
They found themselves in seats of power. And then, Black Reconstruction, as long as the Union soldiers were there, it was all good.
Exactly.
Once they left, the KKK removed, they killed us out of the position, physically removed us, terrorized us, lynched us. But yeah, like we were sitting in those seats of power. I wonder if they think that they were also being integrationists at that time. I'm looking into that. I mean, I'm gonna ask those guys that.
And I'm glad you brought up R.F. Williams. You know what I'm saying? And honestly,
why are they so afraid to mention him?
Because, and you actually, I think it was a couple of weeks ago, or like a month ago, because I had forgot about. I had to update the codex and add his whole story in there.
Okay, all right.
So I got the book of R. Robert F. Williams in there, and it breaks down all of that. And he is the most underrated of all time. He's only, like you were saying, a real revolutionary. And he did come out of the NAACP. The NAACP, because Robert Williams said they were soft. He was like, yo, it's getting to a point where y'all acting like bitches and like this shit right here. And so he formed the Deacons of Defense. So he was a part of the NAACP. And he was busting them guns for real. All of them was busting them guns.
Right.
And he was traveling the world making meeting with other leaders and all of that. So so when that's part of white supremacy. You never hear about him in Black History Month.
Ever. It's always Malcolm X and Black Panther, but the guy who really, really got shit done vanished from history.
I mean, but I must say, bro, I don't agree with you on the whole like Malcolm X ain't do shit and all of that. Now I don't know, you know what I'm saying? But
I know what
you're saying. He didn't really. Yeah. I mean, when you talk about,
he gave great speeches, man.
Yeah. But I think he deserves a lot more respect, though, brother. And then we can't dismiss him. Like, I mean, he inspired. He wasn't. You had inspirers and builders. You know what I'm saying? because Elijah Muhammad is the builder. Malcolm X became the voice piece of like the nation, but he built the Nation of Islam. I mean, when Malcolm X came in, the Nation of Islam members, he like doubled and tripled their numbers. So he basically helped build the Nation of Islam. So
he was good. Yeah, he had his purpose. He was good at that. I think people put him up where he shouldn't be. I think they put him up next to the Elijah Muhammad, next to the Robert F. and Dr. King, and I don't agree with that, because then you got to compare the accomplishments now. Okay, what did they accomplish, and then influence and notoriety, like Dr. King. Come on now, and the dude was part of like the most important movements ever in Black history, which was the Civil War was one fight we had to do to get citizenship and freedom, and then civil rights. That had to be done.
Right.
So you got people part of like the most powerful movements in America, and some people just took the other side, and they ended up on the wrong side of history.
Right, and they you know, they have this narrative now that since like, you know, their big Armageddon prophecy of America falling, that somehow that means that, you know, what they're doing, they're scared. They think America's falling. They want to be able to flee to Africa or some. America's not fall. Yo, if America like does fall economically or whatever, it's not gonna change anything, because you still gonna be on this land. You know what I'm saying? So I used to root for America. Nigga, I don't want to. No, America ain't falling nowhere. Not as long as we here. Fuck that. You know what I'm saying?
And that's when I started to, you know, that's our evolution to where we are now. When I came to that religion, I'm like, why am I big enough over here? Like I'm actually gonna go. Why am I big enough? Like, yeah, they're gonna defeat. Am I gonna move there? Like, hell no. I'm like, why would I want to see buildings being blown up right in front of me, like we see on those videos of Palestine? I'm like, why would I want to experience that shit in my homeland? And then now it's just rubble and shit. Like, nah, I said, nah, fuck all that. Like, we got to be selfish.
Other nations know the difference with Black America and America. When a lot of times when they talk about America, Islam, when they call America the Great Shaitan, they ain't talking really about Black people. They probably include us because we here to some degree and feel like we participate with the white man. But people know when they talk about the evils of America that Black people don't agree with what the fuck white supremacists are doing with our power. Niggas don't be like niggas don't co-sign bombing Palestine. Not even white people co-sign a lot of what white supremacist America does.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? So you got to be a little bit more specific. That's why politics is so important. Who's in power? If Dr. Martin Luther King had became president, do you think we would have been bombing Palestine? No.
Right.
That's why they marked him, because King was going to become president.
Yeah, I could definitely see that one.
Oh yeah, and he spoke against Vietnam. See, that's Black America. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, America has a powerful military. White supremacy is an operation, but we don't be co-signing the wicked shit they do. You know what I'm saying?
Nah.
So stop it.
Hell yeah.
Peace to the people, though.
So we got some callers that came in. I just named y'all caller 1, caller 2. Okay, so caller 1. I think that's clear. Is that you, Clear?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Okay, yes, hear you now. Yeah.
Okay. I'm sorry, I couldn't get it on my phone. My phone was acting real crazy. I was up here. I was listening. Hey, hi everybody in the chat and people I'm familiar with. Hi Ron. Thanks for letting me come up.
Come over here.
Hope you had a great Labor Day. I was listening to Vendetta at first, and he was talking about when he was looking up his ancestry and his grandmother being born his great grandmother being born in 1909. I'm glad a lot of people are doing their genealogy. I was doing mine, and my great great grandfather is connected to Ulysses S. Grant, the president, and he was helping out Harriet Tubman. So I'm glad a lot of us need to do our genealogy on that point. So I'm glad everybody's like doing the work to find out their true ancestry and how they're tied to America and how we can look up our own personal history. But I was also listening to you guys talk about Pan-Africanism, and I wanted to bring up the fact when you hear Pan, I want people to look up, because I'm doing the research and the study myself, because I'm finding Pan-Africanism tends to have a lot of radical religious, how can I say, viewpoints, if anybody else is seeing it. Do you think so?
Anybody?
Hello?
Well, yeah, but it's kind of difficult to say because Pan-Africanism is not a united. It's no way like a united, group. You know what I mean? You got it's almost like you got soft Christians and hard Christians. You know what I'm saying? It's like some Pan-African, most Pan-Africanism is just the feeling that all Black people should get together. None of them are actually getting together with these other groups. You know what I mean? So, but yeah, then you got the Pan-Africans that are just like they talk radical, but they don't even do anything radical. They don't really bust no guns. They just want you to agree with mine. You know what I mean?
What's that noise in the background? Well, the reason why I said that, because is that me in the background or someone else?
No, you're good.
Well, the
That's
reason
probably
why
me at Wawa.
okay. Okay. So the reason why I was saying it, I'm doing my research and I wanted to give information. Maybe you guys can look it up as well. That I noticed that when we had the first early establishment of Pan-Africanism between the two African Americans, you can look them up, and the Caribbean, that they met in Europe.
Wait. Give me some names. Are you talking about the 1900s?
Yeah, when they met in Europe, because it was supposed to be something where Europe was supposed to be helping them to establish, Pan-Africanism was supposed to establish the European context of them not colonizing Africa. As we can clearly see, that wasn't the case. Africa became colonized. So when you look up, wait a minute, let me look it up, Pan-Africanism.
What up, bro?
His name.
Yeah, the only reason why I asked that question because I think the Pan-Africanists are confused on when did it start. Because then they'll say Martin Delaney, and he predates all that stuff. And then you got Paul Cuff, he predates that stuff by 100 years. So it's like, that's why I be cooking them. It's like, yo, y'all don't agree on your own history. Like, when did Pan-Africanism start and who was the first?
Yeah, they actually, the beginning conference was in 1909.
Yeah,
they had it in Europe. So the reason why I'm saying that, because I don't want to get too, when you notice that they established it in Europe, and if you pay attention, he did say something that was real concrete. This system is built with many arms, and it's built with delusion. And if you look up the Greek god Pan, P-A-N, and you'll hear Pan, look up Pan, the Greek god Pan, and it gives you a good context of what Pan represents. Notice that Greek is in Roman, and it's a god, and
there's a song that goes with that.
Right, so I'm looking at the whole thing, and he was saying, and I'm like, you have a lot of this radical ideologies, and Pan also means the god of panic. If you pay close attention when he came up here, what was the first thing he wanted to initialize? America's fallen. We need to come together, giving you this false ideology that you're fighting against them. You're actually whipping wind in the air because Pan-Africanism is not real. So notice Pan-Africanism, Pan-Africanism, they really don't do anything. And then Peter Pan, look at Peter Pan. White people tend to use words for a specific reason, a very specific reason, and it gives off a sense of false ideology, false concept. Because everybody basically can come to a great conclusion that there is nothing that Pan-Africanism has done. It's funny how it was established in Europe under white degeneracy, or we want to call it white supremacy. White supremacy has a good way of making sure it can control this. It plays with the mind. We know that white supremacy, white degeneracy is what I like to call it. It's a perpetual mind fuck. So if you have Peter Pan, and then you have Pan-Africanism, and then you have the Greek god Pan, look up what it stands for. Words have a meaning. And I'm saying for you to look up, because I don't like to just look up stuff for myself and just give people information, but look it up for yourself and you'll see that it's a strong context with it.
Well, you definitely about to have me do a play on words. They're going to be pissed off. And I'm going to call them Peter Pan-Africanists. I'm going to say, because everything they talk about is make-believe. I'm going to call them Peter
because what was and they never grow up. It's like this false ideology that they can't back up. That's why I hate the scenario, because sometimes we as Americans, aka Black Americans, get caught up in false ideology. And you have to be careful, because even in some religions, it plays with the mind. You have to know what you stand for. It's an illusion. And we've had illusions, and the biggest people who've been lied to is us as Black Americans, giving you a sense of false unity, false power. White degeneracy will have you whipping in the air when the enemy is right in front of your face. It gives you a perpetual high. Peter Pan was based on false reality. And I found it funny that they put Pan in front of Africanism, because you don't see where these countries and this continent is going to even unite. It's not going to ever do that.
Right.
You don't see where Peter Pan at some point in time, at least Peter Pan, what did he have to do? Grow the hell up.
Right,
and
right.
realize that he was not. So it's the same thing. And if you listen to the radical context of Pan-Africanism, that's why I say we have to look into the source. Because when I look at these people, it's always like, well, why don't you go to Africa? Because they know good and damn well they're not going to get nothing like this context established in Africa. Africa is about to, unfortunately, be carved up like a pizza pie. These men or these women do not own anything in it. You got blood and steel from America in Africa. You got blood and steel from Europe. And now you have the Chinese. What are you, under your false ideologies, think that you're going to do with powers that be, with military might? It's called false analogy. And it keeps you distracted with bullshit. But I want y'all to look up Pan. I'm looking it up myself. And when I hear Pan-Africanist, I hear Peter Pan syndrome. When I hear Hotep, I hear a syndrome. It's all giving you this false ideology. So the next time when you hear them coming up and when I heard panic, I said, wow, Pan was the Greek god of panic. I said, that's strange. And they tend to like to do this false play of words, and they say, read a book. But it's funny that the very thing that they claim that they hate is where they were established, in Europe, all under the context of white degeneracy. Let's pay close attention when we get people coming in and they want to give you these false ideologies. We cannot go, Hotep is Greek, all established under European domain, but they are fighting the quote unquote white boogeyman, the white man. They're not doing any such thing. They're actually being played as puppets, and they want to get into your mind to do the same thing. So I would say the next time we look up these little things that they bring into context, we need to look up the words. Where does it come from? Because that's what I was basically saying. But I was trying to speak to Vendetta about looking up his genealogy, and he was saying his grandma was great grandma was born in 1909, and my grandmother was born in 1909. So I'm glad like everybody's doing the work and looking up their genealogy. That was it.
Hey, well, thank you for calling. That was, and put that back. That was a interesting,
I just want us all to look it up, because I'm learning. I don't know the full context, but I just found it real funny about that. So I want us all to look it up, and maybe if we look it up together, we can find out more about where this type of concept comes from. And I just found it real interesting that their first meeting was in Europe, and the name is Pan-Africanism, and then you have a Greek god called Pan, and I'm like, wait a minute, Pan, Peter Pan, and then you look up the Greek god Pan, and then you'll see a lot of how their whole concept of what they believe is based on. It has a lot of those different, it has a lot of different it's like when you think about the Greek god Pan, it plays with the mind. You'll look it up yourself, and you guys will.
Yeah, I'll look it up. I'll see if anything's there. At the very least, I'm definitely going to troll.
Okay, troll. Look it up. And if you don't look it up, everybody else look it up. I always say study to show yourself approved. Interesting panel that you're having, interesting channel. I do watch from time to time, and I do like a lot of what I'm hearing and what I'm seeing. And I hope you continue to grow as well as others. And y'all have a good day. Happy Tuesday. See y'all later. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you for calling. All right, so now caller 2. Caller 2, are you there?
Yes, sir, bro. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Is that
Yeah, this S. Yes, sir, bro.
What's going on, brother?
Hey, bro, how you doing? I wasn't gonna call in, but I just sort of came out with my daughter today, handling some business, and happened to turn you on, check you out, see what was going on with you. And thank you again, bro, for keeping this going. I'm glad that we still alive to see this day. We should all be very, very, lucky and fortunate, man, that our ancestors was able to actually continue to be on this earth, actually give birth and have us here today. That was an incredible feat, just in itself, right there.
Right.
I wanted to just say this again, about the chats that we're having on these platforms that a lot of brothers having. Because these chats, the people that are in these chats are our ancestors, right? They are ancestors' children. Those folks that are in these chats are probably 4 or 5 times smarter than you and me. But what you've done is you said, no, I am not going to just sit back. I am going to put myself out there. I'm going to put a face on me. And I just wanted to thank you for that. This is one thing that I also want you to understand too. Okay, we had not too long ago where we had a round table, and I think you remember that. The lady's name was Amanda Seals. I think you might have done something on that. And she had a round table. Right, I'd imagine. And I'm trying to get some context on that. A round table, and then I think she had about like 20 tethers. Then you had another round. Then you had another sit down. You had another sit down with this African. You also was on top of that. You way ahead of this. You're doing great. But you remember the African, and then you had that one lady on there, and they was having a discussion. If you look at it, don't you see these people bringing out some heavy hitters, bro? See, the reason why they bringing out these heavy hitters, these people that have that real technology sense to be able to deal with us, because they always send people out there to silence a movement or to swell what you want to call dissent or something that's called delineation. Because normally, whenever you get problems is when somebody delineates. They just call it revolution, they call it separatist, they call it whatever, right? So anytime you get that and you have the people to accept the message, they always try to send out people to squash it, to try to quell it, to try to pacify the masses. They're having a big problem with FBA doing that. But if you look at these folks that have been coming out and the way that they're talking, even that young one, you remember that young one that talked to Amanda Seals? He was real young. He was from Angola. That dude right there, the way he was talking.
Somebody did a piece on him. He's some like agent plant.
Right, definitely. But look how smart he was talking. If he was to take our side, he could fool somebody on our side. You know what I'm saying? Just imagine he was to take our talking points and jump on our side. That's why I say it's so important for our chat. I'm always impressed with him.
Yeah, I be saying the same thing. Like some people, like, yo, man, damn, if that person would, like, it'd be like more of an FBA person that's kind of lost. I'm like, damn, man, if that person was rocking with us, they'll help us out tremendously. But like a Cornel West, if he was it'll be a great asset. You got other folks out there. Like, damn, man, you just on the wrong side, bro. Or you just behind.
Right.
But go ahead. I was just
which is why we need.
Nah, go ahead. I got a lot of background.
Oh, okay. So which is why we need, right? Which is why we need people like you to put that on your platform for you to continue to do that, so that we can see this. We need to have these folks on tape. We need our youth, like we need our people like 4th grade, 5th grade to be able to handle something like that, to be able to see these folks, to be able to talk to them. yeah, to be able to see them and see the way that they operate, because our youth and what they're getting this stuff fast. They're getting this stuff on YouTube. They're getting this stuff on clips. They're very smart. They're super smart. So we can see it. But you need to have that FBA lineage thing going on. That thing right there is blocking a lot of interference coming in. It's like a filter. It's like a filter. So when you put these people on here and we're able to see them and we're able to see the way that they do this technology, and that's why I tell a lot of these people a lot of times they're trying to hold on to some of this stuff coming these books all the time. These books are to bring you up to a certain point to where everything you read, you have to be that what you just read now. You cannot continue to go back to those books and keep trying to convince people of stuff, because those are politics. The politics of that day is to constantly tell you that one person knows something. When you bring in a lineage, the lineage is not that. That's why they're all crashing out. That's why you get people come on like that guy. He came on because he's feeling crashed out, because we are taking away their importance. You ain't nothing in America without importance.
Kill Pan-Africanism single-handedly. I hate you FBAs. Yeah, that's what he was doing.
Wow, I heard some in the background. But yeah, you'll never get anything by trying to be like Pan-Africanism, and you starting to lose your people. Your people are questioning you now. So Umar, he's doing that, and he's being attacked by his own. That's why he's going out there now saying people are coming after him. He believes people are coming after him.
That sounds
he believes
interesting.
People are coming after him.
That sounds interesting, because Garvey felt like his own was coming after him. And guess what? Your own should come after you. That's called holding you accountable. Their own were holding them accountable. Okay.
Without a doubt, their own people are holding them accountable, and they're holding them accountable because of our lineage. Our lineage has always been our North Star. It has always brought our people together in times of like war. Like when it's time for us to make a move, when it's time for us to do anything, we know we always got internal affairs. We always have that. But when it's time to make a move, our lineage has always trumped everything. We'll leave a plantation, even though people know we still leaving that day. We know that we're going to get a lot of backlash. We know that we're going to get a lot of burnings. We know we're going to get a lot of unaliving. But sometimes when we make a move like that, we just have to do it. We have to show other people, because this is our country. People don't understand. A lot of those rebellions, they were messages to other ones. There was a lot of rebellion. A rebellion is a delineation. And that was off of a lineage. We always did it first, the biggest off lineage. But we've never had to deal with so many other races of people. We are now looking at them, and they are the ones that use the white supremacy talking point. And the guy that came on there a minute ago that was talking to you that the chat just dismantled, that's what he was doing. You have to have some sort of importance in America. You have to. And they are losing their importance. They're losing their grip. They're losing their relevance. And they know that it's their lineage. It's just join your lineage. You don't have to use a title. A lineage is not a title. When you're trying to call yourself Pan-African or some of these other, those are titles. Your lineage is not a title. Your lineage is your DNA. It's your North Star in this country. So a lot of them are having trouble with it because it's money involved. Money involved in holding up these institutions. Money involved holding up these ideas. Which is why they throw books in your face all the time. They know books are online now. You don't necessarily read a book. You're gonna find the most important things online, calling someone, reaching out to somebody. Right now, they're trying to stop some of this stuff because you can literally just cheat in school now. So you don't need to know it like that. This is a different type of people, our young people. Our young people got some of the most advanced brains you'll ever see in this world. So you're not going to be able to trick them like that right there, but you can get FBA through the heart. Our lineage is with our heart. We're the heart of America. When Bro was saying that stuff about going overseas and certain times, foreign affairs, where they bombing people and things like that, yeah, we don't necessarily agree with that stuff, but this is our country. We have to defend it because our children are here. Our families are here. These people overseas now getting an understanding now that foreign affairs is very important to us now. We're trying to get a handle on our people in the foreign affairs, meaning that we are knocking on our politicians. Our politicians now know that they are running out of time because we're gonna get an FBA one day. And I gotta tell everybody now, and I'm gonna get off. Everybody, anybody that wants to run, I'm done. Anybody that wants to run, you don't necessarily have to win. You don't necessarily have to win. You just need to run as the FBA. If you run as FBA, I guarantee you that right there will cause more problems than you ever won. Yes, sir.
To be on the ballot is FBA. Brown, great. Look at Nathan Father, how you doing?
Hey, what's up, Ron?
This is Revenue.
Yeah, this is Kwame. I wanted to ask
Wait, so, wait. Why you Kwame over here, Revenue One?
That's just my handle on Twitter.
Right. So, okay. What I'm saying is this: Tariq got look. This ain't got nothing to do with you. I'm just saying why I call you Revenue. Tariq got way more views than me. So when you go on Tariq, like you become a household name. So when you come over here, they're gonna say, "Hey, that sounds like Revenue." Like what I'm supposed to say? Nah, that's Kwame. Yeah, that's Revenue. So like your name is kind of like how mine started on Buy Sports. I ended up calling this Arnetta on the wrong channel, and what I had to say like kind of went viral in that community. So I got stuck with Unbiased Sports, but that was not my name I was supposed to be called. You dig? So now obviously I turned into Unbiased Ron, but that's kind of what happened to you. Like you're saying you're Kwame, but you're really Revenue. But anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I wanted to ask you, would you agree that Stokely Carmichael Black Power movement popularized the term black in America?
Maybe help. I would say I can't give that more credit than James Brown song. I'm black, but I would say he definitely helped. Like he's like a DJ, like DJ Kirk. I think he helped popularize it. The term in a defiant, like revolutionary way. Yeah. Because he said black power.
Okay.
That's not a nationality. Like that's a state. That's a state of existence. That's not a nationality. The way he used it.
Yeah, I'm not saying that people wasn't using the term black in America.
Yeah, but he definitely helped. Yeah, he helped get it out there. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Did you see the video with me and Tariq with is Drake a foundational Black American?
Yeah, I was gonna play that, but I just didn't have time. Yeah.
Okay. What's your thought? Do you think that Drake is a foundational Black American?
No, I would call Drake what he calls himself. He says he's Canadian. Who am I to say no, you're foundational Black American? He says he's a Canadian. He's Canadian.
Right. So doesn't the lineage supersede with you say it doesn't matter if somebody believes they're Indian or Moor or Hebrew Israelite, they're still FBA or Pan-African, whatever.
Well, that's a little different because I heard you in Tariq. That was probably the best you ever did, by the way. That was the honest you ever been. You finally asked some good questions. Those are good questions, but I think you just found a great area in this whole thing. And when I was listening to it, I'm like, you know what? That just got to be worked out. Like Tariq said, most of us don't have that problem. So yeah, the exception is the people who's in that condition. Yeah, they're gonna have a rough time. And that's why we try to say, hey, they within your lineage, so and your citizenship, so you ain't got to worry about shit like that. But yeah, I think there's a lot of curves and turns in there, which is kind of hard to like define. I don't think we really sat down and thought about it to that depth in depth with that situation.
Yeah, and the crazy thing is I didn't realize till after that Drake actually has U.S. citizenship by way of his father. He has birthright citizenship. So that's something I didn't even know.
Yeah, so for me to like even look into that, I gotta check out like both of y'all know more than me as far as Drake background. So I would have to like really come on, let's get water. You want a damn donut instead of real food? Yeah, so both of you know more than me as far as Drake background and his citizenship. You know, I don't know much about it. I would have to like look into it before I give you any thoughts on that.
Okay.
I would definitely like to say something about Drake.
Okay, good.
You want me to chime in, bro?
Yeah, but I think he wanted to be on the topic though. You can say what you want to say.
Right.
Just be short, just lane things quickly, but I think he wanted to focus on his question.
Right. He's gonna finish. Yeah, because I saw some more stuff about Drake. Yeah, because I've been seeing some things about Drake, and I just want to say this about him. Well, of course, Drake's father is from here, and he's from Memphis and things like that right there. But he was did most everything he done was in Canada. Drake was already coming from money. His family had money. Had Drake ever wanted to be FBA like that, him and his family would have been that before he started to go into hip hop. Once he got into hip hop and started to get around people in hip hop, started to come to America and really accept that, because his father had many problems with him over the years. He had a lot of problems with his father over the years. He didn't speak to his father for years. And one of the reasons he didn't speak to his father for years is because he was in Canada. He embraced that. His mother turned him against them. His family had money on both sides. So he was not being groomed like that. He was being groomed most of his Jewish nature. He was being that way as a Jew. That's where he was growing up. When he came to America, which is what all tethers do, in order for you to pop, in order for you to understand who you are, you have to come to America. So that lineage that he's getting is always got like a double thing, because that's what tethers are. You have to have something to tether onto to have an understanding of it. He, whether his lineage was first, he was already dealing with a dual citizenship. Anytime you deal with a dual citizenship, which is confusing to a certain degree, the father must come in. The father was excommunicated a lot of times, which is what happens in America. So what Drake is doing is being an opportunist, and just like a lot of people do. We was talking about that earlier on. Drake, his influence is more about trying to be an outsider. He got accepted into FBA when he came in, and he started to deal with the people here. He started to really deal with that culture, but they always got their own countries to fall back on. We're dealing with that right now. He just happens to be somebody that got sideways with the lineage right now. But they're not really coming after him like that right there. He's having an issue of who he is. That's a conflict of interest. See, that's why the lineage comes in, because it gets rid of the conflict of interest. And if he accepts the lineage, then he would never come after us. See, because that's why we have us here. A lineage is to delineate from foolishness. So that means you got to accept us and what we do and how we doing it. And Canada comes somewhere down the line. They will never, ever be able to put Canada over us, but he's doing that. So that's the difference in between what lineage means and what lineage does. If you're an opt to your own lineage, they put you out the house. You can't go after your own father in his own house. You can't go after your own job when you're in their house. You can't go after the bank when you work there. So if you know what the real deal is and what it is and what's real, then you stick to that which is real. And he's dealing with something that's foreign, which he is a foreigner. He could accept his own and be himself, but he cannot, because money is over everything with him. We are lineage. He will never have that kind of thing. What you have to do is surrender and come home. That's what lineage means. That's what delineation means. It means surrender and come home and accept your own. But if you can't accept your own, then we got a railroad for you. And you'll never find that railroad, because it's always going to be underground. That's why he'll always be overground, which is pop. But if he wants to come home, we'll have an open door for him, but you got to surrender, because it's going down in America. That's it.
Yeah, but if Drake is a U.S. citizen and he has his father is an FBA FBA, wouldn't that make him FBA too if he's a U.S. citizen and his father's a FBA?
Well, bro, it's like this. You can be whatever you want to be, right? In America, they say be all you can be. You can be all you can be in the army if you
and he was going to Memphis every summer to his
okay, right. I get it. Right, but we have to deal with the facts on the ground, right? It's what you are. If you got a father that lives somewhere else and you've been raised by your mother doing a whole lot of things, your lineage may be intact, but it's what you accept. You think a lot of people are not confused about who they are? See, delineation, it will do something about your confusion. It clears up the confusion. Is he accepting FBA? See, because to understand FBA means that you got to surrender to America. See, he want to have it both ways. So if you want to have it both ways, you want to serve two gods, right? 69 God or 6 God or whatever you want to do. Look, bro, you're going to serve one and you're going to hate the other. And when I say hate, I don't mean hate in a term of that it's gonna that you have a feeling towards it. It's just that, see, this dude turned himself into an op. Just imagine if your son did that to you. Is he still you? People get thrown out of the family for stuff like that, bro. So he still have an opportunity to come home. That's why they got the prodigal son. Look, if you want love and you want understanding, then where you gonna get it from? If you love your father and your father hates where he's from, then what happens is you're gonna bring a war. See, a lineage is not. Look, this is not a. People keep thinking this lineage thing is a group. This is not a group. This is not an organization. An organization that you can join. If he loved America, he loved our lineage, then he wouldn't be in this part. He wouldn't have these issues. He wouldn't have these issues. He could stop this stuff today. This dude is in court. Like, look, you know how many people went to court to become white? All of them, Spanish, Chinese, and all that. But do they love America? You want to check them out or not? See, a lot of people want to be this dual citizenship. I kept telling you, I gave you the facts. You love one or you hate the other. That's why people look at. That's why they don't want us to be American. See, we got a lot of issues with that right now. See, they don't even want us to be American. But see, delineation delineates us to where we supposed to be. We're not delineating from our country. We delineate from the foolishness. Because our lineage and our bloodline is the one thing. If his dad was more important about that, he can't really get into it. That's his son. His son. So you know how we are about our children, bro. It's hard to really deal with stuff when you got children. Look, hey, bro,
the lineage. Can I ask you a question? Yeah. Can I ask you a question?
You talking about me?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Is Assata Shakur, is she FBA?
Who?
Assata Shakur.
You talking about the girl that was running out there about Israel?
No, Assata Shakur, Tupac aunt.
Before we shift gears there, because I heard like a lot of the Kyrie and all that type of stuff. So before we get out of Drake too fast, okay. So again, Drake would be in a gray area. So there wouldn't be no yes or no. That will be worked out. So there's a lot of people. There's a lot of questions when they were trying to determine who gets reparations, and we start talking about lineage, that type of stuff. There, even at the beginning of trying to figure out how to be determined who qualifies, even the 1870 census, all type of stuff, there was gray areas even then. And I remember Yvette and around their think tank was saying, okay, right, well, they just gonna be on hold, right, until we figure that out. But that's like tickets to like a carnival or an event. Like if your ticket is like kind of crazy looking where you can't really, or they can't scan it with their phone, they're gonna put you outside the line, to get the line going. So unfortunately, for those people, and it's not a lot of people, but there are some. But until this is worked out, even Turkey, she was asked that same question and kind of concluded the same thing. Like, yeah, well, shit. Unfortunately, it's gonna be on hold until everybody's, they're gonna be on hold, and the line would just keep moving, right? So he has a unique situation where it's kind of arguments favor his position and the arguments can go against it. So it's really going to come down to like anything else, like voting, or that's what it's going to come down to. Like people are going to vote something in stand on it, and that becomes standard. So Drake will be in the gray area, and people like him will be in gray areas.
Right.
I agree. Yeah, you have to surrender, bro. You have to surrender to the lineage.
I respect that. I respect that answer.
That's all. That's all you got to do. You know what I'm saying? It's not an attack.
Wait, hold on.
Because
wait, so now, wait, hold on, my brother. So he says Asada Shakur. Okay, so really, she's FBA. She was born here. As far as I know, FBA parents. Yeah, I don't know why she would be in question.
Because I know that she gave up her U.S. citizenship to go to Cuba. So I was just wondering, like, political prisoners
she's still. She's. And to answer your question, as far as I know, she's still old. It's like, what does that got to? She was old before she left. That's like somebody going to prison. And they're old. Yeah, I don't know why she wouldn't be qualified.
Because when I spoke to Tariq, he kind of said you got to be a U.S. citizen and have blood, have FBA ancestry, kind of like, you know, like the Nazi slogan, blood and soil.
I heard that bad analogy. Wait, hold on, brother. Hold on. Because I don't want to be long-winded. I just want to have a conversation where, you know, it's a couple words and you stop and no. Right now, we just dialoguing, right? So,
yeah, go ahead.
Yes. So now, as far as that, I kind of lost my train of thought. So you said, lastly, you said the Nazi thing was a bad analogy. You know, like, now you know better. To compare, see, and that's when people like start to dismiss you from the panel, because you that's the worst thing you want to do is compare anybody to Nuremberg laws or Nazi Germany. Like that's just a bad faith everything at that point. It's like nobody wants to be compared to Hitler or anything affiliated with him. So when you do that, you're purposely being disrespectful and trolling. Even though I don't take offense, I'm just saying like I know how people take that when you compare anything they do to Hitler. Anybody in the world, unless they are Hitler or is on that type of shit, they're gonna take offense to that. So anyways, yeah, stop doing that. That's bad faith. All right.
Yeah.
So see, I kind of lost my train of thought when brothers started talking. So what'd you say before that? You said what'd you say before that? I lost my train of thought.
Oh,
brother interrupted.
Because Tariq said you have to have ancestry.
Oh yeah, okay, cool. And now I remember. I got you. Now I remember. So you spoke.
I
got you.
So I'm asking. Yeah,
now we're moving on. All right, I got you. Let's go for it. Right. So you spoke to Tariq Nasheed, right?
Yeah.
Right. And that's what we've been trying to tell you as. Nobody's the leader. People can have an idea and it's worthy of entertaining. You put that like a job. You put your suggestion in the suggestion box. So that's something to like. So everything he says, you ask for an answer. Let's get the answer. Just like politicians and bills.
That wasn't me. Okay. That was your boy.
My fault. Not my fault. So just like, cause I'm used to people just cutting in. So like bills with politicians. When they put together a bill, some type of legislation, it's like picture perfect the way that person seen it, that legislator or politician seen it. This is perfect. But then to get it passed, other folks in that same party could say, nah, this won't get passed like this. And then they try to like critique it and omit and add to make it more favorable for the next party that got to pass it, right? Or Congress, they'll do that. So same thing with us. If somebody who's instrumental in opinions and make a little sense, those get thrown in there in that suggestion box, something to look at, something to vote on, or something to critique and take in, take out. So all these unique things, that would just be one of those. Like, okay, how do we look at this one? Then we'll come to the table, FBAs, no non-FBAs, come to the table, and we'll look at these unique situations that's far in between, right? That's not the case really for most people. I'm sure maybe 10 people others got something similar, but that's one of those things. But yeah, so we will, as long as the questions come about these things, we'll say, you know what? Yeah, let's look more into that. You know what? Yeah, you know what? I didn't think about that one, because most of us are not in that position. So we kind of think just for ourselves, hey, I'm good, so I ain't got to worry about that. But yeah, there's somebody out there in that position. Yeah, yes. I wonder how many more. Okay, let's compare notes. Think tank on this, brainstorm and come up with something. That's all.
Okay, I would just ask for Tariq because I thought he was, one of the authorities on the matter. Because
But that's what you keep thinking, right? And that's your problem. Like the brain cells, y'all smoke too much. Y'all drink too much scissor out there in Nigeria. You dig that K2 shit going crazy right now. Y'all gotta stop thinking and holding people in positions. You just heard me and the Holy FBA Codex disagree on Malcolm X. All right, how are we supposed to view him, bro? We're all different. And guess what?
Yeah.
And then I laid down my reasons. He's like, oh, all right. He bent a little bit, but then he stood strong. Like, yeah, but over here. And then I bent a little bit. So that's how conversations go. Nobody's a leader, and nobody's opinion. Like now, people are more influential. But if I had something to say, wait. Isn't he? Look, this is Tether. I'm telling him, and Tariq told him, and we're all telling him, but he still wants to. Bro, you can't debate or win an argument or even have a controversial discussion, none of y'all, without making him the leader or some authoritarian person. Y'all can't have an honest discussion where he's not in that position because everything just falls apart. So you guys need him to be this powerful figure that can literally make me buy his flag. I don't have his flag, bro. It's not in my house.
Ron, right? Can I ask you a question?
Wait, before you do that, now I'm gonna talk through you to the chat. I don't, and none of us agree with everything he says. People don't agree with everything I say, right? They'll take some things, I like that. Other things, Ron tripping. Tariq Nasheed, some things he say, I like that. Other things, Tariq tripping. SLE44. Some things I like, some things he's tripping, right? And the tripping part is on hold. We'll debate that later. But for us, that's not important right now. What's important is what we have in common, and we're galvanizing on what we have in common. Y'all should take notes. Go ahead. Next question.
But can I have my own opinion? And sure. Based on ChatGPT, ChatGPT also calls Tariq Nasheed the leader of FBA.
Okay.
I don't agree with everything from ChatGPT, but that's kind of the consensus now.
Well, okay, cool. And I'm at okay, so the next time you do that, I'm gonna throw you off. That's just it. Okay. I don't know how you worded it to them, but bro, nobody can put themselves in position to be my leader if I disagree. All right. That's just comment. I mean, I don't know how we're gonna so if you keep doing that, I'm just gonna bounce you. And that's okay. But yeah, once you make somebody my leader, when I'm vehemently, adamantly saying they're not my leader, and you're saying they're my leader, at that point, there's nothing to talk about, right? We can't get past that. So we got to part ways. I don't got to cuss you out, call you each other. It's like, yo, now again, y'all need that to be the case. You can't fuck with us without that narrative. Everything falls apart. So you need him to be the leader. So now once he's a leader or in a position of leadership, now all the things that he does that's silly and goofy. Oh, look at this. Look at that. Oh, look, he made a thumbnail with this guy with the big eyes. See, that you're gonna go there next. But y'all gotta first establish he's the leader, like you're having a serious conversation. And once that is proven, or you establish that, now you'll go to all the jokes and stuff that he ever done. You're going there next. So we just stop that right away, dude. It sounds like he's your leader. The way y'all so obsessed with it, I never called in one of his shows in my life. Okay, not one. And I really had no will, except when you started calling in. My only will for calling in when you was calling in. I said, I'm gonna stay up late to get this guy. All right, but that was my only will to call in his show, is because you were calling in. And so I'm gonna get your ass. Yeah. So ChatGPT, Google, I don't know how you phrased it, but it doesn't matter. Like, how can you prove that? As a matter of fact, let's entertain it for a little more. All right. I want you to prove that he is my leader and SLE44 leader. You do that because we're FBA. Wait. Before you do that, ask him this question right here first. Ask them, can somebody, no matter of fact, let's go with that. Prove that he's our leader on the phone and the chat.
I'm not saying that he's your leader per se, but I mean he coined the phrase "foundational Black American."
Okay, good. What else? Okay,
He also coined it.
He's done. Watch this.
He also coined the term majora. That's tied to
wait, hold on, brother. Now FBA, okay, we could rock with you because we all use it. But majora spirit, we don't all use that. And we don't all use the flag, so try again.
But I know that majority is tied to foundational Black Americans only. It's not, tied to the diaspora or anybody else.
Family, this is the problem, and this is what the Holy FBA pointed out. No, matter of fact, this is what Dr. Maya pointed out. Damn, like your own cooked you. But kept doing what you're doing. See, it's retarded logic, bro. Mm-hmm. Okay, you guys cherry pick when you use ChatGPT, but use that logic on ChatGPT, they're gonna say you're an idiot. Dr. Maya had to stop We were just doing a reaction to her live last night. Okay, so now she said not everybody who calls themselves FBA is a fan. Okay, is a fan of this, that, and this. She said, I'm one of those people. She said to herself, stop. She said, I'm one of those people that call myself FBA, but I don't take this, that, and this. Okay, so she said, you can't use FBA and everything Tariq Nasheed did, because she said that's Tariq Nasheed words. She agreed with you. She said, I like it. It's my word. I'm taking it. I'm embracing like everybody else. But she said, I'm not embracing this, that, and that. Okay. She said, now, what you're trying to do, which Kwame trying to do, it's an idiotic position. What you're trying to do is force everything else he said on us. Donald Trump said some stuff I agree with. Get your goddamn tethers out the country. I agree with that. But I don't agree with everything he says. Stop. I don't agree with going there. I don't agree with everything he says. Okay? Matter of fact, ask a Democratic person if Donald Trump is their leader. Now, he is the official leader of the president. Family, he is the real, Ray, come in. He is the real leader of the country. And ask a Democrat, ask my aunt if that's her leader. She's going to say, hell no. Because she's going to say, I disagree with everything he talks about. And that's the real leader. So if people got that much resentment against a real leader that disagrees with their talking points, so a person that you're propping up their leader, I disagree, then he got no chance in hell. Because I agree with 50% of this stuff, so I don't. Like I got vaccinated. He don't believe in it. Okay, he does. I'm pro choice. He's pro life. So a lot of times we're just bipolar opposites. So that's why it's goofy. I just said prove he's our leader. So you on the phone and the chat. So you're talking to us, not the lineage. When you say majority spirit, I'm like, yo, that's not really my talking point. And you said something else, that's not my talking point either. Like, that's not something I embrace. I'm not a spiritual guy at all, to be honest.
Okay.
You want me to answer that too, bro?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, and yeah, bro. Just going back to what he said.
And before you go, just give him some, go in, but get, save some time.
Got you. I get it. I know. Yeah, just going back to what bro said. Just the way that he explained that, and you remember when I first got on talking to you, first thing I said was, your people keep on trying to say that we're a group. A group or a set. You have to get that out of your mind, because we look at you as totally disingenuous. He made a great example when he said about the president. He just said Donald Trump. He just made an example about that right there. When Donald Trump, if you ask MAGA right now, they're going to say that he is their leader. That's what they're going to say. If you ask FBA who their leader is, what do you get every time? They tell you this every time, but y'all won't accept it. You know what what y'all can't accept? Y'all don't like us being Americans. That is the biggest problem that y'all have that come from overseas. Y'all don't want us to be Americans because y'all don't want us to say anything that will affect y'all in America. Y'all used to going to them folks. Y'all not used to a black man or a black woman saying something and becoming policy immediately. See, the lineage is a policy now. That's why so many people coming after us, because people are getting thrown out of all types of things because you've never seen a power like FBA, and you know it. See, we don't have a leader. There's no leader for us. When you look and you come to this country and you look at that Constitution and you look at that flag, you're looking at us. Y'all can't get that through y'all head. Y'all keep on coming over here thinking that, yeah, go ahead, bro.
Yeah, let them respond.
Yeah, I mean, if my opinion is Tariq Nasheed is the leader, and and you disagree with it, then that's fine. I mean, maybe my opinion is wrong.
Hey, yo, can you ask ChatGPT?
I just think it's logical to think.
All right. Okay, while you thinking about that logical stuff, yeah, can you just ask ChatGPT? Well, now this is because because you already researched it, so ChatGPT already know like your line of thinking, what you want, what you're looking for. So, okay, if I do it, it's out of it. I was not even doing that, so it's not gonna know where I'm going. But I want you to type in how did ChatGPT come to that conclusion? So I want to get their standards. How do they believe why do they believe that he's the leader? And then, so it's a two-part question. And then put a semicolon and then say, do FBAs, do all of the FBAs believe he's their leader? So just say, how did they come to that conclusion that he's the leader of a lineage? And then ask him, because I bet you he asked it like this. I bet you he phrased it as FBA is a group, like some shit Tariq Nasheed is influencing. Like it's a small group of 100,000 people. I bet you I know him. We can't see his screen, but he didn't phrase it as is he the leader of of people that claim to be FBA and they say FBA is the lineage, like something like that, where he's the leader of the lineage of people who say they're FBA and that's the real name. Once you phrase it like that, it's not gonna say that.
So Ron, the first question you want me to ask is how did you come to the conclusion that Tariq Nasheed is the leader of foundational Black Americans, right?
Yeah, go ahead.
Right?
Yeah, but save your search. Save your search. I don't know. That's why I had a 2-3-part question. I don't know if you got unlimited searches, but this is what I wanted. So before you press enter, ask that, and then put a comma or a semicolon and say, do you understand that FBA is the name of a lineage? And then semicolon and say, do all FBAs consider Tariq Nasheed a leader? And why don't they? See, because if you're going to research correctly. Like don't just research and try to manipulate AI for the answer you want. And that's why I'm unbiased and these guys are feathers, because I don't do that. I just, whatever the answer is, I just, like with the Drake shit, it was kind of inconclusive. So I said, all right, okay, it's in a gray area. I'm not going to make Drake something that the research is not so conclusive on. They can't do that. When the answer doesn't say what they like, they dismiss the whole phraseology of the question and they move on to something else.
Exactly. Hey, Ron.
Yeah.
Did you find it, bro? Oh, he must have found it. Okay.
Nasheed is often associated with FBA because he coined the term and founded the ideology and movement, as noted in sources like Wikipedia, where he described as prominent who define FBA as any person classified as Black who can trace their bloodline lineage back to the American system of slavery. He promotes FBA through his works, including his book, Foundational Black Americans, Race Beta, and events like the Foundational Black American Convention. However, the official FBA cultural site clarifies that there is no single leader, emphasizes the term focus on lineage and cultural heritage rather than a central leadership structure.
So what I'm saying is when you're looking for the right answer, right, and not just any answer that agrees with your confirmation bias, you will ask Chat GPT. Like, so when I ask questions, I never try to frame what I want them to agree with. I'll say, hey, Drake, this how we worded the Drake thing. I said, hey, would you consider Drake FBA or ADOS according to FBA criteria and ADOS criteria? And then I said this. I said, I know Drake got a controversial issue because his citizenship, Canada, America. So I said, also consider that. So I didn't say, hey, ain't Drake FD or isn't he not? Because that's how I ask the question. I leave it open. I leave like an open-ended question, and that's how you research. You be honest. And you try to ask. You try to ask much as possible, so it can consider all those things and give you the most closest factual answer possible. But I'm saying I know how to research, man. I know people selected. But what happens is when y'all do that, I just come back behind y'all. See, one thing that AI is not going to do, AI is not going to contradict itself. So when you was a part of when you and once it realized you're trying to do that, it's going to cook you. So when you was a part of American Dream Live, and he was going over blackness, right, as identity, yo, AI concluded because you know what I did your information over there. I put that in Chat GPT, and it cooked you. It cooked y'all. It said this dude misrepresented. I read it yesterday, but it says that American Dream was being deceptive. Okay, so for one, ChatGPT concluded the only people in world history to use black as a standalone identity are Black Americans. It said Jamaicans always use Jamaican, Haiti, Haitian, and Africa use their national identity and their tribal name. They said nobody's ever used the word black as a standalone identity outside of Black Americans. It said, yes, unbiased, Ron, you are right, and that fool is wrong.
Right. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And before you can, yeah, I just want to read the one. I just want to read the one. Yeah, I just want to read the one from Google. I just typed it in, and this is what I wrote. Because I know, Brian, you like to hear exactly what somebody said. I asked, what is foundational Black American mean? Just on Google. This is what it says. Foundational Black American, FBA, is a term used to describe Black Americans who can trace their lineage back to the American system of slavery. The term distinguishes, never talking about Tyreek, by the way, the term distinguishes them from Black immigrants or those whose ancestry were not enslaved in the U.S. The concept of FBA is closely related to the American Descendants of Slavery or ADOS movement and serves as a unique ethnic and cultural identifier. Key aspects of foundational Black Americans identify include a central goal. The FBA is securing reparations for the unique damages caused by slavery. And then it just goes on. And I'm just going to say this. Not one time did they say anything about Tariq Nasheed. It just went straight into what FBA is. It never said nothing about Tariq Nasheed. It went straight. And that's all I typed in. Remember, I said, what is foundational Black America? It didn't say a leader. It didn't say, it said foundational Black America is a term used to describe Black Americans who can trace their lineage back to slavery. And then it goes on to start saying about the distinction from Black communities. While some see the term as a necessary way to focus on specific history and needs of the descendants of enslaved, others view it as a decisive concept that separates them from other members of the Black diaspora. There's no leader here.
Yes,
everything is real solid.
So that proves my point. When you try to manipulate AI for it to give an answer that you want, you'll do that, and then you'll temporarily confuse it, right? But once they get a grasp of what you're doing, it's going to cook you. Like you said, you didn't try to you didn't say Tariq FBA, because of course they're going to mention him, he's part of it. But if you just say FBA, if you just say ADOS, it's just going to explain it because they know it was not intended to be a leader of a lineage. They know that the author, the person who came up with the name, Yvette, was not coming up with ADOS to be the lead. Hey, stop running. You're gonna leave the library. So when AI knows that when Yvette came up with ADOS with Tone Talks, that was not something where they were supposed to take leadership over a 43 million people. They knew that was not the idea. It was about identifying who qualifies for reparations, who don't, who qualify for other set asides or anything in the future regarding this people of this lineage. That's real honest research. But again, family, when you want to be disingenuous and try to get something to appear like it agrees with you, we use AI too. And AI is not going to contradict itself. It's just going to further elaborate why it said what it said for the other person search engine. And it's going to say, oh no, we said that because he did this and that. But considering what you said, yeah, there's no leader, right? There's no leader of a lineage.
Right. Well, yeah, you're right. I wanted to ask you about Claude Anderson. Ron, wanted to see what your take on Claude Anderson, Africa Town.
Oh, Claude Anderson?
Yeah.
He's my Dr. Claude Anderson?
Yeah, Dr. Claude Anderson, Africa Town.
Oh no. See, well, no, don't ask me. But it's no point. Let me save you time. He also has ideas, man. He got books on ideas. I'm very aware of his works, at most of his books. Okay, he had ideas, and well, first of all, nobody was talking like that but him. So it wasn't like he's in this era now where everybody's like he was ahead of his time, right? When he said what he said, we were like, what? Nah, we're good. We're all Pan-Africanists. No, we'll get along. That's the stuff we were on. Okay, so he felt like he by himself. Nobody's vetting him. Nobody's critiquing him. He did what he could, just like Elijah Muhammad did what he could. Okay, and everybody else did what they could. That don't mean that they were factual and correct on everything they did. He put the idea out there as a possible solution, a possible reality, and it's up to us. And he might even practice some of it, but it's up to us later on to correct it, critique it, vet it, and see if this works. So the African town, again, that's just one guy with an opinion, and I don't agree with nothing the name Africa on it. So there's no need to try to pin FBAs versus ADOS or ADOS versus FBA. That's not going. That won't happen, bro. Not on this channel. So if he believed that, fine. Do I believe that some African town stuff? No. I'm not going to work toward African town. I'm not going to assist or donate to nothing called Africa Nothing. Change that name, and we will look at it. We'll take it more serious.
Oh wow! So based on the name, you wouldn't support Dr. Claude Anderson?
Okay, but look, based on the name, would you? Okay, so are you? Would you consider yourself a Pan-Africanist, right?
Yeah.
Okay, if we change that name to Pan-Europeanist, would you mind, or you don't care? As long as the actions are still the actions and the ideology stay the same, does it care about the name change? Do you care about the name change?
Yeah. I mean, I think that's a different.
No, it's not. Names matter. No. It's just names matter. That's all you're saying is different. For me, I'm telling you, and like you just said, we both agree names matter because the ideology is the same, the practice is the same, the goal is the same. You feel like the name. Go get it. You feel like the name is enough to say, nah, I'm good. Can't do it under that name. Same thing with me. I'm like, nah, I'm good. I can't do it under that name.
So when you fill out a job application and you see African American,
okay, so okay, look at this guy, dude, you are crazy, man.
Hold on, peace. Hey, Ron, do me a favor, man. Drop the link again for B4, man. And look, allow me to go ahead and ask Kwame a question real quick, if y'all might. Let me ask Kwame a question. Kwame, listen, I'll be trying to ask Pan-Africans all these questions or whatever. They refuse to answer my question, but I know you got me today, and I appreciate the time. Kwame, why do Pan-Africans feel? Yeah, why do Pan-Africans feel that they need to speak in FBA spaces?
Maybe to educate and build some form of unity between the two groups.
Yeah, well, we really hate when y'all try to educate us about our history. And number two, we really trying to delineate. We really don't want unity. So what now?
I mean, that's just your opinion. I mean, maybe some other people is open to open to unity and things like that.
We on code. That's what I'm saying. FBA on code. So basically, I said something that everybody else was feeling already. Basically, you need to know that. Why do Pan-Africans feel they need to?
Are you going to delineate from some of your great scholars like, John Henry Clark, Amos Wilson, John G. Jackson, Chancellor Williams, Francis Cress Wilson, some of the great Martin Delaney, Paul Cuffey.
Why do you believe? Why do you believe John Henry Clark is our great scholar?
I mean, he's a prominent black American scholar.
No, that's your opinion. No, we're talking about those who borrow the talking points of the FBA, those who acknowledge we're FBA and borrow those talking points. Why he's not our prominent scholar? You ever heard our circles ever quote him or bring him up or praise him?
Yeah, I mean, I had Tariq always big him up, and
I never heard him.
Say he's a pop.
No. Okay,
No,
I asked you about first of all. Yeah, this guy, man. I asked you about us. Like again, you said again. You see, family. Everything is back to Tariq Nasheed. Everything they can't make an argument. They can't have a conversation, a realistic one, a sincere one, an honest one, without Tariq Nasheed. How about we play this game? Let's play this game going forward. Let's talk. And no more Tariq Nasheed. Can't do it. Can't do it. Okay, so now I'm saying in circles outside of. Wait.
When I speak to.
Okay, I'm just asking a question, brother. In circles, FBA circles, ADOS circles, including ADOS, outside of Tariq Nasheed, who references or reveres John Henry Clark as a master educator, historian, whatever, scholar?
I've heard Afro Elite reference John Henry Clark. I've heard.
Come on, man. Yeah, exactly. Have you ever heard myself over here? You ever heard me reference him in a good light?
Nah, probably not you.
Okay. Right. Well, I believe that I have an advantage over a lot of people, man. Like I actually, first of all, I'm in the library. I'm on my phone. I'm not even sitting. I'm walking around. I can cut my camera on. Look, bro, I don't need to be at a computer. Like I know what I know in my head. I'm good at comprehending. I'm good at retaining, and I'm good at putting in my own words. Right. So what I'm good at is recalling what I read. Now I know I got stuff Afro-Elite never heard about John Henry Clark. Matter of fact, nobody knew it until I exposed it. Matter of fact, nobody knew it until I exposed it on my channel. So I'm good at finding stuff out and exposing it on my channel, which is sometimes groundbreaking news. So yes, some people might revere him until they know what I know. Now, when he said that he purposely omitted information so one guy could look better in history, that's not honest scholarship. Now, what you did, like a tether, instead of embracing that, you tried to justify it and say, well, white folks do the same thing too. So if everybody's wrong, who's right? If everybody's guilty, who's innocent? See, it's not about who did it too. Is this good scholarship or not? You guys, you and your little cult, you guys talk about pseudo this, scholar that. Okay, is that scholarly? Let me ask you right now to your face. Is that scholarly to purposely omit information about a person so they can look better when they go to, when somebody read about them? Is that scholarly?
I mean, I wouldn't consider it scholarly, but that's what scholars do sometimes.
That's it. You hear family? This guy's a piece of shit. But anyway, that's why we don't revere him. You dig? And when most of us, matter of fact, thank you, because now I'm going to talk about him more often. I got hella clips on him. And that's not the worst thing he did. That's what I just like to point out. But I got a whole like 10, 12 clips on him. And I'm going to keep playing them until they recycle in our circles. But yeah, but he's out of here. All right. So anybody in our circles that think he's a good scholar, he's done. Okay. So no, we don't look at your Pan-African scholars as great scholars. You said Dr. Amos Wilson. What was his background? What is he known for as far as education?
He's a historian.
No, education. I'm saying what he school. No. What I mean, his degree. Start again.
You said his degrees?
Yeah. Like what degree, like his education, what did he have a degree in? It wasn't history, but try again. He's trying to Google it. It's okay. Okay.
No, I'm trying to understand.
Listen.
I'm trying to understand your question.
Okay. So Dr. Mayat has a degree in engineering, right?
Yeah.
Okay. That's what I mean. So what degree did he have coming out of school? Dr. Amos.
I know he worked as a psychologist, and
yeah, that's it. So okay. So when you say scholar and these things, brother, you are great at what you went to school for. When you take on a hobby subject, you're just like me and you. Okay. And that's why the mistakes happen. So Dr. Mayat is an engineer of trade. She's not a historian. Okay.
But
She's as much as a historian.
But he has a master's degree, though.
Okay. Okay. And what?
In psychology.
Right. What the hell? What we I don't understand. Are you listening to me?
Yeah, I'm listening.
I'm saying, okay, so try to comprehend a little bit. Stop. Put the K2 down. I'm saying that if your expertise is in one field and you hobby yourself into something else, that doesn't mean you're expert there. So Amos and all these guys, when they stuck to psychology and all that stuff, that's what they're good at. That's what their degrees that they're good at. But once they go into history and sociology and start to counsel and okay, that means they're that much of a sociologist as us. We're on the same level at that point. So you can't be a great historian when your background ain't even in history.
I mean, that's just one person. What about Chancellor Williams?
Wait, his book been debunked by the Amr Squad debunked that. Okay, try again.
Which book?
Wikipedia, the Black Civilization, that book right there. I had that book. Wikipedia debunks that. All right, so yeah, but these are all Pan-Africanist historians. That's not ours. We don't bring up these names, bro.
I figured that they were not Pan-African.
Yeah. So they are, and I'm very aware of this because I used to hang out with these guys. So you try again. But I used to watch Dr. Amos all the time, more than him, guarantee that. And yeah, so bro, you got to stop, man. You're trying to see what's thick. You're trying to see what we don't know, and you're on the wrong channel.
No, I'm just naming some prominent Black American scholars.
Yeah, but they're not prominent. You're calling them scholars. Look, I don't know how you missed that point. You're saying they're a scholar at something that they never had expertise in. I don't know where that happens at. Like, for example, if Johnny Cochran was a lawyer, like he was a defense lawyer, right? A criminal lawyer, defense lawyer. So he'll be great at that. He won't be great. He won't be considered a great attorney as far as divorce attorney. And I don't care if he attempt to give advice. He would not be ever considered to be a great divorce attorney. So I'm saying the same thing with folks who hobby themselves into history. They're not great there. Like, we have issues with their work, especially when we look into it. For one, isn't his name Dr. Henry Clark?
Yeah.
Did he ever have a doctorate in anything?
No, I think
isn't that pseudo to call yourself doctor and didn't earn it the right way?
No, but I think he has
He
honorary
said no.
degrees.
Okay,
He
bro, I
has
don't know what that
honorary
is.
degrees.
Yeah, that's a certificate, bro. Okay, that's a certificate. I'm saying you only a doctor, like I think an MD, like two ways, medical and academics, like a doctor's degree. That's it. Like after a master's, there's no other way to be a doctor, bro. Like he won't qualify for no job with that honorary. That honorary is pseudo. That's the made up. That's pseudo too. Like so they throw around this word and they cherry pick it, but that's pseudo. First of all, to be a doctor and never really was a doctor, like Dr. Seuss, and then says an honorary one. That's pseudo. There's no such thing as that, man. Like what school gives out honorary doctorate degrees? But anyway, I'm done. I'm letting you know how easy this guy is to pick apart. Anybody else got it,
Yeah.
man? I'm gonna go on mute.
Yeah, man. Go ahead, man. 44. Go ahead. I know you've been jumping at the bit, man, to get him. Get him, man. Go ahead.
Yeah, but listen, you gotta let
No,
him
I just
talk too,
want
though.
to,
So it's okay.
Let him,
I just wanted to
It's okay to
be.
44,
talk.
let him, land
I
your
didn't
plane
say
every
nothing.
now and
I
then.
said
Let
I
him
held
get
my
in.
tongue. I
No,
held
and I'm
my
just
tongue.
saying, like when you right, and I'm just saying when you're talking to him, you gotta be like 2 minutes and stop and like
Yeah.
have a real dialogue. You can't
Yeah.
you can't just let him
You
just be
can't
a
just
student. Can't, yeah.
I just wanted to read something. That's all.
All right, go ahead.
Okay.
I did. I looked in. I did. I did a query in Chat GBT, and I said, I just simply asked, is Tariq Nasheed the leader of Foundational Black Americans? And they said, when it comes to this question, is Tariq Nasheed the leader of Foundational Black Americans? The clear answer is no. Foundational Black Americans is not an organization with a leader. Tariq Nasheed is not its leader.
Yeah, that
Here's
gotta
how,
hurt, buddy.
huh?
And I said that
It's,
gotta hurt for him.
it says, what is Foundational Black American, or FBA? It's a lineage-based designation referring to Black Americans who are direct descendants of formerly enslaved people in the United States. It's essentially an identity marker, not an organization or formal movement. There is no leadership hierarchy, no collective membership, and no governing body. It also goes on to say Tariq Nasheed coined or popularized the term foundational Black Americans. He has positioned himself as a high profile spokesperson or advocate of the concept, and he organizes annual FBA conferences. However, that does not make him the leader of FBA, since there is no leadership structure to begin with.
Damn.
In essence, he's a prominent figure associated with the term, not its official leader.
Right.
So,
I like that. But I mean, do you care about that quantity? I mean, does it matter?
No, he doesn't.
You still gonna
Wait,
go ahead
so
with your babble?
who control the official FBA website? Like who makes
does
the
it matter who controls it?
I told you,
That
dude,
matters
wouldn't
not.
care.
Yeah, this
That
dude
matters not.
is
None of that
just
matters.
listen.
Why,
This
hold on.
dude
Why would that
is
matter? Why would that
sick.
even matter?
See, look, P-boy, you just
I
read all
mean,
of that for nothing. Because my man
I
wasn't even
mean,
listening. He was all like, la, 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 with his hands in his fucking ear.
I mean, if a certain person control the official FBA website that literally speak for all the foundational Black Americans,
No, it doesn't. It just
and
means
the
he made a
same person
website.
owns a
No, it
name,
doesn't. No, it doesn't. It just means he created a website, called it FBA. He named it an FBA website so he could put things on there himself. That doesn't mean he's creating a website. Doesn't make you a leader of a group of people. What are you talking about?
or when when the said person be in control, or when that said person be in control of the said lineage.
Nah, don't worry about it. Check it. Listen.
For instance,
hold
right?
I got my name.
Wait,
I
let me
got
get
my name FBA Combo. You think Tyreek trying to sue me because I got my name FBA Combo? You think
hold on.
sue me?
Wait, let me get back in here. Let me get back in here. Revenue. Was Melvin Charles ever the leader of the Black American lineage?
No.
Do you know who Melvin Charles even is?
No, I don't have no clue who that is.
You ever heard of the 1967 Black Heritage Flag, American Heritage Flag?
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
Okay. So he did it Tariq before Tariq. And you just said he got the website and everything, trademark everything. He probably borrowed his blueprint. Okay, now you just say he's not the leader or never was when Tariq just took his pretty much. I don't know if he did it direct or indirectly, but Tariq literally took his blueprint. But you said he's not the leader, and Tariq is the leader. He put a flag on all of the Black Americans, not a particular group. He said this is he stamped that. Nobody agreed, just like Tariq. Nobody did a poll or nothing. He said this is the Black American heritage flag. This is going to represent all of Black Americans. He said why? He said because he says by name. He said Jamaicans, Caribbeans, like all the diaspora, they got their own heritage flags. They got something to represent their culture identity. We need our own flag to represent our unique culture identity. And he went on with more to say, but everything he had a website, trademark, everything Tariq Nasheed did, he did everything. And he spoke on behalf of Black Americans as though he's a spokesman. He did everything Tariq Nasheed did, and he was in schools. Like they even had that thing in schools. They had that thing in parades. Okay, some politician was trying to get behind him. Okay, but you just said he's not the leader. Okay, of us at one point. See, family, this is what we're dealing with. We're dealing with a guy who, I'm sorry, man, but you are an idiot. Like you contradict yourself. You say stuff. You don't do thorough history. You don't even see. You don't even want to Google. Hey, was there somebody before Yvette and Tariq that kind of did something similar? But kind of could be seen as a leader if it had popped off, but it didn't. Like you don't even want to know that it was done before. The difference is it didn't fly. It didn't fly off the counter because he didn't have the same influence as Tariq Nasheed. That's why. So it just came down to who is more influential. But if somebody like James Brown at that time, or let's say Richard Pryor at that time, came up with that, it would have probably hit the fan. It would have probably been cooking by now. So you see, family, so his criteria, that's why I asked him, what makes him the leader? I want him to kill himself. So he named off everything this guy did. But that guy's not the leader. He never was.
Hey, Ron, let me ask Revenue two questions.
Yeah, I'm going to go back on mute. Y'all can take it. I'm going back on mute.
Your Revenue. You still there?
Yeah,
hello?
What's up?
Bro, he's trying to chat GPT, Melvin.
Okay.
That's what he's trying to do.
Let me ask you, who would be considered the leader of Pan-Africanism?
To me, PLO Lumumba.
Okay. When was Lumumba? When was he in his prominent phase of politics, world politics?
I say right now.
Okay. Who was the leader before him?
To me, I will have to say
Dr. Umar. Why you ain't gonna claim him?
Let him go. Let him go. Let him go. I'm gonna let him go.
Stepping all around doctor. Come on, let's go.
So there was no leader before him?
I would say Dr.
Come on.
Khalid Muhammad.
Khalid Muhammad? All right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Who would you say was the leader of Pan-Africanism during the 1930s?
During the 1930s, I would still say Marcus Garvey.
Okay. Who was the most prominent leader of Pan-Africanism?
Ever?
Yeah.
Probably Marcus Garvey.
Okay. Well, all right. And was Pan-Africanism started before him?
Yeah.
Who would you say was the biggest leader of Pan-Africanism before Marcus Garvey?
Probably Paul Cuffey.
Okay. I knew he was going to get to him. You ever heard of Henry Sylvester Williams?
Yeah.
Well, you know he's kind of like he's kind of credited for coining the phrase Pan-Africanism.
Yeah, he was in London. That was
Yeah.
where the first
Yeah.
Pan-African
So,
conference was held
so let
at.
me get this in. Henry Williams is widely credited with coining the term Pan-African, right? In the late 19th century, around 1897 to 1900, he founded the African Association in 1897 in London, right? In 1900, he organized the first Pan-African conference in London, which marked the first use of the term Pan-African in an international political forum. But he was never considered a leader, according to you.
Yeah, he was definitely a leader. Before you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, he was definitely one of the leaders. Yeah.
Yeah, but you're saying that now.
He influenced Marcus Garvey to go to London.
Yeah, but you're saying that now. Well, I
I
went down the line.
I just forgot
You
him.
bypassed him for everybody else.
Yeah, I just forgot him.
You forgot him. The man who held the first Pan African conference, the man who coined the phrase and everything, the man who jump started primarily.
Yeah, he just slipped my mind.
The point
But
I'm making.
you see what you mentioned in my, you know what I mean. I was able to run down everything he did. Yeah, he definitely one of the. Yeah,
but that you further make my point though. Just because someone participates in something, somebody might advocate something. He might be an advocate. He might be a participant. Even if he coined the phrase, doesn't make him the leader. Doesn't make him the leader. Leaders have to want to lead and mark themselves as the leader, and followers have to agree to follow that person. No one, I'm pretty sure you're not going to find anyone who says they're followers of Tariq Nasheed, just as I've personally heard Tariq Nasheed tell you on your calling that he's not the leader of anything or anyone.
I mean, you can say that, but he's the de facto leader, and even
No, he's not a de facto leader. See, again, someone, he has to lead someone. Followers have to follow him. Again, you're not going to find anyone who says they follow Tariq Nasheed. And again, he has told you he leads no one.
Wait, didn't Lex get on here yesterday and talked about the FBA Codex and how Tariq is the great leader or the great revealer or something like that?
Say that again?
Didn't Lex get on here yesterday to promote his book, the FBA Codex, and he was calling Tariq Nasheed the great revealer, the great leader, or something?
That's his I can't speak to that, what he wrote in that book. That's his personal assessment. That has nothing to do with everyone else.
Hey, listen, don't listen to him. This dude will make up a lie. Don't listen to him.
Yeah, I know.
Wait, I'm lying about that, Ron?
That's why I answered it the way I did when I said that's his personal view. I don't know what he wrote in that book, but his book is not the Bible for the FBA lineage.
Ron, Lex didn't get on your platform yesterday and said that he has a whole chapter dedicated to Tariq Nasheed, call him the great revealer or something like that. I'm lying about that.
What does it matter? What does it prove?
I bought that book right there, Kwame. I bought that book right there. We got that FBA Codex right here. Let me go ahead and look up and see what he says so we don't be messing up, okay?
Mm-hmm. There you go. There you go. See? Kwame, you about to get busting your head, bro.
We'll get
okay.
I mean, I'm just saying, like, can you believe anybody 100% of the time, Kwame? Can anybody agree with you 100% of the time?
Yo, FBA Convo, we got to be careful. Sometimes you got a group of people that just because something is written in a book, it's true to them.
Yup. I mean, but that's what I'm saying. When I like that about FBA, we full of free thinkers. Mm-hmm. Everybody ain't no drone. We ain't no drones. I mean, of course, I got the book. You know what I'm saying? So, I'm pretty sure everybody thinking about this.
And his book is his personal take.
Lex in the chat right now. So he the one that wrote the thing. He could probably get me to get there faster, but it's gonna take me a minute. Y'all go ahead and keep on cooking.
Yeah, but I can't. Well, like I said, he wrote that book. That's his personal take. I don't know what he said in it, right? But that has what his take. What his take on it is that he put in the book doesn't reflect what the entire lineage thinks about Tariq Nasheed, right?
Right.
Yep, I did
Do
that.
do
Lex,
do
I
the
said, Lex,
do the
is
official
this
FBA do the official FBA website reflect your
Let me ask
views
you
and
something.
opinions?
The FBA website you speak on says this is the official FBA website.
Yeah,
It says that.
that's the title of the website. Official FBA website. Official FBA.com.
And what does that mean? The official website. What does that mean?
It's the official FBA.
What does that mean?
Website.
That's all it means. Is the official FBA website.
I guess the views and opinions and the criteria of what's the SBA, what's not a SBA, the views and opinions. So it's the criteria and the views and opinions of foundational Black Americans. Did you hear me?
That's what that means. Hold on, my Zoom is acting up. What's going on?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you hear me now? You hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah.
The website set a criteria of what's a SBA, what's not a SBA, the views and opinions.
That's what the website said it does.
Yeah, it lays out the bullet report.
No, you just stated it sets out the criteria of what officially was FBA, what's not FBA. Does the website say that?
Yes.
Now, hold on, damn. No, with this app is acting up. So it says when I go on there, it's going to say, I'm going to read. It decides what's FBA and what's not.
Yeah.
Hey, bro, look, I got something I want to read real quick that'll go to the heart of what he's doing right now. And I know Ron. Right now.
Official FBA.com.
Yeah. But I want to read this right quick. Can you hear me, caller?
Yeah.
Okay, look, this is the heart of what he's doing because he's just really playing. Look, it says this on when I looked at the foundational Black Americans and what they are. This is just more reading. They say here's the criticism of FBA, criticism and controversy, because this is where he lives. In his head, he wants to be here. These people cannot stand the fact that FBA is a lineage. They got to try to find somebody to pin it on because they're not used to dealing with Black men in America talking for America. They don't want that. They can't stand it. But this is the thing. It says the criticism and controversy of FBA. It says xenophobia and anti-African sentiment. This is at the heart of him. This is where he's struggling at. And this is what they're saying right here, just off Google. It says critics argue that the ideology can foster anti-Black immigrant sentiment and promote the idea that Black people from other countries are not true Americans. That's one that's turned them up. The other one is the erasing African ancestry. Some sources suggest the FBA narrative attempts to erase the connection to Africa origins, contradicting historical and genetic evidence, right? This is what they're saying. Decisive othering. The concept is seen by some as a tactic of othering, similar to other decisive political narratives that can alienate and disengage Black communities. This is where he's at. This is what they want. They do not want Black men, women, and children in America to say nothing to nobody. They all want to say it to us. They all want to dictate to us from around the world. They're not used to us telling these folks right now that what you've been reading and what you've been hearing for most of your life, we reject that totally because we already been here. So when you have people coming from other places, they have lived and they have basically made their careers off talking about us, but they've never had us as a collective to talk to these so-called scholars, these so-called people that's been reading all these books to try to keep them, keep themselves in power, to try to keep themselves in power, to try to control our children that reject the stuff that y'all have been saying for years about these Pan-Africans. Wait, give me opportunity because you was listening for a long time. Y'all do not want our children, the black man, woman of America, to dictate nothing to y'all that's contrary to what y'all do because it belittles you in the eyes of them Caucasians. See, the Caucasian is the one that really y'all think supposed to stamp anything. They want to be on both sides of him. But see, our delineation is delineating from y'all for a reason, for that reason. Because see, we know what it means to live with that man in America, that female in America. We know what it means. We are the experts on this. So when I say we, you never heard Tyreek. See, I don't need Tyreek. I'm not on this channel. I don't listen to him. I don't need to. I've been in America long enough. My family been in America long enough. Like I told you, I'm gonna tell you like I told my brother Ron. There is a schoolhouse here where I live. There where my grandmother went. Prior to that, right there was an outhouse. It turned from an outhouse to a school. They was calling my grandmother was colored. My parents went from colored to Negro to me being black. So prior to that, right there, my family was here for centuries. Now you sitting up here talking. You're sitting up here talking right now when I got the facts right here. See, I got the facts right here. You ain't here. See, there's no Pan-African discussion when I was growing up. I'm 59 years old. There's never been a Pan-African discussion. You know why? Because you never had any influence on my lineage. None. The brother told you that there was a conference all the way in Europe. You're talking about, oh, well, I really don't know. You don't know about the beginning, but you're concerned about our beginning. You're disingenuous. You're disingenuous, but you have a very, very calm demeanor about yourself. And I'm gonna tell you something about FBA. And look, they see through that, bro. I'm gonna tell you something about trying to come real nice and calm and talk to us. Our fighting senses are up so high with dealing with folks like that right there. Because see, we've been dealing with the ultimate for a long time. We really do understand this shadow slavery stuff. Y'all just rapping. See, y'all just running y'all mouth. See, y'all being paid to come out here and try to stop us because America has always needed a leader. See, we lead by our lineage now. Our ancestors want us to stand up for them now. They tired of y'all coming over here trying to dictate and trying to bring this Pan-African or European or whatever. We don't need that. We gave that to you. You should be honoring us. You shouldn't be on this platform talking like that. You need to be talking to Drake, trying to get him to understand that maybe he should honor this lineage. This lineage gave you everything. This lineage gave you everything. Say what? Yeah, go ahead.
Do you have your ancestors always been here, or did they come over on slave ships?
I'm gonna explain it to you one more time.
And do you have African ancestry?
Listen, our lineage, and they have explained this ethnogenesis that's really basic to you, but you don't want to go there. See, one thing about us in this country, we know how to solve X. See, when you live in X, when we solve you, the conversation is over. We know you're dealing with convolution. We know you want to continue this conversation about everything, because that's how y'all write y'all books. See, as long as you keep this rapper game talking about where they from, look here, bro. They had a solid thing that said if you can just trace it back a certain generation, then we through with you talking, right? That's what you don't like too. See, y'all don't like the door being closed behind y'all. Y'all so used to us fighting to get the doors back. The Caucasians constantly closed for y'all. So what our family's done and what our lineage has done, constantly open the doors so people now sitting up asking us questions. You should be coming here for answers about what you're going to do with your life, not questioning the author. See, the real author is in our DNA. So you can go back to Africa all you want. Let me tell you something. Africa is right up top. There's Europe. Y'all are closer in Africa to Europe than you are to America. You've done thousands and thousands of years of traveling back and forth between Europe. You are in perpetual civil wars, unaliving each other uncontrollably. You have not created a lot of things that we created in America. Because if our lineage was like yours, you'd have created hip hop. You'd have created rhythm and blues. You would have had all these stars and people like, look, bro, you don't get this till you come to America. That's the only way you get it. Look, you can't get that. You can't get people fired with Pan-Africanism. You have to call the police. When we get people fired, it's because we're saying so now. And you know it. So when we say we're not doing it, that brings everybody out. Y'all all want to stop us because we're caring about each other. Yeah.
Let me get my take on the question, right, of ancestors. Yeah, so this is what's comfortable for me. But first of all, repeat the question about ancestors on the repeat that again about ancestors in America revenue.
Yeah, I was asking a brother, do you believe your ancestors always been here? Or do you believe your ancestors came over on slave ships from Africa? And I wanted to ask the brother, do he believe he has African ancestry in his DNA?
All right. So for one, he's calm because he took his medicine. For one, he's calm. He took that goddamn Adderall. The other dude, and a lot of them don't do it. I'm gonna take his Adderall. Really. Now, my ancestors. Because you say ancestors. Do these ancestors have a name? Can you name one name? Because as far as I'm concerned, an ancestor has a name. You're supposed to be able to name an ancestor. So what's the name of the ancestor that was on the ship? Just give me one name of one person on that ship.
I don't know. I will have to check slavevoices.com to see what time period.
Well, wait. So what year would that be? Okay, so how old? Yeah, so to do that, so before you got to give us a name. Do you believe so and so that was on the slave ship was your ancestor? As far as I'm concerned, I can date an ancestor. I have to know who they are. I can't be some ghost, some spiritual Holy Ghost person. It has to be a real person I can identify with. As far as I'm concerned, our ancestors start with. Breaking up. Calling folks ancestors around 1700, somewhere like that, right? But a straight African, I'm not gonna a generic African, I'm not gonna call my ancestors because there's no such thing as a generic African. Like the folks from tribes. Matter of fact, let me even go back. Hey, brother.
So now, Ron, are you disagreeing with the consensus?
Okay. Hey, stop. No. You asked a question. You asked a personal question. You said ancestors, bro. Now you said consensus. You said what consensus? I was not around to agree. You said ancestors. What you said?
No, I'm
okay.
saying the consensus is that the transatlantic slave trade is the largest forced migration in human history.
Yeah. Again, you're not. Yeah. I promise. I was trying to say. You said the word ancestors, though. We're in the study of the transatlantic slave trade. You're ever gonna read the word ancestor? So, bro, you gotta know what you're asking. When you say ancestors, that's something that somebody got to agree to, just like a leader. All right. So, the ancestors, as far as I'm concerned, once we were sold by our enemies. Matter of fact, do you believe Africans sold themselves or they sold somebody else that was not of their tribe or who they identified with? Or do you believe they sold from the same tribe or who they also identified with?
For the most part, they sold the tribes they was born with, or.
Okay. So basically, your answer would be they sold people who they didn't identify with, right?
Yeah.
Right. So I don't identify with them. So they are our ancestors. So whoever sold us, right? We don't have a name of those people. We just know we were sold by ops who didn't believe we were like them, who didn't believe we were African like them. They sold us. So now we come over here with the now once you sell somebody, so goes that identity. All right, just like a plantation owner sold your ass. If your last name was Harrison, the Harrison plantation, and you got sold to Jones plantation, guess what? The Harrison name stayed with that plantation. So all that African bullshit you trying to promote, once we were sold, that stayed right there in that continent. And the buyer said, hey, well, obviously, we went with the buyer, and we started to adopt customs and language, and then the ethnogenesis happened. So my ancestors would start from when we came here, for one, and then when the name started. Because again, I'm not into the whole ancestor and there's no name or face that's attached to it. I'm not into that.
Right. So Ron, so what if a black kid get adopted by a white family? Does that make him now white because he got adopted?
Wait. What's his? Okay. What family is he now?
The white family.
No, what's his last name now? Like, so let's say if the Jones family adopted him, isn't he with the Jones family now? Ain't that his family, his new family?
Yeah.
All right, okay, there you go. Yeah, there you go. That's a new family. He's still who he is, but that's it. That's his new family.
So yeah, you still African. But
Okay,
you're American.
Wait, no. Wait, what is an okay? Watch this family. I'm gonna cook the shit out of him. What's an African?
According to the definition, an African is any black person.
What is the African flag? Tell me. Wait,
Africa.
no. Do you know of an African flag? A standard African flag to represent Africans.
Yeah, the Pan-African flag, red, black, and green. That's why a majority of African flags have red, black, and green in it.
Wait a minute. So the African flag started during the 1960s. So before then, there was no African flag. Yeah, you sound like a busted thought, bro, like a busted trailer trash thought. Hey, bro, look, Africa been in existence for gazillion years, and their first flag started. Wait, no, I'm not done. That's what he does. He cuts in when you start cooking. Africa they brag about how long these guys been in existence, and the first time they got a flag is from Americans. Their flag was
Pan-African flag is not from Americans.
They couldn't even start. You said red, black, and green. You said red, black, and green. But hold on. Let me get them. Okay, so now what is the national language? What is the continental language of an African?
Of the continent, is no lingua franca of the continent of Africa.
Okay, all right. So what is the African, like, let's say dish, the dish that you could say, hey, this represents the continent. Like, what special dish?
All
right, look.
I mean, there's different regions that eat different food.
Got it. So what country, if you could, so like, let's get more specific. You said African. What country are Africans from in Africa? Singular country. Let me help you out. Singular. What country are Africans from?
There is no one country singular that Africans from.
And there's no one African man. Exactly. So Africa is divided up to 54 countries, and that's divided up to tribes and all type of shit over there, right? There's no one. So nobody is an African. Somebody is from the continent, but they're directly placed in a particular region, or they go by tribe. It gets more specific, but nobody just stops at Africa. Okay, I'm African, and then I can't pinpoint nothing else. That's a made-up term that you guys did for a person to describe one individual without peeling the onion back a little further. So no, there's no generic African man. We're not African. People came from somewhere. People sold us from somewhere. People sold us from a country within Africa. People sold us within a tribe from Africa. So it goes back there. You don't start at African. Nigerians are called Nigeria. They don't have an African flag. The bullshit you talking about? They got a Nigerian flag, and that shit ain't red, black, and green. Kenya, everywhere else, they got flags to represent their country, and none of their countries are called Africa.
What's the colors of Kenya of the flag of Kenya?
No, wait, colors. I'm asking you, what is the name of the country that the flag represents?
You said what?
You said what? What is the name of the country of that Kenya flag that it represents?
What's the name of the Kenya flag that?
Yo, what the fuck? All right, bro. Like I said, that Ritalin, that's why you calm down. What is, you said the Kenyan flag. What is the name of that country that Kenyan flag, regardless of the colors, that Kenyan flag represents?
Kenya.
Right. Okay. They're Kenyan, right?
Yeah. I just said the colors.
Okay, don't your, he's stuck on colors. Don't your flag represent who you are?
Yeah.
Okay, so who is the African with the African flag? Who are those people?
Who's the app?
Yeah, who are those people? The people who are just the whole continent with the continental flag. Who are those people? Anyway, family, he can't follow the logic. The bottom line is that if we're African, that means we're the entire continent, which makes us more superior than all those guys because we're all of them combined. That means we're the correct representation. And then we're the only ones with the African flag. So we were the only ones that unify all these shithole countries and make something of it. So by even calling us African, you're giving us too much power, bro. And we reject it. It's like, yo, so we got it together.
I'm talking in scientific terms.
No. It's scientific. How you talking about a country? You're talking about scientific. What are you talking about, bro?
In scientific terms, they use the term African and non-African.
Bro.
Damn, we cooking you, bro.
Yeah, scientifically, what is a Nigerian?
Scientifically, they don't use the term Nigerian. They use African.
Okay, so why does he call himself a Nigerian then? Science call him African. He rejects science. Go ahead.
That's a nation. That's a sovereign nation that a person is from.
Hey, brother, listen.
It's only 50 years old.
Hey, bro, you're saying science. So science define people. So you're saying that science define people. Science define him as an African. He rejects that and say, no, fuck science. I'm from this country. I'm from this nation. This is my flag. This shit was started in 1901. So I am Nigerian. So is he rejecting science? Would he be rejecting what science, how science identify him? What is your standard? Yeah, see, you didn't think this stuff sounds crazy, bro. You're trying to say we're African because science says so, but then science say he is too, but he say I'm not, I'm Nigerian, and I'm Igbo. And then he'll even peel it back further, say, yeah, you know, I'm not even Nigerian, I'm Igbo. I'm Fulani, Yoruba. But you said science don't use those terms, so he's being pseudo, right? He's being pseudo-science. He's being pseudo-scientific, right?
You use the term Nigerian, yeah, that would be pseudo because there is no Nigerian DNA.
Right.
Or no Nigerian haplogroup.
Cool. Okay, so if we're good. So if you're following now, so if we're the only people that you embrace the word African to identify us, that means that we are the only people on the continent who are properly identified. Everybody else is on some bullshit. Like they're being divisive. They're African, but they're saying, no, I'm Nigerian, I'm Yoruba. No, I'm Kenyan. No, I'm Ethiopian. No, I'm this one. Everybody's being divisive except for us. We're the only people who got it together, right?
No, Black Americans stuff like that.
Oh, but no. We're talking about African. We're talking about, no, you said we're African. So we're going off your standard. Yeah. And a lot of you, okay, so cool. So, but you don't say they're African. You identify them as what they call themselves. If a Nigerian person call in, and we could redirect you to channels that say, hey, I'm Nigerian. Okay, I dare you go there and say, hey, you're not Nigerian, that's pseudo, you're African. You're not gonna do that. Stop.
No, but that's not scientifically speaking. Then we're just speaking colloquially. We're just speaking in colloquial terms.
So family, these Pan-Africans, especially like the immigrant tethers, As you can see, they're no different than the white supremacists. It's the whole per capita bullshit versus whole numbers. They pick and choose when it's scientific or scientifically African. But then the colloquial, oh yeah, you're Nigerian. They pick and choose to see which one best fit their argument. They are piece of shit scumbags, right? And that's why we say you're no different than a white supremacist. Y'all got the same tactics.
Hell yeah, I just came up with the tether definition. That's when you talk in circles, lying.
This guy's he said he's going to use a scientific term to identify it. Okay, so then cool, we're African, and we say we're African over here. But the Africans say they're not African. They say they're Nigerian, this and that. So we're still above them. So that means we're the only true African. Everybody else is pseudo-scientific, according to you. You see that pseudoscience?
SLE want to get in again. I want to go ahead and get my question in again. I got another
no, Nigerian refer to themselves as African.
I got another banker for you.
Hey, okay, here we go again, bro. Do they use their now look, this is common. Now we got ChatGPT. Now look, I'm gonna cook his dumb ass because he likes to say stuff randomly, but then pick and choose when to use AI. Okay, brother, real simple. When we use ChatGPT, is a Nigerian going to call if they're from the Yoruba tribe? Are they going to call themselves Yoruba first, Nigerian second, and African last? Yes or no?
They're more than likely to identify their tribe first. No different than you. You're gonna identify as Black American first before you identify as African, right?
Okay, hey, bro, listen, man, we had the fun with you, but you're purposely trying to get kicked off. So he asked this question, but he asked y'all questions at FBA Convo, and he wanted y'all to speak to the question and don't add and deflect, just like y'all. And this is why Tariq gave him three strikes, which I'm gonna start doing. Well, I already invite him with that anyway, because he just a troll, waste of time. Tether. Okay, bro. This is a simple question in order. Do Nigerians prefer to be called? Let's say if they're Europe, do they prefer? It's a simple yes or no question. Do they prefer to be called Yoruba first, country next, continent last?
Yoruba first.
That's either a yes or no. Okay, what's next? Country or continent next? And he's thinking about it.
It depends. It depends on
the. Okay, now he's out. He's out. Okay, but I'm giving one chance. No.
My sweet question. I had a good one.
Because listen, we can't have this conversation go any further if we can't be honest about this. Now, I done played 1,000 Nigerians talk about themselves.
Right.
Okay, now this is how they describe themselves. We can even ask ChatGPT like this bitch nigga does. So now all of a sudden he cannot just be honest with the last thing. So you're trying to tell me a Nigerian calls himself like they doesn't prefer to call himself Nigerian over African?
It depends on the context.
All right. Well, look.
Yeah.
You know what? Because it's no point for y'all to talk to him because you're not gonna be honest.
Right? He is being very disingenuous. Very disingenuous.
All right, so brother, Revenue, we have fun with you, bro. But
maybe next time.
You can go, bro. You can go.
I remember that question I had.
Yeah, and well, he's not gonna answer honestly because like he didn't checked out. Okay, he did because again, like they don't really think about the dumb shit they say like that. Like they don't practice it in the mirror. They use ChatGPT AI. Oh, I got an aha moment. Really call and try to get them. And then when it does not work, when it's more to peel back, they get lost. We're African, right? And because it's a scientific term. Oh, okay. So aren't Nigerians African too? Yeah. Interesting. Well, why do they call themselves Nigerian, not African? Oh, the colloquials. Oh, so now he said Nigerian is pseudoscientific. Oh, so they're being pseudoscientists. Well, yeah. Okay. Well, aren't everybody from Africa being pseudoscientific at that point? Oh, see the colloquial, bro. Come here, bro. Over here. Yeah, the whole colloquialism thing, you see, and that's what we're trying to avoid, man. Sit down. We're trying to avoid that.
Yeah.
And the question you're going to have next is not going to be answered honestly or get faith. He's going to dance around like he shot his load. Like he stopped trying to answer honestly to the best ability because why did he stop? Because it kept coming back to bite him. So every question y'all asked him, the answer he couldn't. So you asked the dude who is the leader of Pan-Africanism? He named everybody but Umar and the actual real leader. And then when you say, hey, you ever heard of William Sylvester? Hey, William Sylvester, this dude said, I forgot. That's like naming presidents and say, oh yeah, I forgot about George Washington. It's like, what?
Yeah, that was crazy.
It's
You see
always
how they
solving
did
X with these brothers, Ron.
Huh?
It's always solving X with them. Just like you look. You remember when you said he purposely excluded two things? And you remember we kept on talking about how they always try, you got to have that S and that X when you're doing your math with these folks. What they're hiding most often is us. Every time there's something good for us, it's always hidden. It's always another question. It's always something. That's why I said
it's always
I signed. Yeah.
Yeah, it's always question. It's always moving the goalpost. But what I want to say is, back to that. I just want to cook on that for a little bit because I was on mute and I was listening, laughing like hell. But the guy doesn't now. All the reasons why Tariq's our leader, he doesn't use that for Umar Johnson. It's like, yo, you have to by default say he's the leader right now. Everything Tariq Nasheed
the best one they ever had.
Yeah, and look, everything. He's the most requested scholar in the world. You dig? He's the most influential, and he's the what was it? I keep it. The last one was he's the most influential, most requested, and it was something else. He was the most of. It's really funny, but Tariq Nasheed is not more popular than Umar Johnson. You dig?
Exactly.
Umar Johnson. He is his views and his shit go crazy, right? Plus there's no way Tariq Nasheed can lie for 10 years and still get donations. So you know he ain't touching Umar. He ain't touching Umar. And then they made up excuses for Umar. They lie on Tariq, but make up excuses for Umar failing. So it was no comparison, you dig, with them two. But my thing is the criteria that they use for why Tariq's a leader, that got to be used with Umar. Umar is a leader of Pan-Africanism.
Right.
So he even considered a pick and choose, didn't consider him. But then now watch this, family. This is the most important thing. When Marcus Garvey was running around here in America tethering, he got called out during his lifetime. Like people like A. Philip Randolph called him out to his face. W. Du Bois, as most people know about, most notable. But Hubert Harrison also was running with Garvey. He was part of the goddamn UNIA. He was steering the boat. This motherfucker was a captain with no experience. But then he called him out and said, yo, it's a lot of scamming going over here. So then you got Chandler Owen. So a lot of people called out Garvey during his time on Earth as he was living. And they also started a campaign called the Garvey Must Go campaign. Now, why am I saying this?
Wow.
I'm saying when you believe somebody's off and wrong and they're misleading, you call them out. White folks and Hispanics and other immigrants are calling out Donald Trump as he lives. They're not waiting till he dies. They're saying, you're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong. Now, where I'm going, family, where was these Pan-Africanists when Umar reigned for that long? Where is he? Where can I go where a bunch of Pan-Africanists was calling Umar to sit down? You're wrong, sit down, you're a scammer. Where was the Pan-Africanist outcry that he was wrong and scamming and he's not a Pan-Africanist and he don't represent Pan-Africanism? Please somebody show me that. Okay, so my thing is they're a bunch of cowards. They wait till the guy absolutely fall, drop the ball, fumble the bag, and now all of a sudden, now he's done. Oh, he's not Pan-Africanist. Now all of a sudden the outcry, the jokes come now. Where was that during his reign? You know why?
That's all
because they had. You know why? Because they had no influence. He would have shut every last one of them down. The little tiny bit of support they get, the little 30 live views they get, had he opposed them, they'd have been down to 1. So they was afraid of his influence and power. That's why they didn't say shit.
From America.
America, right. But they knew if you go against him, because you see how wild he is, he's gonna come at you, he's gonna look you up, find out what you got going on, and say, he'll call you the struggle streamer, and say, oh, you a loser, you ain't do shit, you ain't build nothing. That's why they was afraid to come at him, because they couldn't measure their resume to his. So these cowards don't fight, they flee, and they stay silent as he rained terror and scams, allegedly.
Yep. That's why they talking crap about them now because they didn't build their school, so they like, I
Right.
ain't with
But it's all,
Umar, man. That's
but the thing
cracked up.
is, but what I'm saying is they already had their school. And their school was like, it was not really a school, just two people in it. It's not a school, man. It's not a school. But whatever they got, the educational program. But I'm saying that was always there. I'm saying they were, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying they were afraid to call out him because he was the big fish. They already had their schools. They had the schools already. Lord Jamar already said his father-in-law had a school. And so did Q Butter. They had schools already. But they were afraid to challenge this guy. Because he would crush their little bullshit movement, their little bullshit school, and their views. Once he come at you, what happens next? His followers come at you. Right? And then you're done.
And bro, they only came behind him because FBA was clowning them. Look, bro, the only reason that they even turned on him because they was quiet. You know how long they were quiet? When FBA started going after Umar like that right there, that's when Umar got quiet. This is how strong our lineage. Then they came behind it. They came behind that right there because they saw that it's America that stops this stuff. And we ain't even really trying to cop Umar. We don't do the whole lot of foolishness. That's all. When our code is what shut him down, because it's not like we don't want to shut you down, brother. But we don't play them kinds of games like that right there to do stuff to people. We don't do that. So you're going too far. And now when you get enough FBI's eyes on you, and we got those content creators out there now that's knowing that, and they down with the lineage. You can't move with it. It's suffocating. Look, he be running on things talking about these people trying to come get me. He's not talking about Pan-Africans. He's talking about us. He know those Pan-Africans. He can slap them down anytime he want to. He been slapping them down for years. They ain't got no influence over Umar. Umar is from America. They can't even mess with us. America have always held this Pan-African scam. This is a scam. And now that he showed them, because you remember, he changed from being that type of guy to he took on their nature. He took on their nature, and it pissed them off because he was like, I literally got a scam to do anything for these folks. So when he became that type of guy, started scamming, he just pushed them in the corners and turned those so-called doctors and scholars. That's why you are exposing them today. When you bring them on here, we see who these people are. Some people couldn't hold a candle to Umar. Umar is that gorilla, like he said, to them, but not to us. See, our lineage will put you in check.
Right.
That's what helped them. That's what gave them the strength, bro. We were like we came like a wave and really we silenced Umar. They've never seen it. That's why everything they see with our lineage right now, man, is just incredible. These people are living in a time where they never thought, like I said, it is their worst nightmare to have us do something that white.
Let me extend. So Huey's in the chat. So Huey, if you can take your medicine, bro, and shut up. I mean, you can talk, but then be quiet. You can come back on, but we're not going to tolerate you. I gotta give him the phone number. Shit. All right, so because you got kicked you off, right? No, I didn't kick him off. He left. So yes, the link you still can do. So here we're gonna give you the link. If you want to represent Black national excellence the right way, you want to outsmart us and run circles around us old men, then I give you the link back, bro. But if you're gonna represent that bull like I know you will, that's how all y'all do, wild and like the real Akata, then we're gonna kick you off. But you're in the chat running your mouth, but you're not trying to have no dialogue. You're just running. So one more time, you can finish, brother. I just want to tell him, I'm gonna give you the link, and you got the rules. You're a guest here. You're not a co-host. You're not nothing. You're not even an FBA. But I'm gonna give you the link to try again. But I will kick you off immediately once you behave like a goddamn Akata. You can finish up. I just want to let him know.
Okay. Well, yeah, but that's what I was saying, because when I saw Umar doing this, because we've been watching him, we know who he is, right? We know our brothers, man. People got to understand what this slang gang thing is in America, man. And, I mean, we have to stop the foolishness. These people know, man, we trendsetters, yo. Look, everything that we do, it's like an inside game for us. We inside baseball. You know what I'm saying? We the people that got on like 2 or 3 audibles. when it comes to dancing, when it comes to creating music, when it comes to talk, when it comes to swing, when it comes to everything in America. And they come over here, just literally brainwashed to think that Caucasians gave us this stuff. So they come over here all the time thinking that they got something different. Because, opposites really do attract. But in America, they don't really attract like that. See, we transcend this thing because we repel. They try to make us look bad. So when they come, they already got that brain. It's a pea brain. It's a pea brain to come over here and try to look at the magnificence of America and say that they should look at us as slaves. They know better than that. They see it. They're like, nah, this is not that. These people are them folks. These are those people that we've been reading about, that we was calling like great kings and queens and Egyptians and reading back there. These are them people. And I ain't talking about from there. I'm talking about when it comes to being great and you're looking at something that's been so extraordinary. They've never seen it. They've been reading about it. Even themselves, they've been reading. They've made mythological stuff. It's just mythological stuff over there in Africa and in Europe. But when you come here, see, they got 20, 50 years of this stuff that's written down. America just had a 250-year anniversary birthday, bro. These people playing. Look, our history is so relevant. It is so recent. It is so recent that you can find one of our inventors that have influenced them more than all of their mythological creatures and characters that they have built, that they have gave them spirit. But we don't normally give that same reverence to our own people because it comes out of our DNA. We don't name our great stuff for a long time. We just doing stuff. We just living. It's just our life. And that's why they keep saying we don't have a culture. But we are the culture. We are the culture of the universe. That's how the universe always produces things. It changes the world. We do that. They're not used to that. They need something to try to compare it to. But America gave you books. You're reading them books. We know y'all reading them books and they mix with a lot of falsehood. But when you see us and you come here, the first thing they want to do is try to find out, how can I get some? How can I get some? Well, you look at Umar. He was a good man till he really found out that Pan-Africanism was a scam. When that brother knew that Pan-Africanism was a scam, he said, I'm a scammer too. Now, I'm going to tell you, you ever played 3-card Molly? You ever been to New York? You ever seen some of our brothers freaking try to get over on you? You don't want to get down like that, bro. You want to play a scam game? You want to make a black man mad? You want to make a black woman mad? Boy, you do not want to be crossed like that, bro. That's why we don't go after a lot of people. Our family have always told us, don't do nothing unless somebody touch you. Because it's a light and a fire in us for resistance, for us to be free. We don't like people getting hurt. We don't like people to be attacked like that. That's why a lot of times when we get in fights, look, bro, if a black man get in a fight or a black woman get in a fight with their best friend, they'll feel that stuff forever, man. We won't get over stuff like that forever. They don't got that kind of love. They come over here confused, but they writing books. I keep telling them, this is practical application. You got to come out of those books. Y'all have to start to surrender. They are look, they are so disappointed in themselves. But if they would just say, thank you, black man, woman of America. Thank you. Thank God for you.
Yeah.
For you have allowed me. Yeah.
As an inside joke, we should ask them, when they start talking, hey, bro, how many books you got? I got 435.
They got those books all written off of us and trying to change it, but they got to understand, we've been here with people doing that to us. They done changed up. Look, everything we do, they change it up. They steal everything we do. Look, Wikipedia and all those things constantly got to revise to give more credit to us all the time. Look, we know what it means. Like bro said the other day, the stock market is based off a particular people. They call them slaves. That's how the stock market got here, because that was the number one thing in America. Number one, by the way. So when I say number one, ain't no more. Everything we have done in this country is the beginning and the end. And it's the end of these tethers. Look, our coming into ourselves and accepting our own and being ourselves it's gonna cause a whole lot of books to be written. That's where they can get rich at. Go ahead and write some lies about FBA. You know how many people would love to eat that up? That's that slop. See, Umar gave them slop. He said, I can't be an upright man. I can't just try to get it that way. This Pan-African stuff is a scam. So he became a straight up freaking gangster. He's a gangster. He's a gangster scammer. And he's gangster. 54 nations. Yeah.
The thing about Pan-Africanism, it's like the mafia. So like, there's no way not to know it's not a scam. So it's like not knowing the mafia is a criminal organization. You know, like you know that going in. So that he already accepted everybody who joined this stuff, they go in as the scammers. Like they know there's no way to go in here without committing crimes. Like the mafia, you know you're going to be into criminal activity. You know that. So same thing with Pan-Africanism. Nobody gets a pass. When you join that shit, you know it had the whole beginning is on scamming. It was ACS scamming abolitionists and Quakers to send free blacks to Liberia. So it started off as a scam. So it was always a scamming thing. That's why everybody who joined it, they're already on code to scam. All right. All of them got some type of suspicious thing about them, or they're on record lying already. Or condoning.
Like you showed last night.
Right. They say they're already here endorsing or condoning a lie. Like Dr. Mayat, she endorsed that book by that Dr. Wright woman who lied and said Booker T. Washington was a Pan-Africanist. And she said that she determined that only because Booker T. Washington sent folks to Liberia for something that had nothing to do with Pan-Africanism. Oh, look, Booker T. Washington. He sent some students to Liberia. Oh, wow, he's a Pan-Africanist. and that's what they do, man. They're sick. They're you know, we don't do that. We don't look through history. Okay, he's FBA. We like, yo, who is his dad? Who is his mom? We ain't trying to make people FBA because they got some type of stain behind them. You know, it's like, yo, if Malcolm X had 2 Grenadian parents, we will be quick to say that nigga ain't FBA. We ain't gonna be like, nah, he's FBA still. Yo, so we're not thirsty to make people get up here. We're not We're not thirsty to make people FBA. You either are or you ain't. Like they're thirsty to make people Pan-Africans because there's nobody. Like they keep saying all these names, and yo, which one of those names did something great in life? Okay, and now you start to like really. But I'm saying like something like comparable to Booker T. Washington. Something, you know, a great work comparable to, let's say, Frederick Douglass or George Washington Carver. Like they can't find one.
Oh no. Nah,
and that's why they got to make one. They got to, okay, look, we don't have one, so we're going to make somebody a Pan-Africanist. And that's called looking back and redefining or revising history. So now Booker T. Washington is a Pan-African all of a sudden. And that's embarrassing. These guys are known for doing nothing so often, so commonly, that they got to go back in history and lie and just say, hey, this person is a Pan-Africanist. Like that, if that's not the death to the religion as itself, then nothing is. You're lying now.
The very thing they're supposed to be against that they read, that they constantly passing out on how virtuous they are and all these books they're talking about and all that stuff. And Pan-African is basically just simply to trying to be funny, but it's to diminish the black man and woman and child in America because they always try to other us. Everything about this stuff is othering us. The 14th Amendment was about othering us. It was about us until it was written. Then it was about everybody. So they have to other us. They have to other us because every time you othering something, you're always dealing with the very essence of it. You're always dealing with the most strongest compound there, that it would not be nothing there left. It wouldn't even start not unless it was there. They always got to do that to us to keep us always looking at the Caucasian. But it's like, but we already recognize he's doing this. Now they're doing it. See, Umar know that. He know to keep playing that Pan-African game. He gonna get it, dude. Boy, you know you're not gonna be able to scam all over America like that. Now you can get the whole diaspora of people to do that stuff with you here, you know, because he needs them. He can't drop the Pan-African thing. The scam, look, he needs that scam because look, these people, bro, you called him a code a few minutes ago. That's who following Umar right now. Look, they done been scammed so bad they cannot let him go. They can't let him go. It's almost like, man, it's like having that stepfather and a real mother and a stepfather just being real bad to you, but you have to be nice to them until you finally get grown.
Let me insert this.
Yeah, and when
let me insert
go
this
ahead.
because I watched something about Umar. I don't know if it's recent, but now he's not done. Now he can definitely drop Pan-Africanism because I heard him and get away with it with his cult members because I heard him say something. I heard him talk about defending black people in America at one time. I don't know if it's old or new, but he was attempting to like be on the Black American bandwagon. It's all about I'm Black American, and man, this is my country, and I got to defend. Like he was on that type stuff. And I'm like, damn, this is old or new. So I wasn't sure if he was already drifting towards that, but he sounded kind of good, so I could see him like justifying the school, moving over, and developing a great articulate argument for Black Americans and the whole culture.
Oh yeah,
and he'll be just and everything. He'll just be forgiven. Nah, see,
yeah,
Black
I can see that part.
Yeah, and these guys, man, look, I love my Africans, but you guys you need to calm down. You got to pay homage because I did say Frederick Douglass, right? Well, I could see him doing a whole spin and rebranding himself because he's a great orator. So I could see him pull that off to some people. Like, he'll have some FBAs riding with him. Like, you know what? Matter of fact, he'll have the Pan-African FBAs converted to what we're doing, but led by him, guided by him. And he'll be the first leader, the person who's saying he's a leader. Yeah. I am the most requested. I am the most decorated. I am the leader of the FBA. Right. I can see him doing that.
He's tough. I got to get to him. He's a masterful speaker when it comes to that.
I'm the first to say that he's going to drift over here.
Man, if he do that, man, I'm pissed, man. I'm be pissed off, bro.
Before he completely fall, he's gonna. That's the only way I believe he can save himself. He's gonna come over here, but he's gonna already have like pre-recorded videos. Yeah. He's a smart guy. Like he ain't gonna just freestyle and wing it. He's gonna already have like 10, 15 videos pre-recorded, and he'll like periodically upload them as though they new. Upload. It look like so now he'll look like, damn, Umar Sharp. He's doing this stuff daily. Look at this new upload. Wow. No, he's gonna do all that stuff in one setting.
He already got a cult following, so he already pretty much got that in place.
Yeah, and some of them are FBA Pan-Africanists. So
I know
he's gonna be welcome in because he's gonna convert them over to prioritize the lineage. And how will you be able to say he's not when he got like 400,000 people saying he is? So it's like, and he actually is. So it's like, oh shit, this guy successfully gripped it over. Okay, stop. No, up. Sit. Yeah. So that is going to be an interesting phenomenon when he crosses over, because it ain't like he's crossing over trying to appeal to FBAs who already delineated. He's going to be bringing other folks with him. Didn't identify, right? So he's going to bring a bunch of
Pan-African to be dead forever.
Yeah, so he's going to drop Pan-Africanism. He's going to convince these Pan-Africans who still rock with him because the school idea is done. And he's going to drift right over here, and he's going to be their leader.
I hope you wrong. I hope you're wrong, Ryan. I hope you're wrong.
He's going to be their leader.
That is worrying.
I can't see him saving himself other than doing that.
That's a bad.
I say the grip is over. That's what I think. I think it's over with. It's over. It's over.
If he does that, that'd be the death of Pan-Africanism forever. If he ever turned on Pan-Africanism himself, just him, the way he goes at them, suppose he was on that every day going on thing.
But he likes that though. You got to understand his personality. He's a clout chaser. He likes to be he will be. Y'all got to admit, if he cross over this year and be all of a sudden pro FBA and go against Pan-Africanism, he will be the most talked about person over Tariq, over anybody. He'll have 100,000 live viewers.
Hell yeah, he would, bro.
He's sharp as hell.
And he
knows what to say. He got catchphrases.
I am the leader of this movement.
No, we will see right through it. But
it's gonna be hard. Yeah, but if you ain't got the numbers, Now, but if you ain't got the numbers and everything, you dig, like, and then trolls and white supremacists are going to call him the leader, and then he's going to have the support like he is. That'll be a problem.
Damn.
And if he did that, you know, he would be showing that Pan-Africanism was a scam forever.
He doesn't,
because for him to just leave.
I'm saying, no.
Right, he don't.
He doesn't care about that. Right. The dude then took $1 million and didn't deliver shit and ran and didn't apologize. Right. He don't care about that, bro. Up, get up. He don't care about that. He don't care about his name. Name ain't better than gold to him. Like, that means absolutely nothing to him. Like, he sat here and lied to people for 10, 12 years, took that money, and knew there would never be a school. He knew about the back taxes. He knew about the uphill, all that stuff, curriculum, teacher, staff. He knew he could never deliver that. And he still said, cash out, cash out. He don't care about what you said. This is the guy that don't care about none of that. He care about just being written down in history as great and something. That's something. What's gonna hurt him the most is vanishing and nobody care about him anymore. That's why he's not gonna let that happen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he gotta stay in the limelight. You right.
Yes.
I wonder what his next grift is. You saying it's gonna be that? I'm like, I don't know. I think it's over.
Yeah. Look how controversial that. I mean, but look, if you were him, right, and it's over, but I could make this move and be the most talked about person for the next 10 years, why would you not do it?
I'll do it. If I was in this chat, because I don't know if Umar came, but I seen Dennis Sperling the other day. That's what's up.
What did he do? What did he do?
Yeah, Dennis Sperling.
Dennis Sperling was in your comments the other day. You ain't like it?
He did. He was.
Yeah.
Oh,
you ain't
I
I thought you seen it.
No. Nah.
Check that shit out, bro. That was like maybe 5 days ago now, though, Ryan. Dennis Sperling was in your comments, bro.
Yeah, everybody tagged me for everything else, but nobody tagged me about that.
What did he say?
No, I thought you knew.
What did Sperling say, though?
He said good channel or some shit. You know, it was good. I was like, damn, Dennis.
Hell yeah. You know, I'm subscribed to Dennis, yo.
Yeah, me too.
Hey.
Oh,
I was gonna play money.
You came up on another. Your name been thrown out on other platforms, bro.
Hey.
All right, so now, yeah, that means, you know what that means? That now tonight, look, I don't mind people busy, you know, because Afro-Elite, Jason Black, I don't mind going live, you know, 8 p.m. and folks be busy. I don't have the ego. That don't bother me. It's on my heart. You feel me? Sometimes it's on your heart to do something, and you don't feel like you might want to do a garage sale for your uncle, your sick uncle. Maybe, and nobody buy nothing. You still feel good because you try to help them out, right? Sell his stuff off. So that's how I am with this. When I go live, it's like, yo, man, 2 people, 7 people, 20 people, and as long as I'm not talking to myself, I feel like I'm doing a good deed.
You all right?
But you see what happens. I'm telling you guys, you like the video, at least in the morning, show up in large numbers, and now we got other big content creators checking us out. And the goal is to get Jason Black for Tariq Technology channel.
Yep.
That's the goal.
Yep.
You give a different flavor, bro. On the other ones I be watching, all of them got their different, distinct styles.
Yeah, everybody's different, right? And, everybody, because I was watching Afro-Elite, because I go live a lot and I read a lot. So I don't really have time to watch everybody. So, and like I do catch up on Tariq, and once every like 3 months I do Jason Black, but his video will be like 3 hours. So, but I make Tariq Nasheed because his videos are shorter, 30 minutes. So even Yvette, I don't have time to catch her stuff like that. You feel me? So I gotta like prioritize. I'm live all day long. If I'm not live, I'm on my phone all day long, or I'm reading all day long. And I'm at the park with my son, so I can't watch everybody. But I was watching. Then you also got you got the FBA channel, the Foundation Black American. That guy's pretty good, and he got his own style too. So my point is, when I watch different people, I try to see how we stand out, or we're the same. So I might need to change up something, and they do their own thing. It's nothing like mine.
All y'all different. Y'all different, and I was saying, a lot of our sisters out there too.
Yeah, I see them too.
All of them different.
I'm so pleased that nobody's trying to copy the next person. Everybody's doing their own thing. And guess what? We should, because there's 43 million of us. So like, there's enough people to go around.
Yeah, bro, we come from all different states, bro. You know what I'm saying? We come from all different states, little pockets all over America, bro. It's like if we get one person even to speak and they'll just gravitate some. We got differences in America too. And when you see us talking, man, you can just tell that our lineage, like it's been bursting at the seams for us to correct this record. Because there are people talking like 19 years old, 17. They want to try to get on there too, getting flagged because of some of the stuff they're trying to do. Because they're on the lineage. They're on the lineage too. They're grabbing onto this. They're trying to figure out, how do I really do this while I'm also in school? Because they know that right there is a danger zone too. So we doing this stuff for them. We have to create the lanes for them. We have to create that thing where they can feel safe too, because we have to get this information out about what's going on, and
that reminds me earlier of the conversation.
Yeah,
let me step in here, right? Because I got lots of stuff on my mind that I forget, because it's a long live and I'm walking, you guys are building. But I want to respond to what I said earlier about the little young dude that Amanda Seals was debating. He was pretty sharp. But that's why people got to be tolerant when we allow a challenge up here. Because even the way we handle them is inspirational to the youth and people, our peers. Like, cause you might be somebody might be like, you know what, I'm gonna get out there, but I don't. And it also it motivates them to want to study and maybe be more articulate when they see Tariq or other folks. You know what I mean? They're like, all right, then some of us who use like slang vernacular. Like, all right, look, I don't got to be like Tariq. I still can go out there and talk in a slang manner because so and so did that. So we got different styles. But all of it is inspirational for the next person to get out there. So now they might say, okay, yeah, I'm biased Ron, or when D4 went in on that crazy dude, and when you did FBA, people might feel like that is motivating them. She's like, you know what? Let me hop on that panel, man. Hey, it ain't so scary.
Yeah, I be wanting people on the panel, man. I appreciate it. Lex got on the panel, and some other new people got on the panel lately. I appreciate that.
And then the sister hopped on. So all of that is motivational for the next person, especially when there's a tether in our presence. When white supremacy, like that is like, what else? What other way to display courage to our people? Just to be seen in a fighting, position. Mayweather, maybe they display dominance. Mike Tyson went out there and did it. It's like, oh wow,
hold on, you breaking up, Ron? You walking away or something? Walking? It might be me. I got internet too.
No, I can't hear him either.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna go mute. I'm gonna go mute. You guys go ahead.
Okay, yeah,
but
no doubt.
Share the mic. No, let's talk. Let's use punctuation marks. So therefore,
no doubt. 44. He said you keep violating. He said you be doing your can't land your plan.
You know why? We're playing. Hey, bro, we're playing double dutch.
Put bro in charge of the button.
We're playing.
Put bro in charge of the button so he can stop me, bro.
Look. Just look at it as like double dutch. Okay, while you're jumping, the next person might be trying to get in, but you're not looking back to see. So she look like, all right, I'm trying to catch the rhythm, but move up or get out. You got two options: move up, like get in there and get out. So the punctuation marks let people give folks a chance to chime in real fast. Otherwise, it's gonna always got
an end coming up soon, and then go ahead and then let somebody else grade. You're gonna get it back. You're gonna get the mic back for sure.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, if you're talking like I do, like for example, I talk, I pause. So that's a moment for somebody. Hey, Ron, look. You dig? But yeah, so that's why I say, pause, slow down, use punctuation marks.
No doubt.
Use the comma, use the semicolon, use the question mark, use the exclamation mark. Use that thing, and that might be FB moment to say, oh, let me say this. Otherwise, we're gonna always cut you off, which is rude. But we got no choice.
You. Got it.
Yeah. So I wonder if I get off and you guys can still cook for a minute, because I gotta charge my phone. But so okay. I wonder, because sometimes it's weird, because sometimes I could leave the Zoom meeting and it'll make and the next person, the moderator, and the Zoom was continuing until I come back. But sometimes
And
it
the
helps.
live will go
Sometimes the
keep
whole
going
thing
too.
would just shut off.
Oh, yeah, I don't know.
So I believe FWLE called in, right?
Yeah, if he called in first.
Yeah, I called in.
Did you call in too, FBA Convo?
No, I'm in the Zoom.
Okay. So I'm thinking if I lead a Zoom, you will be there with him. As long as somebody is on the Zoom meeting.
Give it a shot. We can give it a shot.
think
I'm
it's how
I'm
right.
here for like another hour.
All right.
And then when I leave the Zoom, that's when the live will shut down.
Yeah, when you leave, the definitely.
Okay.
But I'll be listening. So let's say if you got bored, you're like, hey man, we're trying to shut it down. We want the dead air. I'll be listening. So I'll be able to I might be like 5 minutes, 10 minutes off, but I'm able to
you might be able to shut it down from where you at remotely. No doubt. Let's give it a shot. Go ahead, do your thing. We're gonna go ahead and let it go.
Okay, so I'm gonna try right now. I gotta charge this phone for the later live. You dig? Later 8:39.
We going again today? Man, you going crazy.
I need more.
We going again today, y'all. We going again.
I'm trying to do twice a day because or shit, man. It might be one time. This might just keep going. It depends on how long everybody stay when I hang up.
Well, I know you on the 12-hour mark. You gotta watch that 12-hour mark on YouTube.
Yeah, you're right. Right, because that'd be killing you. Like you can't even download it. So yeah, you know what?
We on 9 hours right now. All
right, and my son went to sleep too. What he's about to do. All right, so 9 hours. All right, cool. So I'm gonna end it. I mean, in my thing, and y'all might get cooked. If it goes to you, y'all can just cook. About another hour, so we'll get close to that.
I'm just interested to see when you leave, if it's gonna shut down the live or if we're gonna keep it moving. If so, then F44 up first. I don't know if I can drop the link though. So you gotta kind of watch it so you can drop the link for the family just in case somebody want to
Nah. I want that. You know why?
Okay.
I've been here a long time. Yeah, because people could sabotage the whole channel. No, I ain't. They just get on here and they'll display certain images that violates every rule, every term from YouTube, and this channel be dead overnight.
No, we don't need that.
A tether of love. Oh, he ain't there to monitor? Okay, and that's why that's why I share my screen most of my life, so you can never do that. Because you can't. So when I got a guest here, they can never share over me.
Yep.
Like so, I have the priority, sharing, position. So as long as I'm sharing, nobody can ever share their screen for some pornography. Like it's not never that I worry about that. It's only when it's like now, right now, nothing is sharing. You get that off. All right, so let me try it off. Let me try to end it in my session. I mean, let me leave. And you
jump out of here. See if it still goes.
If it shuts down, then we'll be here.
No problem. We'll see you later. No problem.
Let me try it out.
All right, then. Let's see what's up, y'all. Let's see what happens.
Okay, now it's gonna leave it to you because it gave me two options. It said end me for all, or I just leave. So it will continue. It'll be just you two. Share the microphone. That's all. Peace.
Okay, cool. Dang, dog, that was cool, man. My man, this is a fire ass channel. What's up, man? SF44, man. It's all on you, man. What we need to stay on code about?
Boy, let me tell you something, boy, is it not a blessing to be happy and be a Black American in this country, bro? You know what I'm saying? I mean, it is like the best of the best that our ancestors always knew, and I'm just happy to be alive. Like I said, I'm 59 years old, bro, and what I see, and what I see from them young people out here, they very, very smart. They don't talk a lot, bro. And what I mean by they don't talk a lot, they on a different sort of wavelength thing with it. You know what I'm saying? It's like you see them doing a lot, but they get it too. Because to transfer this knowledge to them, we have always been endangered in America about our thoughts and the way that we do things. So we've been here, forever, and for them to be moving the way that they are, we're not doing this without them. This is what I have to just keep trying to always accept and just be in majesty about, that they are helping us so much. And we're putting a lot of pressure on them because we're going up against the world, bro. Africa got 54 countries, bro. The Caribbean got millions of people. Europe got millions of people. These people mad at us. They're not mad at us. They're mad at our children. They mad at them first because it's always to try to control the minds of them and how they feel to try to, you know, get people to quail. Because like I said, every time that we're trying to get something done in America, we know about the infiltration. We know about that. We're not worried about that, us, not now, because we understood that they infiltrated all of our movements and anything that we were doing. You're not going to be able to really stop that. But this type of code that we're on now, it doesn't really matter whether you come in. That's why it's good for these platforms. Allow these people to come in. Allow for these folks to come in and have these vicious type attitudes towards us so that our young can see that, so they can know that we here for them. They're here for us. We here for them. They need to see that we're fighting because a lot of times they don't think that we're helping them. They look around a lot of times and be saying, well, y'all too old, y'all ain't really doing that. And the civil rights generation to do that right there. But we got to try to detach that and say, look, you got to understand it. We're not one person like the world wants us to be. They bring us down by having this one particular person up top. And they have to start understanding how great their grandmothers was, their mother is, and their cousin is, and their uncle, for you to be here.
Yes. Harriet Tubman is my motherfucking ancestor.
Wow.
That's Harriet Tubman, those my people. Anybody up here, over here. Now, when you say Shaka Zulu, when I was a kid, I was watching the Channel 50 and stuff. We were over here in Detroit. It was called Channel 50. What was that? UPN or WKPD back in the day. And if Shaka Zulu came on the screen, right? And I'm looking as a kid like, damn, who is this? This man black like me, and he over here look like he fighting real good and stuff. I like him. I looked up to Shaka Zulu all the way until Tariq told me we need to stop looking at these African heroes. That ain't your hero. That ain't your ancestor. You've been in this land 400 years plus. You look at your American ancestors, the people that fought to get out of slavery, the people that went ahead and fought to make sure that you can go ahead and do what you want to do out here, because segregation is bad and good. You know, when you be over in a neighborhood, you probably get tricked by certain things, but I just would like it because they say that I can go anywhere I want to go. That's what I wanted. I want that part where I can go anywhere I want to go. Sometimes you might want to go over and start camping. There's some campers out here. I'm not a camper, you know what I'm saying? But you know who like to camp? White folks. You know what I'm saying? So, hey, listen, if you want to go ride horses, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. That's what I'm saying. Like when you in FBA, the more historic, the more his history the better. You know what I mean? Now, I'm over here like my boy still learning on Q Butter channel. I'm still learning. I'm trying to learn as we go. I'm 50, you know what I'm saying? But even though you 59, I feel like we probably listen to different music, you know what I'm saying? I think we perfect, right there set where we are probably another 2 generations. Where, you know what I'm saying, you probably, think of some other things other than you seen more of your mama than I did, something like that. You know what I'm saying? You just seen more life than I did, 9 years more. That's got to be respected, you know what I'm saying? So I'll go ahead and not be saying, hey, listen, check this out. Like that young dude earlier today was talking about I'm smarter than both of y'all. That was so disrespectful. I'm like, bro, you younger than us. So that automatically means that we even seen more than you fucking read. We lived what you reading about, bro. Calm down. But, these youngins and stuff, they be crashing out.
Yeah, they do. And but that's why we're creating the content, because they're disappointed in a lot of ways. And they don't really understand the whole structure of all this fight that we've been in. And they were like, well, I need to see more. I need to see more tangibles. I want to know what this really produced. They ain't got 1 million books on this stuff. This is what I'm saying. This is why the practical application is so important now. That we've had a lot of doctors since then. We've had a lot of nurses. We got a lot of millionaires. We got all this stuff, but we have not really put ourselves in context. That's what FBA is doing for them now. That's what's slowing them down and starting to take a wider view of the people that are around them. They got a different language that they speak. And the ones that do speak, because you seen them. Sometimes they wear hoodies all day long. You can barely see their face. They go to school like that. They do a lot of things. They have their earphones in a lot of times. You got to understand what type of mind that is. Now look, they can do that, listen to you, and literally dispel everything you say because of the information that they have at hand. The only thing that could have slowed them down and give us our proper respect is to let them understand how great they are. But in order for them to be great, we got to accept who we are. We got to stop trying to accept this stuff Pan-African and trying to be this and trying to be that right there. We have to understand that if our children believe we're so great, then why we don't believe we're great? So we have to take these narratives away from these folks. This Pan-African stuff is like, bro, you can't be diluting our ancestors here. What's wrong with you? You can't be trying to make us understand. Africa got 54 countries. When you keep saying Africa, bro, just broke it down. It's like, y'all got 54 countries. Y'all don't even want what y'all say y'all want. Everybody wants us to understand. And it's like, yeah. Right. They want us to understand, but you'll never find more understanding people than you will in America. You'll never find that. Because we fought for everybody and we did not get it. We got a raw deal so many times, and our children are living to us like, I don't like that deal. They don't like the deal. And we're trying to now redefine it, and we got to fall on something to show them that, are y'all really fighting for this? Because that's what they're looking for. What was it all for? They want to see it again. And so now we're roping them in with us. We like, no, we going together now. You know what I'm saying? It's like they involved now. The lineage puts them into play. They're part of this now. And that's why we have to put this stuff out online so that we can dispel some of these things. Because when that 19-year-old came up there and they gave him that platform, that was strategically placed like that. That's what they got to deal with. We can't allow, we're not going to let them type of people come at our people. They backed up by a lot of folks, yo. See, we ain't backed up by our own country. That's why we wrestling for that now exclusively. Exclusively, that's our number one thing. Make America understand right now. Right now. We're never going to change this subject. This is the subject of our life.
This is it. It might be our kids and our kids' kids. Hopefully, if we don't get reparations, then our kids will. You know what I mean? They'll go keep on finishing the fight, but they're going to have to be raised up to know the way. They're going to have to know our history. Not no Shaka Zulu history. I'm talking about American history. Stuff that we had did. You know what I mean? There's a lot of stories that y'all don't know all about. You know what I mean? A lot of stories out here. I mean, we got 400 years worth of stories that haven't been told all the way. So best believe it. Go ahead and just try to be your own historian. So when we get on these panels or whatever, and you start running off at the mouth, you make sure that shit can be researched and true and trusted, and they can look at the receipts because you already looked it up and you ain't caring or whatever. That's what it's gonna be when you be up on these panels trying to put everybody on code. Everybody already on code in the chat. So if you start running off at the mouth like my man did earlier today, I want y'all to notice some things. Listen, when y'all messing with a tether, they always crashing out, meaning they gotta get their point across. They yelling, they foaming at the mouth, they going real fast, and basically you really don't hear what they saying. They not trying to hear what you saying, even though you got the truth on your side. They don't want you to say that shit. So that's why it was easy for us to find out what was going on with Here We Are today. The other two tethers, y'all know. You already know what time it is. Revenue be on over there messing with Tyreek. He come over here, we treat him like a Rudy Poot over here. But Tyreek be having problems with him, so that's what I'm saying. Well, not problems with him, but he just always a Tyreek face. I don't know if you could ever shut down a Pan-African, because I appreciate that question I asked him. He answered it, y'all. He said the reason that Pan-Africans always in our spaces is because, for one, they want to teach us, which we already know. We ain't trying to hear what the hell they got to say about our history. That's my history. You telling me about, you damn African, you damn Jamaican. Number two, they said they wanted to. Number two, I want y'all to pay attention to number two. This is what Pan-Africans do. They ain't got nothing without unity. See what I'm saying? They always talking about some, I'm just trying to get y'all to unify with me. And that's like, if y'all seen Sinners, that's my man's at the door talking about some, we all one's people. You put it together. That's the same thing. We all one's people, let me in. No, nigga, you got bit, nigga. Well, your fat ass should have been came in the house. Or you came in before, but now you want me to ask you to pull you in, and we don't letting tethers in the cookout.
Exactly. Great point, bro. and you know that it's working because, like I said, you don't take down the Essence Fest and then BET collapse. Then these hip hop lords collapse all behind each other, bro. Without our family and our young people being on the same page. See, you can't do that without them. So that's why when you don't have to accept a majority spirit like what Tariq is saying. You can just accept what your grandmother told you who you are. You know, a lot of times they say your last name. Everybody know them people. They know them such and such down the street, and they know them people down the street. Like we know all that stuff anyway. But when it comes time to something else, everybody in that neighborhood is on the same page. Everybody's going to the same place when it's time to celebrate something and talk about something. No matter how much, little spats we got into in that community, at some point we come together. But we don't come together with parades like most people. Listen, these people over here trying to celebrate themselves in America. We the only ones that don't do that. The only ones. It's very hard to get just a parade for us. The only one we really have for us really is Martin Luther King Day. And the rest of if you just look at it, because Martin Luther King is the one that everybody sort of, get with us. They do got this African American Day in places, but that's not really ours. And it's not that huge. But the biggest ones are like from the Caribbean, Haiti, and all those kind of things. They come out for their country. But if you just get one for us, it's not going to be that big. And we have to understand that it's not supposed to be big to celebrate your house. You know what I'm saying? It ain't like you're going to have a party in your house just because you bought it 2 years ago. We don't really celebrate a lot of stuff. That's why America came with so many celebrations. They had to dilute what we really was already. We the people. Why you think they're trying to distract us with celebrations? America got more celebrations you can find. And these people come over here celebrating stuff. But the one people that's already left out is always FBA. Because we don't get all excited over a celebration about what we naturally do. That's why they steal so much stuff from us. We're not excited about creating hip. Yeah. We're not excited about creating hip hop. We're not celebrating. We're not excited about creating hip hop or the blues or running the football fast and stuff like that, basketball. That stuff is what we do naturally, just playing outside, just being around amongst each other. So when we do this stuff, it's not like everybody is going to be happy for it because we look at it like all of us can do it. You know what I'm saying? It's like your cousin down the street can do it just as much as you, and the one down the street like that, and everybody else doing it. You go in their house, you know what's going on everywhere. But these people look at us like as if they're trying to find out who is the leader. Sound familiar? Who created that? Sound familiar?
Who is the leader?
Who did that first?
That is tiring. That is very tiring. What's they call that? Tether fatigue? That's a tether fatigue question. Who is the leader? Who is the leader? They think that if they can attack the leader, they can attack FBA. But when we say that it's not a leader, that throw them in a loop and a tizzy, so they look like they looking stupid every time they run about Tyreek. Well, did you know that Tyreek got a mixed wife and stuff? And do you know Tyreek is owner of FBA? Like I just asked Kwame, I said, look, I had changed my shit to FBA Convo because I'm really into the movement. I love this thing, and I'm really loving the staying on code and getting on code. I'm really loving this part of that. And so I went ahead and told him, I said, asked him, I said, bro, if Tyreek find out I got FBA Convo like other people that did put FBA in they little tag or whatever, you think Tyreek gonna be like, all right, dog, you owe me like $5? He ain't gonna ask for nothing. And I ain't even spoke to this man. But I know he gonna be like, bro, you just promoted to the lineage. I ain't got nothing to do with that. I'm trying to get reparations just like you. Just like you, Kev. You want them reparations? All right, for sure. Just like you. So I got another sad story, and I'm gonna go ahead and land this stuff. It's Labor Day, it's Labor Day. So we going to see the family. So I go see the family or whatever. And I'm talking about FBA. They all in my ear, and they like, what you listening to? My baby sister, like, Kev, what you listen to? I'm saying, I'm just to listen to my FBA family. She say, what's that? So then my daddy, who I already talked to him about that, I'm sorry, y'all. My daddy on the wrong side. He from that old, that old guard. He from the Jesse Jackson era. He say like, yeah, man, that's y'all a cult and cult. And I ain't got time to be going through it with my daddy about if FBA a cult. But I like to have my sister was like, what y'all looking for? I'm saying, first we over here delineating and we look for reparations. She said, reparations? I said, yeah, y'all looking for reparations. You of the lineage, you my family, you my sister. You claiming the same thing that I'm claiming. claiming. You know, my family down from Alabama, down by the Black Warrior River. So that's why I'm claiming 2 of them. I'm claiming that enslaved and I'm claiming an Indian. That's you. That's my sister. She said, hell yeah, I like that. So that's what I like. That, you know, each one teach one. You know, some of these people ain't going to be in on it. Some of these people going to understand it. Some of these people going to, you know, talk against it. That's what I say, you off code. You know what I'm saying? There's going to be some off code out here, like my daddy. My daddy off code. I'm sorry to admit that, y'all, but my daddy off code, man. Maybe it was the way because, you know, he don't trust me. I'm his son. So I can't know nothing. I can't know nothing past him. I can't know nothing past him. So, you know, you said you 59. My father is 19 older than me, so he 69. Amen. I'd like to make it to that age one day. You know what I mean? But my daddy's 69 years old and off code. It is what it is.
Yeah. Well, he's off code with the terminology right now, but he's really not off code because, like I said, we cannot be shutting down BET and all that stuff without us all being on code. See, FBA is a lineage, right? See, even if they think they off code, they really not. You have to be strategically and have to have a purpose to be against our lineage, bro. It takes a lot to do that. You know, it take a lot to do that right there. And no matter what he says, he's just looking at the divisive part. The people he think is dividing us, but it's okay because he's delineating from them too. See, when Essence failed, he probably would have been trying to fight for Essence, but he don't have the interest in it because he know that they were trying to make it African. So he know in his heart that he don't want it to go that way. See, when you're born in this country and in America, you really know what's up. But see, we have always been the people that don't want people to get hurt. Our grandmothers have always been very, very deeply rooted in treating people right. And you know what I'm saying? And trying to get you to do things right. And most of our grandmothers have us hearts hanging all over them. And so we do that based on that heart that they got. Look, bro, what we went through, most people come over here think that we hate people. But every time they come over here thinking that we hate the white man or hate people like that, they find out not only do these people not hate, but they easily manipulate it. These people literally, they come over and say these people can be tricked easy. They all want to let you come in. They all want to do that stuff. And yeah, you can bump heads with some of them, but it's nothing like what people told us. These people really like everybody. You won't find nobody on earth like that. See, the only people on earth that like everybody is us. And they don't like us for that because they think that we should stand up for different things that they want. But you can't stand up when you're letting everybody in. And America has let them in. They're in now. They have gotten a whole lot just by our hospitality that they want to give all the credit to the Caucasians. And they keep trying to do that. And their very books tell them that that's not true. And that's why brother them always be saying, y'all come over here and align with them. They try to use technology on us and try to call us the same thing. And we're like, no, we're not going for that now. Because see, y'all want us to think that just skin color is the only one that can be white supremacy. But it's not. See, we know that. They mad that we know that. And it's like, well, what are y'all going to teach our children? What are y'all teaching them? Well, we're teaching them that we want to delineate. We don't have to explain nothing else. And they think delineation means pointing at them. If you think something is pointing at you, that means you're doing something wrong. Delineation is something that separate, right? It separates. But if you with us, you wouldn't be worried about this. You wouldn't be worried about a delineation. Because we're not delineating from you.
Because we all family. We know where we delineating from. And we ain't messing with them.
Right.
And some of us is legit. Like we trying to make friends. We're trying to find some allies, but it's damn hard though. Because all of them off code. Or you a Pan-African. Or something else. Something wrong with you. Like today, when we tried to talk to Huey. Huey didn't want to talk. He wanted to tell us about our history, which is of number one X. When you messing with FBA, you got to come in respectful. Come in respectfully, and you can get a respectful conversation. But you come in with all that listen to me shit, it's going to be a bad day. It's going to be a bad day. Yep.
And we're trying to educate them on Africa. They look. This is another issue with them, bro. They don't understand just how smart our people are over here. Our people are masters at understanding people. And what I mean by that, once you cross us, we remember everything. See them, they front loaded. They want to cheat. They want to know what you're gonna do before you get there. They need the answers to the test. They want to know where to go, what to stay away from, and all that. Us, we're not like that. We're not like that. We built to know that where we're going, we're supposed to be there. That's why they don't want us going nowhere. Look, everywhere we go, we believe we just should be there. Them, they always want a place for them. They have created all kinds of countries inside of America, trying to make their America be them, because the Caucasian will sell just about every freaking thing, bro. You know what I'm saying? He done sold so much land over here to China, it's ridiculous. But you never hear Trump talk about that. And I'm gonna say I agree with a lot of things Trump say, but I'm FBA. I'm not aligned with no particular party. So for me to look at what's happening in the selling of America by these failed so-called billionaires and millionaires making all these deals with these other countries over there, and then they falling apart. They call it trading. And look, our country, no matter how much you try to say that America is in debt to China, yeah, whatever, man. I'm gonna tell you something. We ain't buying that. See, America have cleared many debts for a lot of people. There's a lot of countries and people that have just wiped away the debt. China have done it too. Japan have done it too. But for some reason, these folks don't want to do it for us. But see, we're gonna bring this stuff up to these people, because see, everything that our children are doing now and our families are doing to try to get this information out here, this is why we're doing it. We're doing it so that when we do go and try to get what we want, we're going to have the best, we're going to put our best foot forward. We're going to send our best out there to argue this stuff. See, one thing about what wicked always want to know. They always want to know the answers. That's why they constantly come. They want to know how we're answering questions. They want to know how we're going to get around this, right? They want to know what you're going to say now, what you got to say about that, what you got to say about that. They think that stuff frustrates us now. Like, nah, it ain't really frustrating us. They think if they make a statement to us now that, I shut them down off that right there, you cannot shut down our lineage. Because half of us, look, all of us don't know what FBA is. That's their problem. Everybody don't know what FBA is, but they understand because we are shutting down. Look, they're trying to stop it. Because look, most of them are down with S's in America, right? They were down with the hip hop and all that stuff. They were down with Fat Joe at first. Look, the dude would not talk like that if he didn't think that America was ready for it. Look, they always do stuff that they think America is ready for so they can challenge us. They never come in that way. They come in trying to get around us, and then they build up, and then they try to attack us, right? Try to steal from us. Say that it's them.
I see that. I mean, I remember I seen the dominoes fall. Like I said, I only been in FBA since January, and I seen the dominoes fall. It was like first Fat Joe over here talking about some. We started hip hop. That right there started off the little domino effect, man. Next thing you know, he canceled. How? FBA did that, and we did more things after that, and we still on code. So I'm loving the ride. I'm loving the unity that on code brings. I'm loving the unity that on code brings in the FBA, and everybody want to cosplay it and take you off of it. But like I said, you can the tether is never as good as the original. You know what I'm saying? Don't you know a tether is like a fake? The fake is never as good as the original. He can watch as much TV as he wants to, see as much damn shows he wants to, but he can never generate that from his gut, from his pure gut. See, he can watch TV and see how to protest. But when he get to protesting on the front line, he don't know what to do. Man, hey, listen, I don't know why y'all keep on ignoring these Latinos, bro. Dog, listen, y'all keep on talking about, with the people that look like us, and I know we got to keep an eye on them, Jamaicans, them Haitians, and them Africans. But listen, it's this black and brown coalition that never was. And that's why I like how they say, how can you put together something that never was together? That's fire right there, dog. That's fire. It was never together. How can a Pan-African put together, you know, FBA and Pan-Africans together if they was never really together? Well, they was together at one point in time, but today it's over with. We delineated.
And we had to delineate. We look, delineation to them is an act of war, which is crazy. But because they all get it. They all get it. See, they always worried about what they can do based on what American law might tell you can do, right? So it's like what American law says this, what immigration law says that, what you can say with the Constitution is, what you can say with that. Man, we don't walk around thinking about no freaking Constitution, bro. And one of the reasons why we don't, right, you know what I'm saying? We walk around America like we own it. And that's why we have always been right. That's why we have always been attacked and arrested, because they keep thinking like these N-words walking. Well, what they used to say back at the end of the day, these N-words think they own everything. These N-words think they doing this. There's too many of them doing this. It's like, yeah, but we in these spaces. Then yeah, we walk around like that and we be in these spaces. And when they did start to try to do the civil rights thing, to try to be in most spaces, they really just wanted that. I used to walk those trails anyway. You just let Europeans come over here and give them free land, but you putting it in around us the same way you're doing with these immigrants right now. But we will get some of those immigrants are going to follow us and our own code. Let's get this out of the way. There's some, but we're not going to identify them for them. You see what I'm saying? If you are, then you need to do it yourself. See, we're no longer happen to like let people in just so because we think something. You can't get in just because we think you might be okay. You have to really challenge where you came from. America is not a land of immigrants. This is a trick that the Caucasian told you. He keeps telling them that. That's why they say, that's why you get our politicians. Well, you know, America needs to be an FBA. This is talking points. That's white supremacy talking points that they have to do on the left and the right. And right now what we have to do, we're exposing both parties because we have to. Because justice comes to everybody. That means the justice for the Democrats look bad when it comes from us. They're not used to that. They're not used to black people just going at them like that, because see, they kept trying to call this FBA thing a code. They know it's not now. They just want right now. They just want one more time. The Democrats want one more voting cycle that they can keep black women just doing maybe 75% or maybe 60%, because they know they're hemorrhaging them, right? They figure if they can get about 65% along with these immigrants, they can win one more time, because they know that black people, it's like whenever they wake up, they skedaddle, bro. We left the Republican Party the same way. They know that when they leave, it's like the bottom is gonna fall out, and you may be out of power for like 60 to 70 to 100 years. That's how I do when we leave.
They're trying to get rid of the Republican, the Democrats votes and stuff, because they know the immigrants gonna vote with the Democrats this time, and they don't know which way we gonna vote, and I don't know which way we gonna vote either. All I'm gonna be looking for is tangibles, and if anybody can give us tangibles, I guess they will be getting that vote right there. Because yeah, you're right. This I don't usually spend it on the couch. I vote in every election, and I just became I just got off of becoming a Democrat shield, because I was, that's why my household was raised to be Democrat shields. And that.
Hey, bro, don't be ashamed.
Yeah. I'm being real with y'all. I want y'all to understand who y'all messing with when y'all messing with FBA. Listen, fam. I mean, hey, listen. I have been through a lot, and it took me a lot to get here. That last one on that Kamala thing, I'm glad y'all went ahead and got Trump. Hold on.
Exactly.
Yeah, I was getting a phone call. Can y'all hear me again? Yeah. Can y'all hear me, or y'all? I'm okay. Good. Yeah, man. I had I was thinking Kamala was gonna do good, but I'm glad y'all voted against me. You know what I mean? Because Trump was trying to make sure that floodgate from the from the border was closed. See, I didn't see that Kamala was going to open that way up even more, which was hurting me, and I didn't see that. But now I'm glad y'all, America, And all of y'all seen it, you know what I'm saying? Y'all was like, no, we're gonna go with Trump, even though Trump is, not my ideal candidate, because I don't like Trump either. But I understand that, you know what I'm saying, he ain't looking for us. You know what I mean? Because I ain't no immigrant. So
without a doubt. And what he did also was he put them on their back foot, right? The back foot that they worst nightmares that we do it, but they always thought somehow that they were going to be able to always manage on how to be on both sides of the fence. That's how you know, right? Because they always say that we vote, overwhelmingly for Democrats. Whatever we do, we always do it overwhelmingly for a particular purpose for us. And it's normally for people to stop trying to hurt us. Won't really get much for it, but they be going overboard so bad that other people come in and then they want to help us for more stuff. When normally we want a couple of things, they'll start saying, well, you need this too, you need this too, you need this. And then we be like, yeah, we need that too. And by the time the bill is wrote, it's written for sex, race, religion, and all of this. We be like, what is that? I thought this was for us. We trying to stop y'all from doing this, or maybe taking our line, or maybe redlining. All of a sudden, no, you want these people should get this people, because it's everything. By the time the bill is written and by the time the money comes in, it's split so many ways that by the time it comes to us, that's why they say, well, where is the tangible? What happened to it? Well, America understands that any time that you isolate us, it's you are giving away your leverage for reparations, because they need that kind of language in there to keep on saying that it's gender, it's all Americans, it's everybody. Well, America didn't start out saying all Americans. They started out talking about one person. They eventually say other people, which means that we have to argue in reverse. We have to reconstruct, like deconstruction. We have to deconstruct the argument in a Supreme Court setting. Supreme Court always try to deal with precedent. Right? They always try to deal with precedents and other laws that they can do, but they want to do that right there. But you have to do it in a way where you're dealing with a defamation case. A defamation case where people are trying to act like, well, that ain't what it really means. And we are delineating to do that. But we have to clear the board with these people that came over to understand that this is not your fight. And if you get in this fight right here, good luck. You get in the middle of this fight right here, and that is the problem. We telling these people, we got a mission. We own a mission. This ain't got nothing to do with y'all. How many times do our brothers say that online? This ain't got nothing to do with y'all now. They don't they don't like the black man, woman, and child in America to do it. They don't like us to tell them what to do, bro. And we literally tell them to stay out of our business. These people like, no, it's our business too. We like, yeah, go ahead, bro.
No, it's not y'all business. It's not y'all business. That's what we keep on delineating for. And I don't want y'all to crash out about delineating either. Don't crash out about that. Just know that it's already done. We already did it. They the one crying. They the one worried about, oh, no, y'all need to be unified, man. We ain't trying to hear that stuff, because y'all already seen that what happened with that Pan-Africans for the past 30, 40 years. You know, I be messing with Sabir Bey, and I be saying the same thing to them, because they Moors. I'll be like, Kev, he'd be like, Kev, you a Moor. I'll be like, I hear you on that, Sabir, but what you been talking about for the past 30 years? The same things. It don't make sense, man. I like FBA because we moving things. Because we are the culture. So we always coming up with it. We always coming up with something new. I be loving them when they come up with something new every day. Like the other day when they was like, all right, look, Kev, we boycotting the hair salons. I was like, hey, well, I ain't got no hair. They like, don't worry about it. We got it. I'm like, all right, man. You know, I support y'all 100%.
Right. And it's great too, because when they're doing that, some of those things be pump fakes, right? Now look, even like when they said they was gonna boycott the African Braiders, that was sister. And look, when she said that, because social media, that these people didn't accept that everything that the Caucasians say, it's hard for them to understand about us now. See, that lineage thing got them messed up. They think if you say one thing, all of them go just rage. They go raging to the left or raging to the right. And they say, you know, we find out they raging, and this is the problem with our Chinese folk. This is a lineage. Look, if you go raging and you disrespect one FBA, you gotta understand we're in 50 states. If you just if you get 100 of them, you're gonna get some of the most trolling, sophisticated, energy-driven people you ever had in the world after you on this freaking internet. And I'm telling you right now, our kids, they great at this internet stuff. They great at trolling. They great at doing stuff. They'll put some stuff out there. They'll put some stuff out there and put their hoodie on and go walk in and play basketball, and they come back and you raging. And they'll be like, "Oh, you mad?" Next thing you know, you done pissed off them. You done pissed off an FBA in New York and California. You like, what is this? Next thing you know, you in trouble because you don't want to stay out of our business. We don't want y'all in our business. They so used to coming here getting jobs and being in charge, and all of a sudden they're your supervisor or they just teacher or something, or they work at some job now and they're giving you slack service, or they're not doing it as much as they should for everybody else. Or you just got one group of people working in there when they say this country is not supposed to discriminate. And how you got all these people from one country working in one place? Come on now.
That's messed up, man. I think Warren said that yesterday. So he said he went to Walmart. He said he seen a bunch of Indians and all in the Walmart. I'm like, oh, that's real? Dang, that's messed up.
In Wisconsin, bro. I was in Madison, Wisconsin a couple of months ago and went into a Walmart. Bro, I was shocked. This is in Madison, Wisconsin. It was filled with Latinos, either Mexicans or something else. And I was like, bro, it might be 5 black people, and they might not even be us. So that means that how can you just sit up there and hire all these folks without discriminating? Look, I know you're not only discriminating on basis of race, you're blatantly discriminating on race because what they're gonna say. Like, well, how did you get them in the numbers? They say, well, they're the only ones that's trying to come get the job. Well, you still can't do it. See, because one thing they don't understand is that y'all getting this stuff based off of law.
Wait, hold on. But how do you determine? Yeah, but how do you determine that? Like, first of all, I'm in Walmart right now, and I was behind one woman that was like safely figured, and then I heard her talk straight, you know, from the rebellion country. Yeah, that's right. That's like all. But when they say, hey, they didn't want to fill in our jobs, how do you know that? Like why? Okay, to say that to let that go by means that we're being lazy. That means that nobody's applying themselves to get a job. So that's a lie. Like, how do you determine that we're not applying for jobs? Because you just said like make that discrimination. How come they don't get hired? And then when they say, hey, they're the only ones applying for jobs, that is to say we're lazy. So no, like black people are filling out jobs too. Like FBAs are also filling out jobs. They're just trying to apply for jobs. We're not sitting around voluntarily broke, no money. You know,
we trying
playing video games while everybody else working out. No, we are applying for jobs, but there's no real filtering system to determine whose applicants are being discriminated against and who aren't. Like, there's no real way to determine that.
Right. So we wonder how are they doing it, right? Because when you're able to fill up a whole Walmart.
We're not worried about no. We're not worried about how they doing it. It's obvious. Like when you see a bunch of people with a certain last name. Right. This is why I laugh at these guys and they say no. When we get pulled over, you think yes. Well, you get hired. Listen, yes, because you're getting hired that way. They're looking at your name, my name. We're both white. We're both melanated, but they're choosing your name over mine. Because how is it possible? Everybody in Walmart, Hispanic and Haitian. And this is in this town. I never seen these Haitians outside of Walmart. Right. Okay. So this town is traditionally black. It just recently got gentrified by Hispanic. I ain't never see a Haitian people nothing until I've been back in Jersey. So I said this is a new phenomenon. But somehow that they are the most employed over us. So we're not wondering, like we see exactly what's going on. Because again, Broadway, New Jersey is black. It's foundation black. Like some years ago, like 7 years ago, I worked at a job. One day I had to quit, but it was all Haitian. How was that? And this is a decent job. This like making like at that time making like 19. This was like 7 years ago. At that time, that was kind of decent. Like for poor people, making like $17 an hour. But the whole entire job, everybody's Haitian. In Broadway, and you can ask anybody, Warrior is black. It's like, how is that possible to just consistently just hire Haitians over everybody? Hispanic, foundational whites, and everybody. Just a whole warehouse of Haitians.
Really? That's not right. That's not right.
So when they say taking jobs, it's like, no, you really are. Like, of course, like when they say taking jobs, point it out. Now, how will we know which one is filled with Haitians unless you've been there? So that one in particular, I know I've been there, so I can point out a company that's filled with Haitians that took black jobs because you only hire Haitians. But how do we know about the other facilities that did the same thing? There's nowhere for us to know unless we know. But that's some slick stuff to say. What jobs? Like, yeah, you're right. I'm not going to know what job, but we know it's the case.
Without a doubt. Without a doubt. So we can see it with our eyes. Well, we can see this happening before our eyes when we go into certain sectors. You know, and we just have to just like I said, I know, but it's just sort of a rhetorical. You know, it's like we seeing this with our own eyes, what's happening, and it's like, oh well, the consensus is we're lazy. We're not trying to get a job. And we know so much better now. It's like we never really bought that, but the actual facts on the ground is telling us that. And I think for us to really look critically at that, it's like it's almost like a danger zone, because like here we see this with all these same people. How in the hell can you possibly even pull that off? Now we know it, but they want to say we're lazy. And that right there, only thing that does is just push our youth away from those jobs, because when they go in there, they don't see anything like us. They just basically just start to accept that as a norm. No, this was a plan. You're not getting that lucky. You know, like bro said, looking at the names, looking at that, and they're basically discriminating against us. Really, America is in reverse discrimination against us exclusively, which is another argument that we're gonna have to go forward with, because here they are doing it. You can't do that. There's no way you can pull that off without discriminating. How you gonna keep black people out of a job when they're there? You think we're not filling out applications? You think we're not trying to get those jobs? Our children are filling out them jobs. You think when they get out of high school and stuff like that, we're not sending them to try to go get a job? They're going to Walmart. They're trying to get them jobs too. Y'all not hiring them. You're not even hiring them. And we can't understand it. And our children are coming back frustrated because they think they can get that job at Walmart. They think they can get that job at McDonald's. They think that's an easy job to get. And you go in there not even getting a call back. You got to know some Mexican. Well, that's why we're delineating, because we don't have buddies like that. Obviously, they have them. Because when you can go to a place, man, and it's everybody in them Mexican, this is a American franchise. This is not a foreign thing. This is American franchise that has us all over it, all in it. And you're serving us, and our children say they can't get a job there. That's why a lot of times they come home and, you know, they start getting more and more lazy. No, it's because those simple jobs to us. They make those jobs be top tier. Our children should be able to go there off a high school diploma. You don't need nothing else but a high school diploma to go up in that Walmart. All of them should be able to go to that Walmart and just get a job.
Yeah, man. They took all the little kid jobs. The jobs that was set up for little kids, teenagers and stuff, you know, so they can get on their first job. And, you know, that's messed up, man. And they took that. There's so many, examples of that. But what I hate about it is immigrants don't get paid what we get paid. You know, we might be looking for 15. They'll turn around and take the job for 10 every time.
Yeah. And how many of them are undocumented, which is what they keep catching. Look, they even sneaking undocumented in Walmart. It's like, come on, man. You can't catch them. But every record our children get, y'all got on everything about it. My children got to come home to say something because they got a little something on their record. Y'all got, look, immigrants come over here and their whole record white clean. All of them. That is a direct war on us because y'all are giving us records. Our children get records for disrespect.
And remember, comment, let us double dust, let us hop in and hop out. And also, we got some of them got a little record here and there. Their record's wiped out, and now we know it's been exposed. A lot of them are dangerous criminals back in their homeland. So these guys they got records. And what about the ones who got a record, been deported, snuck back in, and still protected? What about those people who got a record in this country, got deported, and got let back in, and then protected under Biden? Under Biden, so they got double records. And a lot of these guys are like gangs, you know, all type of crazy shit, and they could get employment easily over here. and they know they got a record. Like this ain't something hidden. They invite them back in because they kicked them out before. It's a dangerous criminal that's being locked up now. Obviously, it's for the ice sweep. But these guys were employed. Look, the dangerous criminals, they're going to their job sites. They're going to construction companies. So these are good jobs where they're going with these dangerous criminal records. So these ain't like, slave picking farms like Jasmine Crockett wants you to believe.
Right. Without a doubt. And they're frustrating. They're frustrating our youth. And that's why our people are moving away from the Democrats. Our people are moving away from them because they're frustrating our youth. Our youth are being raised most often by a single mom, right? And we're trying to change that dynamic. We can't change that dynamic if you are throwing away our children. Our children should be able to come and get those jobs. Those jobs supposed to be those jobs they come right out of high school and get. You're giving criminals that don't have a record a job over hours because, and then you funneling them in there. So when Donald Trump says that stuff, all that other stuff, we basically don't care what that other stuff that he's attacking them on. We know what it means to be demonized and try to get something in America. We don't want to continue to fight for immigrants that need to be taught better. Well, they need to be looked at as better. Or are they so meek? Oh, they just here just to take care of their families. Well, we can't send our kids to get a job at Walmart because you're worried about their family. See, their family's got Walmart there too. Walmart is an international brand. There's a Walmart in freaking Mexico. I guarantee you. So if you're going to tell me right now that we need to be more interested in them, we cannot continue to sacrifice our children for others. And that is the biggest hurdle because none of us as Black people in America like that. That has kept us really, really in a position to where, I ain't gonna say they're walking over us, but we just don't like treating people bad like that. And but we are sacrificing our children. They're getting more and more frustrated. They're getting more and more angry. They're acting out more and more. We are producing them in this country and sending them out to be disappointed while we are trying to incentivize immigrants to have more compassion for them. It's like, you don't care about our kids? Oh, we're going to get a program for this. No, this ain't about no program. You got to care about them. I know it's hard for America to wrap our head around that our children got to come first, but they have got to come first. We cannot allow people to take over our whole business industry and we just be walking around. We can't continue to do that because, like I said, we're frustrating the hell out of our youth. They are very, very disappointed. That's where they're disappointed in us. They don't understand the whole fight game, but we're doing it. We're fighting. We're fighting. They disappointed in us because you think they want to just be hanging around like the way they walk sometimes. And they would love to go to Walmart. They love to be at Walmart and some of these other jobs just walking through there. But when they see these folks in there, I know they'd be like, how did they get it? Why are they here? How did they do it? What did I do wrong? I just got out of high school. I don't have a record yet. I go put it in. It's 30 of us go put it in. One get the job because there's so many of them. You come back home. Well, you got to go get the job. Go put one in here. Go put one in there. You do that to us, our kids, about 3 times. The street is there, bro. And see, they running from their streets while these people are basically trying to cut our children out and just leave the streets for them. No, when they say clean up them streets, we're not talking about ours no more. We talking about clean up them streets of America that be hiring these folks. Our children need a chance at these jobs so that they can get out there and try to make some money too, instead of trying to go to a freaking college, man. All of them is not going to go to no college for no job to work at Walmart while y'all flooding them into Walmart and all the construction sites and everything else. And then you want our children to get a freaking degree so that they can compete with some more immigrants. See, that reverse psychology and what Trump is doing. See, we buy that now. We don't need to know that he's doing everything right. We buy that part because they have them same international organizations and corporations in their own countries. They have them there too. And they all are there. You go to Africa, if there's anything there, I bet it's all Africans working there. They ain't trying to give FBA no job in Africa. You go to Africa right now, any country, the first thing they're gonna tell you is, oh, you got your money and you're going to do something for us and show us why you here. They don't want you to get no job. They don't. African countries do not want you competing on the job market with them. None of them. That is their policy. Talking about you want to become a freaking citizen that don't even want to hire you. Only thing they want you to do is come over there and spend some money. Where you gonna spend money when they already here? If you want to go to Africa, just go down the street. They probably somewhere taking over. But if you go to any of these countries, go to Mexico and try to take over Walmart, see what happens. Them cartels gonna take care of that quick. We are doing this because our children need a break from this crap. They don't need to be in competition with people that getting their records clean as soon as they get over here. Talking about these people came for a better life. If I was a criminal and somebody gonna wipe my record, yeah, it'll be a better life.
Mm-hmm.
We need something for our children now. They're getting frustrated. I see it on their faces. They play sports. They going for music. They going for that. Yeah, because you don't push them out of the simple things in life. The simple things in life is what our forefathers fought for, the simple things, because we don't like ruining our country. We don't even want to break America. We don't want to bankrupt America. America owes us the utmost respect, and respect for us is a lot of tangibles, and they understand they get them. But y'all gonna have to move out the way. And I'm sorry, because they want us to be like, you call us what you want. You call us what you want. Our children deserve to have those chances. They deserve it. They don't need to be no freaking rocket scientists to work at half these jobs. They don't need to go to college for all this stuff. Our women getting 2 and 3 degrees, man. This stuff is out of control, bro. They gotta get 2 and 3 degrees. Yes, sir.
Yeah, man. You're right about that, man. Yeah, man. Man, I was just reading the chat and trying to catch up with the chat. Let them go ahead and get back on in the show right here. What they talking about? Let me see. They talking about student debt. They talking about clean record and no credit. Maybe that's tangibles they had heard about that. Sound like some tangibles to me. You know what I mean? It said before vengeance, have you show your face and provide your identity? It's no that's hard. But we passed the looking glass. Okay, yeah, Golden Brown. Because V4 was trying to get the code out there, you know. I like how, you know, like everybody inspired. Everybody inspired. Now, you know what I mean? Not only is, you know, do we got the FBAs out here running right now, but it's more FBAs being birthed every day. And they just getting in their own little niche, staying in their own little lane or whatever. So, like my man V4, man, he had got an idea about the code. He was able to put it into words, you know what I'm saying? Just like my man Lex, you know, that he put that into words. And like I want to say about that video, that book about Lex is it's mostly like if you wanted to look at it like he said it's factual, but you know, I got it in my hands, and if you look at the book of Tyreek, you would probably see, you know, it's like poetry. It read like a Bible, you know what I'm saying? But I know that y'all don't need a new Bible. I know that y'all probably following the Bible that you need, but it read like a Bible. So I don't think that he's trying to get you to follow this like a Bible, but it reads like a Bible. It got verses and such and such. And I would always ask, you know, some of y'all just to support your FBA brothers out here and sisters when they come up with something that they want to help the community with, because it's all for FBAs to make us better and stronger. It's a daily thing, you know what I'm saying? Because like yesterday I was on live with y'all, and today I'm on live with y'all again. Thank God, because of, you know, one of the best spaces that I know on FBA. I mean, before I would say I was on Tyreek a bunch, and I knew Ron was there because like I said, Ron said that he started this channel in January, and that's when I pulled up. To see y'all, all of y'all up in here today is just a blessing, and it's really the best place I like to be. You know what I mean? Because we get a chance to actually know each other and get to know each other. I know that we all getting to know each other so fast in this chat. We all understand that, you know, that you in the show. Everybody read the comments around here. You don't have to just go ahead and be worried about if somebody paid for a comment to be shown and that's the only comment. You know, we just reading the comments. If you said something sensible in the last 5 minutes, I'll probably read it and try to get my man SS44 to go ahead and have the next topic be whatever y'all talking about in the comments. So if y'all want to change up the subject, because we only here for a little bit, you know what I'm saying? It's 6 o'clock. I know everybody moving. I'm over here cooking in the background. And I'm gonna chill with y'all for probably like another hour. I know Ron, he monitoring us from the back, and that's a real cool show today. So we're just gonna keep on letting my man SS44 cook on the next topic. So hold on, let me look at S44. Can you look at the chat or no?
Yeah, I'm seeing. I see it. I got something.
All right,
if you want to,
go on in the chat and find something that you like and go and talk about that.
Yeah, I see it. And it's similar to that because that's what they own right now. I see a bro got down here mechanics, plumbers, and electricians, and then I think that's chick 819, and then the next one I think what that's YouTube master said positive peer pressure successful program, and turn the worst elementary into Philly around. Damn, wow. Okay, listen. The inspiration that comes from my ancestors is all through this chat, right? And bro just said that. We know that those schools got issues, right? We know that they have issues. But our politicians and changing their mind is part of that. Changing the mind of industry is part of that. Changing the mind of your preacher is part of that. Like bro challenged his dad. We doing this stuff respectfully, man. But our demands are clear. Our children are frustrated. That's America. These people keep on thinking that this is a country of immigrants. We have tried, what we're doing is we're taking the narrative away from them. Our lineage is there. Our people were here before the ships came over here, okay? Those ones that came over here and got with us, we're all the same. We're talking about them. They want us to do this. We got children now in first grade and kindergarten. We're not going through this again. See, we changed this conversation and this narrative because our people want it now. Our politicians, if you don't listen. We're moving stuff anyway. The Democrats won't even mention FBA, but they'll bring everybody else. They'll put a Pan-Africanism on TV in a minute. They stay on there. They'll bring a rapper on there. They'll bring a celebrity on there. They'll bring Charlemagne up there acting. I don't even want to talk about it, but they'll bring these folks on there. And these people know FBA. They're coming on there basically telling them, don't bring that up. Listen, what you gonna say? They're screening everything now. So what you're doing is making a lot of difference. When you say mechanic and those trades like that is move our children into that, yeah, we need to do that. Because that's how you build. That's how you build a nation. You have to build a nation with your hands a lot of times. We have been from we have been like so much into the school situation so much because they said that right there was how you get there. Well, our people are experts now. We got major leaguers now. That's why I say I'm not worried about this lineage thing. We got enough people that can argue that stuff. We just need to get the right ones in place to do it. Our women have got so many degrees, they frustrated now. They tired. They want them a man now, bro, which is what you're supposed to have anyway. They want them a man now. So what we're doing is we want the simple things in life now. We're tired of competing with people that they believe that are better than our children. We have already sacrificed enough of them. When we sacrifice them, we have sacrificed them for laws with penalties attached to them, y'all. See, I'm one of them 90s kids. I saw these penalties, this RICO stuff. That's our life in the 90s. If you grew up in the 90s, you know what a RICO case is. That case wipes out neighborhoods. I'm talking about putting men in jail for years, 10 to life. All of y'all know somebody like that. Well,
10 to life. Oh man, that's some sin.
10 to life.
I've only been to jail 3 times. I've never been to prison. But even being in jail overnight, that ain't for me.
Right, and that's when the feds took over. Which because you remember the federal government penal system was for rich people back in the 70s and stuff. When they threw them RICO cases and started trying to get the black man in there incarcerated at a high number because they wanted to bring them immigrants up in here, and they was dealing with those businesses and corporations trying to lower costs. What they call it, we got to lower it because we got to compete with China. We got to they leaving the country, they're leaving the country. All that stuff right there was an attack on us. But for us to try to get more education, well, the education system is collapsing because what you want us to do is compete with people you're bringing in here illegal. We don't even want to deal with the legal ones. So I think what the chat wants right now, what they do, what we do basically is we're fueling each other. We're coming here to know that you're not alone. You're not alone. I know the people in the chat, man. I know that these are great people. I know our people, bro. I've been around this world. I've been around this country. I know how great we are. I know how loving and forgiving. No matter how much they keep on trying to talk about the hood. I don't want to hear that crap. Everybody in the hood is not. Everybody's not doing bad in the hood. These people keep on saying that stuff, right? Now, if you look at how many people they're arresting with these immigrants, they way worse than what the hood is doing. Most hoods, but they keep eye on Chicago. Chicago could be having a lot of tethers in gangs too. We don't know for sure, but one thing we do know is that they are in competition. You have people there saying, we want to do something about it. You're going to be demonized. They're going to attack you. They're going to call you all kinds of names. And we are here to take the sting out of those names. We're not going to let y'all attack people that got children in school while you sitting there calling them xenophobic. You calling somebody that got a job xenophobic? We're not gonna accept those labels. You could have got Walmart to get filled up like that if we was xenophobic. You couldn't have all these Africans here and all these people we was xenophobic. How? All of this stuff right here is to pacify people that want more access to other folks. These people want every flavor in the world. I want to be able to do Chinese. I want to do them right there because you sex crazy, you money crazy. You want all of that right there in spite of your own. Everybody wants all this access. It's like, well, you get all this access and you're supposed to be a role model for your son. Why you doing that? Why do you want to go do all of that? Why do you think they got that term that young people say, bruh, you doing too much? They saying you bringing too much on us. When you gonna look at me? I mean, come on. Single motherhood out of control. But the same ones that are out of control now are on code. They don't want they don't want us to start to understand each other. We understand our issues. We understand them. Our women have been in positions to where they had to take a lot. Our men have been in a position to where they've been in jail a lot.
Yeah.
Now, it's a reset. You done had enough information. You even go in them jails and get all kinds of information. We done got the right information now. That's why we got points now. We're headed toward the North Star. We want that reparations. And while we're after it, we are getting major success. We're getting major success. Like I said, you don't put these industries, you don't put these industries down like that right there by everybody else backing them. Because if everybody else was backing them, they'd still be here. The only reason those people are collapsing is because those people they call Democrats that's part in the Democratic Party, they're not with them. So you can't do this without the Democrats, them people that so-called Democrats in the Democratic Party. Those people right there are the ones that's bringing these people down to their knees. Because that's what most of our people are. And I kept telling folks over and over again, our people are just parked there. They might be wearing that D label right now and everything, but trust me, you don't collapse Essence if Democrats is not supporting you. See, if Democrats were supporting you, Essence, and hip hop and all that stuff, you'd be here. You'd be here. They're ignoring those folks. They don't want to hear them. They're just going on past them, trying to act like they don't hear them. La 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 la, throwing up Jasmine Crockett. Jasmine Crockett, no, she said screen all calls. Because she got Democrats in there like, hey, I need to talk to her. No, not them. Democrats, everywhere you go, don't want to talk to her. They're going to stage, town halls, everything. They used to have a base that of black people, just let them in. Now you can't let them in. You let in the FBA. FBA now got different questions. They're like, no, don't ask that right there. We keep talking about Donald Trump. Please. Donald Trump. All Donald Trump questions. They're like, nah, we don't want to talk about Donald Trump. Well, don't let them in. But they Democrats. And they like, yeah, I'm a Democrat. I want to talk about something else. Mm-hmm. So they're starting to block them. They're blocking them. You are making a tremendous move, FBA. You won't. This is what's happening
Thank
here.
you. 1 second, bro. Thank you, FBA Convo. Thank you, SWLE44, for keeping it lit live. You know what I mean? So let's close out. Close those out because you know why? Since I'm going live a little later, I don't want the folks to be FBA fatigued. Like, I'm good. You know.
You
know,
gonna give it about 2 hours, or you gonna come back like right around 10?
Nah, let's see. Like, I'm shooting for like, because I'm gonna give them some time. Right? Maybe 9.
Yeah.
In between 9 and between 9 and 10. Right? Because I don't want
I'll
them
be looking out for you.
Be like,
Thanks so much.
Yeah. Plus, all the new folks who just joined today, you want them to like get the notification. You know what I mean? As well, because they join and they probably off now, right? But they don't know. But they never had a notification before, so you want them to get that for the first time. Oh, what's this? Oh, that's what I was earlier. Okay, cool. Let me log in. Let me click for the first time.
A like button.
Yeah. The like button was lit. The family definitely represented there. I wish people had told me that Dennis Sperling was in the chat, because I would have invited him on. We would have had a classic panel. You dig? But
no doubt.
Yeah, so next time.
Shout out to you, Ron.
Thank you, bro. Shout out to all y'all. Like I said, y'all did a great job. FBA Coders, everybody who was here contributing to the panel. You did exchanging thoughts. The chat was, being informed and entertained. So I'll break that. But I'm gonna be like FBA Convo. I'm returning from Walmart, about to eat. Yeah, this is my first time eating for today. I just had coffee earlier. So I'm gonna get it in. All right. So thank you guys. We need to close out. Going for 12 hours. That is the closeout. So thank you guys for liking the FBA anthem. You dig? I think it's a great song. Yeah, I think it's something that it's really a bop. How do young folks say?
Play it on your way out, bro.
I'm on the phone. This is a rap for that.
Oh, okay.
Wait. Now I might. Matter of fact, as because SL is gonna be closing out for a long time. So let him close out, and by the time he'll buy me some time to get the laptop set. I'm joking, but we're gonna close out, and by the time he's done, I could open the laptop up and use my laptop to connect, and then play the song on the way out. All right. All right, go ahead, SL, close out, family. Thank you.
Oh, okay, I got you. No doubt. Okay, yeah, no doubt. You know, I got a lot to go. I can go like Ron. Ron is an incredible guy, bro. Look, this brother opens up his panel to us for hours and hours. I've been on a lot of platforms. I've never been on a platform like this, ever. And I'm telling you, those are some incredible, great brothers and sisters all across this land that are helping us get these messages out here, to back each other, to support each other. But I've never been on a live this long. This brother deserves a hell of a lot of credit, y'all. A whole lot of likes. Sometimes even, saying bro something, because I have not seen this. I don't know if y'all have, but I have not seen anything like this for 12 hours. And I was on another one with him where we was on there like 7 hours. My daughter had to come over and knock on the door. She was like, I thought something was wrong. I was that engaged until she was like, what are you talking about, Dad? So I told her, yeah, she really getting it. She's really getting it. But this is what it takes. This is how you build and you repair a nation. This is how you repair a nation. This is how you call your people in. And America and the world should not be mad now. We have given them a lot, man. We have given this world a lot. We sacrificed our very people for the world. And for them not to be thankful now, for them not to say, hey, thank y'all for what y'all done, instead of coming over here believing all this stuff that they hear about. America is a land of immigrants, and you probably got some immigrants that came here too. See, that's not good, immigrants. I understand that that's what you think, because you see this thing parked out there in Hudson River out there in New York. But that lady up there with that symbol up there, that even had something to do with us. Wasn't you? They turned that into come, send your weak, send your all, and all that stuff. When they tell somebody to send somebody, they're talking about people already there. That means people somewhere else. And you should be thankful today that those roads, the Washington, D.C., most of these states and these ports, the American infrastructure, America being rich, America being inclusive, America allowing you to come here and pay nothing and get everything. You're getting a lot. Our people here in America said, come over here, others, and get free land. We're going to move them off that land. And not only move them off the land, but give it to some people that look like us. They're now saying they're us. We're coming together to repair some of this damage that have been done to us by the attitudes towards us. We're changing our attitudes away from our youth and away from our women with those stereotypes of them, those stereotypes of our brothers and sisters that have been to jail, our brothers and our sisters that in single parent homes are now being attacked because they're talking about single motherhood is the worst, and the only ones y'all can pick out bad is our sisters. Only criminals y'all can pick out as bad as those brothers that went to jail. Those are the only people bad. Well, we're not doing that no more. We're not winning like that. Y'all are arresting criminals that got clean up records to come over here that are literally committing crimes, and you don't want to get our brother that went to jail one time a job? How about America just clean up some of our records? That should be part of reparation. How about you clean up a lot of our brothers' records? That would be nice. That won't cost you any money. You won't have to give no food stamps and no stuff you cry about all the time that you're giving them. How about clean up about like a couple million brothers and sisters' records? Just do that with a stroke of a pen, Mr. Trump. Black Caucus, Republican. Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Remember, like the other day, we were talking about things that are taboo in our community. Were you on the call for that one or in the chat? No, yes.
Say taboo?
Okay. Were you in the chat yesterday? We was covering in our lineage what's taboo, what's traditional.
Oh, what's taboo? Yeah.
Taboo.
I would. Yeah. So what taboo?
Mentioning single parenthood. That's I don't think you want to go there with the sisters. I know you say that a lot, and I will discourage you from bringing that up because unless you're like really getting to a bigger point, that's going to always come back like a blame game. Okay. Yeah. So
I cleaned it up.
That's taboo right now in our culture, the single parent, because so many people abuse it.
Yeah, I hear it everywhere.
Sisters, it's going to be bad. Yeah, that's not a good look.
Yeah, they're stereotyping them. But yeah. So, this whole thing is about, it's going to be some, we're going to fall a little bit on this lineage thing because, when you're reaching out to our families, we're getting to know each other from coast to coast. We got brothers and sisters that's in the military too, y'all. We got dignitaries all over this world. They can't speak for themselves either, right? So we're doing something now, and that's why, bro, when he jump on here and he has to put a disclaimer, bro, we're not professionals, bro. You know what I'm saying? And I'm talking to the chat. We're not professionals. We're doing this right here because we all feel like we have to. That's how you get people to stay on here for 12 hours. This is dedication. See, we know we're going to have to get correct. If you can't stand correction, if you can't stand to get for somebody to tell you something, then it's going to be hard for you to help us. Because to help us, you have to have a whole lot of understanding. You have to be able to yield a lot of times so that we can get what we need across. We're not going to leave nobody behind. We just need everybody to understand that, there's still rules. There's still regulations. There's still taboo subjects and stuff. So we all going to learn on the fly. But we learning fast. We're learning fast. Like I said, I be on a lot of those those rooms. I'm going to see them now. I see what brothers are doing. I know the challenges that they have when you open up your platforms for people to just speak. And a lot of times there's penalty to it. And we get that. If anybody would understand penalties, it's us, bro. You know what I'm saying? So we need to be able to accept those critiques from our own people and, you know, from people that understand us. Because like I said, this is something that's new for us. We're bringing in our people in. Matter of fact, it was on the chat where they had brothers and sisters coming on there that were 60 and 70 years old, 80 years old on these chats. Going in.
Yeah.
Yeah, going in. So when you're getting them, they're happy for this. They happy to get on there and they talk just like us. It's almost like they were waiting for this, right? It was like they've been sitting down like waiting on it. They've had their grandkids grow up and great grands and stuff, and they've been trying to help them navigate America, right? And then FBA come along and they jumping online. You ain't finding this happening nowhere else. This is happening nowhere else on this earth right now. Where you got 90-year-olds jumping on talking about, yeah, FBA, keep doing what you're doing. Keep going. Don't stop. Don't stop. I've heard it with my own ears. I heard them get on there and say, don't stop. Don't stop. That's what they saying. They saying, hit the gas, hit the gas, hit the gas. Somebody 90 telling you to hit the gas. That means, as long as I'm here, I want you to hit that gas. He said, I'm backing you. Whatever I got to do. And really, it's just our love for what our ancestors have done for this world, not just America. They know it. If you're listening out there, Europe, if you're listening, Asia, if you're listening, we understand that y'all have gotten a lot from us. We understand that. We've never asked for anything from none of you. But you all need to be beating America's door down to say, we want to help with reparations too. We want to get this argument out of the way. We want to be able to honor these folks. We know who they are. We know what they've done. You don't have to wait, France. You don't have to wait, Italy. You don't have to wait. Nobody's stopping you. You can call, you can put it up, you can make a post, you can do something.
All right. I can't hear anything. Hold on, let me make sure the audio's good. Because the brother was talking, then it just went dead silent. Okay, I see what happened. All right. I can hear now. Say something.
Yeah, can you hear me?
I hear you now, yeah. It went, over here, my audio went crazy.
Right.
All right, so just to recap. So earlier today, we had some, good live, right? I'm going to cover a little later what I was doing before. There's some diaspora panel war thing I was covering, and the FBA dude was doing pretty good holding his own. He said he was 25 years old, so there you go. We was talking about the youth. Well, we got 25-year-old on a panel.
No doubt.
On a panel debating old tethers and cooking them and a discussing tether woman. So I'm going to replay that, right? I'm not replay. I'm going to continue because it just started. And he was cooking it with some good logic, good facts. And you just need to sharpen up a little bit, but that's what we're for. We're here to help the brother where he's short at, because his historical reference ain't going to be like ours, big. But it's going just like ours won't be where our mothers are, and our mothers ain't gonna be where our grandparents. You dig? There's because we didn't live during that time. We could read about Jim Crow, but we didn't live in it. Well, me, some people in this panel and chat did. I didn't. So my historical reference only could go but so far. I got to yield to a person who was, like, my mom was born in 55, so she definitely lived through Jim Crow. I got to yield and hear people like that talk what they experienced, and then she got to yield because she was just coming out of it. And then she got yield to her parents who was fully thrust in it. So, like, that's the only elder respect that's really theirs. But other than that, everybody got to respect everybody. But nice live. So I'm gonna continue that. I said that I'm gonna continue that. And then we had the black nationalist revolutionary guy who called in. Everybody's dumb. Typical talking points. I played Dr. Mayat and Brother Unk, and all he could say is how dumb we are. We don't read, and that's their talking point, and that's the Roland Martin effect. You dumb fools, dumb fools, and they were not talking like that until Roland Martin. That's why I call it the Roland Martin effect, because people wasn't flat out calling us dumb and say we don't read until Roland Martin said it, and then all of a sudden, oh, good, let's use the Roland Martin angle. So all of them now. We're just dumb, don't read, don't study. We don't know history. They know it. Then when they get on here to try to prove we don't know history, it never works out for them. You see what the Holy Codex FBA did to Sabir Bey, who swear he knows history. He didn't do good. Okay, he did very badly. And the brother earlier today, the young dude, couldn't even recall who inspired the Black Panthers. Like that's just terrible to reference them, talk about them, and don't know anything about them and don't know about who inspired them. And when was most embarrassing to claim to be a black nationalist and support it and don't know who Robert F. Williams is. That's a goddamn nasty mistake. That's nasty. That's nasty. Okay, so we know he don't know what he's talking about. Then he didn't even know his origins, like where he stemmed from. He didn't know he was a chapter of the NAACP in North Carolina. So he didn't leave. He got kicked out. So I just want to let the Holy FBA know that he got kicked out. So he did call him soft. He did all that stuff, but he got kicked out, and that's what led to his path. All right. Then Revenue called up here. He don't want to be called Revenue. I said, well, why not? Like, you're known as Revenue. That's your name. Why do I get to call you Kwame? And then people are like, hey, that sounds like Revenue. And now I'm stuck in that. Well, it is. But why you call him Kwame? See, I'm not getting caught up in that. He's Revenue. So he comes on here with his twisted tether logic. He always fell. He never does good over here. He has little tiny moments on Tariq's show because they play with him. But over here, we don't. We just cook them, go right for the juggler, and get rid of them. But that was interesting. But the bill was great. The panel was great. And now it has to come to a temporary end. Okay? Temporary end. So I'm going to play the anthem song on the way out. I'll play it twice. And then while y'all chat, and some of y'all chat, dialogue with each other, and we'll be back later tonight, anywhere between 8 to 10. All right, so thank you, brothers. And I'm going to go on mute.
Okay, bro.
Mute your mics and let me just play the anthem song about twice, and we're out of here.
That show me subscribe. Make no mistake, we're the only black people in y'all that only eat rat, eat cat. People, you ain't black, you ain't that. Matter of fact, your black is repo, I'm taking it back. Cause y'all making it whack, faking jacks, y'all from the slave, raiding the tax. Bitch. We built the foundation, our innovations were groundbreaking. You ain't wanna get down, now you around, hating, faking. With the lineage in and out, the ground shaking. Someone say, FBA, we don't run away. We stay, we slay, we pray, we say, Someone say, FBA, we don't run away. We stay, we slay, we pray, we say, Make no mistake, we're the only black people and y'all the only eat rat, eat cat. People, you ain't black, you ain't that. Matter of fact, your black is repo, I'm taking it back. Cause y'all making it whack, faking jacks, y'all from the slave, raiding the tax. Breaks, pops, pop. We built the foundation, our innovations were groundbreaking. Y'all ain't wanna get down, now you around, hating, faking, wiggling and eating, now the ground shaking. Someone say, FBA, we don't run away. We stay, we slay, we pray, we say, Someone say, FBA, we don't run away. We stay, we slay, we pray, we say,
more time for the tethers. That was for us. That was for the lineage. But one more time for the tethers. You did. Go ahead and cry. We got an anthem song, Cooking Ya and the White Supremacy.
Has an advantaged position but black folk, and but all are in a state of denial. The white power structure.
That show me subscribe. Make no mistake, we're the only black people and y'all the only eat rat, eat cat people. You ain't black, you ain't that. Matter of fact, your black is repo, I'm taking it back. Cause y'all making it whack, faking jacks, y'all from the slave, raiding the tax. Bitch. We built the foundation, our innovations were groundbreaking. You ain't wanna get down, now you around, hating, faking, with the lineage in and out, the ground shaking. Someone say, FBA, we don't run away. We stay, we slay, we pray, we say, Someone say, FBA, we don't run away. We stay, we slay, we pray, we say, Make no mistake, we're the only black people and y'all the only eat rat, eat cat people. You ain't black, you ain't that. Matter of fact, your black is repo, I'm taking it back. Cause y'all making it whack, faking jacks, y'all from the slave, raiding the tax. Breaks, pause, we built the foundation, our innovations were groundbreaking. Y'all ain't wanna get down, now you around, hating, faking, with the lineage eating, now the ground shaking. Someone say, FBA, we don't run away. We stay, we slay, we pray, we say, Someone say, FBA, we don't run away. We stay, we slay, we pray, we say.